Early morning sunlight just spilled over the wall of Building A like shattered warm jade, flowing along the cobblestone path into the yard, gently wrapping around the seedling racks. Zhao built the racks from scrap pine wood, with old cotton cloth layered on each shelf to prevent the seedling pots from slipping. 20 seedling pots were neatly arranged on top. The soil inside was specially sifted by old Zhou yesterday, fine as flour, mixed with some composted wheat bran. When pinched, it felt soft like clouds and emitted a faint earthy scent. Old Zhou squatted in front of the rack, holding a copper-framed magnifying glass, found in the ancient book section of the Ruins bookstore. The lens was a bit cloudy at the edges, but didn't affect the details. Gently, he pushed aside a seedling pot and suddenly smiled with excitement, trembling slightly. The cotyledons are unfolding. The cotyledons are unfolding. Both of the first leaves have fully opened, like little green spoons. Hearing this, everyone ran out of their rooms, slippers making a da-da sound in the corridor. Lele was the fastest, with a small bear pendant swinging on her pink cloth bag. She squatted at the front of the rack, leaning in very close, her tiny head almost touching the edge of the seedling pot, afraid that her warm breath might hurt the delicate cotyledons. Light green cotyledons have edges with gentle serrations, and their veins are clear like fine pencil strokes. The surface is covered with tiny soft hairs, and the morning dew on them looks like small diamonds. A gentle touch makes the dew roll off onto the soil, leaving small wet spots. Little spoon. It really looks like Mom's little porridge spoon. Lele stretched out her small finger and gently touched the longest cotyledon. Its cool and soft feel made her eyes light up instantly, like she saw stars. Grandpa Zhou, when will they grow vines? Will they start to produce watermelons once they vine? Just 5 more days, and they will grow true leaves. Once the true leaves appear, they will start to vine. Grandpa Zhou smiled, his eyes crinkling. He took a bottle of seedling nutrient solution from his canvas bag. It's decorated with a small leaf sticker drawn by Lele and a smiling face next to the green leaf. But first, they need some fertilizer. After the cotyledons unfold, they need nutrients most. Without fertilizing, the true leaves will grow slowly, and the vines will be weak. He unscrewed the bottle cap, revealing a clear liquid with tiny nutrient particles floating inside. He mixed it with water in a spray bottle at a ratio of 1 to 100. The pale brown liquid quickly turned clear and had a faint amino acid scent. This nutrient solution makes the cotyledons greener and can also prevent tiny soil worms. I tried it when planting vegetables before, and it worked very well. Su Qing carried a porcelain basin with a small daisy pattern, filled with warm water that rippled gently. She also held a modified spray nozzle, something she took from the irrigation pipe yesterday, with a finer hole to produce a more delicate mist. I changed the nozzle on the irrigation pipe, she said, squatting down and testing the mist in the empty basin. The mist was so fine it looked like smoke. This way, spraying the nutrient solution won't hurt the cotyledons, and it will be even, so every leaf can get some. I also looked at the corn rows on the east side of the yard. The soil there is a bit dry, and the top layer is turning white. Should I water it? If we have fertilizer, we can also add some base fertilizer to the corn to help it grow faster. Otherwise, when it gets hot, it might lack water and nutrients. Lin Wanji's heart skipped a beat. Yesterday, Tao Tao detected a fertilizer factory to the south. The crops just need fertilizer now, and according to the previous task pattern, this should trigger an exploration reward. She took out the exchange device. As her fingertips just touched the screen, a light blue task box popped up with a slight vibration. The light reflected on her face, full of surprise. Side quest. Crop cultivation, stage 2. Task requirements. 1. Complete watermelon seedling nutrient spray. Current progress 80%. 2. Collect more than 3 types of crop-specific fertilizers: organic fertilizer, compound fertilizer, compost manure. 3. Apply basal fertilizer at the bottom of the corn furrow. Cover all planting ridges. Rewards. 1. 200 points. One-time addition to the points pool. 2. 1 bag of pest prevention powder for crops, 200 g. protects against aphids and caterpillars, can be mixed with water for spraying. 3. 5 small fertilizing shovels, plastic with measurements, suitable for precise fertilization in seedling trays. Task explanation. Fertilizer can increase crop growth speed by 30%. Pest prevention powder can prevent pests during seedling stage, laying a foundation for transplanting watermelons and setting corn seedlings. There's a reward. 200 points. Lin Wanji held up the exchange device. The words, points pool, 1950, on the screen were especially clear, adding the 200 points just received. The total was exactly 2150. Enough to buy pest prevention powder, and I can also get a small shovel for Lele, plus 2 or 3 spare sacks for storing fertilizer. Zhao Lei immediately picked up the iron rod leaning against the corner. It was wrapped with leftover wire from yesterday's cart repair. He grabbed 2 old burlap sacks from behind the door, leftover from last time storing seeds, sturdy and reusable. Let's go to the fertilizer factory in the south. Yesterday, Peach said they have composted sheep manure, which lasts longer than regular organic fertilizer. Perfect as a base fertilizer for the corn, and no need to fertilize frequently. He patted his chest confidently. I have strong arms. I can carry 2 sacks at once. I'll be back soon. Chen Mo walked over carrying a dark green toolbox. The small bear sticker on the box was shining in the sunlight. He opened it, revealing a multimeter, screwdriver, a small iron rake, and a roll of thin wire. The burlap sacks from the fertilizer factory might be torn, so the wire can patch them. Also, bring a small sieve, leftover from fixing the cedar, to sift out small stones from the manure so they don't hurt the corn roots. He tucked the multimeter into his coat pocket and took out a half-dry cloth from his pocket. On the way, I'll check the generator output. If the fertilizer cart breaks later and there's no tools to fix it, that would be a problem. Old Zhou and Shaolin decided to stay in the apartment to take care of the crops. Old Zhou placed the fertilizing scoop into a bamboo basket next to the wooden rack. The scoop was a reward for completing a task, made of plastic, with measurements of 1G and 2G on the handle. Don't worry, I will spray nutrient solution on the watermelon seedlings on time, then water the corn rows. When you return, the seedlings will still be healthy enough to transplant. Shaolin squatted beside the flower bed, holding a small spray bottle filled with diluted salt water. Yesterday, some flower seeds in the flower bed had sprouted tiny green shoots, like needles. I will watch over the seedlings and loosen the soil around the corn. I can also help sift the fertilizer you brought back to make sure there are no impurities. Before leaving, Suqing packed a full bag of dry food in a canvas bag, freshly made corn cakes wrapped in oil paper, still warm from the morning, a few wild dates strung on red thread, picked yesterday from the abandoned date tree, very sweet, and 2 bottles of mint water with wild honey, capped with cloth to prevent leaks. She tightened the strap of Lele's pink cloth bag, which held a small teddy bear and a tiny metal box containing flower seeds they found last time. Stay close to Uncle Zhao on the way, don't run around. The fertilizer factory might have mice, but don't worry, Uncle Zhao and Uncle Chen will protect you. The teddy bear will stay with you too. Lele nodded, hugging the teddy bear tighter, pressing his cheek against its soft fur. I'm not afraid. Teddy bear will protect me. I also want to help Mom with the fertilizer so the little scoop can grow faster, and we can harvest watermelons sooner. The 5 of them set out along the southern path. The wild grass by the roadside was greener than 2 days ago. The foxtail grass had swayed in the wind, and occasionally, a few white butterflies landed on purple wildflowers. The air carried a faint smell of earth and a hint of wild grass. Lele often stopped to pick a small wildflower to clip behind Teddy's ear, and he would pick colorful stones to put in the bag, saying they were little gifts for the seedlings. After about half an hour, Lele suddenly pointed to a low wall ahead, speaking softly. Uncle Zhao, there's a zombie under that wall. Everyone immediately stopped and looked in the direction he pointed. Sure enough, under the low wall, there was a zombie dressed in blue work clothes. The sleeve was torn, revealing a grayish arm, and the skin was wrinkled like dried bark. It was lying on the ground, gnawing on a moldy wooden board covered with green mold spots. The zombie was making slow, grunting sounds, moving like a rusty robot. Stay here and don't move. I'll handle it, Zhao Lei said, gripping a metal rod. He slowly lowered the bag on his shoulder, moving quietly like a cat. He took out protective gloves from his pocket and put them on, then tightened his grip on the rod. He sneaked behind the zombie. Its attention was fully on the wooden board, and it didn't notice him. Zhao Lei took a deep breath, raised the rod, and struck the back of the zombie's head hard. There was a dull thump, and the zombie twitched, then collapsed to the ground, motionless. The wooden board rolled far away. It's okay now. These zombies are weak. Just be careful not to get scratched by their nails, Zhao Lei said, wiping dust off the rod. He hoisted the bag back onto his shoulder. The fertilizer plant is about 10 minutes ahead. Be careful and avoid other zombies. After walking for 10 more minutes, they finally saw the abandoned fertilizer plant. The gray building's walls were mostly fallen apart, revealing red bricks inside. Grass grew between the bricks, reaching half a meter tall. An old, rusty metal sign hung at the entrance, with the words, Qingshan Fertilizer Plant, barely visible. When the wind blew, the sign creaked, sounding like it was sighing. In the yard, several black bags with white writing saying, composted organic fertilizer, were piled up. Nearby, an old wooden cart with crooked wheels and rusted axles leaned to one side. This is it. Zhao Lei quickened his pace. As he entered the yard, a faint smell of manure drifted over. Not a sharp, foul odor, but a gentle, earthy scent of compost mixed with straw, like the smell of soil in a field. He crouched down, touched the outermost bag. The fabric was thick and intact, with no tears. Inside, the fertilizer felt soft and loose, not clumped. Chun Emma walked over to the cart and crouched down to check the wheels. The axle is crooked. We need to straighten it and add some oil, he said. He took a small hammer from his toolbox and gently tapped the crooked part of the axle. The metal clanged softly in the yard. After fixing it, he took out a small oil bottle containing lubricant from a car repair shop and dripped a few drops onto the axle. He turned the wheel with his hand. There, now it pushes smoothly. We can carry 2 bags of fertilizer without any problem. Su Qing and Lele then went inside the factory to look for sheep manure. Several shelves in the workshop were tilted, holding empty fertilizer bags. An iron bucket in the corner caught Su Qing's attention. Its lid covered a piece of wood. When she lifted it, she saw half a bucket of brown sheep manure, fine and free of impurities, feeling like soft sand and slightly warm with moisture. We found sheep manure,
Suin exclaimed happily.
She took a small cloth bag from her canvas bag. Lael, help me hold the bag. Let's fill one and take it back to fertilize the watermelon seedlings. Lael immediately ran over, tiptoed, and held the bag open. His small fingers occasionally pinched some manure and sniffed it. Mom, this sheep manure looks like chocolate beans. It doesn't smell bad and even smells a little nice. This is well rotted, so it doesn't smell. Su Qing smiled and wiped some manure dust off his mouth. Be careful not to get it on your clothes. When we get home, I'll wash you. While filling the fertilizer, Chen Emo found 2 bags of white compound fertilizer on the top shelf. The packaging was intact, marked with nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, 1:1:1. The production date was a year before the end of the world, with a shelf life of 3 years, still good. This fertilizer is great. Chinamo took down the bags, shook them, and heard the granular sound inside. After transplanting the watermelon seedlings, top dressing with this will help the vines grow strong and the melons get bigger. He also found a wire mesh sieve, poured some manure through it to remove small stones and straw fragments, and filled 2 bags with pure sheep manure. By noon, the fertilizer was finally packed, 5 bags of well-rotted organic fertilizer, 50 gene each, 2 bags of compound fertilizer, 20 gene each, 2 bags of screened sheep manure, 15 gene each, and a repaired wooden handcart. Zhao Lei neatly stacked the fertilizer bags on the cart, tied them with rope to prevent them from falling during the trip. Chun Emo held the handle to keep the cart balanced. Su Qing led Lael, who carried the small cloth bag of manure, inside which she had also placed some colorful stones she found. On the way back, everyone cut a few thin bamboo sticks from the bamboo grove by the roadside, about 2 meters long, finger-thick, flexible. Zhao Lei said, "These are perfect for making a temporary frame for the transplanted watermelon seedlings. When the vines grow, they can climb." Lael also found some small mushrooms in the bamboo grove. His friend Lin had said these mushrooms are edible. Carefully, he picked some and put them in a small iron box, saying he wanted to make mushroom soup for everyone. When they returned to the apartment, the sun was already setting in the west, casting a warm golden glow over the yard. Old Joe just finished spraying nutrient solution on the watermelon seed leaves. The seed leaves look greener, and the veins are clearer. Shaolin is loosening the soil beside the corn ridges, smoothing out all the cracks on the soil surface. Everyone immediately starts dividing tasks for fertilizing. Zhao Lei and Chen Mo are responsible for applying base fertilizer to the corn ridges. Zhao Lei digs a shallow trench about 5 centimeters deep beside the ridge with a small shovel, just wide enough to hold the fertilizer. Chen Mo evenly spreads organic fertilizer into the trench, mixing in crushed straw. The black fertilizer stands out clearly on the soil. 2 gene per meter is just right. Too much can burn the roots, too little won't be effective. After spreading the fertilizer, they cover it with soil to prevent sunlight from making it ineffective. Su Qing and Lin Wanji are applying light fertilizer to the watermelon seedlings in the seedling pots. Su Qing uses a measuring scoop to take 1 gram of compound fertilizer each time, gently sprinkling it along the edge of the pot, away from the seedling roots. Lin Wanji uses a small spray bottle to mist water, helping the fertilizer dissolve slowly. Compound fertilizer shouldn't touch the seed leaves, or it might burn the leaves. It should be sprinkled on the edge of the pot so the roots can absorb it gradually. Lele is also busy. She squats beside the flower bed, watering the newly sprouted flower seeds with warm water using a small shovel. Next to her, she places a small wooden sign, cut from scrap wood, with colorful writing that says, "Home for the flower seedlings grow quickly," and a smiling face drawn beside it. The flower seedlings need to grow well. When they bloom, I'll bring my little bear to see them. That's great. With this fertilizing method, the corn will sprout in 5 days, and the watermelon seedlings will grow true leaves in 3 days, Old Joe says, kneeling beside the corn ridges, pinching the covered soil with his fingers, full of hope. Organic fertilizer needs to ferment slowly. After a week, water again, and the nutrients will fully develop. The compound fertilizer makes the watermelon seedlings' true leaves grow big and green. After transplanting, the survival rate will be higher. While everyone is resting, Lin Wanji takes Old Joe and Shaolin to the front desk to exchange for new fertilizer supplies. The scanner screen lights up, making a soft beep sound each time it scans an item. The screen displays details of the supplies. Scan results. 5 bags of well-composted organic fertilizer, each 50 gene, effective for 3 months, 20 points per bag, total 100 points. 2 bags of NPK compound fertilizer, each 20 gene, suitable for fruits and vegetables, 30 points per bag, total 60 points. 2 bags of well-composted sheep manure, each 15 gene, suitable for seedling top dressing, 20 points per bag, total 40 points. Repairing 1 wooden handcart, load capacity 200 gene, 30 points. 10. Thin bamboo poles, each 2 meters long, suitable for scaffolding, 1 point per pole, total 10 points. Total 240 points? No, the bamboo poles were found on the road and weren't counted before. Lin Wanji looked at the screen and recorded in the points book. Subtracting the 10 points for the bamboo poles, the actual total is 230 points, which are allocated to everyone's accounts. Zhao Lei carried fertilizer and helped repair the cart, earning 50 points. Chen Mo repaired the cart and sorted sheep manure, earning 40 points. Su Qing loaded sheep manure and selected fertilizer, earning 40 points. I moved fertilizer and recorded supplies, earning 30 points. Lele sifted sheep manure and looked after the flower seedlings, earning 20 points. Old Joe guided fertilization and sprayed nutrients, earning 50 points. The total is exactly 230 points, no waste at all. After updating the points record, Lin Wanji sat at the solid wood dining table in the restaurant and read out the point status. The warm glow of the brass chandelier shone on the record book, and the handwriting was clear. Points pool, 1950 initial balance, 200 task rewards, 230 material exchange, equals 2,380, 101 Su Ching. Cooking service today, breakfast, dinner, lunch was dry food. Deducts 80 times 2 is equal to 160. Loading sheep manure and selecting fertilizer, deduct 40. Extra reward for bringing dry food, 20. Shared supplies. Extra for helping fertilize watermelon seedlings, 15. Total 235, minus 6 hours rent, 46 times 6 is equal to 276. Balance minus 930. 235 minus 276 is equal to minus 971, a decrease of 44 from yesterday. Debt further reduced. 102 Zhaolei. Carried fertilizer, 50. Helped repair cart, 20. Handled zombie situation, 15. Found bamboo poles, 10. Total 95. Minus 6 hours rent, 37 times 6 is equal to 222. Balance minus 1,628.95 minus 222 is equal to minus 1,755, a decrease of 32 from yesterday. Debt reduction steady. 103 Chinemo. Repaired cart, 40. Sifted sheep manure, 25. Assisted with fertilization, 20. Extra reward for tool repair, 5. Total 90. Minus 6 hours rent, 34 times 6 is equal to 204. Balance minus 1,497.90 minus 204 is equal to minus 1,611. A decrease of 39 from yesterday due to good repair skills, earning extra reward. 105 Old Joe. Guided seedling cultivation, 40. Sprayed nutrients, 25. Fertilization guidance, 50. Total 115. After deducting 6 hours of rent at 25 per hour, the total is 150. The remaining balance is minus 780,115 minus 150 is equal to minus 815, which is 35 more than yesterday. This increase is because fertilizing used energy and future transplanting can offset more costs. 4 Shaolin. Watering the corn rows, 20. Loosening soil, 15. Checking seedlings, 10. Totaling 45. Deducting 6 hours of rent at 24 per hour gives 144. The new balance is minus 617.45 minus 144 is equal to minus 716, which is 99 more than yesterday. This is because he didn't participate in fertilizing, and future transplanting can help offset costs. Lele. Sifting sheep manure, 20. Caring for flower seedlings, 10. Earning 30 points, with a total of 125 points and no debts. My debt is 39 less. Chinemo looked at his balance in the points book. Although still negative, it was nearly 40 less than yesterday. He smiled, thinking, once the watermelon seedlings are transplanted and the corn sprouts, we can exchange some supplies for points. We'll soon break even. Zhaolei also came over and patted Chinemo on the shoulder. My debt is 32 less. The fertilizer will last until summer. When the watermelons ripen, we can exchange a lot of points. Everyone's debts will be paid off, maybe even with some extra to buy new tools. At dinner, the brass chandelier in the dining room cast a warm yellow light. On the table were several dishes made by Su Ching. Frozen meat stew with potatoes. The meat was from the fridge, cut into small pieces and cooked until tender. The potatoes were vacuum-packed, soft and sweet. Stir-fried greens, grown earlier, crisp and tasty. Corn porridge, made from leftover cornmeal, with some wild jujubes, very sweet, and mushroom soup made from mushrooms Lele picked in the afternoon. Fresh enough to make your eyebrows curl. Everyone sat around the table. Lele sat in her little bear chair, holding a light blue ceramic bowl, sipping mushroom soup. She even shared half of the potatoes with her plush bear. Little bear, you should eat too. The potatoes smell so good, and the mushroom soup is delicious. Old Joe took a sip of corn porridge, looking out the window at the seedling trays, full of hope. Tomorrow, we'll transplant the watermelons. I'll teach Lele how to dig holes, plant the seedlings, and water them. She'll be a little gardener, growing big, sweet watermelons. Su Ching smiled and put a piece of frozen meat on Lele's plate. When the watermelons are ripe, I'll make watermelon juice for you. Put it in the fridge to chill. It's even more refreshing than mint water. Drinking it in summer feels so cool and comfortable. The sunset slowly sank behind the wall, turning the sky a soft pink. The watermelon seed leaves in the seedling tray glow with a green light under the lamp, like a layer of broken jade. The organic fertilizer in the corn furrows slowly ferments, giving off a faint, fresh scent. The flower seedlings in the flower bed quietly grow at night, with their tips slightly longer. The indicator light in the refrigerated cabinet glows in the idle area, where vegetables and frozen meat rest quietly, waiting to be turned into warm meals tomorrow. Lin Wanji leans against the doorframe of the dining room. The evening breeze carries the aroma of mushroom soup and the fresh scent of earth, gentle like a mother's touch. Peach's voice softly echoes in her mind. Host, after fertilizing, the crop growth index has risen to 95%. I just scanned a disused farm tool shop 2 kilometers to the east. Inside, there are small shovels for transplanting, netting for watermelon climbing frames, and small spray bottles. Tomorrow, after transplanting the watermelons, we should go see it. It will make future crop management easier. Lin Wanji smiles and responds silently. Okay, after transplanting the watermelons tomorrow, we'll go to the tool shop. Bring the toolbox and sacks. Find some useful tools, so the small watermelon vines can have a frame to climb on, and the flower seedlings will have better spray bottles. Our peach blossom land will become more perfect. The evening breeze continues to, passing through the dining room window, sweeping across the planting area in the yard, and reaching the cold storage in the idle zone. This once lonely small building is gradually transforming into the most lively and warm harbor in the apocalypse, full of hope for growth, abundant fertilizer, warm meals, children's expectations, the companionship of Little Bear, and endless dreams for the future. A new story is quietly unfolding in the gentle night, summoned by the tool shop, waiting for summer's chilled watermelons, autumn's golden corn, and the flowers blooming all around. Morning sunlight just spills over the wall of Building A, like melted honey flowing along the cobblestone path into the yard, gently wrapping the planting area inside. 20 seedling trays are neatly arranged on a pine rack, which Xiao Lei built last week from scrap wood. Each layer is padded with old, washed-out cotton cloth to prevent the trays from slipping. The watermelon seedlings cotyledons have already spread evenly, with light green edges that look like they've been carefully trimmed with tiny scissors. The veins are clear and delicate, like silver lines drawn with a fine pen. The tiny hairs on the leaves are dew-kissed, and when the wind blows, they fall onto the soil, spreading starry damp spots that look like a layer of tiny diamonds. Old Joe squatted beside the planting area, with a rough cloth towel on his knees, cut from old clothes to keep dirt off his pants. He held a narrow, small shovel with a smooth, sanded iron blade, which he had bought yesterday from the farm tool shop, designed specifically for transplanting seedlings. First, he pressed a shallow line into the soil with his toes, then used the shovel to dig small holes along the line. The holes were exactly 5 centimeters deep, spaced 50 centimeters apart, with small sticks next to each hole as markers. The holes shouldn't be too deep, or the seed leaves might rot underground. They shouldn't be too shallow, or the roots won't hold, and the wind might the seedlings over. Lele, come loosen the soil around the seedlings. Be gentle, don't touch the roots. Old Joe waved to Lele, who was running over. Lele wore a pink cloth dress embroidered with tiny mushrooms sewn by Su Qing, holding a small iron shovel about the size of her palm, found at the seed station last time. The shovel's blade was polished smooth by Xiao Lei, just right for her small hand. A small teddy bear toy peeked out of her cloth bag, with a tiny wildflower clipped to its ear, as if it wanted to help too. She squatted next to the seedling tray, mimicking old Joe's actions, pinching the handle of the shovel with her fingertips, gently loosening the soil at the edge of the tray. Her movements were slow, as if afraid of waking the seedlings. The little shovel is moving to a new home. I'll be gentle, not hurt your roots. The new home has sunlight and lots of little friends. Su Qing carried a porcelain basin with a small daisy pattern, which was slightly chipped but polished shiny. Inside was warm water mixed with seedling nutrients, diluted at a ratio of 1 to 200. The transparent liquid had a faint amber color, which old Joe had taught her to prepare yesterday. This nutrient solution should be poured slowly, so the roots can absorb it gradually. It helps the seedlings recover, otherwise, they might wilt after transplanting. She watched everyone busy and bent over in the planting area, then looked toward the dining room. The glass door still had watermarks from yesterday's table wiping. She sighed softly. Yesterday, I was busy cooking corn porridge and stir-frying vegetables until evening. I had to get up at 5 in the morning to defrost meat and wash vegetables. If I have to do 3 meals every day, plus wipe tables, wash dishes, and organize ingredients, I'm afraid I can't handle it alone. I hope everyone can help a bit. It's also delaying your work on the crops and gathering supplies. Lin Wanji was helping old Joe hold a small stick, and upon hearing this, she felt a little moved. After unlocking the dining room, she had been focused on improving the facilities and hadn't noticed Su Qing's burden. According to the task rules of the exchange device, standardized operation, type requests would definitely have rewards. She took out the exchange device. When her fingertips touched the cool screen, a light blue task box popped up with a slight vibration. The light reflected on her face, full of surprise. Main and side quests, restaurant operation, stage 1. Task requirements. 1. Recruit 1 dedicated restaurant staff member from current tenants, responsible for daily meal preparation, dish cleaning and disinfection, food storage. 2. Create a daily work process for staff, including prep time, serving time, cleaning standards. 3. Complete the first standardized menu for the restaurant, covering breakfast, lunch, and dinner, catering to tenant tastes. Task rewards. 1. 100 points, one-time addition to the points pool. 2. 1 exclusive restaurant apron, waterproof Oxford cloth, with white Taiyuan restaurant lettering and a small mushroom embroidery on the side. 3. Daily staff salary of 350 points, deducted daily from the points pool, can be used to pay rent and daily expenses, with remaining points accumulating. Task explanation. Standardized restaurant operation can improve service efficiency by 30%, reduce staff workload, and lay the foundation for future tenant reception, shared meals, and food waste management. There's a reward, 100 points, and a daily salary of 350 for staff. Lin Wanji held up the exchange device. The number points pool, 2380, was especially clear in the sunlight. Su Jingjie, you're already responsible for cooking, and everyone loves your food. If you're willing to be the restaurant staff, 350 points a day. Your rent is 552 points a day, 46 by 12, so you're short by 202 points. You can make it up with extra services, like making afternoon snacks or helping heat meals. It'll balance out quickly, and you can slowly pay off your debt. Su Jing's enamel basin shook, nearly spilling the nutritious liquid inside. Her eyes lit up instantly, like stars falling. The frown from her busy day eased. Really? Of course I wanna. From now on, I'll manage the restaurant. I'll prepare a list of ingredients every morning, start prep at 6, serve breakfast at 7, lunch at 12, dinner at 6, then clean immediately. No more bothering everyone to take turns. You can focus on caring for the watermelon seedlings, building the climbing frame, or searching the ruins for supplies. Old Joe put down his shovel and nodded immediately. That's perfect. We all trust Su Jing's cooking skills. With someone dedicated to the restaurant, our meals will be regular, and we won't have to settle for leftovers anymore. I can help you prepare ingredients. Washing vegetables and cutting meat are tasks I can do, so you won't have to do everything alone. Shaolin also agreed. I water the plants every day and can help you wipe down the restaurant tables and put away the dishes. When I clean the irrigation pipes, I can also wipe the water pipes in the restaurant without delaying anything. Lin Wanji immediately clicked, confirm recruitment, on the exchange device. As soon as her finger finished pressing, the storage compartment at the front desk made a click sound and opened. A light blue waterproof apron fell out. The apron is made of Oxford cloth, feels thick but not heavy, with the words, Taoyuan Restaurant, printed in white on the front in a cute, rounded font. There is also a small gray mushroom embroidered on the side, which was a pattern Su Qing mentioned she liked before. Wow, it looks so nice. Su Qing took the apron, shook it open, and tied it around her waist. The string was just the right length to tie a bow and didn't interfere with her bending over to cook. She reached out and touched the soft embroidery of the small mushroom on the side, her eyes full of happiness. I'll go organize the restaurant now, put away the dishes from yesterday that weren't put back, and plan the menu based on everyone's tastes. We can start serving lunch with the new process soon. The tasks were quickly assigned. Su Qing, Lao Zhou, and Xiaolin would stay at the apartment. Su Qing would organize the restaurant, clean the wooden tables, put away the light blue dishes, and create a standard menu. Lao Zhou would help prepare ingredients, take vacuum-packed vegetables from the fridge, wash, thaw, and cut the meat into small pieces, and Xiaolin would clean the irrigation pipes. Use thin wire to clear the water outlets to prevent dirt blockages, making it easier to water. The watermelon seedlings in the afternoon. Zhao Lei, Chen Mo, Lin Wanji, and Lele would go to the Eastern Farm Tool Shop, looking for the remaining narrow shovels for transplanting, green netting for the watermelon climbing frame, and a fine hole watering can for the flower seedlings. Su Qing remembered that Peach had scanned and said these tools were available there, so they could use them. Before leaving, Su Qing packed dry food for everyone on the kitchen counter. She took a corn cake wrapped in oil paper from the storage shelf in room 101. She had baked it in the morning, added some sesame, and it was still warm. She also grabbed a few wild dates from a tin can, strung them on red thread for easy eating on the way. Finally, she put 2 bottles of mint water with wild honey into a canvas bag, sealing the caps with cloth to prevent leaks. She walked over to Lele, squatted down, and helped tighten the straps of her pink cloth bag. She gently patted the bottom of the bag to make sure the teddy bear toy hadn't fallen out. Stay close to Uncle Zhao on the way and don't run around. Remember to find a small shovel about the same size as yours. The remaining young seedlings for transplanting still need it. If it's too big, you can't carry it. If it's too small, you can't dig the soil. Lele nodded, hugging her teddy bear tighter, her cheek pressed against the soft fur of the toy. I know. I will help Uncle Zhao find a small shovel and also find some green netting so the little watermelon vines can climb up and grow big watermelons. The 4 of them set out along the small path to the east. The wild grass by the roadside had grown up to their ankles. The foxtail grass had swayed in the wind, and tiny purple wildflowers dotted the grass. A faint grassy scent mixed with a bit of earthiness filled the air. Lele occasionally stopped to pick a small wildflower and tuck it behind her teddy bear's ear, or pick a colorful stone to put in her cloth bag, saying she wanted to give it as a little gift to the newly transplanted watermelon seedlings. After about 20 minutes of walking, Lele suddenly stopped, pointing her small finger at a broken wall not far ahead. She whispered very softly, "Uncle Zhao, there's a zombie under that wall." Everyone immediately stopped and looked in the direction she pointed. Sure enough, under the broken wall, there was a zombie wearing an orange-yellow sanitation worker's uniform. Its clothes were covered in dirt, and a large hole in the sleeve revealed a grayish-blue arm. Its skin was wrinkled like dried bark. The zombie was crouched on the ground, gnawing on a crumpled red plastic bottle, which was already torn to shreds. The zombie was making a ha-ha sound while eating, moving slowly like a rusty robot, too weak to even lift its head. Stay here and don't move. I'll handle it. Don't scare the other zombies, Zhao Lei said, gripping a solid steel rod he found in the ruins. The rod was shiny, slightly bent at the tip, perfect for hitting the back of a zombie's head. He slowly lowered his canvas bag, moving quietly like a cat. He took a pair of work gloves from his pocket, put them on, and gripped the iron rod tightly. He circled around the shadow of the broken wall to behind the zombie. The zombie was still focused on gnawing the plastic bottle and didn't notice him. Zhao Lei took a deep breath, raised the rod, and struck the zombie's back of the head hard. With a muffled bang, the zombie twitched and then collapsed to the ground, motionless. The plastic bottle rolled far away. All clear. These zombies are weak. Just be careful not to get scratched by their nails. They're very dirty, Zhao Lei said, poking the zombie's body with the rod. After confirming it was dead, he turned to wave at everyone. The tool shop is just ahead, about 10 more minutes. We're almost there. After walking for another 10 minutes, the abandoned farm tools shop finally appeared. The gray walls were mostly fallen apart, revealing red bricks inside, with tall weeds growing between the cracks. The entrance was piled with rusty hoes and shovels, some of the shovel heads broken and leaning to the side. A large hole was in the window, with broken glass scattered on the ground, and inside, you could see crooked shelves. Zhao Lei led the way, pushing aside the weeds at the door with an iron rod. When he opened the door, a smell of rust mixed with dust hit their noses, making Lei cough twice. On the shelves, various farm tools were neatly arranged. On the left, there were shovels and hoes, some with narrow openings, some wide, and others with teeth. In the middle, there were rolls of green nylon netting, thick and sturdy-looking. On the right, there were several plastic watering cans in pink, blue, and yellow, with small holes in the spouts that could spray fine mist, perfect for watering delicate seedlings. Found it! This is the kind of narrow shovel we need. Chinemo walked to the left shelf, picked up a narrow shovel with a blade about 3 centimeters wide. The handle was wooden, covered with a slip-resistant cloth. This kind of shovel is good for transplanting watermelon seedlings. The narrow blade won't hurt the roots. Let's take 5, one for each of us, so we can transplant quickly. Zhao Lei went to the middle shelf, picked up a roll of green netting, and tugged on it. The net was very strong and didn't break. This net is enough to set up 2 rows of watermelon frames. Our planting area is just 2 square meters. We can stretch the net between bamboo poles, letting the watermelon vines climb, saving space and making the fruit get sunlight to grow sweeter. Lei ran to the right shelf, standing on tiptoe to reach the bottom watering can. The pink one had a cute bear pattern, matching her doll. The blue one had small mushrooms, like the pattern on Su Qing's apron. The yellow one had a tiny sun, which was her favorite. She held all 3 cans happily and jumped up. Elder sister Wanji, look. These water cans are so small, I can carry them. The pink one for me, the blue one for Sister Su Qing, and the yellow one for Brother Shaolin. Perfect for watering the seedlings. While gathering tools, Chinemo found a rusty wooden box under the counter. The copper lock on it was corroded shut. He pried it open with a screwdriver. With a click, the lock opened. Inside, there were about a dozen black watermelon seeds, well packaged, with Chilean watermelon printed on them. The production date was a year before the end of the world, with a shelf life of 2 years, so they were still good. This is the backup seed. Chinemo handed the seed to Lin Wanji. If any transplanted seedlings don't survive, we can replant them. It's also a good way to earn points, so nothing goes to waste. At noon, everyone returned to the apartment carrying tools. As they entered the yard, they smelled a delicious aroma. It's the scent of potato stew made by Su Qing, mixed with the fresh smell of rice, filling the entire yard. The dining area was already cleaned and tidy. The water stains on the solid wood table had been wiped away completely, and the light blue dishes were neatly arranged on a wall-mounted shelf, with bowls below and plates above, and chopsticks stored in a bamboo holder. On the wall, there was a cardboard menu written by Su Qing with colorful markers. The title, Taoyuan Restaurant Daily Menu, was outlined in red, making it very noticeable. Breakfast, 7 to 7:30 corn porridge, boiled eggs, sesame corn cakes, can add honey. Lunch, 12 to 12:30 stir-fried greens with frozen meat, potato stew, plain rice, vacuum-packed. Dinner, 18 to 18:30 fresh mushroom soup, cucumber salad, sweet potato cake, made from backyard-grown sweet potatoes. Note: special requests can be informed in advance. E.g. Lao Zhou needs soft foods, Lei needs less salt. Quick, transplant. The remaining seedlings are waiting to be planted. Once done, it's time to eat. Zhao Lei put down the net and immediately took a narrow-tipped shovel from his canvas bag, walking to the planting area. Everyone quickly divided tasks. Zhao Lei was responsible for digging the holes, making sure they were evenly sized and just the right depth. Chen Mo carefully removed the watermelon seedlings from the nursery pots, supporting the soil ball with his fingers to prevent it from falling apart and damaging the roots. Lin Wanji held the seedlings steady, ensuring they stayed upright and didn't tilt. Lei carried a small watering can, watering each planted seedling with half a can of nutrient solution. Lao Zhou stood nearby, inserting bamboo poles at 50-centimeter intervals, matching the spacing of the holes, preparing to build a temporary trellis. Be careful, don't let the soil ball fall apart. Lao Zhou supported a bamboo pole, watching Chun mow seedlings. The soil ball must stay intact because it contains many fine roots. If it falls apart, the seedling won't survive. When planting, don't bury it too deep. Make sure the cotyledons are exposed. Gently press the soil with your hand so it sticks to the roots. Otherwise, even after watering, the roots won't absorb water properly. Lele squatted nearby, tilting the small watering can to slowly pour nutrient solution into the soil, making sure it didn't splash onto the cotyledons. Little spoon, drink up. Once you're full, you can grow vines, climb high, and produce big watermelons. She also stuck small stickers she drew on each bamboo pole. Pink stickers next to the apple seedlings, green next to the watermelon seedlings, and yellow next to the flower seedlings, making them easy to tell apart. After transplanting the last watermelon seedling, Su Qing just brought the food to the dining table. The meat in the stir-fried vegetables was cut into thin strips. The greens were fresh and crisp, and the colors were bright. The potatoes in the stewed meat were soft and crumbly, melting in the mouth, with tender meat and thick sauce. The plain rice was cooked from vacuum-sealed rice found in the fridge, each grain separate and fragrant.
Meal is ready.
Following the new process, everyone sit down directly. I will serve the rice. Su Qing, wearing a light blue apron, held a white porcelain bowl and filled each person with a full bowl of rice. When serving Lele, she deliberately added an extra piece of potato. Lele helped transplant seedlings today. Good job. Eat more potatoes. When serving Uncle Zhou, she chose the softest piece of meat. Uncle Zhou, this piece of meat has been stewed for a long time, so it's easy to chew. Everyone sat around the table, eating happily. Zhao Lei took a bite of the stewed potatoes and meat, sighed contentedly with a bit of sauce on his lips. Having someone in charge of the dining hall is great. No need to cook myself, and I get hot food, way better than eating cold compressed biscuits in the ruins. We won't have to eat just to get by anymore. Old Zhou took a sip of corn porridge, which had some wild dates added, sweet and tasty. Su Qing's porridge is just right, neither too thin nor too thick, and the date flavor is nice. It's even better than what I used to cook at home. With fixed mealtime, we can better take care of the crops. No need to keep thinking about when to cook. After the meal, Lin Wanji sat at the dining table updating her points record. The warm glow from the brass chandelier shone on the record book. She used a red pen to mark Su Qing as a restaurant staff member, blue for Zhao Lei's resource exploration, and green for Shaolin's crop care. Next to each name, she drew a small icon, an apron for Su Qing, an iron rod for Zhao Lei, and a watering can for Shaolin. Clear and cute. Points pool, 2,380. Original balance, 100. Recruitment bonus, 75. Exchange for farming tools, 350. Su Qing's daily wage equals 2,205. 101 Su Qing. Taiyuan restaurant staff daily wage 350 points. Extra services, menu planning, prep work, deduct 80, total 430. Minus today's rent 552, 46 by 12. Balance minus 971,430 minus 552 is equal to minus 1,093. Daily wages can accumulate and be offset later through afternoon tea services, gradually reducing the debt. 102 Zhao Lei found netting at the tool shop. 30 transplanted watermelon seedlings. 30 handled zombie situation. 15. Total 75. Deducted daily rent 444. 37 by 12. Remaining balance minus 1,755. 75 minus 444 is equal to minus 2,124. An increase of 369 compared to yesterday. Since rent is settled for 12 hours, future resource exploration can help recover quickly. 103 Chinemo found narrowmouth shovel at the tool shop. 20 repaired tools. 15 transplanted and removed seedlings. 25. Total 60. Deducted daily rent 408. 34 by 12. remaining balance minus 1,611.60 minus 408 is equal to minus 1959, an increase of 348 compared to yesterday. Building a watermelon climbing frame later can provide extra deductions. 105 Laozhou. Assisted with preparing materials 25 guided transplanting 40 organized the dining area 15, total 80. Deducted daily rent 300, 25 by 12. Remaining balance minus 815.80 minus 300 is equal to minus 1,035, an increase of 220 compared to yesterday. Future crop care can provide stable deductions. 104 Shaolin. Cleaned irrigation pipes 20 watered seedlings 15 helped clean the dining area 10, total 45. Deducted daily rent 288, 24 by 12. Remaining balance minus 716.45 minus 288 is equal to minus 959, an increase of 243 compared to yesterday. Caring for flowers and watermelon vines later can help offset costs. Lele. Found watering can at the tool shop 15 assisted with transplanting 10, plus extra reward 25 for active participation. Total 150 points, no debts. Although today's rent deduction was higher, with Su Qing managing the dining area, everyone no longer needs to split cooking and cleaning time. We can focus on crop cultivation and resource exploration, which will help us earn points faster. Lin Wanji put away her points book, pointing at the watermelon seedlings in the yard. Tomorrow, we'll build the watermelon climbing frame, pull up the netting, and replace the watering can for the flowers. Things will get better and better. The sunset slowly sank behind the wall, tinting the sky a soft pink. The watermelon seedlings in the planting area swayed gently in the evening breeze, their cotyledons glowing faintly green, like scattered pieces of jade. The restaurant lights were still on. Su Qing was washing dishes, her light blue apron especially noticeable in the warm glow. The indicator light on the refrigerator in the idle area was on, with vacuum-packed vegetables and frozen meat quietly resting inside, waiting to be cooked into warm meals tomorrow. Lin Wanji leaned against the balcony door. The evening breeze carried the smell of food and the fresh scent of earth, gentle like a mother's touch. Tao Tao's voice softly echoed in her mind. Host, after standardizing the restaurant's operation, the livability index of the apartment remains at 100%. I just scanned and found an abandoned bamboo weaving factory 3 kilometers south. Inside, there are bamboo strips for watermelon climbing frames and woven baskets. Bamboo strips are lighter than bamboo poles and can be used to make protective nets to prevent watermelons from falling. Woven baskets can hold harvested vegetables and fruits. Let's check it out tomorrow. Lin Wanji smiled and replied silently. Great. After setting up the watermelon climbing frame tomorrow, I'll go to the bamboo weaving factory. Let the little watermelon vines have sturdy supports to climb. In autumn, when the watermelons are sweet and ripe, we can hold a watermelon feast in the restaurant, eating chilled watermelons together. That will be so relaxing. The evening breeze continued passing through the restaurant windows, the planting area in the yard, and reaching the cold storage in the idle zone. This once lonely small building was gradually transforming into the warmest, most orderly haven in the post-apocalyptic world. There were regular meals, hope for growth, children's expectations, the companionship of Little Bear, and endless dreams for the future. A new story was quietly unfolding in the gentle night, inspired by the call of the bamboo weaving factory, waiting for summer's chilled watermelons, autumn's golden corn, and the flowers blooming all around. He called out to Chun Mo, who was squatting beside the seedlings checking the roots, "Help me hold the pole at the top. I'll use thin iron wire to tie the tripod. It's very stable. I tried this method yesterday when fixing the seed drill, and it distributes the force evenly." Chun Mo responded with a sound and instinctively rubbed his lower back. Last night, he slept on an old wooden bed in room 103. The bed slats were 3 pieces of pine wood joined together, with about the width of a finger in the middle, and it sagged half an inch. When he turned over, the slats creaked as if they might break apart. This morning, his back was sore and stiff, making it hard to bend down and check the seedlings. "Here it comes," he said, walking to the easternmost bamboo pole. He placed both hands on the top of the pole. The bamboo was cut from the forest just thick enough for straight and light. The base of the tripod should leave about 30 centimeters. Otherwise, it will fall over in the wind. Last year, I learned this the hard way when building a vegetable rack at the base. Old Joe squatted beside the seedlings, with a rough cloth pad on his knees to prevent dirt from staining his pants. He held a small tape measure, about the size of a palm, found from a junk stationery store, with clear markings. He measured the distance from the watermelon seedling to the bamboo pole, gently touching the stem with his fingertip. Leave a 10-centimeter gap. When the vine grows, it can wrap around the bamboo. If it's too close, it might hurt the stem. If it's too far, the vine can't reach. That wouldn't work. He also took out a light brown cloth from his canvas bag, cut from an old shirt by Su Qing, about wide, soft. Use this cloth to tie the vine to the bamboo pole. Don't use wire. Wire can cut into the vine's skin, cause it to ooze sap, and attract bugs. Lele ran over with a pink cloth bag, a small teddy bear doll peeking out, with a tiny wildflower tucked behind its ear. She held several colorful cloth strips, red, yellow, and blue, cut from Su Qing's old dresses, with neat edges trimmed with scissors. "I'll tie the cloth strips," she said, standing on tiptoe. She tied a crooked bough in the middle of the red cloth around the bamboo, and it fluttered in the wind like a little flag. Now the little vine will know which way to climb. Red is east, yellow is west, so it won't get lost. Su Qing carried a porcelain basin decorated with small daisies, which had a slight chip on the rim but was shining clean. Inside was freshly cooked corn porridge, steaming hot, with a few pitted wild dates floating on top. She had started cooking at 5 in the morning. Eat breakfast first. Climbing the frame takes effort, and working on an empty stomach can make you dizzy. She placed the basin on the stone table and handed each person a rough ceramic bowl. I added wild dates to the porridge. It's sweet and tasty. Uncle Joe's health isn't good, so I cooked it a bit longer, 10 extra minutes, to make it softer. She looked at Chinemo, recalling the sound of the bedboard she heard when passing by room 103 in the morning, and couldn't help asking, "Chinemo, I heard loud creaking from your room earlier. Is your bed uncomfortable? Do you want me to find a piece of wood to put under it?" Chinemo took the bowl of porridge, feeling the warm surface with his fingertips. It made him feel a little better, but he also felt a bit embarrassed. "Yeah, it's a bit uncomfortable. The middle bedboard is cracked and sagging. I've been using an old piece of cardboard underneath, but it still feels uneven. I wanted to replace it with a wooden board, but I've been busy fixing the frame and tools, so I haven't had time." Lin Wenji was helping Uncle Joe hold a small measuring tape when she heard this and thought to herself, earlier, when unlocking the room, Tao Tao mentioned a furniture upgrade feature, which triggers once certain living conditions are met. Chun Mo's bed definitely needs replacing. It affects his rest and slows down his work during the day. She took out the exchange device, her fingertips just touching the cool screen. Suddenly, a light blue task window popped up with a slight vibration, reflecting on her face with excitement. Side quest. Upgrade living quality, room 103. Quest requirements. 1. Upgrade the old wooden bed in room 103 to a level 2 reinforced bed, including solid wood anti-slip bedboard sponge mattress. 2. Clear clutter from the room, organize toolbox, sort repair parts, dust the windowsill. 3. Replace the room curtains, can be made from waterproof fabric from the ruins, covering the entire window. Quest rewards. 1 160 points, awarded once to the points pool. 2. 1 level 2 reinforced bed, 2 thick and solid wood bedboards, each 1.8 m times 0.6 m, with a 5 centimeters thick sponge mattress supporting 200 kilograms. 1 simple curtain fabric times 1, light gray waterproof Oxford cloth, size 2 m times 1.5 m, windproof and dustproof. 2. Task cost, 280 points, deducted directly from the points pool, cannot be split. 3. Future change, room 103 rent increases from 34 points/hour to 38 points/hour, due to furniture upgrade, improved living quality, meeting level 2 apartment standards. 4. Task description, after furniture upgrade, tenant stamina recovery speed increases by 20%, reducing fatigue during repairs and exploration, Helping to prepare for future high-intensity work, there's an upgrade task. Lin Wanji holds the exchange device with the number points pool 2205 clearly visible in the sunlight. Upgrading costs 280 points and after completion gives a reward of 160 points. So, the net cost is 120 points. Plus, it includes a mattress and curtains. Chinamo, do you want to upgrade? After upgrading, the bed frame will be made of thick solid wood with a sponge mattress. No more sleeping on a sagging bed. Chinmo's porridge bowl wobbled, almost spilling the porridge inside. His eyes lit up instantly, like stars shining, and his previously furrowed brow from back pain relaxed. Yes, I must upgrade. With a mattress, no need cardboard support. Later, when fixing tools late at night, I can sleep peacefully. No more waking up with back pain. Lin Wanji immediately clicked confirm upgrade on the exchange device. As soon as her finger left the button, the device made a ding sound. The points pool on the screen instantly updated. Points pool 2,205 to 280,160 is equal to 2085. The storage compartment at the front desk also clicked open, dropping out 2 solid wood bed frames, a roll of sponge mattress, and a roll of light gray waterproof Oxford fabric. The bed frames are made of thick pine wood, smooth to the touch, not prickly, with a faint wood scent. The sponge mattress is light brown, 5 centimeters thick, and slowly bounces back when pressed, soft and comfortable. The curtain fabric feels thick and waterproof, with water droplets not seeping through. I'll help install the bed. Zhao Lei put down his porridge bowl, wiped his mouth, and carried a solid wood bed frame toward room 103. It's simple to assemble, just in a few bolts. I used to assemble beds in my dorm at the auto repair shop. It takes half an hour. I guarantee it will be sturdy and silent. Chinamo also followed along, carrying his toolbox. I'll help you pass the screws. I'll check the holes in the bed frame first, so it doesn't get assembled crooked. I once installed a bookshelf and made it crooked, so it was unusable. The tasks were quickly divided. Zhao Lei and Chinamo stayed in the apartment to assemble the new bed and organize room 103. Zhao Lei was responsible for connecting the bed panels and attaching the legs, while Chen Mo sorted the parts in the toolbox by type, screws, wrenches, screwdrivers, and cleaned the windowsill. Lao Zhou, Shaolin, and Lele continued building the watermelon climbing frame. Lao Zhou guided the tying of the net ropes, Shaolin fixed the corners of the net, and Lele helped by passing cloth strips and tying bows. Lin Wanji and Su Qing went to the bamboo weaving factory in the south to find thin bamboo strips to reinforce the climbing frame and weave baskets for collecting mushrooms and vegetables. Yesterday, Tao Dao checked and said the factory had these materials, which would be useful. Before leaving, Su Qing prepared dry food for everyone on the kitchen counter. She took sesame corn cakes wrapped in oiled paper from the storage shelf in room 101. These were freshly made in the morning, with sesame seeds added to the dough, giving a fragrant smell with each bite. She also grabbed a few wild dates from a tin can, strung them on red thread for easy snacking without dropping, and placed 2 bottles of mint water with wild honey into a canvas bag. The bottle caps were wrapped with cloth to prevent leaks. Be careful on the way. The bamboo weaving factory hasn't been visited in a long time, so there might be mice. Don't touch the broken bamboo baskets on the ground. They might hide bugs. She crouched down, tightened Lele's pink cloth bag strap, and gently patted the bottom to make sure the teddy bear toy didn't fall out. If you're tired, just say so. We can rest a bit before going on. No rush, Lele nodded, hugging the teddy bear tighter, pressing her cheek against its soft fur. I'm not afraid. The teddy bear will protect me. I also want to help Sister Wanji find bamboo strips, so the little vine can climb more steadily and grow big watermelons. The 3 set off along the small path to the south. The grass by the roadside had grown to knee height, with foxtail grass heads swaying in the wind. Tiny purple wildflowers dotted the grass, and a faint bamboo scent mixed with the smell of earth in the breeze. Lele occasionally stopped to pick a small wildflower to clip behind the teddy bear's ear, or picked a colorful pebble to put in her cloth bag, saying it was a little gift for the watermelon seedlings. After about 30 minutes, Lele suddenly pointed ahead with excitement in her voice. Sister Wanji, look. There's a bamboo forest. Is that the bamboo weaving factory? Everyone looked in the direction she pointed. In the distance, among the ruins, there was a dense bamboo grove. The bamboo grew tall and thick, and the leaves rustled in the wind. In the middle of the grove, there was a small gray house with peeling paint, revealing red bricks underneath. An old rusty iron sign hung at the door, with the words, Qingshan Bamboo Weaving Factory, barely visible. When the wind blew, the sign creaked like it was sighing. Inside the yard, there were rolled-up bamboo strips and neatly stacked woven baskets, all appearing intact with no obvious damage. It should be here. Lin Wanji clenched her iron rod and slowed down. Everyone be careful. There might be zombies at the door. I'll go take a look. She crouched and slowly approached the bamboo weaving factory. When she was about 10 meters from the entrance, she saw a zombie dressed in blue work clothes lying on the ground, clutching a broken bamboo stick. The zombie was moving slowly, like a rusty robot, with skin wrinkled like dried bark. I'll handle this. Zhao Lei came from behind, gripping his iron rod. He quietly approached the zombie from behind. Just as the zombie looked up, Zhao Lei struck at the back of the head. With a dull thud, the zombie didn't even grunt. It collapsed to the ground and didn't move again. The bamboo stick rolled far away. Inside the bamboo factory, a fresh bamboo scent filled the air, much cooler than outside. On the left shelf, there were rolled bamboo strips, some thin like chopsticks, suitable for tying nets, and some thick like fingers, good for making horizontal supports for climbing frames. All were processed smoothly at the nodes, without burrs. On the right, there were various woven baskets, round ones about 30 centimeters in diameter for vegetables, square ones 20 centimeters wide for mushrooms, and covered ones to keep dust out, all made of sturdy, breathable bamboo. In the far corner, there was a bamboo broom with a thin bamboo handle and fine bamboo bristles, perfect for sweeping leaves from the yard. Found it. These thin bamboo strips are just right for you. Su Qing walked to the left shelf, picked up a roll of thin bamboo strips about 2 millimeters thick. They were flexible and could be bent into circles without breaking. We can tie them onto the netting to make small meshes. The tendrils of watermelons can cling to these, so they won't fall off. It's much more stable than just using the netting alone. Lin Wanji walked over to the woven basket on the right, picked up 2 small square baskets. The bottoms were double-layered bamboo strips, reinforced to hold many items. This is perfect for collecting mushrooms. It's breathable and won't crush the caps. I used to use plastic bags, but they made the mushrooms soft and squishy. This basket won't. Lele ran to the shelf below, standing on tiptoe to reach a small bamboo basket at the bottom. The basket was only palm-sized, decorated with tiny sunflowers woven into the sides, in light brown color. It fit perfectly into her pink cloth bag. This is for Little Bear's little house. She placed her teddy bear into the bamboo basket, and the toy fit sitting comfortably. Little Bear has a new home now. No more squeezing inside the cloth bag. At noon, everyone carried their woven baskets and bamboo containers back to the apartment. As they entered the yard, they smelled the aroma of food, specifically the warm scent of corn porridge cooked by Su Qing in the morning, mixed with the fresh smell of cold cucumber salad. The window in room 103 now had a new curtain, a light gray waterproof cloth covering the entire window. Sunlight filtered through the fabric's gaps, casting thin, gentle light spots on the floor, soft and not harsh. Zhao Lei and Chen Mo came out of room 103. Chen Mo's face was full of smiles, and he instinctively stretched lazily, standing straight. He no longer looked hunched like in the morning. The bed is set up. He patted the bed frame, making a solid, thump sound. The bed was sturdy and soft, much more comfortable than the old one. I tried lying on it just now, and my back doesn't hurt at all. I won't be afraid to work late into the night anymore. Everyone immediately started assembling the remaining climbing frame. Zhao Lei and Shaolin worked together to tie thin bamboo strips onto the netting. They coordinated very well. Zhao Lei pulled the netting while Shaolin used thin rope to secure the bamboo strips horizontally, tying one every 15 centimeters to form small grids. These grids were perfect for the watermelon vine's tendrils to cling to. Old Zhou checked the tension of the netting, occasionally pulling on it to make sure it wouldn't sag. Lele helped by passing bamboo strips and even hung her small bamboo basket on the middle bamboo pole, saying it was for the little watermelons to live in, so they wouldn't away and could get sunlight. Su Qing was in the kitchen preparing lunch. She took frozen meat from the fridge, sliced it into thin strips, and stir-fried it with green peppers grown in the backyard. The peppers were crisp and tender, and the meat was fragrant. She also washed the cucumbers from the backyard, smashed them, and mixed them with vinegar and salt for a refreshing salad. Finally, she reheated the leftover corn porridge from the morning, adding a little warm water to make it less thick. Soon, 3 dishes were placed on the solid wood dining table in the restaurant, steaming hot and filling the entire yard with a delicious aroma. Meal is ready. Su Qing, wearing a light blue apron with Taoyuan restaurant on it, served everyone bowls of corn porridge. She added an extra piece of stir-fried green pepper to Lele's bowl. Today, Lele helped tie the cloth strips.
Good job.
Eat more vegetables to grow taller. Everyone sat around the table, eating happily. Chun Emo took a bite of frozen meat with green peppers and sighed contentedly. His previous irritation from back pain was gone. Sleeping on a good bed makes a big difference. I feel energized. This afternoon, I'll fix the irrigation pipes. Last time, I found a leak at a connector while watering the watermelons, so I need to tighten it with wire to save water. Old Zhou took a sip of corn porridge, which was sweet with wild jujubes, balancing the spiciness of the green peppers. The climbing frame is sturdy. Once we finish guiding the vines tomorrow, in about half a month, they will bloom. Then we need to find some beehives to pollinate the watermelons so they taste sweeter. After dinner, Lin Wanji sat at the dining table updating her points record. The warm glow of the brass chandelier shone on her notebook. She marked the new rent for room 103 in red and Su Qing's daily restaurant earnings in blue. Next to each name, she drew small icons. Next to Chinemo, a small bed. Next to Zhao Lei, an iron rod. They were clear and cute. She calculated and read aloud, occasionally stopping to double-check the numbers, worried about making mistakes. Points pool, 2,205 previous balance, 280 bed upgrade cost, 160 upgrade reward, 50 materials exchange at the bamboo weaving factory, 30 points for fine bamboo strips, 20 points for woven basket, equals 2,135. Room 101, Su Qing. Employee at Taoyuan restaurant daily earning 350 points, minus 40 points for extra services, early porridge and hot lunch, plus 20 points for helping find curtain fabric. Found a piece of scrap cloth at the bamboo weaving factory for the curtain lining. Total 350 for 020 equals 410. Minus rent of 552 points, 46 points / hour times 12 hours. Remaining balance, minus 1,093, previous day's balance. 410 minus 552 is equal to minus 1,235, a decrease of 142 points from yesterday, steadily reducing debt. Zhao Lei, climbing frame 30 points, assembling new bed 25 points, handling zombies 15 points, total 70 points. After deducting today's rent of 444 points, 37 points per hour times 12 hours, rent unchanged. The remaining balance is minus 2,124 points from the previous day, plus 70 minus 444, totaling minus 2,498 points. This is an increase of 374 points compared to yesterday, because working on the bed consumed energy and later supplies can be quickly replenished. Chun Emo, bed upgrade, assembled a new bed for 30 points, organized the room for 20 points, and sorted parts for 15 points, totaling 65 points. Deducted today's rent of 456 points, 38 points per hour times 12 hours. The new balance is minus 1959 points from yesterday, plus 65 minus 456, which equals minus 2,350 points. This is an increase of 391 points compared to yesterday because rent increased. Future maintenance services can help offset this. Lao Zhou guided the climbing frame for 40 points and tied the net for 25 points, totaling 65 points. Deducted today's rent of 300 points, 25 points per hour times 12 hours. The new balance is minus 1,035 points from yesterday, plus 65 minus 300, totaling minus 1,270 points. This is an increase of 235 points from yesterday because caring for the watermelon vines will provide steady deductions later. Shaolin fixed the net rope for 20 points and watered the plants for 15 points, totaling 35 points. Deducted today's rent of 288 points, 24 points per hour times 12 hours. The new balance is minus 959 points from yesterday, plus 35 minus 288, which equals minus 1,212 points. This is an increase of 253 points compared to yesterday because cleaning the dining hall later can help offset costs. Lele tied cloth strips for 10 points and found a small bamboo basket for 15 points, plus an extra reward of 25 points for active participation, totaling 175 points.
Novets.
Although Chunmo's rent increased, his new bed helps him rest well, making him more efficient during the day and able to earn more points. Lin Wenji closed her points notebook and pointed to the watermelon climbing frame in the yard. Tomorrow, we'll first guide the watermelon vines to climb the bamboo poles. After that, we'll go to the textile factory in the east. Peach said they have thick fabric that can make a cover for Chunmo's mattress and also replace curtains in other rooms, making it warmer in winter. The sunset slowly sank behind the wall, turning the sky a soft pink. The watermelon climbing frame in the yard was bathed in warm golden light, and the bamboo on the net shimmered faintly. The light gray curtains in room 103 gently sway in the wind, as if saying goodbye to the sunset. The indicator light on the refrigerator glows in the idle area, quietly illuminating the frozen meat and vegetables inside, waiting to be cooked into warm meals tomorrow. Lin Wenji leans against the balcony door. The evening breeze carries the sweet aroma of corn porridge and bamboo, soft and gentle like a mother's touch. Tuo's voice softly echoes in her mind. Host, after upgrading room 103, Chunmo's stamina recovery speed has increased to 20%. The scan of the Eastern Textile Factory is clearer now. Inside, there are pure cotton fabrics, needles, and an old sewing machine. Fixing it will let us make mattress covers and curtains, much faster than sewing by hand. Lin Wenji smiles inwardly and responds, "Great. After finishing the vines tomorrow, I'll go there. Let everyone live comfortably and eat well. Our paradise will truly feel like home. We can also host new tenants, grow watermelons, and enjoy hot meals. Life will keep getting better." The evening breeze continues to, passing through the restaurant window, the watermelon trellis in the yard, and finally reaching the curtains in room 103. This once lonely small building is slowly transforming into the warmest, most lively harbor in the apocalypse, full of hope for growth, comfortable beds, hot meals, children's laughter, the new home of the little bear in a bamboo basket, and endless dreams for the future. As the textile factory calls, new stories quietly unfold in the gentle night, waiting for summer's chilled watermelons, autumn's golden corn, and the flowers blooming all around. Morning sunlight first touches the wall of Building A, like shattered gold spilling over the cobblestone path into the yard. It bathes the dark green watermelon trellis, casting a shadow of the netting in delicate, fragmented squares on the ground. 20 watermelon seedlings have sprouted half a meter of fine vines. The pale green tendrils are covered with soft fuzz, gently swaying in the breeze. The tendrils at the top curl like tiny fists, grabbing at the air, and when they touch the bamboo poles, they immediately wind around, holding on tightly as if afraid of being blown away. Old Zhou crouches beside the trellis, kneeling on a worn, whitewashed cloth, an old sheet cut by Su Qing to prevent dirt from soiling his pants. He holds a sturdy vine in his hand, carefully untangling the curled tendrils with his fingertips. The fuzz on the vine makes his fingers itch. You have to guide the vines clockwise along the bamboo, or they'll tangle and affect flowering and fruiting. He looked up and waved to Lele as she ran over. "Lele, do you want to learn how to tie vines? It's very simple, like tying shoelaces for a little kid," Lele carried a pink cloth bag, inside which a small teddy bear was lying in a bamboo basket, showing half of its fluffy head. She held leftover colorful strips of cloth from yesterday, red, yellow, and blue, with neatly cut edges, and small dots she had drawn with colored pens. "Yes," she said, squatting next to Lao Zhou. Gently, she held the vine with her small hand, careful not to squeeze too hard, afraid of damaging the tender vine. "Should I be gentle? Like petting a kitten in the neighborhood, not too forceful." "Exactly." Lao Zhou smiled and wrapped the vine around a bamboo pole. He tied a loose figure-8 knot with a light brown cloth, leaving enough space in the middle for a finger to fit. "Leave some space in the knot, so that as the vine grows thicker, it won't hurt. It's like giving the little vine a loose belt, very comfortable." Lele immediately tried to do the same. She wrapped the red cloth around another vine twice, making a crooked knot, but deliberately left a 2-finger gap. She looked up at Lao Zhou. "Will this not hurt? Will the little vine like the red belt?" Lao Zhou's eyes crinkled with a smile as he nodded.
Yes.
"The little vine will definitely like the red belt." Lele tied. Chinemo carried a small iron rake over, with some soil from yesterday still on the tines. He was about to loosen the soil under the climbing frame because the recent heat made the soil hard and compacted, which could affect the roots' breathing. When he reached the window of room 103, he instinctively raised his hand to block the sunlight. The light gray curtains could block some light, but the morning sun was too strong. The spots of light shining through the fabric made it hard to keep his eyes open. He rubbed his eyes, still a bit tired. "It would be great if there were blinds," he said, touching the wooden window frame. His fingers traced the peeling old paint. "Then I could adjust the light, bright when I want, dark when I want. I wouldn't be woken up by the sunlight in the morning, and I wouldn't get blinded by the light when fixing parts." Lin Wanji was helping Lao Zhou hold the bamboo pole. Hearing this, she felt a little moved. After upgrading room 103's bed yesterday, Tao Tao mentioned that living quality can be gradually improved. Chinmo worked on tools until midnight every day, so he really needed a comfortable place to rest. She took out the exchange device. As her fingertips touched the cool screen, a light blue task window popped up with a slight vibration. The light reflected on her face, like a thin layer of frost. Side quest. Upgrade living quality, room 103, continued. Quest requirements. 1. Install a level 2 solid wood blind, including adjustable wooden rod, dustproof track, and fixed clip. 2. Clean the blind parts, remove rust from the track, smooth burrs on the blades, lubricate the adjustment shaft. 3. Adjust the blind angle. Ensure light transmittance is adjustable from 30% to 90%, and when closed, it fits tightly without gaps. Quest rewards. 1. 160 points. One-time addition to the points pool. 2. 1 level 2 solid wood blind, 18 pine leaf blades, each 5 centimeters wide and 60 centimeters long, with dust-proof strips on the track. 3. 1 special cleaning brush for blinds, soft nylon bristles, rotatable head, prevents scratching the blades. Quest cost. 170 points. Deducted directly from the points pool, cannot be split, with a 5% overdraft allowed if the balance is insufficient. Future changes. The rent for room 103 increases from 38 points/hour to 42 points/hour, due to upgraded lighting adjustment features, meeting apartment level 2 operational standards, with rent increase matching the quality upgrade. Quest explanation. After installing the blinds, the tenant's stamina recovery speed increases by 10%, a total of 30% after stacking with the mattress effect. It reduces the impact of strong light on vision and improves sleep quality at night. An upgrade task. Lin Wanji held up the exchange device. The number points pool, 2135, was especially clear in the sunlight. Installing costs 170 points, and after completion, you get 160 points back. So, the net cost is only 10 points, and you even get a special cleaning brush. Chinmo, if you work on parts late into the night, you can adjust the lighting to be softer or block out the light. No more worries about bright sunlight blinding you. Chinmo's small rake almost dropped to the ground. He quickly caught it, his eyes suddenly bright, like stars shining. Yes. Must install. With blinds, I can adjust the light during repairs in the daytime and sleep peacefully at night. It's so useful. I'll polish the parts carefully, making sure all burrs are smoothed out and nothing gets stuck when I pull it up. Immediately, Lin Wanji clicked, confirm upgrade, on the exchange device. The moment her finger pressed down, the device made a soft ding sound. The numbers on the screen's point pool updated instantly. Points pool 2,135 to 170-160 is equal to 2,125. The storage compartment at the front opened with a click, and a bunch of pinewood parts fell out. The blades were polished, smooth to the touch, with no burrs, and had a faint pine scent. The track was dark brown, with gray dust-proof strips inside. The adjustment rod was a round wooden cylinder, with a small circle carved on the top for grip. I'll help install it. Zhao Lei put down his watering can, which was still dripping water. He picked up a pinewood blade, looked at it in the sunlight, and said, "Pinewood is light but strong. I used to install wardrobe louver doors in the auto repair shop, so I know how to do it. I can assemble the track in half an hour and make sure it's sturdy." Chinemo also came over, took out some fine sandpaper from the toolbox, and said, "I'll sand the parts. The inside of the track has some small burrs that need smoothing, or the adjustment rod might get stuck. The edges of the blades also need sanding so they won't cut your hands." The tasks were quickly assigned. Zhao Lei and Chinemo would stay in the apartment to install the blinds and sand the parts. Lao Zhou, Shaolin, and Lei would continue weaving vines. Lao Zhou would guide the direction of the wrapping, making sure each vine wound clockwise. Shaolin would help tie cloth strips. Lei would pass the strips and spray warm water on the vines. Sun Qing had hung them out to avoid cold water, hurting the vines. Lin Wanji and Su Qing would go to the textile factory in the east to find pure cotton fabric, to make a cover for Chinmo's mattress, and sewing machine parts, to repair an old sewing machine seen at the bamboo weaving factory last time. Yesterday, Tao Tao scanned and said the textile factory had these materials, and they could also find a soft cloth to make clothes for Lei's little bear. Before leaving, Su Qing prepared dry food for everyone at the kitchen counter. She took a package of sweet potato cake wrapped in oil paper from the storage shelf in room 101, made last night with maltose and sweet potato mash, sweet and sticky, but not too sweet, with a hint of roasted aroma. She also grabbed a few salted wild dates from a tin can, soaked in salt water last week, to help with digestion and appetite. Finally, she put 2 bottles of mint-flavored white soda into a canvas bag, with the caps wrapped in cloth to prevent leaks. She walked over to Lei, crouched down to tighten the pink cloth bag strap, and took out a small piece of soft white cloth from her pocket. "If you see pretty fabric at the textile factory, you can make a little dress for the little bear, okay? Our Lei's little bear also wants to wear pretty clothes." Lei nodded, hugging her plush bear close to her face, pressing her cheek against its soft fur. "Okay. I want to find pink fabric with little strawberry patterns to make a princess dress for the bear." The 3 of them set out along the small road to the east. The roadside grass had grown up to their knees, with foxtail seed heads swaying in the wind. Tiny purple wildflowers dotted the grass, and a faint cotton-like scent drifted through the air, coming from the textile factory. The fluff was light as feathers, floating onto Lei's hair. She reached out and grabbed some, but the fluff floated away, making her chase after it for a few steps. After about 25 minutes of walking, Lei suddenly stopped and pointed ahead with her small finger, her voice full of excitement. "Big sister, Wanji, look. There's a red house with green vines climbing up the walls." "Is that the textile factory?" They looked in the direction she pointed. In the distance, among the ruins, there was indeed a red brick building. Green vines covered the walls, with small white flowers blooming on them. An old, rusty iron sign hung at the entrance, with the words, "Dongfeng Textile Factory," barely visible. When the wind blew, the sign creaked like singing. Inside the yard, several rolls of fabric were stacked and covered with plastic sheets, looking intact and dry. No signs of rain. "Be careful. There might be zombies at the door." "I'll go check first," Lin Wanji said, gripping her solid steel rod, which was shiny from polishing. She crouched low and slowly approached the factory. When she was about 10 meters from the door, she saw a zombie in blue work clothes lying on the ground, clutching a ball of dirty, white cotton. The cotton was blackened with dirt, but the zombie still held tightly, moving slowly, like a rusty robot. Its skin was wrinkled like dried bark, too weak to lift its head. "I'll handle it," Zhao Lei said, sneaking around from behind with quiet steps like a cat. He gripped his steel rod tightly and quietly approached the zombie from behind. Just as the zombie lifted its head, Zhao Lei struck at the back of the head with his rod. There was a dull thud, and the zombie twitched before collapsing to the ground, motionless. The cotton rolled far away from its hand. Inside the textile factory, a fresh, pure cotton scent hit their noses, much cooler than outside. The factory was large. On the left, shelves held rolled fabrics wrapped in clear plastic, some still bearing pre-apocalypse trademarks. On the right side of the counter, there is an old black sewing machine made of cast iron. It looks heavy. Next to it, there are some spare parts, silver needle plates, black bobbins, metal presser feet, and a few spools of different colored cotton threads. In the far corner, there is a wooden box filled with unopened sewing needles and thimbles. Found it. This pure cotton fabric is perfect for making a mattress cover. Su Qing walks to the shelf on the left, unrolls a piece of white fabric. The fabric is thick and soft, feeling like clouds, and it's cool to the touch. This kind of fabric is breathable and won't make you sweat. Chun Mo sweats a lot fixing tools every day, so a mattress cover made from this fabric will be very comfortable and not stuffy. She also measures the size. 2 meters wide and 3 meters long. It's just right for a zipper mattress cover, and I can sew a small pocket for storing repair tools. Lin Wanji walks over to the sewing machine, squats down to check the parts. The cotton thread in the bobbin is still full. The needle plate isn't deformed, but the presser foot is a little loose. She uses a small wrench to tighten it. Once this sewing machine is fixed, making mattress covers and curtains will be quick. No need to sew by hand, which is slow and easy to make crooked. She puts the scattered parts into the toolbox to avoid losing them. The bobbin and needle plate aren't broken. Just add some lubricant when we get back, and it will work smoothly. Lele moves around under the shelf and finally finds 2 pieces of fabric at the bottom, one light pink with small strawberries and the other dark pink with polka dots. She hugs both pieces of fabric, hesitating for a while, then chooses the strawberry one. This has tiny strawberries. The little bear, wearing it, will look like it's eating sweet strawberries. I think it will be loved. She also cuts a small of fabric from the corner and ties it around the little bear's neck as a scarf. Let's give the little bear a scarf first, and I'll make a dress when we get back. At noon, everyone returns to the apartment carrying fabric and sewing machine parts. As soon as they enter the yard, they smell the aroma of food, meaty stew with potatoes, mixed with the fresh scent of cold cucumber salad. The window of room 103 has already been fitted with a set of blinds. Zhao Lei is carefully sliding pinewood slats into the tracks, each slat spaced evenly. Chun Mo is adjusting the control rod nearby. He gently pulls it, and the slats turn neatly. When the gaps are large, sunlight streams through, casting orderly stripes on the ground. When the gaps are small, the window is tightly sealed, letting no light in. The sunlight is gentle and warm, not harsh. Old Joe waved to them. 20 watermelon vines had already grown half a meter up the bamboo poles. The tendrils tightly clung to the bamboo strips, and colorful cloth strips fluttered in the wind like small flags. In 10 days they will bloom. Then we need to find beehives to pollinate the watermelons. Without pollination, the melons will be small and not sweet. Everyone immediately divided the work. Zhao Lei and Chen Mo continued fixing the shutters, tightening the clips at both ends of the tracks to prevent them from loosening. Old Zhou and Shaolin sprayed a diluted nutrient solution, Old Zhou's special flower-promoting formula with high phosphorus, on the vine tips using a small spray bottle, careful not to splash the tendrils. Su Qing and Lele prepared lunch in the dining room. Su Qing laid a new cotton cloth on the table, smooth and wrinkle-free, looking nice and heat-resistant. She also cooked frozen meat with potatoes, cut into pieces and cooked until tender, with sticky rice, made cold cucumber salad, crushed with vinegar and garlic, and reheated corn porridge, leftover from the morning, heated with some wild dates. She also warmed sweet potato cakes, placed them on the cotton cloth, and they looked very appetizing. Meal is ready. Su Qing, wearing a light blue apron with Taoyuan restaurant on it, served everyone bowls of corn porridge and added an extra piece of sweet potato cake to Leilei's bowl. Leilei chose a new bear-themed fabric for today's dress.
Good job.
Eat more of the sweet potato cake. It's very sweet. Everyone sat around the table, eating happily. Chun Mo took a bite of the sweet potato cake, and the sweet, sticky flavor melted in his mouth. He looked at the shutters in room 103, smiling. With these shutters, I don't have to worry about working on parts late at night. I can adjust the brightness or block the light whenever I want. No more squinting at the blueprints. Zhao Lei nodded and sipped his corn porridge. This cotton cloth table cover is so comfortable. It's 100 times better than old newspapers. It doesn't scratch my hands or get greasy. After eating, Lin Wanji sat at the dining table updating her points book. The warm glow of the brass chandelier shone on the book. She used a red pen to mark the new rent for room 103 and a blue one for Su Qing's daily restaurant earnings. Sometimes she tapped the book with her fingertip, quietly checking the numbers, afraid of making mistakes. Sister Su Qing, is the 15 points for the bear fabric correct? And the extra deduction for the sweet potato cakes, should it be 50? Su Qing leaned over to look and nodded, saying, "Yes, that's right. Good job. You've been very careful." Lin Wanji cleared her throat and read out the point status. Points pool, 2,135, initial balance, 170, shutter consumption, 160, upgrade reward, 50, textile factory exchange, 30 points for pure cotton fabric, 20 points for sewing machine parts, equals 2,175. Then plus 50 equals 2,225. 101 Su Qing, employee at Taoyuan restaurant, daily wage 350 points, extra services, making sweet potato cake, laying pure cotton tablecloth, deduct 50 points, plus bonus 15 points for strawberry fabric from Little Bear. Total, 3505015 equals 415. Deduct daily rent of 552 points, 46 points / hour times 12 hours. Remaining, minus 1,235, yesterday's balance. 415 minus 552 is equal to minus 1,372, 137 points less than yesterday, debt steadily decreasing. 102 Zhao Lei, installing shutters 30 points, watermelon vine training 25 points, handling textile factory zombie 15 points, total 70 points. Deduct daily rent of 444 points, 37 points / hour times 12 hours. Remaining, minus 2,498, yesterday's balance. 70 minus 444 is equal to minus 2,872, 374 points more than yesterday, as installing shutters consumed energy. Future resource exploration can quickly recover. 103 Chun Mo, shutter upgrade, polishing shutter parts 20 points, installing adjustment rod 30 points, organizing repair tools 15 points, total 65 points. Deduct daily rent of 504 points, 42 points / hour times 12 hours. Remaining, minus 2,350, yesterday's balance. 65 minus 504 is equal to minus 2,789, 439 points more than yesterday. As rent increased, future repairs on textile machines and cedars can help offset. 105 Lao Zhou, guiding vine training 40 points, spraying growth nutrients 25 points, total 65 points. Deduct daily rent of 300 points, 25 points / hour times 12 hours. Remaining, minus 1,270, yesterday's balance. 65 minus 300 is equal to minus 1,505, 235 points more than yesterday. Future care during watermelon flowering and pollination guidance can provide stable deductions. 104 Kobayashi, Help tie the vine strips for 20 points, water the vines for 15 points, totaling 35 points. Deduct 288 points for today's rent, 24 points/hour times 12 hours. Remaining balance is minus 1,212, previous day's balance. 35 minus 288 is equal to minus 1,465, an increase of 253 points from yesterday. Future cleaning of blinds and maintenance of the climbing frame can help offset these costs. Lele chose the small bear strawberry fabric for 15 points, used the guiding vine tool for 10 points, plus an extra reward of 25 points for active participation. Total points now 215 with no debts. Although the rent has increased, the blinds are very useful. Chinemo looked at his balance in the points book and smiled happily. If I rest well and work efficiently and fix tools quickly, I can earn more points and soon pay off the debt. The sunset slowly sank behind the wall, turning the blinds in room 103 a warm golden color. The shadows of the slats flickered on the ground, dancing like they were moving. The tendrils of the watermelon vine tightly grasped the bamboo slats, and the vines seemed to have grown a bit more, with tender buds reaching toward the sunlight. Su Qing sat by the window in the dining area, holding a pink strawberry fabric, sewing a skirt for Lele's small bear. Lele crouched nearby, helping by passing needles and thread, occasionally asking, "Mom, when will the skirt be finished?" The small bear can't wait to wear it. Su Qing smiled and said, "Almost there, just a few more stitches." "I promise the small bear will wear a beautiful princess dress." The indicator light on the refrigerated cabinet glowed in the idle area, with frozen meat and vegetables quietly resting inside, waiting to be cooked into warm meals tomorrow. The bamboo basket hanging on the climbing frame in the yard swayed gently in the breeze, making a soft rustling sound, as if talking to the watermelon vine. Lin Wanji leaned against the balcony door. The evening breeze carried the sweet aroma of sweet potato cake and the fresh scent of cotton, gentle like a mother's touch. Tao Tao's voice softly echoed in her mind. "Host, after upgrading the blinds, Chin Mo's stamina recovery rate has increased to 30%. I just scanned a deserted beekeeping farm 4 kilometers south, with 2 wild beehives. The bees are very active. Tomorrow we can check it out. It's perfect for pollinating the watermelons in 10 days, making the fruit sweeter and larger." Here is the improved and simplified English version. Lian Wanji smiled silently in her heart. "Okay, after finding the bee nest tomorrow, I will sew a mattress cover for Chin Mo and replace the curtains in everyone's rooms. I want our little paradise to become more comfortable and feel more like home." The evening breeze continued to, passing through the restaurant window, brushing the watermelon trellis in the yard, and reaching the blinds in room 103. This small, once lonely building was slowly becoming a warm and lively place in the end-of-the-world setting, thanks to the growing watermelon vines, new curtains, friends helping each other, and shared laughter. Here, there is hope for growth, cozy living, warm meals, children's laughter, Xiaoxiong's new dress, and endless dreams for the future. As the call of the beekeeping farm grew stronger, new stories quietly began to unfold in the gentle night, waiting for summer's chilled watermelons, autumn's golden corn, and the flowers blooming all around. Early morning sunlight just crossed the wall of Building A, like melted amber, flowing along the cobblestone path into the yard, turning the dark green watermelon trellis into a warm green. 20 watermelon vines had grown their third true leaf, with light green edges and tiny sawtooth shapes, as if carefully trimmed by small scissors. The soft hairs on the leaves glistened with dew, and when the wind blew, they swayed gently. Dewdrops fell with a soft plop into the soil, leaving tiny wet spots. The tendrils on the vines tightly grasped the bamboo strips, like many little fists. Even the light brown cloth that old Joe tied last week was pulled tight, with some dirt on it from the vine's growth. Time to prune the vines. If we don't cut now, the nutrients will all go to the top buds, and the side vines won't grow properly. Old Joe squatted next to the trellis, with a rough cloth pad on his knees, made from an old sheet sewn by Su Qing to keep his pants clean. He held a small silver scissors, a tailor's tool he found at the textile factory. The blades were sharp enough to cut cotton threads easily, and the handle was wrapped with non-slip cloth so it wouldn't hurt his hand. He pinched a top bud of a vine with his fingertips. It was so tender it looked like it was full of water. The tiny green tip curled as he said, "Leave 3 true leaves, then cut off the top bud. This will make the side vines grow better." More side vines mean more melons. One vine can produce at least 2 melons. Lele, do you want to learn how to prune? Grandpa will teach you how to recognize the top buds. Lele ran over carrying a pink cloth bag. The small bear doll in the bag was wearing a strawberry dress sewn by Su Qing, with 3 small strawberries embroidered on the red hem. The doll also had a wild rose tucked behind its ear, picked earlier that morning. She held a small bamboo basket filled with wild dates she picked yesterday. The dates' skins were shiny and red. She crouched beside old Joe, leaning in close, afraid to miss any details. Should I cut gently? Like cutting the threads on the bear's dress so I don't damage the fabric? Yes. Old Joe smiled and handed her a vine branch. He gently moved aside the leaves to reveal a side bud hidden in the leaf axil. See, this is the top bud. That's the one to cut. This is a side bud. If you cut the top bud, a new one will grow. The scissors should be quick, just a gentle cut. Be careful not to cut the leaves. They need to stay for photosynthesis to feed the vine. Lele immediately tried to do the same. She tiptoed, gripping the scissors handle with her small hand, her wrist trembling slightly. She stared at the top bud for a long time before making a snap sound and cutting it off. The tender bud still had morning dew on it. Carefully, she placed it into the bamboo basket. It's for the little bear's leaves, to decorate its strawberry dress. That way, the bear's dress will look even prettier. Su Qing carried a porcelain basin with small daisies painted on it. The basin's rim was a bit chipped but polished shiny. Inside was freshly cooked pumpkin porridge, steaming hot, with a few chunks of pumpkin floating on top. It was made from small pumpkins grown in the backyard. The porridge was sweet, sticky, but not cloying, with a faint pumpkin aroma. When she reached the window of room 101, she instinctively raised her hand to block the sunlight. The light gray curtains let too much light through. The sunlight shone through the fabric's gaps onto the windowsill, where the bowl of porridge sat. After a few minutes, the warmth of the porridge decreased, so she had to move the basin to a shady spot now and then. It would be great if there were blinds, she said, touching the wood grain of the windowsill. Her fingertips traced the peeling old paint. Dimming the light could help keep the temperature steady. In the morning, when chopping vegetables, the sunlight is so bright it hurts my eyes. Last time I was cutting frozen meat, the glare almost made me cut my hand. The spice jars in the prep area get so hot they start to spoil the soy sauce. With blinds, these problems could be solved. Lin Wanji was helping old Zhou gather the cut top buds. Hearing this, she felt a little moved. Su Qing was a key staff member at the restaurant. She spent 4 or 5 hours each day preparing ingredients in room 101, which was both her home and the prep area. A comfortable environment was really necessary. She took out the exchange device. When her fingertips touched the cool screen, a light blue task box popped up with a slight vibration. The light reflected on her face, like a thin layer of frost. Side quest. Upgrade living quality, room 101. Requirements. 1. Install a level 2 solid wood louvered window in room 101, including adjustable wooden rod, dustproof track, silent clips, suitable for 1.2 m wide window. 2. Clean the material preparation area. Arrange ceramic tableware, organize food storage shelves, wipe the work surface. 3. Adjust the louver transparency. Ensure transparency less than or equal to 40% during preparation, greater than or equal to 70% during rest. No strong light directly in the chopping area. Rewards. 160 points, one-time addition to the points pool. 2. 1 level 2 solid wood louvered window, 20 pine wood blades, each 5 centimeters wide times 70 centimeters long, with silent rubber strips inside the track, no noise when pulled. 3. 1 dedicated storage rack for the preparation area, metal layered design, 3 tiers. Each tier can hold 5 kilograms, suitable for spice jars, tableware, cutting boards. Cost, 170 points. Deducted directly from the points pool, non-divisible, supports a 5% overdraft if the balance is insufficient. Future change. The rent for room 101 increases from 46 points/hour to 53 points/hour, since it combines living and preparation functions, meeting level 3 apartment standards. The rent increase matches the value of the upgrade. Task explanation. After installing the louver, preparation efficiency improves by 25%. Food preservation time extends by 10%, reducing Su Qing's daily workload and laying a foundation for future restaurant meal services. An upgrade task. Lin Wanji held up the exchange device. The number points pool, 2175, was especially clear in the sunlight. It costs 170 points to install, and after completion, you get 160 points back. So, the net cost is only 10 points, and you even get a storage rack. Sister Su Qing, from now on, when you prepare ingredients, you can dim the lights if you want and place the spice jars on the rack. No more rummaging around for soy sauce. The porcelain basin in Su Qing's hand wobbled, almost spilling the pumpkin porridge inside. Her eyes suddenly brightened, like stars falling, and the frown from the previous trouble with preparation eased. Yes, must do it. Last time, I spent 10 minutes looking for vinegar, which delayed making breakfast. With the storage rack in place, the spice jars are neatly arranged, making everything easy to see. It's very practical. I am now going to wipe down the work table in the prep area. Later, I will install the storage rack. Lin Wanji immediately clicked confirm upgrade on the exchange device. At that moment, the device made a soft ding sound, and the points displayed on the screen updated instantly. Points pool, 2,175 to 160 is equal to 2,165. The front storage compartment clicked open, revealing a bunch of pinewood parts and a metal storage rack. The blades were polished, smooth to the touch, with no burrs, and had a faint pine scent. The track was dark brown, with gray soundproofing strips on the inside. The adjustment rod was a round solid wood cylinder, with anti-slip patterns on the top. The storage rack was made of silver metal, easy to assemble, and came with removable hooks for hanging kitchen scissors and cloths. I'll help with the installation. Zhao Lei put down his scissors, wiped the dirt off his hands, and picked up a pinewood blade. He looked at it in the sunlight, checking that the wood was even and free of knots. The window at 101 is 20 centimeters wider than at 103, so I need to install 2 more blades. I'll measure first to make sure the track is straight. Otherwise, it might get stuck when pulled. He took out a tape measure from the toolbox, measured the window's width and height, and marked the wall with chalk. The track should be 5 centimeters wider than the window, leaving gaps on both sides for easy attachment of the clips. Chun Mo also came over, holding a small oil can filled with lubricant he found at a car repair shop. I'll lubricate the adjustment rod and track. Last time, when we installed at 103, I didn't put enough oil, and it was a bit stiff to pull. This time, I'll apply more to make it smooth and quiet, so it won't disturb Sister Su Qing. He squatted down, dipped a cotton swab in the lubricant, and carefully applied it to the grooves of the adjustment rod, even covering the joints of the track. The tasks were quickly divided. Zhao Lei, Chen Mo, and Su Qing stayed in the apartment. Zhao Lei was responsible for installing the blinds, track, and blades. Chen Mo handled adjusting the rods and cleaning the parts. Su Qing was in charge of tidying the prep area, wiping the storage rack with a cloth, arranging the spice jars in order of oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and cleaning the oil stains from the work table. Old Zhou, Shaolin, Lin Wanji, and Lele went to the southern beekeeping farm to find wild bee nests for pollinating the watermelon flowers in 5 days. Old Zhou brought a homemade bee hat, made from an old sun hat with a fine mesh sewn around the brim to block the bees. Shaolin carried an empty beehive box, made of bamboo for ventilation, suitable for housing bees. Lele was in charge of passing tools, watching over a small teddy bear doll, and even brought a small bamboo basket filled with wild jujubes, saying she wanted to give the bees a gift. Before leaving, Su Qing packed some dry food for everyone on the kitchen counter. She took a wrapped sweet potato cake from the shelf in room 101, made last night with malt syrup and mashed sweet potatoes, sweet and sticky but not cloying, with a hint of roasted aroma. She also grabbed some salted wild jujubes from a tin can, soaked in salt water last week to help digestion and stimulate appetite. Finally, she put 2 bottles of mint-flavored cool white soda into a canvas bag, with the caps wrapped in cloth to prevent leaks. Be careful of the bees on the way. Don't get too close. Bees are afraid of the dark. Since you're wearing light-colored clothes, you probably won't get stung, she said, squatting down to tighten Lele's pink cloth bag strap and tidying up the strawberry dress on the teddy bear doll. If you see pretty flowers, give the teddy bear another flower. Its dress will look even better, Lele nodded, hugging the teddy bear close, pressing her cheek against its soft fur. I will stay away from the bees. I also want to find the hive so the little bees can pollinate the watermelon flowers, making sweet big watermelons for everyone's afternoon tea. The 4 of them set off along a small path to the south. The roadside weeds had grown to knee height, with foxtail grass heads swaying in the wind. Purple wild roses bloomed abundantly, climbing over broken walls along the road, carrying a faint floral scent that drifted far. Lele occasionally stopped to pick a wild rose and tuck it behind the teddy bear's ear. She also found some colorful small stones and put them into her cloth bag, saying she wanted to decorate the watermelon vine with little ornaments. After about 40 minutes, Lele suddenly stopped and pointed ahead with her small finger, her voice full of excitement. Sister Wanji, look. There's a wooden house over there, surrounded by many small boxes. Is that a beekeeping farm? Everyone looked in the direction she pointed. In the middle of the ruins in the distance, there was indeed a small wooden house. The wooden planks on the walls were somewhat decayed, but still showed their original brown color. A faded wooden sign hung at the door, with the words, Nanshan Beekeeping Farm. When the wind blew, the sign creaked, sounding like it was singing. Around the house, there are about a dozen empty beehives. Some lids are open, and faintly, you can see bees flying in and out. The gentle buzzing sound drifts with the breeze. Be careful of the bees. First, check for zombies. Old Joe takes out a homemade bee hat from his backpack and puts it on. The fine mesh just covers his face, leaving only his eyes visible. Bees are sensitive to temperature. Zombies don't have body heat, so they usually don't get stung. That's why there are few zombies around the apiary. He slowly approaches the wooden house. Sure enough, at the door, there's only one zombie dressed in blue work clothes, lying on the ground, gnawing at an old, empty beehive. The wood of the hive is chewed into holes and uneven patches. The zombie moves slowly, like a rusty robot, with skin wrinkled like dried bark. Bees circle around it but do not sting. As old Joe said, zombies have no body heat, so bees don't attack them. I'll handle it. Zhao Lei grips a solid steel rod, polished shiny. He quietly sneaks behind the zombie, which is still focused on biting the hive, unaware of him. Zhao Lei takes a deep breath, raises the rod, and strikes the back of the zombie's head hard. With a muffled bang, the zombie twitches and then collapses, motionless. The empty hive rolls far away. Quick, find the hive. Look for a sealed one with the queen inside. Old Joe enters the wooden house. The inside is a bit dark, and a faint honey scent fills the air. There are 3 sealed hives fixed on a wooden rack with wire. Each has a label reading, Autumn 20XX, Italian bees. Old Joe squats down, listening to the buzzing inside the hives. He nods and says, This hive is active, the sound is even. It must have the queen. Perfect for pollinating the watermelon flowers. Italian bees are gentle and won't sting unless provoked. Shaolin carefully unties the wire holding a hive, then gently lifts it. The hive is a bit heavy, about 10 pounds. The bees inside buzz around but do not sting. They are busy collecting pollen and ignore people. Lele finds a small hive about the size of her palm in the corner of the house. It contains only a few bees, and there's a small red stone attached to the lid. She gently picks it up and whispers, This will be Little Bear's little house. Let the bees play with Little Bear, so he won't feel lonely. At noon, everyone carries the hives and tools back to the apartment. As soon as I entered the yard, I smelled the aroma of food, specifically the scent of stir-fried pork with green peppers mixed with a sweet smell of pumpkin porridge, filling the entire yard. The window of room 101 had already been fitted with shutters. The light brown pinewood slats were neatly arranged. Zhao Lei was adjusting the control rod. He gently pulled it, causing the slats to rotate clockwise, gradually narrowing the gaps. Then he pushed it, turning the slats counterclockwise, widening the gaps. When set to half darkness, the work table in the prep area was just right without strong light. Su Qing was placing spice jars on the newly installed metal shelf. On the first level, soy sauce, vinegar, cooking wine. On the second, salt, sugar, pepper. On the third, ceramic bowls and chopsticks. All labels were written with colorful pens by Lele, making everything clear at a glance. Quick, spray nutrient solution on the watermelon vines. Old Joe waved at them. 20 vines had sprouted tiny side shoots, with light green tips emerging from the leaf axils, looking like small bean sprouts. Old Joe held a small spray bottle filled with diluted flowering fertilizer, mixed in a 1-to-1 ratio of phosphorus and potassium fertilizer. In 5 days, they'll bloom. Place the beehives near the trellis, about a meter away from the vines to avoid bee stings. When the time comes, the bees will pollinate naturally. No need for us to do it manually. It's much more efficient. Everyone immediately divided the tasks. Zhao Lei and Chun Mo helped Old Zhou place the beehives. They put them in the shade on the east side of the trellis, fixing the bottoms with stones to prevent the wind from knocking them over. Old Zhou placed a small dish of honey water at the hive entrance to attract the bees. Su Qing and Xiaolin prepared lunch in the dining area. Su Qing made stir-fried pork with green peppers. The pork was sliced thin, the peppers crisp and tender, soy sauce just right, not salty or bland. Cold cucumber salad, crushed with vinegar and minced garlic, refreshing and light. Pumpkin porridge, heated thoroughly, with some wild dates added for extra sweetness, and reheated sweet potato cake. Lele tied colorful cloth strips to the small bee box for the little bear, hanging it on the windowsill of room 101, saying she wanted the little bees and the little bear to enjoy the sunshine together. Meal is ready, Su Qing, wearing a light blue apron with Taoyuan Restaurant on it, placed the dishes on the dining table covered with a clean white cotton cloth, smooth and wrinkle-free, both heat-resistant and attractive. She served pumpkin porridge to everyone and added an extra piece of sweet potato cake to Lele's bowl. Lele helped find the bee boxes today. Thanks for your hard work. Eat more of this sweet potato cake. Everyone sat around the table, eating happily and contentedly. Chun Mo took a bite of frozen meat stir-fried with green peppers, feeling a slight sweat from the spiciness. He looked at the blinds in room 101, full of smiles. These blinds are worth it. Sister Su Qing is well prepared, so we can enjoy tastier meals. It's a win-win. In the future, when I get tired of fixing tools, I can come to the dining hall to sip some mint water and look at the blinds. It's relaxing for the eyes. Zhao Lei nodded and took a sip of pumpkin porridge. This porridge is even sweeter than yesterday's corn porridge. The pumpkin is cooked just right. Our morning effort was worth it. After eating, Lin Wanji sat at the solid wood dining table updating her points record. The warm glow of the brass chandelier shone on her record book. She used a red pen to mark the new rent for room 101, blue for Su Qing's daily restaurant earnings, and occasionally paused to tap her fingertips on the book, quietly calculating so she wouldn't make a mistake. Lele came over, pointing at 255 in the record book and asking, Sister Wanji, can I exchange my points for small cookies? I saw a box of cookies in the ruins last time. Lin Wanji smiled and patted her head. Yes. Next time we find supplies, we'll use points to get small cookies for Lele as snacks. Lin Wanji cleared her throat and read out the points. The points pool, 2,175, initial balance, 170, blinds cost, 160, upgrade reward, 60. Beekeeping supplies exchange, beehive 40 points, beehive box 20 points, equals 2,165. 60 is equal to 2,225. Room 101 Suching. Tao Yuan restaurant staff daily wage 350 points. Extra services, making pumpkin porridge, organizing supplies, cleaning shelves, deduct 60 points. Extra reward for label paper for spice jars, 5 points. Found colorful stickers in the ruins this morning. Total 350.65 is equal to 415, minus rent for the day 636 points, 53 points/hour times 12 hours, new rent. Remaining balance, minus 1,372. Previous day's balance, 415 minus 636, is equal to minus 1,593. A decrease of 121 points from yesterday, with faster debt reduction due to extra service deductions. Room 102 Xiaolei. Installing blinds, track 35 points, moving beehives 25 points, handling zombie at the beekeeping farm 15 points, total 75 points. Minus rent for the day 444 points, 37 points/hour times 12 hours, rent unchanged. Remaining balance, minus 2,872. Previous day's balance, 75 minus 444 is equal to minus 3,241, an increase of 369 points from yesterday, due to installing blinds, which consumes energy. Future participation in resource exploration can quickly recover this. 103 Chinemo. Adjusting blinds blades for 25 points, repairing beehive for 15 points, organizing tools for 15 points, total 55 points. Minus today's rent of 504 points, 42 points/hour times 12 hours, rent remains unchanged. Remaining balance, minus 2,789, previous day's balance. 55 minus 504 is equal to minus 3,238, an increase of 449 points from yesterday. Future repairs of the textile factory sewing machine can provide additional deductions. 105 Old Joe. Searching for bee nests for 40 points, preparing pollination nutrient solution for 25 points, total 65 points. Minus today's rent of 300 points, 25 points/hour times 12 hours, rent remains unchanged. Remaining balance, minus 1,505, previous day's balance, 65 minus 300 is equal to minus 1,740, an increase of 235 points from yesterday. Future guidance on watermelon. Pollination can offer steady deductions. 104 Shaolin. Assisting with moving beehives for 20 points, watering watermelon vines for 15 points, total 35 points. Minus today's rent of 288 points, 24 points/hour times 12 hours, rent remains unchanged. Remaining balance, minus 1,465, previous day's balance. 35 minus 288 is equal to minus 1,718, an increase of 253 points from yesterday. Future cleaning of beehives and maintenance of climbing frames can provide additional deductions. Lele, passing tools for 15 points, watching over small beehive for 10 points, plus an extra reward of 25 points. Actively participating in work, protecting the teddy bear doll, total 255 points, with no debts. Although the rent for room 101 has increased, the efficiency of preparing materials has improved. I can make more afternoon snacks every day, like pumpkin cakes and apple pastries, and also get extra points deductions. Su Qing looked at her balance in the points book, smiling happily. At this rate, next month I can reduce the debt to under 1,000 points, and it will be paid off quickly. The sunset slowly sank behind the wall, turning the blinds in room 101 a warm golden color. The shadows of the blades flickered on the ground, dancing like they were moving. The side shoots of the watermelon vines swayed gently in the evening breeze, stretching towards the sunlight as if waiting to bloom. Inside the beehive, the bees are slowly returning home. Their buzzing sound becomes softer, like a lullaby. Su Qing sits by the window in the dining room, holding a piece of white cotton cloth. She is sewing a mattress cover for Chinemo with a sewing machine. The machine's click-clack sound blends with the bees' buzzing, creating a warm feeling. Lele squats nearby, helping by passing the thread spool. Occasionally, he touches the sewing needle with his small finger, but Su Qing gently stops him. Be careful with the needle, it can poke your hand. We need to protect your little hands because you will help Mom sew a little bear's dress later. The indicator light on the refrigerator glows in the idle area. Inside, Frozen meat and vegetables rest quietly, waiting to be cooked into warm meals tomorrow. A woven bamboo basket hangs on the climbing frame in the yard, filled with wild jujubes picked by Lele. The wind blows softly, making a rustling sound. At the door of room 103, Su-Ching has sewn half of the mattress cover, draped over a chair. The white cotton fabric glows gently in the sunset. Lin Wanji leans against the balcony door. The evening breeze carries the sweet aroma of pumpkin porridge and the fresh scent of wild roses, gentle like a mother's touch. Putta's voice softly echoes in her mind. Host, after the upgrade of room 101, the pantry stocking efficiency has increased by 25%. I just scanned and found an abandoned orchard 3 kilometers to the east, with ripe wild apples. The fruits are full and free of bugs. Tomorrow, we can pick them to make apple jam and apple cake for breakfast and earn more points. Lin Wanji smiles silently in her heart. Great. After picking the apples tomorrow, I will help Su-Ching finish sewing the mattress cover. Then I'll see if I can upgrade the furniture in room 104 so everyone can live comfortably and enjoy delicious food. Our paradise will feel more like home. The evening breeze continues to, passing through the dining room window, the watermelon trellis in the yard, and reaching the louvered shutters of room 101. This once lonely small building is gradually becoming the warmest and most lively haven in the end times, full of hope for pollination, comfortable living, hot meals, children's laughter, little bear's strawberry dress, and endless dreams for the future. As the orchard calls, new stories quietly unfold in the gentle night, waiting for summer's chilled watermelon, autumn's golden corn, and the flowers blooming all around. In the early morning, the sunlight just crossed the wall of Building A like a layer of golden silk, softly wrapping around the watermelon trellis in the yard. 20 watermelon vines had small side shoots growing to the length of a finger joint, with light green tips topped with tiny hairs. When the wind blew, they swayed gently, as if reaching toward the sunlight. The beehives were placed in the shade on the east side of the trellis, with the doors open. Several bees buzzed out, wings dusted with tiny pollen, landing on the newly sprouted buds. Old Joe said that in 3 days, these buds would bloom fully, and then the bees could start pollinating. All the bees are out working. Lele ran over carrying a pink cloth bag. Inside was a small teddy bear dressed in a strawberry skirt, with wild rosebuds still covered in morning dew tucked behind its ears. She squatted next to the beehive, gently resting her small hand on her knee, not daring to get too close, whispering, "Go, little bees. When the watermelons are ripe, I'll share a sweet piece with you." Old Joe crouched nearby, holding a small notebook, recording the bees' activity. "Yesterday, we didn't put enough honey water, so today I'll add half a plate more. Otherwise, the bees won't have enough energy to gather nectar." He looked eastward with hopeful eyes. "Today, we're going to pick apples in the orchard. We need to leave early. If we go too late, the sun will be too hot, and the apples might fall and get damaged." Su-Ching carried a porcelain basin filled with freshly cooked millet porridge with a few goji berries floating on top, dried ones from the fridge, soaked soft and added in for sweetness. She placed the basin on the stone table and handed out sturdy ceramic bowls to everyone. "I cooked millet porridge this morning to fill your stomachs. Picking apples is hard work, so don't go hungry. Oh, I also found some bamboo baskets from the factory yesterday. They're perfect for holding apples, breathable, and won't crush them." Lin Wenji had just finished refilling old Joe's honey water when she heard the news. She took out her scanner. Yesterday, Tao Tao had detected an abandoned orchard to the east. Now is a good time to pick apples and maybe trigger a new quest. As her fingertips touched the screen, a light blue task window popped up with a slight vibration. Side quest. Resource collection autumn fruits. Quest requirements. 1. Harvest at least 50 gene of ripe wild apples from the abandoned orchard. Must be free of pests and mold. 2. Clear low-level zombies in the orchard, no more than 2. 3. Bring back 3 to 5 apple branches for grafting and seedling cultivation. Quest rewards. 1. 200 points, one-time addition to the points pool. 2. 2 apple storage baskets, made of breathable bamboo material to slow down fruit spoilage. 3. Unlock room 201 in the apartment, including basic electrical repair hints. Hidden reward. After cleaning the basic area of room 201, an extra level 1 crystal core will be given, which can be used to improve the exchange device or strengthen the generator output. Task description. Apples can be processed into jam or dried fruit to extend storage time. After unlocking room 201, it can be expanded into a storage room or a new tenant's bedroom, increasing the apartment's capacity. New task. I can also unlock room 201. Lin Wanji held the exchange device, and the number points pool, 2225 on the screen, was very clear in the sunlight. After picking the apples and cleaning room 201, I can get a level 1 crystal core. Tao Tao said the crystal core can strengthen the generator, so we won't have to worry about power during watering or sowing in the future. Zhao Lei immediately put down his porridge bowl, wiped his mouth, and said, "Let's go quickly. I'm strong. I can carry 2 baskets of apples at once. I'll finish picking very soon." He took 2 bamboo baskets from behind the door. The baskets are light brown, woven tightly, and can hold many apples. Chun Mo also stood up, holding a toolbox. I brought some repair tools. The orchard fence might be broken, and the lock on room 201 might need fixing.
I can use them.
The team quickly divided tasks. Zhao Lei, Chun Mo, Lin Wanji, and Lei went to the east orchard to pick apples. Zhao Lei responsible for high-up apples and zombie handling, Chun Mo for fixing fences and trimming apple branches, Lin Wanji and Lei for picking low apples and loading baskets. Su Qing, Lao Zhou, and Xiaolin stayed at the apartment. Su Qing tidied the dining area and prepared tools for processing apples, clay pot, sugar, glass jars. Lao Zhou sprayed flower nutrients on the watermelon vines. Xiaolin cleaned beehives and checked irrigation pipes. Before leaving, Su Qing packed dry food for everyone. Sweet potato cakes wrapped in oil paper, a few salted wild dates, and 2 bottles of mint-flavored cooled water, all in a canvas bag. She helped Lei tighten the bag straps and tidied the strawberry dress of the little bear doll. Be careful, on the way. The grass in the orchard might be taller than you, so watch out for scratches. When picking apples, look carefully, avoid those with bug holes. Lei nodded, hugging the little bear tighter.
Got it.
I'll pick the red apples to make apple jam for Mom, and I'll leave the biggest one for the little bear too. The 4 of them set off along the small path to the east. The wild grass by the roadside has grown up to knee height. The foxtail grass heads sway in the wind. Purple wild roses climb over the broken wall, carrying a faint floral scent mixed with a hint of apple sweetness, coming from the orchard, growing stronger. Lei occasionally stops to pick a wild rose and pin it on the little bear's ear, or picks a colorful small stone to put in her cloth bag, saying she wants to use it as a little decoration for the apple branches. After about 30 minutes of walking, the outline of the orchard finally appears through the trees ahead. From a distance, the orchard's fence is made of wire mesh, some parts already rusted and broken. Inside, the apple trees are lush with green leaves, and bright red apples hang on the branches, looking like tiny lanterns. When the wind blows, the leaves rustle softly, and the sweet smell of apples becomes even stronger. Be careful of the fence. Chun Mo quickly walks over, squatting down to check the rusty wire mesh. There's a big hole here, and grass has grown inside. We need to fix it first so no one gets cut when we go in. He takes out thin wire from his toolbox, wrapping it tightly around the broken wire mesh, and uses a stick as support to make it stable. Zhao Lei grips a stick tightly and slowly steps into the orchard. After a few steps, he spots a zombie in work clothes lying under a tree, holding a rotten apple. Its movements are slow, and its skin is wrinkled like dried bark. Watch me. Zhao Lei quietly sneaks behind the zombie. When it doesn't react, he swings the stick and hits it on the back of the head. The zombie falls with a thud and doesn't move anymore. It's safe now. Time to pick apples. Zhao Lei walks to the fullest apple tree, stands on tiptoe, and reaches out to pick a bright red apple. He wipes off the dust, takes a bite. Crisp and juicy, very sweet. So sweet. Even sweeter than the wild dates we found before. It'll make great jam. Chun Mo takes out scissors and carefully selects healthy-looking apple branches. each with 3 to 4 buds. He trims them neatly and puts them into a bamboo basket. These branches can be grafted, and next year we can grow new apple trees. Then we'll have endless apples to eat. Lin Wanji and Lele are responsible for picking the lower apples. Lele tiptoes to reach a red apple, carefully places it in the basket, and blows off some dust. This apple is so red, it must be very sweet. Perfect for making apple jam for Mom. She also finds an apple that has fallen from the tree without breaking and quickly picks it up. This one isn't damaged. I'll save it for Little Bear as a snack. When the sun reached the top of the sky, 2 woven baskets were already full of apples, weighing about 60 pounds. Each apple was bright red and free of insect holes. Zhao Lei carried the baskets on his shoulders, and Chen Mo held the apple branches. Everyone returned along the same path to the apartment. As they entered the yard, they smelled a fresh scent of plant nutrient solution. Old Zhou was spraying nourishing liquid on the watermelon vines. The flower buds on the vines had grown larger, and the light yellow petals were just beginning to show. Su Qing was at the door of the dining room, setting up tools for processing the apples, a large clay pot, a bag of sugar, several clean glass jars, and a stainless steel spoon. First, wash the apples. Su Qing carried over a big basin filled with water. I boiled some hot water to rinse off any pesticide residue. Even though there are no pesticides in the post-apocalyptic world, it's still good to wash the fruit thoroughly. Everyone immediately started washing the apples in the basin. Lele even helped scrub the apple skins, his small hands turning red from the effort. Lin Wanji suddenly remembered the unlocking task for room 201. She took out her device to check. Room 201 is on the east side of the second floor. Peach said the lock is old and needs fixing before it can open. Inside, there's basic wiring, and once cleaned, it can be used. She looked at Chen Mo. Let's go fix the lock on room 201 now. If we finish early, we can use it as a storage room for apples. Chen Mo nodded and picked up his toolbox. All right. I brought screwdrivers and spare parts. We should be able to fix it quickly. Zhao Lei also stood up. I'll go too. There might be a lot of clutter in room 201. I'll help move it out. The two followed Lin Wanji upstairs. The corridor on the second floor was a bit dark, with dusty windows letting in small beams of sunlight that created tiny spots of light. The door to room 201 was made of wood, with a rusty lock and a loose handle. Chen Mo squatted down, using a screwdriver to open the lock. The parts inside were rusted, so he applied some lubricant and slowly turned the key. We need to wait for the oil to soak in, or it won't turn. Zhao Lei was nearby, cleaning dust off the door frame with a cloth. This door is pretty sturdy. Once it's clean, it can still be used. If there's a bed inside, it could be a new tenant's room later. After about 10 minutes, Chen Mo finally fixed the lock. He gently turned the handle, and with a click, the door opened. The inside was a bit dark, with a faint dust smell in the air. Old furniture was piled on the floor, a wooden bed, a wardrobe, a table, and some empty boxes. The electrical switches on the wall were old and covered in dust. First, move out the clutter, Zhao Lei said as he entered, carrying an empty box. We can keep these boxes for storing dried apples. Don't throw them away. Chen Mo checked the electrical circuit with a multimeter and found that only a switch was loose. Tightening it would fix the problem. The circuit is fine. We can turn on the lights tonight. It will also be easier to store things in the future. Lin Wanji was cleaning dust in the room, wiping the wooden bed and wardrobe with a cloth. This bed is still usable. Once cleaned, we can put a mattress on it and sleep. The wardrobe can hold clothes, so everyone's clothes won't have to be piled up in the storage room anymore. After cleaning the room, Lin Wanji took out the exchange device to check the task. The screen immediately showed a reward message. Room 201 basic cleaning completed. Hidden reward issued. 1 level 1 crystal core, stored in the storage warehouse, She went to the front desk, opened the storage, and indeed found a light blue crystal core. It felt cold and faintly glowed. Got the crystal core. Lin Wanji held up the core, and everyone gathered around to look. Tao said this core can strengthen the generator, making power more stable. We won't have to worry about power outages for irrigation or sowing anymore. Chinemo took the core and examined it carefully. This core has a lot of energy. I'll go to the generator room this afternoon and install it to ensure it works well. In the afternoon, sunlight slanted into the yard as everyone started processing apples. Su Qing peeled the cleaned apples. Lola helped remove the cores and cut them into small pieces. Old Zhou put sugar into a clay pot and boiled it in a ratio of 5 apples to 1 sugar. The white sugar slowly melted into a light yellow syrup, mixing with the apple pieces and giving off a strong sweet smell. Shaolin was responsible for stirring to prevent burning. Apple jam needs to be cooked until thick, Su Qing said, scooping a bit of jam onto a plate. When it stopped flowing, she turned off the heat. When putting it into jars, do it while hot to seal it properly and keep it longer. Everyone worked together to put the jam into glass jars, sealing the lids and labeling them with the date. They made 5 jars, which were placed on the dining room shelf, looking like small lanterns. The remaining apples were sliced thin and placed in a bamboo basket, then hung on the yard's clothesline to dry into dried apples. Dried apples can be snacks. When you're hungry, just eat a piece. They're sweeter than sweet potato cakes. At dinner, the brass chandelier in the dining room cast a warm light. The table was filled with Su Qing's apple cake, stir-fried pork with green peppers, millet porridge, and the freshly dried apples. Everyone sat around the table, eating happily. Lele took a bite of the apple cake, and her eyes squinted from the sweetness. Mom's apple cake is the best. It's sweeter than the strawberry dress from Little Bear. After dinner, Lin Wanji sat at the dining table updating her points record. The warm glow of the brass chandelier shone on the paper, and the handwriting was clear. Points pool, 2,225. Original balance, 200. Orchard task reward, 50. Apple processing supplies, equals 2,475. Note: Level 1 Crystal Core is a special reward and not included in the points pool. 101 Su Qing. Restaurant staff daily wage 350. Extra services, cooking apple jam, making apple cake, deducted 80. Total 430. Rent deduction 636. 53 by 12. Balance minus 1,593. 430 minus 636 is equal to minus 1,799? No, recalculate. Yesterday's balance minus 1,593. Today's deduction 430. Rent 636 should be minus 1,593. 430 minus 636 is equal to minus 1,799. Su Qing also received an extra 20 for a glass jar. Actual deduction 430/20 is equal to 450. Balance minus 1,593. 450 minus 636 is equal to minus 1,779. An increase of 186 from yesterday due to extra apple processing deduction. 102 Xiaolei. Picking apples 40. Moving supplies 30. Handling zombies 15. Total 85. Rent deduction 444. 37 by 12. Balance minus 3,241. 85 minus 444 is equal to minus 3,600. An increase of 359 from yesterday due to high physical exertion. Future resource gathering can compensate. 103 Chinemo. Fixing door lock 30. Pruning apple branches 25. Repairing circuits 15. Total 70. Rent deduction 504. 42 by 12. Balance minus 3,238. 70 minus 504 is equal to minus 3,672. An increase of 434 from yesterday. Future crystal core upgrades can provide more deductions. 105 Old Zhou. Spraying nutrient solution 30. Guiding apple jam cooking 25. Total 55. Rent deduction 300. 25 by 12. Balance minus 1,740. 55 minus 300 is equal to minus 1985. An increase of 245 from yesterday. Future pollination guidance can compensate. 104 Shaolin. Cleaning beehives 20. Stirring jam 15. Total 35. Rent deduction 288. 24 by 12. Balance minus 1,718.35 minus 288 is equal to minus 1971, an increase of 253 from yesterday. Drying apples for drying can make up for it. Lele picked 15 apples and washed 10 apples. Earned 25 points, total 295 points. Although the points owed are still increasing, we now have apple jam, dried apples, and room 201 as storage. Lin Wanji closed her points book and pointed toward room 201. Tomorrow, Chen and Mo will install the crystal core into the generator. Our electricity will be more stable. Then we can find a flour mill to make bread and steamed buns. Life will get better and better. The sunset sank behind the courtyard wall, turning the window of room 201 a warm golden color. The dried apples in the yard swayed gently in the wind, giving off a faint sweet smell. The flower buds on the watermelon vines quietly grew in the night, ready to bloom tomorrow. The bees in the hive had returned home, their buzzing gradually quieting. The indicator light on the refrigerator glowed in the idle area, with apples and jam resting quietly inside, waiting to be turned into warm meals tomorrow. Lin Wanji leaned against the balcony door, feeling the evening breeze carrying the sweet scent of apples and flowers. Peach's voice softly echoed in her mind. Host, after unlocking room 201, the apartment's capacity increases to 120%. I scanned south and found an abandoned flour mill with bags of flour and yeast inside. We can check it out tomorrow to make bread and steamed buns to improve everyone's meals. Lin Wanji smiled and replied, Great. After installing the crystal core tomorrow, we'll go to the flour mill. Let everyone enjoy warm bread and live in clean rooms. Only then will Taoyuan truly feel like home. The evening breeze continued to, passing through the dining room window, the dried apples in the yard, and toward the light of room 201. This once lonely small building was gradually becoming the warmest harbor in the post-apocalyptic world, filled with the joy of harvest, expanding space, warm meals, children's laughter, and endless hope for the future. As the call of the flour mill echoed in the night, a new story quietly began to unfold. Morning sunlight first spilled over the courtyard wall of Building A, like scattered gold shining on the watermelon trellis. The 20 watermelon vines' flower buds all bloomed, with pale yellow petals surrounding tender yellow stamens, dewdrops clinging to them. The wind gently made the petals sway, and the fine hairs on the edges shimmered in the light. Bees busy next to the hive, their wings buzzing as they vibrate. Their pollen-covered hind legs look like small rice balls, rubbing against the flower stamens. Old Zhou crouched beside the climbing frame, a rough cloth pad on his knees, holding a yellowed small notebook, quickly jotting down notes. Pollination rate is already 60%. In 2 more days, we'll see tiny watermelons the size of fingernails popping up. Little bees are so amazing. Lele ran over carrying a pink cloth bag. Inside, a teddy bear hugged a tiny dried apple, and a wild rose was tucked behind her ear, still dew-covered. She squatted under the climbing frame, gently holding the bamboo pole, carefully avoiding the flying bees, pointing at a recently pollinated flower. Grandpa Zhou, will the watermelons be round? Like the red apples we picked last time, they will be round, but with green skin and black stripes, like wearing a floral dress. Old Zhou put down his notebook, gesturing with his finger to show the size of a watermelon. When they're ripe, cut open, and they'll have red flesh. Taking a bite will make sweet juice flow out, much sweeter than apples. Just as he finished speaking, Zhao Lei walked over carrying an irrigation pipe, looking a bit unsteady, with faint red bloodshot eyes, and the pipe on his shoulder was slightly crooked. Zhao Lei didn't sleep well last night. Zhao Lei placed the pipe on a stone platform, rubbed his lower back, frowning. Yeah, the bed in room 102 is made of 3 pine boards joined together. The middle one has long cracked, sinking half an inch. When I turn over, it creaks loudly, like a broken frame. This morning my back was sore and stiff. Carrying this pipe feels exhausting. Lin Wanji was gently moving aside the flower petals to observe the stamens. Hearing this, she felt a stir of concern. Previously, Chen Mo and Su Qing had upgraded their room furniture. Zhao Lei, as a key team member who carried supplies and fought zombies daily, used a lot of energy. It was definitely time to improve his living conditions. She took out her exchange device. As her finger touched the cool screen, a light blue task window popped up with a slight vibration, reflecting on her face with excitement. Side quest. Upgrade living quality, room 102. Quest requirements. 1. Upgrade the old wooden bed in room 102 to a level 2 reinforced bed, including solid wood non-slip bedboard 5 cm sponge mattress. 2. Clear clutter from the room, organize tools, sort spare iron rods/wires. 3. Replace the window screen in the room to prevent insects and improve summer ventilation. Task reward, 160 points, one-time addition to the points pool. 2. Level 2 reinforced bed times 1, thick solid wood bed slats, 2 pieces, each 1.8 m times 0.6 m, with mite-proof mattress. 3. 1 roll of insect-proof screen, nylon material, 0.5 mm mesh, breathable and insect-resistant. Task cost, 280 points, deducted directly from the points pool, cannot be split. Subsequent change. The rent for room 102 increases from 37 points/hour to 41 points/hour due to furniture upgrade, matching Zhao Lei's stamina needs, meeting level 3 apartment standards. Task description. After upgrading the bed, Zhao Lei's stamina recovery speed increases by 20%, reducing fatigue after carrying items or fighting, ensuring better resource exploration efficiency. An upgrade task. Lin Wanji holds the exchange device, the number points pool, 2,475 clearly visible in the sunlight. Upgrade costs 280 points, rewards 160 points after completion, so the net cost is 120 points. Plus, a free insect-proof screen. Zhao Lei, from now on, sleeping on the new bed, you won't struggle even to carry 2 baskets of apples or 2 bags of flour. Zhao Lei's eyes brighten. The tiredness from before almost disappears, and he almost drops the irrigation pipe in his hand. Upgrade. I must upgrade. Last night, I tossed and turned, didn't sleep 4 hours, and today I was worried I wouldn't have enough strength to carry things at the flour mill. Now that I've upgraded the bed, tomorrow I can carry 2 more bags of flour back. Lin Wanji immediately clicks confirm upgrade on the exchange device. As her finger presses down, the device makes a soft ding sound and the points pool updates in real time. 2,475 to 280 160 is equal to 2,355. The storage box at the front desk clicks open, and a pile of parts falls out. 2 thick solid wood bed slats with a faint pine scent, edges smoothly sanded without splinters. The foam mattress is light brown, quickly bounces back when pressed, soft but firm. The insect-proof screen is rolled into a tube with a fine mesh that can block small insects. I'll help with the installation. Chun Mo carried a dark green toolbox, the bare stickers on it shining in the sunlight. Inside were screwdrivers, wrenches, and fine sandpaper. I know the bed frame holes well. Last time I assembled the set in room 103 in half an hour. After finishing, I can help you nail on the mosquito net. In summer, we don't need thick blankets, and we can open the windows for fresh air. No stuffiness. Zhao Lei rubbed his hands, bent down, and carried a solid wood bedboard. His steps were light. I'll pass you the parts, and I'll assemble the bed frame. I'm strong, so tightening the screws won't be a problem for me. They quickly divided the work. Zhao Lei and Chinmo stayed at the apartment, first taking apart the old bed in room 102, then installing the new one, nailing the mosquito net, and tidying up the room. Lao Zhou, Shaolin, and Lele stayed in the yard to care for the crops. Lao Zhou continued observing the bees pollinating and recorded every half hour. Shaolin watered the watermelon vines with diluted nutrient solution, a special formula Lao Zhou prepared to help the fruit grow. Lele squatted under the climbing frame, picking up fallen flower petals, pink and yellow ones, making a small basket, saying she wanted to make a flower crown for the little bear. Lin Wanji and Su Qing went to the southern flour mill to gather supplies, and after Chen Mo finished assembling the bed, he hurried to help move equipment. Before leaving, Su Qing prepared some dry food on the kitchen counter. She took a package of dried apples wrapped in oil paper from the storage shelf. Dried yesterday, chewy and very sweet. Also some freshly steamed sweet potato cakes, wrapped in a thermal cloth, still warm. Finally, she packed 2 bottles of mint water with wild honey in a canvas bag, the bottle caps wrapped with cloth to prevent leaks. The flour mill hasn't been used in a while, so there might be mice. Be careful not to touch the flour on the ground. Maybe it's damp and moldy, and eating it could cause stomach upset, she said, squatting down to tighten Lele's pink cloth bag strap and tucking the dried apples from the little bear doll's pocket inside. If we see pretty candies, we'll buy some to make sweet steamed buns later. Lele nodded, hugging the little bear doll tighter, her cheeks pressed against its soft fur. I won't touch the dirty flour. I also want to help Mom find yeast so she can make sweet buns and leave the biggest one for the little bear. The 3 of them set off along the small road to the south. The roadside wild grass was covered with morning dew, wet underfoot. A faint wheat scent drifted in the breeze, coming from the flour mill, growing stronger, blending with the fresh smell of earth. Lele occasionally stopped, plucking a small purple wildflower to tuck behind the little bear's ear, or picking up a smooth stone to put in the cloth bag, saying she wanted to add little decorations to the new bed. After about 35 minutes of walking, Lele suddenly pointed to a distant factory and exclaimed happily, "Sister Wanji, look. There's a big chimney. Is that a flour mill?" Everyone looked in the direction she pointed. In the ruins far away, there was indeed a gray factory building. The chimney on top was rusty and looked like a black pillar. Outside the door, there was a metal sign with the words, "Xiangyang Flour Mill." Though the paint was faded, it was still readable. In the yard, a few large bags covered with plastic looked like flour sacks. In the corner, an old dough mixer with a silver body and a layer of dust was leaning. "Be careful of zombies. I'll go check first." Lin Wanji gripped her solid steel rod, which was shiny from polishing. She slowly approached the factory. When she was about 10 meters from the door, she saw a zombie dressed in blue work clothes lying on the ground. It was holding a torn flour bag, and flour was spilled everywhere. The zombie moved slowly, like a rusty robot, with skin wrinkled like dried bark, too weak to lift its head. "I'll handle it." Xiaolei came from behind, moving quietly like a cat. He circled around the zombie and, while it was unresponsive, struck it on the back of the head with his stick. There was a dull thump, and the zombie fell over with a plop, no longer moving. The empty flour bag dropped to the ground, kicking up a small cloud of dust. Inside the flour mill, a strong wheat smell hit their noses, much cooler than outside. The building was large. On the left, shelves neatly held bags of flour, whole wheat, refined and labeled low gluten. The bags were intact, not torn. Su Qing picked up a bag of refined flour and checked the production date on the back, produced 6 months before the end of the world. The shelf life is 12 months, so it's still good. Not expired. She also found a few bags of glutinous rice flour on the top shelf, with stone-ground glutinous rice, printed on the white packaging. Glutinous rice flour can be used to make tangyuan. When the Lantern Festival comes, I'll make some for everyone. It's sweet and warm. In a cabinet on the right, there were several boxes of yeast powder. The boxes were yellow. Lin Wanji opened one and looked inside. The yeast powder was dry and not clumped. The yeast is still good. Just dissolve it in warm water to make the dough rise. It will be faster than using old dough. We won't have to wait half a day to make bread anymore. In the innermost corner, an old dough mixer sat quietly. Lin Wanji tried to press the switch, but there was no response. She was about to wait for Chen Mo to fix it when she saw Chen Mo walking in with a toolbox. Turns out, after installing the bed, he was worried the dough mixer was too heavy, so he hurried over to help. "I'll take a look." Chen Mo squatted beside the dough mixer, took out a multimeter and first checked the circuit. The screen showed current. "The circuit is fine. It's probably the belt that's loose." He used a screwdriver to open the side cover of the mixer. Sure enough, inside, the belt was not only loose but also had a small tear. "Luckily, I brought a spare belt, left over from fixing the seed planter, and it fits perfectly." He removed the old belt, installed the new one, and added a few drops of lubricant on the motor shaft to reduce wear. Then he pressed the switch. The dough mixer hummed to life, gears meshing smoothly without noise.
Done.
This mixer can still be used for at least 6 months. I won't need to knead dough by hand for making buns and bread anymore, saving a lot of effort. When moving the dough mixer, Zhao Lei and Chen Emo lifted it together. It was a bit heavy, about 50 jin, roughly 25 kilograms. They carried it slowly to the handcart in the yard, tied it securely with a rope to prevent it from shaking during the trip. If this machine breaks down, we won't have a tool for making dough anymore. We need to be careful and avoid bumps or hits. At noon, everyone returned to the apartment with 5 bags of flour, 3 refined, 2 whole wheat, 3 boxes of yeast, 2 bags of glutinous rice flour, and the repaired dough mixer. As they entered the yard, they saw that the window of room 102 had been fitted with a mosquito net, light gray, stretched tightly, allowing good light through, and clearly showing the new bed inside. Zhao Lei quickly walked over, pushed open the door, and saw that the old bed had been dismantled. A new bed was placed steadily in the middle of the room. The light brown sponge mattress was laid on a solid wood bed frame, looking very comfortable. He went over, sat on the bed, patted the mattress, soft and cozy, much more comfortable than the military cot at the base. So comfortable. Tonight, I'll definitely get 8 hours of sleep, and I won't hear the creaking of the bed frame anymore. It turned out that when Chen Emo and Zhao Lei assembled the bed, they first dismantled the old bed frame. Among the 3 pinewood slats, the middle one had about the width of a finger. Zhao Lei moved it to the storage room, saying it could be used as firewood later. Chen Emo assembled the new bed frame, which was made of sturdy metal. He tightened every with a wrench and shook the frame to make sure it didn't wobble before stopping. The bed frame needs to be stable, otherwise it will creak when turning over, affecting sleep. When making the bed, 2 people lifted the sponge mattress onto the bed frame and slowly smoothed it out, making sure it covered the entire frame evenly without tilting. When attaching the screen, Chen Emo first measured the window size, cut the screen slightly larger than the window, and carefully nailed it along the frame with small nails, pressing the corners firmly to prevent mosquitoes from entering through gaps. Summer is coming. With a screen, we don't need thick blankets at night, and we can open the windows for fresh air without feeling stuffy. While tidying up, Zhao Lei sorted the metal rods and wires in the corner of the room, storing the wires in an old wooden box, with each roll labeled with its length on a paper. The metal rods leaned against the wall with a label, spare rods, 5 pieces, 1.5 meters long, making it easy to find what was needed. Everyone put down their supplies and immediately started working together. Su Qing and Lao Zhou tried making steamed buns in the kitchen. Su Qing first dissolved yeast powder in warm water at 30 degrees Celsius, let it sit for 5 minutes, and watched tiny bubbles form on the surface. Only then did she slowly add refined flour and a little salt. Adding salt makes the dough stronger and the buns chewier. She kneaded the dough skillfully until it became smooth, then placed it in a ceramic basin covered with a cloth, and let it ferment in the warmest corner of the kitchen. Fermentation takes about an hour. The dough should double in size and have small honeycomb holes inside. That's when the buns will be soft. Lao Zhou heated water nearby, preparing the steaming pot, and placed a bamboo mat at the bottom to prevent sticking. Zhao Lei and Chen Mo moved the dough mixer to the work table, fixed it in place, and wiped off the dust for future use. Xiao Lin and Lele sprayed water on the watermelon vines to wash off pollen from the leaves. Lele also made a small flower crown from flowers she picked in the morning and placed it on the little bear's neck. "Little bear, look. I made this flower crown for you. Do you like it? The dough is ready." After an hour, Su Qing lifted the wet cloth covering the dough. It had risen well, puffy and full. When she gently pressed it, it slowly bounced back. She cut it open and saw it was full of tiny honeycomb holes inside. She placed the dough on a floured cutting board, kneaded it evenly, and divided it into small, equal pieces. "Lele, do you want to help knead the dough?" Lele immediately ran over. Her small hands, a bit floured, tried to shape a small piece of dough into a ball, imitating Su Qing. Unfortunately, she was too little to knead properly, and the dough was lumpy and uneven. She also got quite a bit of flour on her face and nose, looking like a little kitten. She didn't mind at all, and even shaped the kneaded dough into a small bear. The ears and eyes were a bit crooked, but she was very serious. "I'm making a bear-shaped bun for lunch for the little bear." Su Qing smiled as she wiped the flour off her face and placed the small bear buns along with other buns into the steamer. Loliai's bear-shaped buns may not look perfect, but they will definitely taste good. After 20 minutes, the buns were steamed. Su Qing lifted the lid, and a strong aroma of wheat filled the air. The white buns were steaming hot, full and fluffy. Loliai's bear buns, though irregular in shape, were very fluffy because they were pressed tightly. Everyone sat around the wooden dining table in the dining room. The table was covered with a white cotton cloth, and the buns were placed in a bamboo basket. Next to them was Su Qing's cucumber salad, which was refreshing and helped clear the palate. Zhao Lei picked up a bun and took a big bite. It was soft, with a light wheat smell, chewy, and he mumbled, "Plain white buns smell the best. We used to eat compressed biscuits every day at the base. Now we can have hot buns. I feel so lucky. Maybe if we find some sugar, we can make sweet buns with apple jam inside. They'll be even sweeter than sweet potato cakes." Old Zhou also took a bite of the bun and sipped some millet porridge, looking very satisfied. "Back in my hometown, after harvesting wheat, I'd grind flour and make buns and noodles. In winter, I'd cook a pot of noodles with an egg, so warm and cozy. Even now, in this end-of-the-world situation, we can still enjoy hot buns. It's not easy." Loliai held her small bear bun and tore off a tiny piece, pretending to feed her little bear in her arms. "Little bear, is the bun tasty? Tomorrow, Mom will make more, and she'll leave you the biggest one." Then she took a bite herself, feeling sweet and squinting happily. After dinner, Lin Wanji sat at the dining table updating her points book. The warm glow from the brass chandelier shone on the book. She used a red pen to mark the new rent for room 102, a blue pen for Su Qing's daily restaurant earnings, and occasionally tapped her fingertips on the book, quietly checking the numbers to avoid mistakes. "Sister Su Qing, the extra deduction for making buns is 60, and the reward for finding glutinous rice flour is 5 points, right?" Su Qing leaned over to look and nodded, saying, "Yes, that's right. Thanks for being so careful. The handwriting on the points notebook is clear and easy to read. Points pool, 2,475, initial balance, 280, bed upgrade cost, 160, rewards, 80, flour mill supplies, flour 30, yeast 20, dough mixer 30, equals 2,355.80 is equal to 2,435. 101 Su Qing, restaurant staff daily wage 350, extra services, making steamed buns, preparing flour, finding glutinous rice flour. Deducted 65 is equal to 65. Total 350.65 is equal to 415. Minus rent 636, 53 by 12. Remaining balance minus 1,779, 415 minus 636 is equal to minus 2,000, an increase of 221 from yesterday due to higher deduction for extra services. 102 Zhao Lei, bed upgrade installing bed 30 moving flour 40 handling zombies 15, total 85. Minus rent 492, 41 by 12, new rent. Remaining balance minus 3,685 minus 492 is equal to minus 4,007, an increase of 397 from yesterday. As physical effort was high, future resource gathering can quickly balance this. 103 Chinemo, repairing dough mixer 30, installing bed 25, testing electrical circuits 15, total 70, minus rent 504, 42 by 12, remaining balance minus 3,672. 70 minus 504 is equal to minus 4,106, an increase of 438 from yesterday. Future equipment repairs can provide additional deductions. 105 Laozhou, observing pollination 40, boiling water 25, total 65, minus rent 300, 25 by 12. Remaining balance minus 1985, 65 minus 300 is equal to minus 2,220, an increase of 235 from yesterday. Future care of the small watermelon can help recover this. 104 Shaolin. Watering with nutrient solution 20 picking petals 15. Total 35. Minus rent 288. 24 by 12. Remaining balance minus 1970 135 minus 288 is equal to minus 2,224, an increase of 253 from yesterday. Future cleaning and dough mixer repairs can help recover this. Lele. Kneading dough 15 passing tools 10. Reward 25. Total 335 points. Although Zhao Lei's rent increased, the new bed allows him to rest well. In the future, he'll have more strength to carry supplies and handle zombies, which can help him earn more points. Lin Wenji put away the points notebook and pointed to the dough mixer in the kitchen. Tomorrow, we'll use the dough mixer to make bread and find some sugar and butter to improve everyone's meals so they can taste sweet bread. The sunset slowly sank behind the courtyard wall, turning the sky a soft pink. The mosquito net in room 102 was bathed in warm gold, with sunlight passing through it and casting tiny light spots on the ground. On the watermelon vine in the yard, small watermelons the size of fingernails had already appeared, with faint striped green skins, looking like tiny green balls. The bread mixer sat quietly on the kitchen counter, its shiny surface reflecting the menu on the wall. The refrigerator's indicator light glowed in the idle area, with flour, yeast, and glutinous rice flour resting quietly inside, waiting to be turned into warm, delicious food. Lin Wenji leaned against the door of the balcony. The evening breeze carried the scent of wheat and flowers, gentle like a mother's touch. Tao Tao's voice softly echoed in her mind. Host, after bringing back supplies from the flour mill, the food reserve index has risen to 150%. I just scanned and found an abandoned farm 4 kilometers east with a few live chickens and ducks and some feed bags. We can check it out tomorrow to add some meat and vegetables and boost our protein intake. Lin Wenji smiled inwardly and replied, Okay, after making bread tomorrow, I'll go to the farm. Let everyone enjoy sweet bread and chicken soup. Our days in Taoyuan will become more prosperous and feel more like home. The evening breeze continued to, passing through the dining room window, brushing the watermelon vine in the yard, and drifting toward the mosquito net in room 102. This once lonely small building was gradually transforming into the warmest and most lively haven in the apocalypse, full of hope for growth, comfortable living, warm meals, children's laughter, little bear wreaths, and endless dreams for the future. As the call from the farm echoed softly in the night, new stories quietly unfolded, waiting for summer's chilled watermelons, autumn's golden corn, and the flowers blooming all around. Morning sunlight first touched the courtyard wall of Building A like a warm glaze, flowing along the cobblestone path into the yard, gently wrapping around the watermelon trellis. 20 watermelon vines had climbed over the bamboo mesh, with small watermelons growing to the size of fists. The black stripes on their green skins became clearer and sharper, as if carefully painted with ink, heavy and hanging among the vines. The thin vines, about half a finger thick, were slightly bent under the weight, and even the light brown cloth strips tied by Old Zhou last week were pulled tight. Old Zhou squatted beside the climbing frame, with a rough cloth towel, washed until white, under his knees. He held a few thin bamboo strips, about half a finger wide, leftover material from yesterday's bamboo weaving factory, flexible and hard to break. Gently, he supported a small, heavy watermelon with his fingertips, feeling the coolness and rough texture of the rind. We need to make a small triangular stand for the watermelon, or the vine won't hold it up. If the wind blows, it might fall and get crushed. Then we can't enjoy the sweet watermelon. Lele, do you want to learn how to make the stand? Grandpa will show you how to bend the bamboo strips without breaking them. Lele ran over carrying a pink cloth bag. Inside was a small teddy bear holding a tiny steamed bun, left over from last night, kept as a snack. A wild rose tucked behind her ear was still dewy from the morning. As she ran, it swayed gently. She squatted next to Old Zhou, carefully pinching a bamboo with her small hands. The coolness of the bamboo seeped through her fingertips. She tried to bend it like Old Zhou, slowly forming an arc. The bamboo creaked, startling her, and she immediately stopped. Grandpa, will the bamboo break? I want to make a stand for the watermelon, like a little bear's house, so it can stay inside and won't fall. It won't break if you bend it slowly, following the grain of the bamboo. Old Zhou smiled and demonstrated. He pinched both ends of the bamboo, gently bringing them together in the middle. They gradually bent into a sturdy triangle. He wrapped 3 turns of thin string around the joint, tying a tight knot. Then, he gently placed the small watermelon on the stand, fitting it at the bottom. See, the stand should be about a size larger than the watermelon. Don't make it too tight. Leave some space for it to grow, just like leaving a door for the little bear's house. Lele immediately followed his example. Her small hands were not very strong, so the bamboo bent a little crooked, turning the triangle into a flattened oval, but it was just right to hold the smallest watermelon. She also took out a red marker from her bag and drew a crooked little sun on the stand. She tied a red cloth at the top of the bamboo, saying, "This is the little house for the watermelon. The red cloth is the doorplate, and the little sun keeps it warm." Zhao Lei carried over a woven bamboo basket filled with diluted fruit nutrition solution, made yesterday by Old Zhou with potassium dihydrogen phosphate. The light brown liquid floated tiny nutrient particles. As he reached the window of room 102, he instinctively raised his hand to block the sunlight. Although mosquito nets were installed last week, the morning sun was still very strong. Its rays shone through the tiny holes in the net, directly hitting the room. The bed's coarse cloth sheets felt hot. When he made the bed in the morning, he had to move the pillow to the cool corner of the wall first, or the pillowcase would stick to his neck and feel sticky. "It would be great to have blinds," he said, running his fingertip over the tiny holes in the screen. He could feel the rough texture of the threads. "They can adjust brightness, so I wouldn't be woken up by sunlight in the morning, and at noon, I could pull them down to block the heat. Yesterday, I lay there for half an hour but couldn't sleep, and in the afternoon, I was too tired to move the feed." Lin Wanji was helping Old Zhou hold up another watermelon stand when she heard this and felt a little moved. Zhao Lei is a key team member. He wakes up early every day to carry supplies and deal with zombies. He needs short breaks at noon to recover. Adjustable light control is really necessary. She took out her exchange device. When her fingertips touched the cool screen, a light blue task box popped up with a slight vibration, shining on her face like a thin layer of frost. Side mission: improve living quality, room 102. Continued. Mission requirements: 1. Install a level 2 solid wood blind in room 102, including silent adjustment rod, dust-proof track, and double-layer protection with screen. 2. Clean the windowsill, remove dust, organize tools. 3. Adjust the blinds and screen to work together. Ensure dual functions of mosquito prevention and light adjustment. Mission rewards: 160 points, one-time addition to the points pool. 2. Level 2 solid wood blind times 1. 18 pine wood slats, 5 cm wide times 60 cm long, track with dustproof. 3. Window tool storage box times 1, layer design, can hold wrenches, screwdrivers, and small tools. Mission cost: 170 points, deducted directly from the points pool, non-divisible. Follow-up change: the rent for room 102 increases from 41 points/hour to 45 points/hour, due to dual-layer protection and tool storage upgrade, meeting level 3 apartment and operational standards. Mission explanation: using blinds with a screen can improve living comfort by 40%, reduce fatigue caused by strong light, and help Zhao Lei recover his energy more efficiently. An upgrade mission. Lin Wanji held up the exchange device. The number, points pool, 2435, was especially clear in the sunlight. Installing costs 170 points, and after completing, I get 160 points back. So, net cost is only 10 points, plus a tool storage box. Zhao Lei, in the future, you can pull down the blinds during noon rest. No more moving pillows around. You'll be able to sleep peacefully. Zhao Lei's eyes lit up. His frown from the bright sunlight instantly relaxed, and he almost dropped the woven basket in his hand. Loaded. It must be loaded. Yesterday at noon, I was so hot I was sweating all over. I installed the blinds, and in the afternoon, I moved chicken cages at the farm with strength. Lin Wenji immediately clicked Confirm Upgrade on the exchange device. As her finger pressed down, the device made a soft ding sound and the points in the pool updated in real time. 2435-170-160 is equal to 2425. The storage compartment at the front desk clicked open, and a bunch of parts fell out. 18 light pinewood blades with a faint pine scent, edges smoothly sanded without burrs. The silent adjustment rod was a round wooden cylinder with anti-slip grooves carved on top. Inside the dust-proof track, a gray rubber prevented dust entry. There was also a light brown tool storage box divided into 3 small compartments, just enough to hold Zhao Lei's commonly used wrench, screwdriver, and small hammer. I'll help with the installation. The blinds need to be installed offset from the mesh, or they'll get stuck when pulled, Chinemo said, walking over with a dark green toolbox containing sandpaper, screwdrivers, and a tape measure. I'll measure the window frame first to make sure the track is installed straight, not crooked. He squatted down and carefully measured the width and height of the window frame with a tape, then marked on the wall with white chalk. The track should be installed 2 centimeters above the mesh. This way, it won't interfere with opening and closing the mesh, and the blinds will move smoothly up and down without rubbing against the mesh and making noise. Zhao Lei rubbed his hands together, bent down, and picked up a pinewood blade, running his fingertips over its texture. I'll pass you the parts. I'll hold the track steady. I'm strong enough to keep it stable. You just need to in the screws. The division of work was quickly decided. Zhao Lei and Chinmo stayed in the apartment, installing the wooden beams and tracks for the blinds, then attaching the blades, adjusting the rods, and finally tidying the tool storage box. Old Zhou, Xiaolin, and Lele stayed in the yard to look after the watermelons. Old Zhou would reinforce the supports, adding thin bamboo poles outside the bamboo strips. Xiaolin would spray nutrient solution on the watermelon vines, and Lele would help wrap the supports with cloth and add decorations. Lin Wanji and Su Qing would go to the eastern farm to find live chickens, ducks, and feed. After Zhao Lei and Chen Mo finished installing the blinds, Zhao Lei would help move the chicken cages. Before leaving, Su Qing prepared dry food for everyone at the kitchen counter. She took a steamed bun wrapped in oil paper, still warm from the morning, some dried apples, sun-dried yesterday, sweet and chewy, and 2 bottles of mint water with wild honey. The bottles were covered with cloth to prevent leaks during the trip. The farm hasn't been maintained for a long time, so it might smell like chicken manure. Don't mind the smell, she said as she squatted down to tighten the pink cloth bag strap for Lele and gently pushed the stuffed bear's bun further inside. If we find a live chicken, we'll make chicken soup tonight for everyone and fry an egg to give Lele some extra nutrition. Lele nodded, hugging the bear even tighter, her cheek pressed against its soft fur. I'm not afraid of the smell. I want to find a hen so it can lay eggs. Mom can make egg custard, and I'll leave a spoon for the bear. The 3 of them set out along the small road to the east. The wild grass by the roadside was covered with morning dew, so when they stepped on it, it felt wet, and their pant legs quickly got covered in water droplets. A faint scent of grass drifted in the breeze, and from afar, they could hear the distant cluck of chickens coming from the farm. As they got closer, the sound became clearer, almost like a guide. Occasionally, Lele stopped to pick a small purple wildflower to clip onto the bear's ear or to pick a smooth stone to put in the cloth bag, saying she wanted to decorate the new chicken coop. After about 40 minutes, Lele suddenly pointed at a wooden fence ahead, her voice full of excitement. Elder sister Shangju, look. There's a wooden fence with chickens running inside. Is that the farm? They looked in the direction she pointed. In the middle of the ruins in the distance, there was indeed a circle of half-human-height wooden fencing. The wood was somewhat rotten but still brown. Inside the fence, there were a few red brick buildings with roofs, missing most of their tiles. An old, rusty metal sign hung at the entrance, with the words, Morning Light Farm, barely visible. In the open space inside the fence, several chickens pecked at the ground, and there was a gray feed shed. At the door, a few bags of bulging material were stacked and covered with plastic cloth. Watch out for zombies. I'll go see what's going on. Lin Wenji clenched her iron rod tightly. The rod was solid steel, polished to a shine, with visible surface patterns. She slowly approached the fence. When she was about 10 meters from the gate, she saw a zombie dressed in blue work clothes lying on the ground, clutching a cracked chicken feed stick with an old plastic bag tied to the top. Zombies move slowly, like rusty robots. Their skin is wrinkled, like dried bark. They have no strength to lift their heads, only occasionally moving a finger as if still trying to grab the chicken feed on the ground. "Let me handle it." Zhao Lei, who arrived after fixing the blinds, came from behind. He moved quietly, like a cat, afraid to scare the chickens inside the fence. He went behind a zombie, waited until it didn't react, then grabbed a metal rod and struck the back of its head hard. With a dull bang, the zombie twitched and then fell to the ground, no longer moving. The bamboo stick he used to feed the chickens rolled far away and landed near the fence. Walking into the farm, a strong smell of chicken manure hit the air, but it couldn't hide the lively feeling of living animals, more lively than cold ruins. The chicken coop was built with wooden planks. Though some gaps let in the wind and rain, it still kept out the weather. Inside, 3 hens were pecking at broken grains on the ground. Their feathers were light yellow and looked healthy. A rooster stood on a wooden perch, saw the people, and immediately crowed loudly, flapping its wings, but not flying away. They had been kept in the coop for a long time and seemed used to being confined. "We found some live chickens. They are very hungry, so we need to feed them first. Otherwise, they might get scared when we catch them." Suqing took some leftover bread from her canvas bag and scattered it on the ground outside the coop. The hens quickly gathered around, lowered their heads, and pecked at the bread, forgetting to be cautious. When catching chickens, hold their wings at the base, not their feet. Chicken feet are thin and easy to hurt. If hurt, they won't lay eggs, she demonstrated, gently grabbing a hen's wing. The hen just clucked twice and didn't struggle. Lele helped by handing over pieces of bread, carefully scattering them on the ground. Watching the hens eat peacefully, she softly said, "Little hen, don't be afraid. We will take good care of you. You should lay more eggs. I'll save some bread for you." Lin Wanji went into the feed shed. The light inside was a bit dim, and the air smelled faintly of feed. There were 5 unopened bags of chicken feed stacked inside. The bags were green, with "egg-laying chicken feed" printed on them. She checked the back for the production date, produced 3 months before the end of the world. The shelf life is 6 months. It's still good to feed, not damp, and the bags are intact. She also found an old metal water jug in the corner of the shed. The jug was a bit rusty, but still usable. She connected a water hose, washed it clean, filled it up, and placed it in the prepared chicken cage. Give the chickens some water on the way so they don't get thirsty. Otherwise, they'll look droopy when we get to the apartment. Zhao Lei helped move the chicken cage into the henhouse. The cage was made of bamboo and just big enough for 4 chickens. He and Suqing carefully herded the mother hen and the rooster into the cage. The mother hen was pecking at the broken bread at the bottom of the cage and didn't resist. The rooster was a bit cautious, flapping his wings twice, but Zhao Lei gently pushed him into the cage. "All set. Tie the cage with a rope for the trip, so it doesn't shake and scare the chickens." At noon, everyone returned to the apartment with a chicken cage, containing 4 chickens, 5 bags of feed, and the metal water jug. As they entered the yard, they saw that the window of room 102 had already been fitted with shutters. The light brown pinewood slats were neatly arranged on the track, like a row of small fans. Zhao Lei was adjusting the control rod, making the slats turn slowly from fully open to half-closed, then fully closed. The movement was quiet and smooth, with no sticking. Chun Mo put Zhao Lei's tools into a storage box. The large wrench was in the left compartment, the small screwdriver in the middle, and the small hammer on the right. Each compartment had a label written by Lele. Large wrench for screws, small screwdriver for shutters, small hammer for nails. Quick, reinforce the watermelon supports. There was a little wind just now, and one of the supports tilted. Old Zhou waved at them. The 20 watermelon supports in the yard were already set up. Shaolin was wrapping light brown cloth strips around the supports, cut from old clothes by Su Qing. The strips were about wide, soft, and comfortable. The cloth should be wrapped around the bamboo joint to prevent the rough edges from scratching the watermelon skin. If the skin breaks, pests can get in, and the watermelon might rot. Everyone immediately divided the work. Zhao Lei and Qinmo helped old Zhou reinforce the supports. They added a thin bamboo stick outside each bamboo support and tied it tightly with rope to make the supports more stable. Su Qing and Shaolin worked in the kitchen handling the chickens. Su Qing boiled hot water to prepare for killing the rooster, keeping 3 hens for eggs. Shaolin helped gently pluck the feathers, careful not to tear the skin. Lin Wanji and Lele built a temporary chicken coop using a woven bamboo basket as the base, lined with dry grass they pulled from the yard, sun-dried and smelling of sunlight. They also placed an old ceramic basin next to the coop, filled with feed, and the mother hens immediately lowered their heads to peck at it. Old Zhou continued spraying nutrient solution on the watermelon vines. He gently sprayed the vines and watermelons with a small spray bottle, muttering, "Gather chicken manure, ferment it in a bucket for half a month, and it can become organic fertilizer." Applying some to the watermelons is better than buying nutrient solutions. The watermelons will grow sweeter and juicier. In the evening, the chicken soup was finally ready. The whole apartment was filled with a rich aroma. Su Qing cut the whole chicken into pieces, blanched them in hot water to remove blood foam, then put them into a clay pot with some from the backyard to remove the smell. She also added a handful of green vegetable leaves from the backyard. The soup was thick and white, with tender chicken that was not dry. Next to it, there was a plate of wild eggs, collected from the chicken coop's haystack before leaving, 2 eggs in total, with especially yellow yolks. The eggs looked golden and tempting, sprinkled with a little fine salt, smelling so good it made everyone drool. The main dish was steamed buns from the morning, soft and warm, perfect with the chicken soup for a hearty meal. Everyone sat around the solid wood dining table in the dining room. The table was covered with a white cotton cloth, and the dishes were arranged neatly. Zhao Lei picked up a steamed bun, tore it in half, dipped it into the chicken soup, took a big bite, and sighed happily. It's been a long time since I had such fragrant chicken soup. Back at the base, I couldn't see any meat for half a year. Now I can not only eat steamed buns but also drink chicken soup. I feel so lucky. With these 3 hens, I can have eggs every day. That's much better than just eating corn cakes. Lele hugged her teddy bear and used a small spoon to scoop some chicken soup. She pretended to feed her teddy, saying, "Little bear, is the chicken soup tasty? Mom will make it again tomorrow and leave you a big spoonful." Then she took a sip herself, feeling the heat, and gently stuck out her tongue. Still smiling, she said, "It smells so good. It's even better than applesauce." Su Qing gave Lele a piece of chicken thigh and gently said, "Lele helped feed the chickens and build the chicken coop today. You worked hard. Eat more chicken thigh so you can grow tall. Then you can help Mom even more in the future." After dinner, Lin Wanji sat at the dining table updating her points book. The warm glow from the brass chandelier shone on the paper, making the handwriting clear. She used a red pen to mark the new rent for room 102, a blue pen for Su Qing's daily restaurant earnings, and occasionally paused to check the points deducted that day. Points pool, 2,435, original balance, 170, blinds consumption, 160, rewards, 80, livestock supplies, live chickens 50 feed 30. Equals 2,425.80 is equal to 2,505. 101 Su Qing, restaurant staff daily wage 350, extra services, stewed chicken soup, scrambled eggs, chicken processing, deduct 70, total 350.70 is equal to 420. Rent deduction 636, 53 by 12. Remaining minus 2,420 minus 636 is equal to minus 2,216, an increase of 216 from yesterday, as physical effort for meat dishes increased the extra deduction. 102 Zhao Lei, blind upgrade, installing blinds 30, catching chickens 25, handling zombie farm 15, total 70. Rent deduction 540, 45 by 12, new rent. remaining minus 4,007 minus 540 is equal to minus 4,477, an increase of 410 from yesterday, due to high physical effort. Future feed collection can quickly balance it. 103 Chinemo. Installing blind panels 25, repairing chicken coop 15, organizing tools 15, total 55, rent deduction 504, 42 by 12, remaining minus 4,106, 55 minus 504 is equal to minus 4,555, an increase of 438 from yesterday. Future repairs and feed troughs can provide additional deductions. 105 Old Joe. Building watermelon stand 40, spraying fruit protection nutrient 25, total 65, rent deduction 300, 25 by 12, remaining minus 2,220, 65 minus 300 is equal to minus 2,455, an increase of 235 from yesterday. Future care of chickens and fermentation of chicken manure can help. 104 Shaolin. Plucking chicken feathers 20, feeding hens 15, total 35, rent deduction 288, 24 by 12, remaining minus 2,224, 35 minus 288 is equal to minus 2,477, an increase of 253 from yesterday. Future egg collection can provide deductions. Lele. Feeding hens 10, collecting chicken feathers 15, plus extra reward 25 for active participation and protecting the teddy bear, total 375 points, no debts. Although Zhao Lei's rent increased with the new blinds, he can rest well at noon, making his afternoon work more efficient. Now with live chickens and eggs, everyone's nutrition is more balanced, and it's less likely they'll get sick. Lin Wanji put away her points notebook and pointed to the chicken coop in the yard. The hens had quieted down and were resting on the hay. Tomorrow, we'll find an old water bucket to give the chickens drinking water, then go to the southern feed factory to get more feed and quail eggs. Quail eggs are nutritious, perfect for making egg custard for Lele, and they can also help the hens get extra nutrients to lay more eggs. Old Joe took a sip of the remaining chicken soup and nodded. Tomorrow, I'll put the chicken manure into a bucket, add some water to ferment it. In half a month, it will be good fertilizer for the watermelons, making them big and sweet. Oh, and we need to build a roof over the chicken coop so it doesn't get wet in the rain. Rain can make the hens sick and they won't lay eggs, Zhao Lei agreed. Tomorrow, when I go to the feed factory, I'll look for an old feed trough. We're using ceramic bowls now, which spill easily. A proper feed trough is better because it controls the amount of food and reduces waste. The setting sun slowly sank behind the wall, turning the sky a soft pink. The blinds in room 102 were bathed in warm gold, sunlight filtering through the slats and casting tiny striped shadows on the ground. The small watermelons on the trellis swayed gently in the evening breeze, their shadows dancing on the ground. The hens in the coop occasionally made soft, cluck sounds, as if talking in their sleep. The kitchen still had some chicken soup left in the pot, filling the air with a gentle aroma. The indicator light on the fridge glowed in the idle zone, with chicken meat and eggs quietly resting inside, waiting to be cooked for tomorrow's meals. Lin Wanji leaned against the balcony door. The evening breeze carried the scent of chicken soup and fresh grass, gentle like a mother's touch. Tao Tao's voice softly echoed in her mind. Host, after bringing back the farm supplies, the protein reserve index in the apartment increased to 180%. I just scanned and found an abandoned feed factory 3 kilometers south, with 10 unopened bags of chicken feed, 2 boxes of quail eggs, and 2 old metal feed troughs. Tomorrow I'll check it out. It will meet the hens' feed needs and provide extra quail eggs for everyone's snacks. Lin Wanji smiled inwardly and replied, Great. After feeding the chickens tomorrow, I'll go to the feed factory. Everyone can have eggs every day and sometimes enjoy chicken soup and quail egg custard. Our Taoyuan days will get better and more like home. The evening breeze continued to, passing through the dining room window, the watermelon trellis in the yard, and reaching the blinds in room 102. This once lonely small building is gradually becoming the warmest and most lively harbor in the end times, thanks to the arrival of live chickens, the new look of the shutters, the help and laughter of friends. Here, There is hope for growth, comfortable living, warm meat and vegetables, children's laughter, little bears, chicken feast, and endless dreams for the future. As the feed factory calls, new stories quietly unfold in the gentle night, waiting for summer's chilled watermelons, autumn's golden corn, and flowers blooming all around. In the early morning, sunlight just crosses the wall of Building A like a honey-colored veil, flowing along the cobblestone path into the yard, gently wrapping around the watermelon trellis. 20 watermelon vines have climbed the bamboo mesh, with small watermelons growing to the size of a bowl. The green skins with black stripes look like carefully drawn ink lines, sharp and clear at the edges, heavy and hanging between the vines, pressing the thin stems slightly downward, causing the bamboo supports to bend a little. Old Joe squats beside the trellis, with a rough cloth towel, washed until white, on his knees. He holds a small, light brown ceramic bucket, found from a ruined house, a bit chipped at the edges, but shining clean. Inside is fermented chicken manure, made from yesterday's fresh chicken droppings mixed with rice water, giving off a faint earthy smell with a hint of the sweet rice water. It's time to fertilize the watermelons. Chicken manure helps the roots grow strong, making the melons sweeter and preventing cracks, he says, placing the bucket on the ground. He pulls out a tiny wooden scoop wrapped with non-slip cloth on the handle. Lele, do you want to learn how to water the plants? Be gentle. Don't splash the skin. Fertilizer on the skin can cause small pits, which will affect how nice it looks when sold. Lele runs over with her pink cloth bag, inside a small bear doll with a light yellow feather. She picked it from the chicken coop yesterday, clutching a quail egg she found last night, specially kept for fun. The eggshell has light brown spots like tiny freckles. She squats beside old Joe, carefully taking the tiny scoop. When her fingertips touch the non-slip cloth on the handle, she can't help but laugh. The handle is soft, like a little bear's paw. She mimics old Joe, scooping half a spoon of the light brown fertilizer, slowly moving it in the soil at the watermelon's root. Her wrist tilts gently, letting the fertilizer seep into the soil without splashing. Should I feed it like giving water to a little bear? So the fertilizer doesn't splash onto the little watermelon's green clothes. Yes. Lele is so clever. Old Joe nodded with a smile, gently brushing aside some dogtail grass stained with fertilizer. Fertilizer should be poured about 10 centimeters around the roots. This is where the roots are densest, so the plants can absorb nutrients better. Don't pour on the leaves, or they'll burn, and if the leaves die, the watermelon won't get enough nutrients. Lele immediately became more careful. After watering each watermelon, she took a small colorful stone from her cloth bag and placed it next to the vine as a marker. She whispered to herself, counting, 1, 2, 3. This is the 5th watermelon I've watered. The little watermelons need to grow quickly, bigger than the little bear. Lin Wanji was helping old Joe hand over a wooden scoop. Her eyes glanced at room 201 on the second floor. Since the last cleaning, the room had been empty, with only some old wooden boxes and spare cloths piled up. Sometimes, she used them to store dried apples and flour. A thin layer of dust covered the boxes, and the cloths were a bit messy. Suddenly, she remembered that Peach had mentioned before that room 201 could be expanded into a spare bedroom. Now that the chickens were settled and the watermelons were growing steadily, some team members, tired and not wanting to go back to their own rooms, could rest there. It could also be used to host new tenants in the future. She took out the exchange device. When her fingertip touched the cool screen, a light blue task window popped up with a slight vibration, shining on her face like a thin layer of frost. Side mission. Expand living space. Room 201. Mission requirements. 1. Transform the old wooden box area in room 201 into a resting zone. Install a level 2 solid wood bed, including a thin mattress and bed frame. 2. Organize the storage area in the room. Sort and place spare supplies. Add simple storage racks. 3. Replace the room curtain. Use remaining waterproof fabric to make dust-proof curtains. Mission rewards. 160 points. One-time addition to the points pool. 2. 1 level 2 solid wood bed, pine bed frame 3 centimeters thin mattress, suitable for small spaces. Weight capacity 180 kilograms. 3. Simple storage rack. 2 metal layered shelves can hold spare fabrics and dry food. Task cost 280 points, deducted directly from the points pool, non-divisible. Future change. Room 201 will be used as a backup bedroom, with rent set at 14 points per hour, due to limited space. Basic setup, lower than other rooms. Task description. When room 201 is activated, the apartment's hosting capacity increases, allowing it to accommodate new tenants temporarily, while also improving storage and reducing clutter. There's an upgrade task. Room 201 can hold a new bed as a backup bedroom. Lin Wanji holds the exchange device with the number, points pool, 2505, clearly visible in the sunlight. Upgrading costs 280 points, and after completion, I get 160 points back. So, the net cost is 120 points, plus 2 storage racks. When new tenants arrive in the future, we won't have to squeeze onto the sofa in the living room anymore. Chinemo just finished changing the water in the chicken coop. He used the iron kettle he found yesterday, filled with cool boiled water, and carefully poured it into a ceramic basin beside the coop, worried about spilling. Hearing this, he immediately put down the kettle, picked up the dark green toolbox in the corner, which still contained fine sandpaper and screwdrivers left over from fixing the blinds. I'll help install the bed. Room 201 is small, only about 8 square meters. The bed frame needs to be narrow. I can adjust the width of the bedboard, making the frame 1.2 meters wide to ensure stability and not take up too much space. He quickly walks to room 201, opens the door, and looks at the old wooden box piled in the corner. First, move the old wooden box to the other corner of the room to clear space for the bed. These boxes are still good, just wipe them clean and use them for storage. They fit the fabric and won't be wasted. Zhao Lei also puts down the bamboo spoon he was using to feed the chickens. The spoon has smooth edges. He just added some broken steamed buns to the chickens and was about to move the feed bag. Hearing this, he immediately places the spoon on the stone table. I'll help carry the bedboard. The pine is light, about 20 jin, roughly 10 kilograms. We can carry it together, saving you the effort. Also, let's install the storage rack so we can sort flour and dried apples, making it easier to find things without rummaging around. The division of tasks is quickly decided. Zhao Lei, Chinemo, and Lin Wanji stay in the apartment. First, remove the old wooden box from room 201, clean it, and move it to the corner. Then assemble the new bed frame and lay the mattress. Finally, install the storage rack and hang the door curtain. Old Zhou, Shaolin, and Lele stayed in the yard to take care of the crops and chickens. Old Zhou continued to guide on watermelon fertilization and taught Shaolin how to identify which vines needed more nutrients. Shaolin fed the chickens and watched the mother hen's condition. Lele helped pick up eggs. 2 fresh ones laid in the morning, still warm, marked the fertilized watermelons and assisted with other chores. Su Qing prepared to take Lele, Old Zhou, and Shaolin to the southern feed factory to find quail eggs, refill chicken feed, and get the metal feeding trough that Peach mentioned. They used to feed with ceramic bowls, which spilled feed often, so the new trough would save a lot of trouble. Before leaving, Su Qing packed dry food for everyone on the kitchen counter. She took a steamed bun wrapped in oil paper, still warm from a morning, and some dried apples in a small bamboo basket, which were sun-dried yesterday and tasted sweet and chewy. She also put 2 bottles of mint water with wild honey into a canvas bag, sealing the caps with cloth to prevent leaks. She crouched down and carefully placed the eggs she just collected into a small pocket on the side of the bag, padded with soft cloth to prevent breakage. Lele, watch the eggs for me. Don't run too fast or bump them. When we get back, I'll make you egg custard with green onions, so tasty. The feed factory might have mice, so don't run around. Stay close to Grandpa Zhou. If you see a mouse, call Grandpa, okay? Lele nodded, clutching the bag tightly, pressing her cheek against it to feel the warmth of the eggs. I understand. I'll watch the eggs and not run too fast. I also want to find quail eggs to make little eggs for Little Bear so he can taste quail eggs too. The group of 4 set out along the small road to the south. The roadside weeds were covered with morning dew, so their pants quickly got wet with tiny water droplets. A faint smell of feed drifted in the breeze. coming from the feed factory, mixed with the sweet scent of grains, growing stronger as they approached. Lele occasionally stopped to pick a small purple wildflower to clip behind Little Bear's ear, or to pick a smooth pebble to put in the bag, saying she wanted to make a little decoration for the new bed. After about 30 minutes, Lele suddenly pointed to a distant factory building with excitement in her voice. "Grandpa Zhou, look. There's a big sign that says Huimin. Is that the feed factory?" They looked in the direction she pointed. In the middle of the ruins in the distance, there was indeed a gray factory building, with most of the gray paint peeling off the walls, revealing red bricks underneath. A rusty iron sign hung at the entrance, with only the words Huimin still clear. The rest were covered by rust. In the yard, a few bulging sacks of feed were stacked and covered with plastic sheets, keeping them dry. 2 metal feeding troughs leaned crookedly in the corner, their silver surfaces slightly rusted but still intact. Nearby, among a pile of cardboard boxes, 2 had the words quail eggs printed on them, and paper trays could be faintly seen inside. "Be careful, there might be zombies. I'll go check first." Old Zhou gripped the solid steel rod in his hand, polished smooth from use. He moved slowly toward the factory building. When he was about 10 meters from the door, he saw a zombie in a blue work uniform lying on the ground, clutching a torn bag of feed. Yellow pellets had spilled all over. The zombie moved stiffly, like a rusty machine, its skin dry and wrinkled like old bark. It barely had the strength to lift its head, only twitching its fingers now and then, as if still trying to grab the scattered feed. "I'll take care of it." Zhao Lei, who had come to help after finishing the bed frame, moved quietly, careful not to startle any rats inside. He circled behind the zombie, tightened his grip on the rod, and struck the back of its head with a heavy thud. The zombie twitched once, then fell still, the torn feed bag slipping from its hand and spilling more pellets. Inside the feed factory, a strong grain scent filled the air, and it was several degrees cooler than outside. On the left, shelves were neatly stacked with bags of feed for laying hens. The green packaging read protein 20%. Su Qing picked one up and checked the date on the back. Made 2 months before the world changed. Shelf life 6 months. It's still good. Each bag weighs 20 pounds. "Let's take 10. That'll feed the chickens for a month." On the bottom shelf, she found 2 cardboard boxes. Inside were quail eggs, neatly arranged in paper trays, each one unbroken, with light brown speckles on the shells. "We found quail eggs. 2 boxes, about 50 in total. We can make egg custard for Lele and salt half of them. They'll keep longer and taste great with porridge." In the right corner, the 2 metal feeding troughs lay quietly on the ground. Xiaolin crouched down and used a cloth to wipe off the rust from the trough. For spots that wouldn't come off, he gently sanded them with sandpaper. It still works. Once cleaned, it can be used to hold feed. It's more convenient than a ceramic bowl. The bottom of the trough has small holes that can let water drain out, so it won't collect moisture. The chickens can eat without getting sick. He also took out a thin piece of wire and cleared the small holes at the bottom of the trough, letting dust escape. The holes need to be open, or the feed will get moldy inside and the chickens might get diarrhea if they eat it. Lele crouched next to a cardboard box of quail eggs, carefully picking up one. It was smaller than a chicken egg, fitting perfectly in her hand. "This is a little egg for Little Bear." Little Bear's hands are small, so it can hold it. She also imitated Su Qing, checking if the egg was cracked. "Pinch the ends, not the middle. The middle is soft and easy to break." Mom is right. While filling the feed, Zhao Lei and Xiaolin carried 2 bags at a time. Each bag weighed 20 jin. They carefully placed the bags on a handcart and tied them tightly with a rope, worried they might fall off during the trip. "Handle the feed gently. Don't tear the bags. It would be a waste if it spills. We need to save our supplies." Zhao Lei noticed one bag's seal was loose, so he took out a thin rope from his bag and retied it tightly. "Don't let the feed get damp. If it does, it will clump together and the chickens won't eat it. That would be a waste." At noon, everyone returned to the apartment with 10 bags of feed, 2 boxes of quail eggs, and 2 metal feeders. As they entered the yard, they saw that the curtain for room 201 was already hung up. It was a light gray waterproof cloth tied to the door frame with a rope, leaving a small gap for ventilation. It kept out dust and let air in, so it wouldn't be stuffy. When they lifted the curtain, they saw a new bed set up in the middle of the room. The bed frame was made of smooth, splinter-free pine wood, 1.2 meters wide. A 3-centimeter thick light brown mattress was spread evenly on top, covered with an old piece of cotton cloth that Su Qing had washed clean and was soft to the touch, so it wouldn't hurt. Next to it, 2 metal shelves were fixed to the wall. The top shelf held a bag of flour and dried apples, with labels written by Lele, flour, 3 bags, and sweet dried apples. The bottom shelf had 5 bags of chicken feed, with a neat label written by Chen Mo. Chicken feed, 5 bags, expires 2025.03. In the corner, an old wooden box was cleaned and labeled spare cotton cloth, 3 rolls, and old clothes, 5 pieces, all arranged neatly. Quick, change the chicken feeders. Su Qing put down the box of quail eggs and immediately went to the kitchen to fetch a basin of clean water. She washed the feed trough, saying, "No need to wipe the feed on the ground every day anymore. It saves a lot of work and helps prevent the feed from getting damp and moldy." Shaolin helped fix the feed trough onto a wooden stake next to the chicken coop. The height was just right for the hens to peck at, so they wouldn't have to bend too much. He added half a basin of feed, and the hens immediately gathered around, lowering their heads to eat. The feed didn't spill at all, much cleaner than when using a ceramic bowl. Old Zhou continued fertilizing the watermelons. He showed Shaolin how to tell if the watermelons needed more fertilizer. "Look, this leaf is yellowing and the edges are a bit withered. That means it needs more fertilizer, so add half a spoonful. This leaf is green and healthy with clear veins, so you should use less, just half a spoon, to avoid burning the roots." Lele crouched beside the watermelon, carefully examining each leaf. When she saw a yellowing leaf, she pointed to old Zhou. "Grandpa Zhou, this leaf is yellow. We should give the little watermelon more fertilizer so it can grow strong." In the evening, dinner was ready. Su Qing made a quail egg custard with the newly found quail eggs. She cracked the eggs into a bowl, added some warm water and salt, mixed well, then strained the mixture and steamed it for 10 minutes. It was so tender it wobbled, and she sprinkled some chopped green onions on top, so fragrant it made her mouth water. She also stir-fried some green peppers with eggs, using 2 eggs she collected in the morning. The eggs were golden, and the green peppers crisp and tender. The main dish was steamed buns, served hot, with leftover chicken soup from a morning, which had some greens added, very fresh. Everyone sat around the solid wood dining table in the dining room. The table was covered with a white cotton cloth, and the dishes were arranged neatly. The warm glow from the brass chandelier made the food look especially tempting. Lele sat on a small chair, hugging her teddy bear. She used a small spoon to scoop some quail egg custard, blew on it gently, then pretended to feed her bear. "Little bear, the custard isn't hot anymore. Eat quickly. Mom made it, and it's so delicious." Then she took a bite herself, her eyes squinting happily. "It's even softer than egg custard."
So tasty.
"Mom, can you make it again tomorrow?" "Yes. I'll make it for Lele again tomorrow," Su Qing said with a smile, helping her by scooping some stir-fried eggs with green peppers onto her plate. "Eat more vegetables and grow tall." Zhale picked up a steamed bun, tore it in half, dipped it into the chicken soup, took a big bite, and sighed happily. "It's been a long time since I had such delicious food. The custard, the stir-fried eggs, and the chicken soup, way better than eating compressed biscuits at the base." After dinner, Lin Wanji sat at the dining table updating her scorebook. The warm light from the brass chandelier shines on the paper, making the handwriting clear. She occasionally pauses to check the day's points deductions with Su Qing. "Sister Su Qing, the extra deduction for making quail egg custard and organizing feed is 75, right? And the 5 points for washing the feed trough, should we include that?" Su Qing leans over to look and nods, saying, "Include it. Washing the feed trough took some effort, so 5 points. Total is 80. The record on the points sheet is clear. Points pool, 2,505. Initial balance, 280 for upgrading bed 201 160. Reward, 90. Feed factory supplies. 50 feed 30 quail eggs 10 feed trough equals 2,505. 120.90 is equal to 2,475. 101 Su Ching. Restaurant staff daily wage 350. Extra services, making quail egg custard, organizing feed, washing feed trough, deducted 80, total 430, minus rent 636, 53 by 12. Balance minus 2,216, 430 minus 636 is equal to minus 2,422. An increase of 214 from yesterday due to extra deductions for handling poultry supplies and making supplementary food. 102 Xiaolei, 201 bed setup, installing bed frame 35, carrying feed 40, handling zombie at the farm 15, total 90, minus rent 540, 45 by 12. Balance minus 4,477, 90 minus 540 is equal to minus 4,927. An increase of 450 from yesterday due to high physical effort. Future supplies from the vegetable garden can quickly balance this. 103 Chinemo, 201 bed setup, installing bed boards 30, repairing feed trough 20, organizing storage rack 15, total 65, minus rent 504, 42 by 12. Balance minus 4,555, 65 minus 504 is equal to minus 4,994, an increase of 439 from yesterday. Future repairs to garden tools can provide additional deductions. 105 Old Joe, fertilizing watermelons 40, guiding chicken feeding 25, total 65, minus rent 300, 25 by 12. Balance minus 2,455, 65 minus 300 is equal to minus 2,690, an increase of 235 from yesterday. Future care of watermelons and fermenting chicken manure can compensate. 104 Shaolin, replacing feed trough 20, collecting eggs 15, fixing small hole in feed trough 5, total 40, minus rent 288, 24 by 12. Remaining balance minus 2,477, 40 minus 288 is equal to minus 2,725, an increase of 248 from yesterday. Later, quail eggs and feeding chickens can be used to offset this. 201 spare bedroom, not occupied, rent 14 points/hour, not included in tenant balance for now. After moving in, it will be calculated based on actual stay duration. Lele. Collected 10 eggs, found 15 quail eggs, marked the watermelon 5. Total reward 25. Accumulated 455 points. Although upgrading room 201 cost 120 points, now we have a spare bedroom. When someone is tired, they can rest there, and it's also a place to host new tenants. The storage rack helps organize supplies, so we don't have to dig through boxes to find things, saving a lot of time. Lin Wanji said, putting away her points book and pointing toward room 201. Tomorrow, I'll install a small lamp in room 201. Find an old battery so that when we go in at night, we won't have to feel in the dark. I'll also build a roof over the chicken coop using bamboo strips and waterproof cloth, so the mother hens won't get wet in the rain. If they get wet, they might get sick and stop laying eggs. Old Joe took a sip of mint water and nodded. Tomorrow, I'll gather more chicken manure and put it in a barrel to ferment. The day after tomorrow, I'll fertilize the watermelon. We'll keep 25 quail eggs for making egg custard and 25 for pickling into salted eggs. The salted eggs will be ready to eat after 7 days, and we can serve them with porridge. By the way, tomorrow I'll pick tomatoes from the garden. Tomato scrambled eggs and tomato egg soup are delicious, and we can also make tomato sauce. The sauce can be used for noodles or stored longer. Zhao Lei agreed. Tomorrow, when I go to the garden, I'll find an old watering can to water the tomatoes. I'll also look for a small shovel. If there are weeds, I can remove them to help the tomatoes grow better. The sunset slowly sank behind the wall, turning the sky a soft pink. The door curtain of room 201 was bathed in warm gold, sunlight filtering through the gaps and casting tiny light spots on the ground. On the watermelon vine in the yard, small watermelons swayed gently in the evening breeze, their shadows dancing on the ground. The mother hens in the coop had settled down, resting on the dry grass, occasionally making soft cluck sounds. The The dishes in the kitchen had been washed and arranged neatly. The indicator light on the refrigerator glowed in the idle area, with quail eggs, chicken eggs, and feed quietly waiting to be used for cooking tomorrow. Lin Wanji leaned against the balcony door as the evening breeze carried the aroma of quail egg custard and the fresh scent of grass, gentle like a mother's touch. Peach's voice softly echoed in her mind. "Host, after room 201 is activated, the apartment's reception index has increased to 150%. I just scanned and found an abandoned vegetable garden 3 kilometers to the east. It has ripe tomatoes and cucumbers, about 10 gen of tomatoes, 5 gen of cucumbers, and a few green onions. Tomorrow, I will pick them so everyone can enjoy fresh vegetables, make tomato sauce, and pickled cucumbers." Lin Wanji smiled and responded silently. "Great. After feeding the chickens and setting up the lamp in room 201, I'll go to the garden. We can have fresh scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stay in the bright spare bedroom, and make our life in Peach Blossom Valley more lively and warm, like home." The evening breeze continued to, passing through the restaurant window, brushing the watermelon trellis in the yard, and drifting toward the door curtain of room 201. This once lonely small building was slowly transforming into the warmest, most lively haven in the apocalypse, full of hope for growth, space to expand, warm meals, children's laughter, little bears, quail egg snacks, and endless dreams for the future. As the call of the vegetable garden echoed softly in the night, new stories quietly unfolded, waiting for summer's chilled watermelons, autumn's golden corn, and the flowers blooming all around. Morning sunlight just crossed the wall of Building A, like a warm orange glaze gently wrapping the chicken coop in the yard. 3 hens pecked at the feed trough, while a rooster perched on a bamboo basket crowed clearly, startling the sparrows on the wall. Old Joe squatted beside the chicken coop, holding bamboo strips and waterproof cloth, gently running his fingers over the wooden frame. "We need to add a roof to the coop. The weather forecast said it might rain this evening. If the hens get wet, they'll get sick and stop laying eggs. Lele, do you want to help Grandpa tie the bamboo strips?" Lele ran over with her pink cloth bag, inside a small bear doll holding a tiny tomato, left over from last night, with wildflowers clipped to her ears, dew still on them. She squatted next to old Joe, holding thin rope, mimicking his actions to tie the bamboo strips onto the wooden frame, like building a little shelter for the bear. "So the hens can stay inside and stay dry in the rain." "Exactly," old Joe smiled, bending the bamboo strips into an arc and fixing them on top of the coop. "The bamboo must be tied tightly, and then the waterproof cloth laid on top, so no rain can get in." Lele immediately followed suit. The rope she tied was a bit loose, so old Joe helped tighten it. She also tied a pink cloth on the bamboo frame. This is the sign for the henhouse rain shelter. When it rains, they know to go home. Shaolin carried a ceramic basin over, ready to add new feed for the chickens. As he reached the kitchen door of room 104, he frowned. There was a in the old stove, and every time he lit a fire, smoke leaked out, making him cough. The spice jars were piled on the ground, and it took a long time to find salt. The cutting board was crooked, and tomatoes kept rolling onto the floor. "It would be great if the kitchen could be upgraded," he said, touching the cracked stove with his finger, which was stained with black ash. "A new stove and a storage rack would make cooking easier, and I wouldn't have to breathe in smoke every day." Lin Wanji was helping old Joe hand over a waterproof cloth. Hearing this, she had a thought. Shaolin was responsible for preparing food for Su Qing every day, and the old equipment in the 104 kitchen affected efficiency. She took out the exchange device. When her finger just touched the screen, a light blue task box popped up with a slight vibration. Side task: upgrade living functions 104 kitchen. Task requirements: 1. Upgrade 104 kitchen to level 2, including reinforced stove, stainless steel sink, layered spice rack. 2. Clean kitchen grease and dirt, wipe stove, wash old dishes, organize cooking tools. 3. Install simple exhaust pipe, reduce smoke from cooking, improve indoor ventilation. Task rewards: 1. 160 points, one-time addition to the points pool. 2. Level 2 kitchen equipment set ×1, fireproof brick stove, 304 stainless steel sink, 3-layer wooden spice rack. 3. 2 heat-resistant gloves, silicone material, high-temperature resistant. Task cost, 230 points, deducted directly from the points pool, cannot be split. Follow-up changes. The rent for room 104 increases from 24 points/hour to 27 points/hour due to kitchen upgrade, improved living convenience, meeting level 3 apartment standards. Task explanation. Upgrading the kitchen can improve meal preparation efficiency by 30% and reduce health risks from smoke, laying the foundation for further food processing such as tomato sauce, pickled cucumbers. There's an upgrade task. Room 104 can get a new stove and storage rack. Lin Wanji held up the exchange device, and the screen clearly showed points pool 2475. The numbers were very clear. Upgrade cost 230, reward 160, net cost 70, and I get heat-resistant gloves. Little Lin, from now on, no more choking on smoke when preparing vegetables, and no need to rummage through boxes for seasonings. Little Lin's eyes lit up, almost dropping the porcelain basin in his hands. Upgrade. I must upgrade. Yesterday, I cut 3 tomatoes and got smoke in my eyes, making me tear up. Upgrading the kitchen will help me make tomato sauce faster. Lin Wanji immediately clicked, confirm upgrade. The exchange device made a ding sound and the points pool updated in real time. 2475, 230, 160 is equal to 2405. The front storage compartment opened, and parts for the stove, a stainless steel sink, and a spice rack fell out. The fireproof bricks were heavy, the sink was shiny, and the spice rack was made of light brown wood with a faint smell of wood. Let me help install the stove. Chinemo carried a toolbox, which contained cement and small shovels. Fireproof bricks should be arranged in a pin shape, leaving a smoke channel in the middle so the fire stays strong and no smoke leaks. He squatted down and drew an outline next to the old stove. First, remove the old stove, then build a new one, making sure it's more solid than before. Zhao Lei also put down his bamboo weaving. I'll help carry the fireproof bricks. Each weighs 20 jin, about 10 kilograms. I can carry 2 at a time. I'll also install the exhaust pipe, find an old metal pipe and connect it to the window so the smoke goes outside. The tasks were quickly divided. Zhao Lei, Chinemo, and Little Lin stayed in the apartment, removing the old stove, building the new one, and installing the sink and spice rack. Lao Zhou, Su Qing, and Lele went to the east vegetable garden to pick fresh vegetables. Lao Zhou guided on picking ripe, bug-free tomatoes. Su Qing picked cucumbers for pickles. Lele gathered small green onions for tomato scrambled eggs. Lin Wanji first helped with building the stove, then went to the garden to help carry vegetables. Before leaving, Su Qing packed some dry food for everyone: steamed buns wrapped in oil paper, marinated quail eggs, and 2 bottles of mint water with honey, all in a canvas bag. She helped Lele stuff the small tomato toy and the bear doll into the bag's deep pocket. The grass in the garden is taller than people, so be careful not to get scratched. When picking tomatoes, pinch the stem, don't tear the skin, or they won't last long. Lele nodded, holding the bag tighter. I know. I want to pick the red tomatoes to make tomato sauce for Mom, and leave the smallest one for the bear as a snack. The 3 of them set off along the small path to the east. The wild grass by the roadside is covered with morning dew, making it wet to step on. A faint tomato scent drifts in the breeze, coming from the vegetable garden, growing stronger. After about 35 minutes of walking, Lele suddenly points ahead at the wooden fence. Mom Su Qing, there are many red spots. Are those tomatoes? Everyone looks in the direction she points. Sure enough, there's a fenced area in the distance, filled with tomato vines. Bright red tomatoes hang on the branches, like little lanterns. Next to it, cucumber vines climb over bamboo frames, with green cucumbers topped with small yellow flowers. In the corner, green onions grow lush and healthy. Watch out for zombies. Old Zhou grips his iron rod and slowly approaches. At the fence gate, a zombie in work clothes is lying down, holding a broken tomato vine. It moves slowly, with wrinkled skin like tree bark. Zhao Lei, who later came to help move bricks, circled behind the zombie and struck it on the back of the head with a stick. The zombie fell with a thud and stopped moving. Entering the vegetable garden, a fresh tomato aroma hits the nose. Suching walks to the tomato vines, gently pinches a tomato stem, and snaps it off. With a crisp sound, the bright red tomato is plucked, still warm. Only pick the fully ripe ones. Green ones aren't ready and taste sour. She also finds a few hidden tomatoes under the vines, larger than those on the branches. These weren't exposed to too much sun, so they're sweeter. Perfect for making tomato sauce. Old Joe picks cucumbers, choosing ones with small yellow flowers. The cucumber thorns are still firm. Fresh with flowers, not old. Pickled cucumbers are crisp and tender. He teaches Lele how to pick. Hold the top of the cucumber, gently turn it, don't pull hard, or you'll break the vine. Lele happily picks a small cucumber, shorter than her hand, and puts it into her cloth bag. This one's for Little Bear. Little Bear will love it. Xiaolin, who arrived after fixing the stove, digs up green onions with a small shovel, shaking off the dirt. Green onions make great scrambled eggs and can also be used for pickled cucumbers. Two things at once. At noon, everyone returns with 3 full baskets, over 20 pounds of tomatoes, 10 pounds of cucumbers, and 3 pounds of green onions. As they enter the yard, they see that Kitchen 104 has been completely renovated. A new fireproof brick stove is spotless, a stainless steel sink is embedded in the counter with smooth water flow, and a 3-tier spice rack stands on the wall, neatly arranged with salt, sugar, soy sauce, labels written crookedly by Lele but clear. The exhaust pipe extends out the window, secured with metal sheets, so there's no more worry about smoke escaping. Quick, wash the tomatoes. Suching put down the vegetable basket and immediately went to the kitchen to fetch water. This afternoon I'll make tomato sauce. First, blanch the tomatoes, peel them, then chop and cook them. Add sugar and salt, and it can last for half a month. Xiaolin helped light the fire. The new stove was indeed powerful, with steady flames and no smoke at all. It's so useful. Much better than the old stove, no more smoke inhalation. Old Joe helped set up the tomato racks, placing the leftover tomatoes on them for ventilation. Don't pile them up. They might rot. Good airflow helps them last longer. Lele helped pick off the tomato stems and shared some small tomatoes with everyone. These are sweet. Try some first, and the rest will be used for tomato sauce. By evening, the tomato sauce was ready. The whole apartment was filled with a delicious smell. Suching peeled and chopped the tomatoes, added a bit of sugar and salt, and simmered it on low heat for an hour until thick. She stored it in glass jars and labeled them with the date. She also cooked a dish of scrambled eggs with fresh tomatoes and eggs she picked in the morning, tangy and sweet. Plus, she prepared a cucumber salad with green onions and vinegar, refreshing and light. Everyone sat around the dining table, feeling very satisfied. Xiaolin took a bite of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, smiling happily. The new kitchen is great. The dishes smell so good. It's much easier to make tomato sauce and pickled cucumbers now. No more worries about smoke. After dinner, Lin Wanji sat at the table updating her points record. The warm glow of the brass chandelier shone on the paper, and the writing was clear. Points pool, 2,475, original balance, 230, kitchen upgrade cost, 160, rewards, 70, garden supplies, tomatoes 40, cucumbers 20, green onions 10, equals 2,475.70 is equal to 2,545. 101 Suching. Restaurant staff daily wage 350, extra services, making tomato sauce, pickled cucumbers, deducted 80, total 430, minus rent 636, 53 by 12, balance minus 2,628, 430 minus 636 is equal to minus 2,834, an increase of 206 from yesterday due to extra food processing costs. 102 Zhaolei. Building stove 35, moving tomatoes 40, zombie handling 15, total 90, minus rent 540, 45 by 12, balance minus 4,927, 90 minus 540 is equal to minus 5,377, an increase of 450 from yesterday due to high physical exertion. Future supplies can compensate. 103 Chinemo. repairing stove 30, installing exhaust pipe 25, organizing spice rack 15, total 70. After deducting rent of 504, 42 by 12, the remaining balance is minus 4,994.70 minus 504 is equal to minus 5,428, an increase of 438 compared to yesterday. Future equipment repairs can be deducted more. Shaolin in room 104. Kitchen upgrade, preparing ingredients 30, lighting fire 20, picking green onions 15, total 65. Rent deduction 324, 27 by 12, new rent. Remaining balance minus 2,725.65 minus 324 is equal to minus 2,984, an increase of 244 compared to yesterday. Due to rent increase, future meal preparations can be deducted more. Old Joe in room 105. Picking cucumbers 40, building a tomato trellis 25, total 65. Rent deduction 300, 25 by 12. Remaining balance minus 2,690.65 minus 300 is equal to minus 2,925, an increase of 235 compared to yesterday. Future care of tomatoes can compensate. Lele. Picking tomatoes 15, collecting green onion leaves 10, reward 25, total 495 points. Although the kitchen upgrade used points, meal preparation became more efficient, and deep processing is now possible. Ingredients last longer, too. Lin Wanji closed her points book and pointed to the kitchen's tomato sauce. Tomorrow, I'll find an old jar to store the pickled cucumbers and get some sugar to add a bit of sweetness to the tomato sauce. It will taste great on noodles or sandwiches later. Old Joe took a sip of mint water and nodded. Tomorrow, I'll give the watermelons some more fertilizer with chicken manure and water the tomato vines so they grow stronger. The cucumber vines need trellises to keep them off the ground and prevent rot. As the sunset sank behind the wall, the kitchen window in room 104 was bathed in warm golden light. On the tomato trellis in the yard, red tomatoes swayed gently in the evening breeze. The hens in the coop had quieted down, occasionally making soft cluck sounds. In the glass jar in the kitchen, the tomato sauce glowed red, full of life. The indicator light on the fridge was on, and inside, tomatoes, cucumbers, and tomato sauce rested quietly, waiting to be turned into warm meals tomorrow. Lin Wanji leaned against the balcony door, feeling the evening breeze carrying the scent of tomato sauce and fresh grass. Peach's voice softly echoed in her mind. Host, after the kitchen upgrade in room 104, the food processing efficiency increased to 200%. I scanned south and found an abandoned sugar factory with bags of white sugar and rock sugar. Tomorrow I'll check it out. We can add sugar to the tomato sauce and make sweet steamed buns. Lin Wanji smiled and replied, Great. After feeding the chickens tomorrow, I'll go to the sugar factory. Let everyone enjoy sweet tomato sauce and live in a more convenient kitchen. The days in Peach Blossom Valley will become even better. The evening breeze continues to, passing through the restaurant's windows, brushing the tomato trellis in the yard, and drifting toward the kitchen of room 104. This small, once lonely building is gradually becoming the warmest harbor in the end times, thanks to the new kitchen, the harvest of fresh vegetables, the help of friends, and the growing hope. Here, there is a better life, delicious home-cooked meals, children's laughter, and endless dreams for the future. As the sugar factory calls, new stories quietly unfold in the night. In the early morning, sunlight just crosses the wall of Building A, shining like scattered gold along the cobblestone path into the yard. It gently falls on the neatly arranged tomato trellis. The ripe red tomatoes hang among the green vines, looking like tiny red lanterns. Dewdrops cling to the smooth skins, and when the wind blows, they fall with a soft pop onto the bamboo racks, leaving small wet circles. Su Qing squats beside the trellis, holding a clear glass jar. The jar's opening has a bit of dark red tomato paste on it. She gently wipes the rim with a clean cloth. Yesterday's sauce still needs some sugar. It's a bit too sour. Yesterday, Peach checked the Southern Spring Sugar Factory stock, so today I need to find more. Adding sugar makes it fresher and lasts longer. Lele, carrying a pink cloth bag, hops over happily. A small teddy bear doll with a light red stain on its skirt, probably from last night's bread, looks like a tiny flower blooming on a strawberry dress. She holds a round, shiny tomato in her hand. Mom, I want to go to the sugar factory too. I want to find sweet white sugar to add to the tomato sauce. Yesterday, Little Bear ate bread with a sauce, so today he definitely wants to try the sweet one. Old Joe walks over, carrying a wooden handle. The blade is shiny from sharpening. He plans to loosen the soil around the tomato vines. Recently, the weather has been sunny for several days, and the soil has become a bit hard and compacted. When he presses his finger into it, he can feel how tough it is, and the roots probably can't breathe well. Passing by room 201, he stops and gently taps the doorframe with the handle. Wood shavings fall softly. It's a pity this room is just an extra bedroom. If only we could add a small kitchen in the corner. Then, when someone needs to stay here temporarily, they wouldn't have to go downstairs to squeeze into room 104 stove. It would also be more convenient for handling freshly picked tomatoes and cucumbers without having to carry things back and forth. Lin Wanji was helping Su Qing stack the cleaned glass jars on the stone table. Hearing the news, she felt a spark of excitement. Since the kitchen in room 104 was upgraded, her meal prep had become much faster. Room 201, as a backup space, could be turned into a simple level 1 kitchen with a mini fireproof brick stove, a single-layer spice rack, and a plastic wash basin. This would help share the workload from room 104, and in the future, when new tenants moved in or someone was on night shift and hungry, they could easily cook noodles or heat porridge without crowding the stove. She took out the silver exchange device. When her finger touched the cool screen, a light blue task window popped up with a slight vibration, shining on her face like a thin layer of frost. Side task. Expand living functions room 201 kitchen. Task requirements. 1. Transform the corner of room 201 into a level 1 simple kitchen, including a mini fireproof brick stove, a single-layer spice rack, and a plastic wash basin. 2. Clear the renovation area, remove old wooden boxes, wipe off wall grease. 3. Install a simple ventilation opening to prevent smoke buildup and suit small spaces. Task rewards. 1. 80 points, one-time addition to the points pool. 2. Level 1 basic kitchen set ×1, including a mini stove, a plastic wash basin, and a wooden spice rack. 3. A mini iron pot, fits the small stove, for cooking noodles or heating rice. Task cost, 130 points, deducted directly from the points pool, non-refundable. Future changes. The rent for room 201 will increase from 14 points/hour to 24 points/hour. Due to the new basic kitchen function, meeting level 2 apartment standards and operational standards. Task explanation. A level 1 kitchen can handle quick meals and simple cooking, easing the workload of the room 104 kitchen and making room 201 more flexible for residents. An upgrade task. Room 201 can get a simple kitchen. Lin Wanji held up the exchange device. The number points pool, 2475, was especially clear in the sunlight. Upgrading costs 130 points, and after completion, you get 80 points back. So, net cost is 50 points, plus a mini iron pot. From now on, anyone living here can heat porridge or cook a bowl of noodles in 10 minutes. No need to wait for the 104 stove to be free. Chen Emo just finished changing the clean water in the chicken coop. He used a metal kettle to pour cool boiled water into a ceramic basin next to the coop, carefully avoiding splashing to prevent startling the hens. Upon hearing this, he immediately picked up a dark green toolbox from the corner of the wall, which still contained fine sandpaper and small shovels left over from building the stove last time. I'll help build the stove. The mini stove saves materials. We can use the remaining fire bricks to build it without extra materials. It can be finished in half a day. He squatted at the door of room 201, gesturing with his hand toward the corner space. It fits perfectly here. We'll build it in an L shape, taking up only 1 square meter, so it won't block the hallway. The vent faces the window, so the smoke can drift out with the wind, keeping the room smoke-free. The team quickly divided the tasks. Zhao Lei, Chen Emo, and Xiao Lin stayed in the apartment. They first dismantled the old wooden box in the corner of room 201, saving usable wood. Then they built the mini stove with fire bricks, installing a plastic wash basin and a single-layer spice rack. Finally, they installed a metal panel over the vent. Lao Zhou, Su Qing, and Lei went south to the Chuanguang sugar factory to find sugar. Lao Zhou was responsible for identifying the quality of the sugar and selecting dry, undamaged pieces. Su Qing looked for sealed sugar bags, prioritizing white sugar and rock sugar. Lei helped pass tools and picked up sugar pieces on the ground that weren't dusty. Lin Wenji first helped set up the stove frame, and once it was stable, she would go to the sugar factory to help move supplies. Before leaving, Su Qing packed dry food for everyone on the kitchen counter. She took a paper-wrapped steamed bun from the storage shelf, still warm from the morning, wrapped in 2 layers of oil paper to keep it warm. She also took a pancake with tomato sauce left over from last night, packed in a plastic bag, with the sauce still red on top. Finally, she placed 2 bottles of mint water with wild honey into a canvas bag, sealing the caps with cloth to prevent leaks during the trip. She squatted down and used a damp towel to help Lei wipe the tomato sauce stain from the small bear doll's dress. The sugar factory always has sugar stored, so there are sure to be ants. Don't drop sugar on the ground, and if you see ants, stay away so they don't bite you. Bites can be itchy. Lei nodded, clutching the cloth bag tighter, pressing her cheek against the soft plush of the doll. I know. When I find sugar pieces, I'll put them in the bag right away. I won't let ants eat them. They're all for Mom to make tomato sauce, and Little Bear can eat sweet jam too. The 3 of them set off along the small road to the south. The roadside wild grass was covered with morning dew, so when stepped on, it felt wet, and their pant legs quickly became damp with water droplets. A faint, sweet fragrance drifted in the wind, coming from the sugar factory, mixed with a fresh scent of grains. As we got closer, the sweet smell grew stronger, like a layer of sugar frosting. Lei occasionally stopped to pick a small purple wildflower to clip onto the little bear's ear, or to pick up a smooth little stone to put in her cloth bag, saying she wanted to decorate the new kitchen in room 201. After walking about 40 minutes, Lei suddenly stopped and pointed at a distant building with her small finger, her voice full of excitement. Mom, look! That house with the red chimney. Could it be the sugar factory? Everyone looked in the direction she pointed. In the ruins far away, there was indeed a light-colored factory building. The paint on the walls was peeling, revealing red bricks underneath. The chimney at the top was painted red, though a bit faded. It still stood out. An old, rusty iron sign hung at the entrance with the words, Spring Sunshine Sugar Factory. Except the character, Light, was missing a part. The rest was still readable. In the yard, a few bulging bags covered with blue plastic cloth were stacked. When the wind blew open a corner, the white words, White Sugar, could be faintly seen. Next to it, the warehouse door was slightly open and a faint sweet smell seeped out, suggesting more sugar bags inside. Be careful of zombies. I'll go check the situation first. Old Joe clenched his iron rod tightly. The rod was solid steel, polished shiny, with visible patterns on its surface. He slowly approached the warehouse. When he was about 5 meters from the door, he saw a zombie dressed in blue work clothes lying on the ground, clutching a torn white sugar bag. White sugar spilled all over the ground, attracting a swarm of black ants crawling densely over the pile. The zombie moved sluggishly, like a rusty robot, with skin wrinkled like dried bark. It had no strength to brush away the ants, only occasionally moving a finger as if still trying to grab the sugar on the ground. I'll handle it, Zhao Lei, who had helped Chenemo set up the stove frame earlier and was worried everyone couldn't carry the sugar bags, sneaked around from behind, walking as quietly as a cat, careful not to disturb the ants inside the warehouse. He circled behind the zombie, waited until it didn't react, then gripped his iron rod and struck the back of the zombie's head hard. Thump! The zombie twitched and then collapsed to the ground, motionless. The torn sugar bag in its hand fell to the ground, spilling more white sugar. Inside the warehouse, a strong sweet smell hit the nose, much cooler than outside. The shelves in the warehouse are neatly arranged, filled with bags of sugar, white granulated sugar, clear rock sugar, and a few bags of dark brown sugar. Most of the packaging is intact and undamaged. Su Qing walks to the shelves, picks up a bag of white sugar, pinches the bag gently, and presses it. The granular texture feels loose and not clumped together. Produced 3 months before the end of the world, with an 18-month shelf life. Still good to eat, not damp. She also finds a few sealed glass jars of rock sugar on the bottom shelf. The jars are unbroken, and inside the sugar crystals are clear and shiny, like tiny diamonds. Rock sugar makes the sauce sweeter, and it can also be used to cook puli soup. In winter, I can make red sugar tea for Lele to keep warm and prevent colds. Old Joe walks over to Lele, picks up a fallen piece of white sugar, and shows her. Lele, look. This loose, snow-white sugar is good. If you see clump sugar, don't take it. Damp sugar makes the sauce bitter and not tasty. Lele squats down, carefully picks up a piece of sugar from the ground without dirt, and holds it in her hand, looking at it in the sunlight. The sugar reflects tiny flashes of light, like little diamonds. Mom, can I give this to Little Bear as a treat? Shaolin, who just finished helping to pack the wash basin and came over, helps carry the sugar bags. Each bag of white sugar weighs 5 jin. He carries 2 bags at once, carefully places them on the handcart, and ties them securely with a rope, worried they might fall during the trip. Handle the sugar gently, don't tear the bags. If they break, the sugar will spill, and that's a shame. We'll need it for making sweet steamed buns, sweet bread, and sweet tomato sauce later. He also notices one bag's seal is loose, quickly takes out some thin rope from his cloth bag, reties it tightly, and covers it with a plastic bag. Don't let moisture get in, or the sugar will clump. If that happens, we'll have to crush it before cooking, which is a hassle. At noon, everyone returns to the apartment with 10 bags of white sugar, 5 jars of rock sugar, and 3 bags of brown sugar. As they enter the yard, they see that the small kitchen in room 201 is already set up, cornered with fire bricks built into an L shape, just half a meter high, reaching Lele's waist. On the stove sits a small silver iron pot, its rim smoothed and free of burrs. Next to the stove, Shaolin found an old pinewood board to serve as a countertop. He sanded off the splinters, embedded a plastic wash basin in the middle, sealed the edges with white sealant, and attached a small faucet connected to a hose leading to the water pipe. The single-layer wooden spice rack is fixed above the stove, just high enough for easy reach. On it, there are 2 cans of salt and a bottle of soy sauce, placed temporarily. The labels are written by Lele, crookedly saying salt and soy sauce. The vent on the window has a metal cover that keeps out rain but not smoke. Chun Mo is testing the stove with a lighter. He puts some dry grass into the stove and lights it. The flames suddenly shoot up, evenly covering the bottom of the pot, with no smoke escaping. It's ready. From now on, boiling a bowl of noodles takes only 10 minutes. No need to wait for stove 104 to be free. Even during night shifts, I can cook myself. Quick, bring the sugar in. Su Qing puts down the sugar bag and heads to the 104 kitchen to make sweet tomato sauce. She pours leftover tomato sauce into a clay pot, adds 2 spoons of white sugar, and slowly stirs in circles. The sauce, coated with sugar, melts gradually, changing from dark red to bright red. Bubbles bubble up loudly, and a sweet aroma fills the yard. Lele squats by the stove, sniffing and occasionally lifting her head to ask, "Mom, can I have a taste?" "Just a little sip." Su Qing smiles, scoops some with a small spoon, blows on it to cool, and feeds her. "Careful, it's hot." "Is it sweet?" Lele nods, with a bit of sauce on her mouth. "Sweet. Better than yesterday. Little Bear will definitely like it." Old Joe helps fertilize the tomato vines. He carries a clay bucket filled with chicken manure and waters around the roots of the tomato plants. He also teaches Lele how to tell if the plants need fertilizer. "Look, this leaf is wilting and drooping. That means it needs water. This leaf is yellowing with slightly dried edges. That means it needs fertilizer. Remember this, so you can help take care of the plants when Grandpa isn't here." Lele squats beside the vines, carefully examining each leaf. When she sees one wilting, she points to Old Joe. "Grandpa Joe, this leaf is wilting. It needs water." In the evening, the sweet tomato sauce is finally ready. Su Qing simmered it on low heat for half an hour. The sauce turned bright red, thick enough to cling to the spoon without dripping. She also made tomato sugar buns. Using freshly made dough with yeast, she rolled small pieces into thin skins, filled each with a spoonful of sweet tomato sauce, pinched them into little buns, and steamed for 15 minutes. Lele also tried rolling the dough, making crooked, moon-shaped buns. Suqing smiled and helped her pinch the edges into round shapes. Lele's sugar buns will definitely be loved by Little Bear. Tomorrow, let Little Bear try one too. Everyone sat around the solid wood dining table. On it were freshly steamed tomato sugar buns, cold cucumber salad, and bowls of mint water. I opened the candy package, and the sweet tomato sauce inside flowed out. It was sweet with a little sourness and very tasty. The chilled cucumber salad added some fresh green onions, making it light and refreshing. Shaolin took a bite of the candy package and smiled, saying, "The new kitchen is so useful. Now, when I work night shifts and get hungry, I can just go to room 201 to cook some noodles. No need to trouble Sister Suqing. Making sauce is easier now, and with sugar, it tastes completely different. Much better than yesterday." After dinner, Lin Wanji sat at the dining table updating her points book. The warm glow from the brass chandelier shone on the paper, and her handwriting was clear. Lele leaned over to look and pointed at the number 535 in the points book, asking, "Wanji sister, can I exchange my points for Xiao Xiong's new dress? I want to make a pink dress for Xiao Xiong." Lin Wanji smiled and patted her head, saying, "Let's save more points first. Then, we can find a piece of pink fabric in the ruins and make a new dress for Xiao Xiong. Is that okay?" The records in the points book were clear. Points pool, 2,475, initial balance, 130, used in the kitchen, 80, reward, 60, sugar factory supplies, 30 white sugar, 20 rock sugar, 10 brown sugar, equals 2,475, 50/60 is equal to 2,485, 101 Sister Suqing. Restaurant staff daily wage 350, extra services, making sweet tomato sauce tomato candy packages, deducted 85, total 350/85 is equal to 435, minus rent 636, 53/12. Balance minus 2,628, 435 minus 636 is equal to minus 2,829, an increase of 201 from yesterday, due to extra physical effort in food processing. 102 Xiaolei. Building mini stove 30 moving sugar bags 40 handling zombie at sugar factory 15, total 85, minus rent 540, 45/12. Balance minus 5,377.85 minus 540 is equal to minus 5,832, an increase of 455 from yesterday, due to high physical effort, but future canned food can quickly recover. 103 Chinemo. Repairing mini stove 25 installing ventilation 20 organizing spice rack 15, total 60, minus rent 504, 42/12. Balance minus 5,428 60 minus 504 is equal to minus 5,872, an increase of 444 from yesterday. Future repairs at the can factory can provide additional deductions. 104 Shaolin. Installing sink 25 moving sugar bags 20 cleaning the new kitchen 15, total 60, minus rent 324, 27/12. Remaining balance, minus 2,984 60 minus 324 is equal to minus 3,248, an increase of 264 from yesterday, due to more meal preparation tasks. Later, I can participate more in ingredient handling. Lao Zhou. Fertilize the tomatoes with 40 units, guided on sugar content with 25 units, total 65, minus rent of 300, 25/12. Remaining balance, minus 2,925 65 minus 300 is equal to minus 3,160, an increase of 235 from yesterday. Later, caring for tomato vines and fermenting chicken manure can help. 201 Spare bedroom, not occupied rent is 24 points/hour, not included in tenant balance for now. After moving in, it will be calculated based on actual stay duration. Lele. Picked up 15 sugar blocks, helped identify sugar content with 10, plus an extra reward of 25, actively participating in work, protecting the teddy bear. Total points, 535. Although upgrading the kitchen in room 201 cost 50 points, it added a spare kitchen, which is very convenient. In the future, anyone staying temporarily or working night shifts won't have to squeeze into stove 104, Lin Wanji said, closing her points notebook and pointing toward room 201. Tomorrow, I'll add a small cutting board to the new kitchen and find a cloth to cover the countertop for a more comfortable experience. The sugar from the factory needs to be sealed well and kept in a cool place to prevent moisture. We'll use it for making sweet soups and baking bread in winter. Lao Zhou took a sip of mint water and nodded, saying, "Tomorrow, I'll give the watermelon another round of chicken manure fertilizer. It's almost ripe, and fertilizing makes it sweeter. The tomato vines need pruning, removing old leaves to focus nutrients on the fruit. Also, the chicken coop is full of manure. Tomorrow, I'll clear it out and ferment it in buckets. It will be better for fertilizing vegetables than store-bought nutrients." Zhao Lei agreed. "Tomorrow, I'll go to the canning factory. I'll carry a few more glass jars to store the sweet tomato sauce. Seal them well so we can eat them in winter. I'll also check if there are any unexpired canned goods, like meat or fruit cans, for emergency supplies. We need to save our current resources." The sunset slowly sank behind the wall, turning the sky a soft pink. The kitchen window in room 201 was bathed in warm golden light, sunlight shining through the glass and casting tiny spots of light on the new stove. In the yard, the tomato trellis swayed gently in the evening breeze, with red tomatoes trembling softly. The shadows of the vines danced on the ground. The mother hen in the chicken coop had settled down, resting on the hay, occasionally clucking softly. Inside the glass jar in the kitchen, the bright red tomato sauce gleamed, filled with a sweet aroma. The indicator light on the refrigerator is glowing in the idle zone. Inside, sugar bags and ketchup are quietly resting, waiting to be packed into cans tomorrow for longer storage. Lin Wanji leans against the balcony door. The evening breeze carries the sweet smell of ketchup and the fresh scent of grass, gentle like a mother's touch. Tuo Tuo's voice softly echoes in her mind. "Host, after upgrading the kitchen in apartment 201, the overall function score has increased to 180%. I just scanned and found an abandoned confectionery 3 kilometers to the east. It has many glass jars, sealed lids, and several boxes of unexpired meat and fruit cans. Tomorrow I'll go pick them. We can fill the jars with tomato sauce and seal them so it stays good all winter." Lin Wanji smiles inwardly and responds, "Great." After feeding the chickens and tidying up the workbench in apartment 201, I'll go to the confectionery. Let's store enough tomato sauce for winter, so we can enjoy the sweet and sour flavor even when fresh vegetables are gone. We can also stock some emergency cans. Our Taiyuan days will become more prosperous and feel more like home. The evening breeze continues to, passing through the restaurant window, brushing the tomato vines in the yard, and drifting toward the new kitchen in apartment 201. This once lonely small building is slowly transforming into a warm, lively haven in the end times, filled with hope, convenience, warm meals, children's laughter, little bears, candy snacks, and endless dreams for the future. As the confectionery calls, new stories quietly unfold in the gentle night, awaiting summer's chilled watermelons, autumn's golden corn, and the flowers blooming all around. As the morning sun first touches the wall of Building A, it feels like a warm veil flowing along the cobblestone path into the yard. It gently wraps around the glass jars piled at the restaurant door, 20 empty jars, washed until clear, with water droplets still clinging to the threads of the lids, sparkling faintly in the light. These were moved back from the confectionery yesterday, arranged neatly in 2 rows by size. Su Qing squats beside the jars, holding a piece of off-white gauze. She gently presses her fingertips against the jar mouth, carefully wiping away any dust or tiny gray particles from the threads. "Today, I need to seal all the sweet tomato sauce in jars. I found an old beeswax block. Once melted and used to seal the edges, it can block air and keep the contents fresh all winter. When there are no fresh vegetables, we can mix it with noodles or spread it on bread. Much tastier than compressed biscuits. Lele jumped over happily, carrying her pink cloth bag. Inside, she held a small teddy bear doll and a tiny glass jar, left over from last night. The jar's bottom still had a dark red sauce stain, like a small mole. She clutched a warm tomato candy packet, biting into it and smudging her mouth with sauce. Mom, I helped clean the jar. I used the teddy bear's little cloth to wipe it, and it's shinier than a mirror. The teddy's little jar is for sweet sauce as a snack. It ate sauce buns yesterday, so today it probably wants to taste pure sauce. She then took out a tiny cloth, stood on tiptoe to reach the shortest glass jar, and imitated Su Qing by rubbing the jar's mouth, swinging her little arms, looking very serious. Lin Wanji was helping Su Qing stack the clean jars on the stone table. When passing by room 201, she suddenly paused. Yesterday, Chinamo was on night shift. He was making noodles as a late-night snack, just plugged in the electric cooker when the main power downstairs suddenly tripped. The noodles weren't soft yet. In the dark room, Chinamo reached for the circuit breaker and accidentally brushed against exposed wires, giving him a shock. She reached out to feel the socket on the wall of room 201, sensing a slight electric current. Her heart tightened. We need to install a separate electric box and shutters in room 201. Using the current setup is too dangerous. Plus, the morning sun shines directly in, making the mattress hot. Last time Zhao Lei rested here temporarily, he turned over 3 times and couldn't sleep, saying it felt like sleeping on a heater. She took out a silver exchange device. When her fingertips touched the cool screen, a light blue task window popped up with a slight vibration, shining on her face like a thin layer of frost. Side mission. Safety upgrade for residents. Room 201 continued. Mission requirements. 1. Install a level 1 independent electric box in room 201, including a 10A leakage protection switch and 3 independent sockets. Suitable for small appliances under 500 W. 2. Install a level 2 solid wood shutter. Fits a 60 cm x 80 cm small window with 12 pine leaf blades, 5 cm wide x 50 cm long, including a silent adjustment rod. 3. Organize the room's electrical wiring. Use insulation clips to fix wires. Attach red safety warning stickers. Mission rewards. 1 160 points. One-time addition to the points pool. 2. 1 level 1 independent electric box. White ABS material, shockproof shell, with power indicator light. Level 3 solid wood blinds ×1, made of pine, treated for moisture resistance, with smooth edge slats and a non-slip textured adjustment rod. Task cost, 220 points, deducted directly from the points pool. Non-divisible future change. The rent for room 201 increases from 24 points/hour to 34 points/hour, due to safety upgrades and light adjustment improvements. Meeting level 3 apartment standards, suitable for temporary living and storage needs. Task description. An independent electrical box. Prevents local overload trips, and the blinds meet small space lighting needs. After the upgrades, room 201's safety improves by 40% and comfort increases by 35%. There's an upgrade task. Room 201 can have an independent electrical box and blinds. Lin Wanji holds the exchange device with the points pool, 2485, clearly visible in the sunlight. The upgrade costs 220 points, and after completion, I get a 160-point reward. So, the net cost is 60 points. In the future, boiling noodles or heating canned food won't trip the breaker, and I won't wake up from the sun during naps. Chunamo just finished adding feed to the chicken coop. Using a bamboo scoop, he evenly poured pellet feed into the metal feeder. The hens clucked and pecked at the food. Hearing this, he immediately picked up a deep green toolbox from the corner, which contained a multimeter, insulating tape, and a level. I'll install the electrical box. The residual current device should be placed at an obvious spot near the door, 1.5 meters above the ground, for easy reset when it trips. Wires should be fixed to the wall with insulating clips, not dragging on the floor, to prevent tripping and keep mice from chewing. He squatted at the door of room 201, used the level to mark the wall for the box installation. The box will be on the left of the socket, with short wiring, no need for extra extension cords. The blinds are cut to fit the window. 1 centimeter narrower than the frame, leaving gaps on both sides to slide smoothly. The adjustment rod is on the right for easy access. The division of work was quickly decided. Zhao Lei, Chen Mo, and Xiao Lin stay at the apartment. Chen Mo is responsible for installing the electrical box and wiring, using the multimeter to check voltage for safety. Zhao Lei will install the blinds, measure the size first, then fit the slats and adjust the rod. Xiao Lin helps pass tools, clean glass jars, and tidies up supplies in room 201. Lao Zhou, Su Qing, and Lele go to the Red Star canned food factory on the east side. Lao Zhou guides the selection of sealed lids, checking for non-degraded rubber rings. Su Qing is responsible for filling sweet tomato sauce and sealing jars with wax. Lele helps pick up small canned food containers from the ground to serve as toys for the little bear. Lin Wenji first helps Chun Mo secure the electrical box frame. Once the frame is stable, she will go to the canning factory to help move supplies. Before leaving, Su Qing packs dry food for everyone at the kitchen counter. She takes a package of tomato candies wrapped in oil paper from the storage shelf. They were just steamed in the morning and still warm, wrapped in 2 layers of paper to prevent cooling too quickly. She also packs a few pickled quail eggs in a small bamboo basket, flavorful and salty. Finally, she puts 2 bottles of mint water with rock sugar into a canvas bag. The sugar was recently added, floating sweetly in the water. The bottle caps are wrapped with cloth to prevent leaks during the trip. She squats down to help Lele put a tiny glass jar from the bear doll's pocket into a small side pocket of the bag, padding it with soft cloth. Some jars from the canning factory might be rusty, so don't touch them randomly. When filling jars with sauce, choose ones with smooth, rust-free mouths, or the sauce might spoil. The small jar for the bear also needs to be clean, understand? Lele nods, clutching the bag tighter, her cheeks pressed against the soft plush of the doll. I know. Only pick shiny, clean jars, and I won't give the bear dirty sauce. I also want to help Mom choose sealing caps. Grandpa Zhou said the soft rubber ones are better. The 3 of them set out along the small road to the east. Wild grass along the roadside is covered with morning dew, so stepping on it makes everything wet, and their pant legs quickly get covered in water droplets. A faint smell of canned food drifts in the breeze, mixed with the sweet aroma of tomatoes and a hint of cold metal coming from the canning factory. As they walk closer, the smell grows stronger. In the wild field beside the road, a few wild tomato vines grow, bearing tiny tomatoes about the size of a fingernail. Lele stops and picks a bright red one, puts it in her mouth to taste, and wrinkles her face. So sour. Much more sour than Mom's tomato sauce. Old Zhou laughs and pats her head. These small tomatoes have less water, so you need twice as much sugar to make sauce. Since they're not as sweet as big tomatoes, it's better to pick the big ones for sauce. After about 30 minutes, Lele suddenly points to a distant factory building with excitement in her voice. Mom, Su Qing, look. There are many big jars stacked in the yard. Is that the canning factory? They follow her finger and look in the direction she's pointing. In the middle of the ruins in the distance, there is indeed a gray factory building. The paint on the walls is mostly peeled off, revealing red bricks underneath. A faded sign on the wall reads Red Star Canning Factory, with the character star missing a part and the character factory slightly crooked, but still recognizable. In the yard, there are several sealed cans stacked, covered with a blue plastic sheet. A corner is blown open by the wind, revealing the word, beef, on the cans. Nearby, there are empty glass jars on a shelf, some with silver lids. The warehouse door is open, and inside, neatly stacked cans almost reach the ceiling. Be careful of the zombies. I'll go check first. Zhou, holding a solid steel rod that is shiny from polishing, tightened his grip. He slowly approached the warehouse. When he was about 5 meters from the door, he saw a zombie dressed in blue work clothes, lying on the ground. The clothes had white lettering that read, Red Star Canning Factory, now faded and washed out. The zombie was clutching an empty beef can, its metal bent and deformed. Rust from the can's rim stained its wrinkled, dehydrated skin. Its movements were slow, like a rusty robot, and it lacked the strength to lift its hand. only occasionally twitching a finger as if trying to grab the can debris on the ground. "I'll handle it." Zhao Lei, who had just fixed the electrical box frame for Chen and Mo and was worried everyone couldn't move the cans, hurried over from behind, moving as quietly as a cat to avoid disturbing the mice inside the warehouse. He circled behind the zombie, waiting for the right moment. When the zombie didn't react, Zhao Lei gripped his iron rod tightly and struck the back of the zombie's head with a hard thump. The zombie twitched and then collapsed to the ground, motionless. The empty can in its hand fell to the floor and rolled away. Inside the warehouse, a strong smell of canned food hit the nose, cooler than outside by several degrees, thanks to a ventilation opening on the roof, letting in a breeze with a bit of chill. The shelves were neatly arranged with empty glass jars, sorted by size. Su Qing approached, picked up a medium-sized jar, and tapped it with her finger. It made a crisp, ding-dong sound. No cracks, the lid is smooth and rust-free. Just wash it and it's ready for sauce. She also found several unopened cans at the bottom shelf, some with beef flavor, others with peach flavor. She checked the production date. Produced 2 months before the end of the world. The shelf life is 2 years, so it's still good. Beef cans are great for stewing potatoes in winter, and peach cans can be a sweet treat for Lele. No need to keep eating dried apples all the time. Old Joe went over to Lele, picked up a sealed lid, and pointed to the black rubber ring inside. "Lele, look at this rubber ring. It's soft, with no cracks or aging. When you put it on the can, it seals tightly so the sauce won't leak out. If the rubber ring is hard and brittle, it will break easily and can't be used." Lele squatted down carefully, picked up a sealing lid, and pinched the rubber ring with her finger. It was soft and flexible. She happily placed it into the mini bear jar. This is for the bear's lid. Its small jar also needs to be sealed tightly so the sauce doesn't leak out. Xiao Lin, who had just finished helping Zhao Lei install the shutter frame, came over to help move the empty glass jars. Each box contains 12 jars, and the box has the words 500 ml heat-resistant glass jars, suitable for storing sauces. He carried 2 boxes at once, carefully placed them on the cart, and tied them securely with a rope. Be gentle when handling the jars, so they don't break. Today, we need to fill 20 jars with sweet sauce. It's all thanks to these jars. He also noticed a label on one of the boxes that read, "Produced in March 2024, lead-free glass." He quickly picked it out. Lead-free is safer. We can fill the sauce for Lele without worries. At noon, everyone returned to the apartment with 20 empty glass jars, 5 boxes of sealed canned foods, 3 boxes of beef, 2 boxes of peaches, and a bag of sealing lids. As they entered the yard, they saw that room 201 had been completely renovated. A white standalone electrical box was installed at the door. Its shell was made of anti-shock ABS material with a red safety warning sticker on it. The sticker had a black marker note, "Leakage reset button. Press to restore power. Do not operate with wet hands." The wires below the box were fixed to the wall with colorful insulated clips, some blue and some green, looking like small string lights. The window was fitted with light brown wooden blinds. The pine wood slats had been treated for moisture resistance, and their edges were smooth and free of splinters. Chan Mo was adjusting the control rod, and the slats slowly turned as he pulled the rod from fully open to half closed. There was no jam, and sunlight filtered through the gaps, casting delicate stripes on the ground, soft and gentle.
Done.
"Let's test the power." Chinemo took a small electric cooker from the toolbox, plugged it into the socket of room 201, and pressed the switch on the electrical box. The indicator light on the cooker immediately lit up. Now, boiling noodles or heating canned food won't trip the circuit. It's very safe. I checked the voltage, which was steady at 220 V, perfect for small appliances. Zhao Lei also came over, pulled the adjustment rod of the blinds, and said with a smile, "These blinds are really smooth. In the future, I can rest here at noon, pull them halfway down to block the sun, and let in some air. It's much more comfortable than sleeping in the downstairs living room. Quick, fill the jars with sweet tomato sauce. Don't delay sealing them with wax." Su Qing put down the canned food box and immediately went to the kitchen counter to prepare. She poured the sweet tomato sauce she cooked yesterday into a large clay pot and heated it slowly over low heat to prevent lumps. Next to it, beeswax was melting gently, giving off a faint yellow color and a soft waxy smell. She picked up a clean glass jar, scooped the tomato sauce with a spoon, and slowly filled the jar to about 80% full. Don't fill it too full. Leave some space for expansion, or the lid might spill over when sealing. Lele also brought a small stool and sat nearby, holding a tiny spoon, carefully scooping sauce into a small bare jar, slow but steady, without spilling a drop. The bear's jar should be filled to about 7/10. Mom said leave space for sealing. When sealing, Suqing first placed a sealing lid with a soft rubber ring on the jar opening, tightened it by hand, then used a small spoon to pour melted beeswax along the jar's threads. The wax flowed down, forming a seal layer. Wax sealing can block air, so even in winter when it's cold, the sauce won't spoil. It can be stored for half a year and still be good. Lele also learned to pour wax, trembling slightly with her tiny spoon. Wax dripped onto her hand, and she exclaimed, "Ouch!" Suqing quickly put down the spoon, took her hand, and rinsed it with cold water. "Does it hurt? Next time, go slower. Mom will help hold the spoon." Lele shook her head and smiled. "It doesn't hurt. The bear's jar is sealed now, and it can eat sweet sauce later." Old Joe was building a shade shelter for the watermelon vines in the yard. All 20 watermelon vines had grown to the size of a football. The black stripes on their green skins looked clear like ink paintings, heavy and hanging from the vines. Joe worried that the midday sun might the watermelons. He used leftover bamboo strips from building a trellis to make a small shelter about waist-high, covered with a light blue sunshade cloth, made from an old curtain with small floral patterns. When the wind blew, the flowers on the cloth swayed gently. "In 5 more days, we can pick the watermelons. Then we'll make watermelon juice and salad. It's so refreshing in the heat, even better than mint water." He also placed a small wooden sign next to the shelter that read, "Watermelon Baby Shade." Lele ran over, drew a round little watermelon with colored pens on the sign, and added 2 tiny bees, saying they would play with Watermelon Baby. By evening, all 20 jars of sweet tomato sauce were sealed and neatly arranged on the storage shelf in room 201. The jars glowed bright red, like a row of small lanterns. Suqing also made beef stew with canned beef. The beef was cut into small pieces, and the potatoes were from the garden. She added 2 spoonfuls of sweet tomato sauce while cooking, filling the yard with a delicious aroma. The peach cans were poured into a glass bowl and mixed with a little honey to make a sweet dessert for Lele. Everyone sat around the solid wood dining table in the dining room. The table was covered with white cotton cloth, and the dishes were arranged neatly. The warm glow of the brass chandelier made the food look especially appetizing. Living in room 201 is really comfortable now. Shaolin scooped a spoonful of beef stew with potatoes and smiled. "Tonight, I have night duty, so I don't need to go downstairs to cook noodles. I can cook here, and the electricity is safe. When I pull down the blinds, I sleep much better than before. I don't wake up with a sore back anymore." Xiaolei nodded and took a bite of a steamed bun spread with sweet tomato sauce. "This sauce with sugar is different. It's sweet and a little sour. It's better than yesterday's. It will be delicious with noodles in winter." After dinner, Lin Wanji sat at the dining table updating her points book. The warm glow of the brass chandelier shone on the paper. She used a red pen to mark the new rent for room 201 and a blue pen for everyone's daily wages. Sometimes she paused to check the points deducted for the day with Suqing. "Sister Suqing, the extra deduction for the sweet sauce jar and washing the jars is 90, right? And the 5 points for cooking beef stew with potatoes, should I add that?" Suqing looked over and smiled. "Add it, since washing 20 jars took some effort. Let's make it 95. Lele leaned nearby, pointing at her 575 points in the book. She whispered, "Wanji's sister, can I exchange my points for Xiao Xiong's new dress? I want to make a red dress for Xiao Xiong, like tomato sauce, so red." Lin Wanji patted her head. "Yes. Next time we go to the ruins to find a piece of red cloth, I'll make a new dress for Xiao Xiong." Okay, the records in the points book were clear. Points pool, 2,485, original balance, 220. Upgrade cost for room 201 160. Rewards 70. Canned food factory supplies. 30 empty cans, 30 canned food, 10 ceiling lids equals 2,485. 60/70 is equal to 2,495. 101 Su Ching. Dining room staff daily wage 350. Extra services. Sweet sauce jar, beef stew, washing glass jars. Deduction 95. Total 350.95 is equal to 445 minus rent 636. 53/12. Remaining balance. Minus 2,829 445 minus 636 is equal to minus 3,020, an increase of 209 compared to yesterday. Due to additional deductions for food processing and material handling. 102 Xiaolei. Installing blinds 35 moving cans 40 handling zombie at the canning factory 15, total 90. Minus rent 540, 45/12. Remaining balance. Minus 5,832.90 minus 540 is equal to minus 6,282. An increase of 450 compared to yesterday because of high physical effort. Future cold storage supplies can quickly offset this. 103 Chinemo. Installing independent electrical box 30, organizing wires 25, putting up safety warning signs 15, total 70. Minus. Rent 504, 42/12. Remaining balance. Minus 5,872.70 minus 504 is equal to minus 6,306, an increase of 434 compared to yesterday. Future repairs to cold storage equipment can provide additional deductions. 104 Shaolin. Passing tools 25, moving empty cans 20, cleaning glass jars 15, total 60. Minus rent 324, 27/12. Remaining balance. Minus 3,248.60 minus 324 is equal to minus 3,512, an increase of 264 compared to yesterday. Due to assistance with upgrade tasks and material organization deductions. 105 Lao Zhou. Building watermelon shade 40. Guiding concealing 25, total 65, minus rent 300, 25/12. Remaining balance. Minus 3,160.65 minus 300 is equal to minus 3,395, an increase of 235 compared to yesterday. Future watermelon harvesting and crop watching can compensate. 201 Spare bedroom. Not occupied rent 34 points/hour, not included in tenant balance for now, will be calculated based on actual stay after occupancy. Lele. Picking ceiling caps 15, helping seal sweet sauce jars 10, extra reward 25, actively participating in work, protecting the teddy bear doll, total 575 points. Although the 201 upgrade costs 60 points, now it's safe and comfortable. It's convenient for temporary stays and storing supplies. The sweet sauce is sealed, and winter reserves have increased. Lin Wanji closed her points book, pointing to the watermelon shade in the yard. Tomorrow, I'll water the watermelons again and check the conceals to see if there are any leaks. The winter supplies are almost enough. Lao Zhou took a sip of mint water and nodded, saying, "The day after tomorrow, we'll harvest the watermelons. We need a big bamboo basket. Handle it gently to avoid breaking, and don't throw away the watermelon rinds. They can be used to make stir-fried pork with watermelon rinds, which is refreshing and helps digestion. Canned food should be stored in a cool, shady place away from direct sunlight to prevent bulging. If a can bulges, it can't be eaten and would be wasted." The sunset slowly sinks behind the wall, turning the sky a soft pink. The blinds in room 201 are bathed in warm gold, with sunlight filtering through the slats, casting tiny light spots on the new electrical box. The watermelon shade in the yard sways gently in the evening breeze, with small floral patterns on the fabric seeming to dance. The hens in the coop are quiet, resting on the hay, occasionally making soft clucking sounds. The jars of sweet jam on the storage shelf shine with a bright red glow, filled with sweet aroma. The indicator light in the refrigerator is on in the idle area, with cans of beef and peaches resting quietly inside, waiting for winter to be served at the table. Lin Wanji leans against the balcony door. The evening breeze carries the smell of beef stew with potatoes and fresh grass, gentle like a mother's touch. Peach's voice softly echoes in her mind. Host, after upgrading room 201, the apartment's safety level has increased to 200%. I just scanned a disused cold storage 2.5 kilometers south. It contains frozen pork, frozen cabbage, and frozen radishes, preserved before the end of the world, not spoiled. Tomorrow, I'll check it out so we can stock more meat and vegetables for winter, no longer relying only on canned food. Lin Wanji smiles and responds silently. Great. After we pick the watermelons tomorrow, we'll go to the cold storage. Everyone will have frozen meat and sweet jam in winter. No need to eat only canned food. Our Taiyuan days will become brighter and more like home. Lele walks over holding a teddy bear, leaning beside Lin Wanji. She whispers, Wanji's sister, tomorrow at the cold storage can we find some small frozen pears? Little Bear wants to try the taste of frozen pears too. Lin Wanji pats her head and smiles. Sure, we'll look for some together and bring a little frozen pear for Little Bear. The evening breeze continues to, passing through the dining room window, the watermelon shade in the yard, and reaching the blinds in room 201. This once lonely small building, protected by the new electrical box, shaded by the blinds, and sealed with sweet jam, is slowly transforming into the warmest, most lively haven in the end times, where safety is assured, supplies are sweet, warm meals are prepared, children's laughter rings out, Little Bear's canned snacks are stored, and endless hope for the future blooms. As the cold storage calls, new stories quietly unfold in the gentle night, waiting for summer's chilled watermelons, autumn's golden corn, and the flowers blooming all around. In the early morning, sunlight just crossed the wall of Building A's courtyard, like a layer of gold foil, flowing along the cobblestone path into the yard. It gently wrapped around the light blue watermelon shade canopy. The floral cloth on the canopy was lifted by the wind, revealing 20 lush watermelon vines underneath. The watermelons on the vines had grown to the size of a soccer ball, with shiny green skins marked with black stripes, carefully drawn like ink. The edges were sharp and clear. Gently tapping one with a finger, a dull thud could be heard, like a small drum, signaling ripeness. Old Joe squatted under the canopy, with a coarse cloth towel, washed until white, on his knees. He held a shiny small pair of scissors, lightly touching the biggest watermelon. The coolness of the rind passed through his fingertips. Today's the day to pick. The sound is crisp but heavy, sure to be sweet and juicy. Lele, help Grandpa check the ripeness. When you hear thud, it's a ripe melon. If it sounds deng-deng, it's still unripe and needs 2 more days in the sun. Lele ran over happily, carrying a pink cloth bag. Inside, she held a small teddy bear doll and a tiny jar of sweet sauce with a dark red stain on the jar's opening. A freshly picked daisy was tucked behind her ear, with dew on its petals. She imitated old Joe, tiptoeing, making a fist with her small hand, and gently knocking on a nearby watermelon. The thud sound came, and she clapped her hands and jumped, her braids bouncing with her. This one sounds like a little bear knocking on my drum. It must be sweet. She took out a red marker from the bag and carefully drew a crooked little smiley face on the watermelon skin, with 2 small circles for eyes and a crescent moon for a mouth. This is Lele's watermelon. I want to share it with the little bear. When the little bear sees the smile, it will eat even happier. Zhao Lei carried a woven bamboo basket over. The bottom was lined with soft, dry grass, freshly dried from yesterday, carrying the scent of sunlight, to cushion the watermelons and prevent them from bumping. I'll carry the watermelons. Handle them gently, don't break the skins, he said, bending down to look at the watermelon with the smiley face. He gently touched the smiley face with his fingertip. This one's for Lele. After cutting, give a piece to the little bear to taste first, then you can eat the sweetest part. When he picked up the watermelon, he carefully supported the bottom, holding it as gently as holding a baby, worried about damaging the smiley face. He added an extra layer of dry grass around it before placing it into the basket. This way, it won't get damaged even if it bumps around on the way. Everyone quickly divided the work. Old Joe was responsible for cutting the watermelon vines with scissors. After each cut, he wiped the mud off the rind with a cloth and checked the watermelon's navel. The deeper the navel is sunken, the sweeter the fruit. This one has a deep navel, so the inside must be very sweet. Zhao Lei and Chun Mo carried the watermelons, each holding one, and placed them into a bamboo basket lined with dry grass. When the basket was full, they moved it to the restaurant door and arranged the watermelons neatly. Su Qing and Shaolin squatted by the vine, clearing weeds and trimming the old yellow leaves, which they put into a bamboo basket. Old leaves can be composted to fertilize the remaining tomato vines, so nothing is wasted. Lele was the busiest, using colored pens to mark each ripe watermelon with little drawings of smiling faces, suns, and stars. From a distance, the pile of watermelons at the door looked like a colorful little garden, lively and cheerful. Lele, don't draw on this watermelon, Old Joe suddenly called out to Lele, pointing at a watermelon with a small watermelon with cracks can spoil easily. We should eat it first. Even if you draw on it, it won't last long. Lele immediately put away her pens and crouched down to touch the. Can we just eat it today? Don't let it spoil. Little Bear also wants to try, she said. Old Joe smiled and nodded. Okay, we'll eat this one first today so Lele and Little Bear can taste how sweet it is. By noon, all 20 watermelons had been picked and stacked neatly at the restaurant door. The colorful marks on the green rinds looked especially bright in the sunlight, like a bunch of smiling little lanterns. Su Qing picked a watermelon with a small, washed it with clean water, and placed it on the wooden dining table inside the restaurant. The table was an old one discarded from room 101, only big enough for 5 people. There were also a few boxes of canned food and sweet jam jars stacked on it. As soon as the watermelon was placed, it looked crowded. Zhao Lei wanted to sit down and help cut the watermelon but had to move the canned boxes to the floor first. It would be great if the restaurant were bigger, Su Qing said, wiping her hands and running her fingers over the scratches on the table. If new tenants come in the future, we wouldn't have to squeeze to eat. There would be space for the canned and jam jars too. It's not only messy to look at but also easy to trip over. Lin Wanju was helping to set the dishes and heard this. She thought to herself, since room 201 was upgraded to a spare bedroom, the apartment's capacity to host visitors had clearly increased. Previously, Tao Tao had scanned nearby and found some stray survivors. Maybe more people would come to seek refuge in the future. The restaurant as a shared space definitely needed to be expanded. She took out a silver exchange device. As her fingertips touched the cool screen, a light blue task window popped up with a slight vibration. The glow reflected on her face, like a thin layer of frost. Main task: upgrade public space, apartment dining area. Task requirements: 1. Increase the dining area from 15 to 25. Remove the wall between the dining and idle zones to expand eating and storage space. 2. Add 1 solid wood dining table, fits 6 people, with 4 foldable chairs, and the tabletop is moisture-resistant. 3. Install 2 layered storage shelves, multi-tiered, for sorting cans and sweet sauces with labels. Task rewards: 1 to 600 points, one-time addition to the points pool, usable for future equipment upgrades or item exchanges. 2. Level 2 dining setup ×1, new table, chairs, and shelves, all polished wood, resistant to pests and moisture. 3. A set of cleaning tools for the dining area, absorbent cotton mop, dust-proof linen cloth, stainless steel cleaner, suitable for cleaning the new space. Task cost: 9 points, deducted directly from the points pool, low cost with high benefit, mainly to improve the public space. Future changes: the dining area can now seat 10 people, storage capacity increases by 100%, a new food prep area, by the window, supports temporary material transfer functions. Task explanation: after the upgrade, the space will support a larger team and winter supplies, improve the use of the public area, strengthen the collective living atmosphere of Tao Yuan coexistence, and prepare for welcoming new members. An upgrade task: the dining area can expand and add new tables. Lin Wanji held up the exchange device. The number points pool: 24.95 was especially clear in the sunlight. It only costs 9 points to upgrade, and I get 600 points as a reward. So worth it. No more squeezing to eat, and there will be dedicated shelves for cans and sauces. No more piling things at the door. Everyone gathered around happily. Zhao Lei immediately put down his watermelon knife, which still had watermelon juice on it. I'll take down the wall. I found some old wooden boards from the bamboo weaving factory. They're perfect for the new table legs. No need to find extra materials, saving a lot of trouble. He said this, and went to the storage room to carry a crowbar. The crowbar was solid steel and shiny from polishing. When I pry it open, I'll be gentle, so I don't make too much noise and scare the hens in the coop. If they get scared, they won't lay eggs tomorrow. Chinemo nodded and took a level and a screwdriver from the toolbox. I'll assemble the new dining table. The tabletop is made of thick pine wood, so I need to use the level repeatedly to make sure it's even. Otherwise, the watermelon juice might spill. The storage rack needs to be fixed to the wall 1.2 meters above the ground, so we don't have to bend down to reach things or kick it. The tasks were quickly assigned. Zhao Lei, Chinemo, and Shaolin would upgrade the dining area. Zhao Lei would use the crowbar to remove the wall panels, carefully placing each brick aside, keeping the good ones to pave the floor. Chun Mo would assemble the new dining table and the storage rack, and also set up a small work surface by the window. Shaolin would clean up the broken bricks and organize the supplies, sorting cans and jars by type. Su Qing, Lao Zhou, and Lele would continue working on the watermelon, Su Qing making watermelon juice and salad, Lao Zhou guiding Lele to make small dishes from the melon rinds, scraping off the tough green skin, slicing, salting, and using them as cold dishes. Lao Zhou would also add feed to the chicken coop. Lin Wanji would help dismantle the wall and move bricks, and once most of the wall was taken down, she would go with Zhao Lei to the cold storage to fetch frozen meat. While removing the wall, Zhao Lei gently pried the bricks apart, moving slowly and steadily. Every brick he took down was wiped clean of dust with a cloth. These bricks are solid, perfect for the dining room floor. It saves us from uneven patches. Lele almost tripped over the uneven ground before. He also found a small nail in the mortar and carefully pulled it out, placing it in the toolbox. Keep this for fixing things later, don't waste it. When Chinemo assembled the new table, he first attached the four legs to the bottom with screws, then used the level on the tabletop to adjust left and right. The left side is a bit higher, so I'll loosen the screws on the legs. Okay, now it's even, and cups won't tip over. Shaolin sorted the supplies, dividing the cans by type. Beef cans on the left, peach cans on the right, with small labels for expiration dates. The sweet sauce jars were arranged by flavor, with tomato sweet sauce on the top shelf, so they could add other sauces later. He also left an empty slot on the bottom shelf of the storage rack. In the future, new supplies can go directly here, instead of piling on the ground. Lele finished peeling the melon and came over to help put on labels. She used colored pens to write delicious canned food and sweet sauce on paper. Her handwriting was a bit crooked and she even wrote sweet sauce as sweet sauce without the duh. Chun Emo saw this and smiled, helping her add the word duh. Lele's writing looks nice. Adding duh makes it clear that it's sweet sauce. Lele immediately corrected it and drew a small watermelon next to the label, saying she wanted everyone to think of sweet watermelons when they saw the label. In less than an hour, the restaurant looked completely new. The wall was taken down, doubling the space. Sunlight streamed through the newly cleaned windows, making the room bright. A new dining table with a light brown wooden top was placed in the center, paired with 4 foldable chairs that could be stacked against the wall to save space. 2 multi-layer shelves were installed along the wall, neatly holding canned foods and sweet sauces, with the small watermelons on the labels standing out. The floor was paved with solid bricks taken from the old flooring, swept clean with no debris left. Chun Mo also set up a small workstation by the window, using an old wooden board for chopping vegetables and preparing salads, so they wouldn't have to crowd into the kitchen. He found an old hanging lamp in the storage room, cleaned it, and installed it above the new table. The warm yellow light shone just right on the surface, making every dish clearly visible during dinner at night. I'll go to the cold storage to get frozen meat. Zhao Lei, come with me. Frozen meat is heavy, so two of us can carry it faster. Lin Wanji picked up a toolbox filled with iron rods and repair tools, ready for any zombie attacks or equipment failures. Zhao Lei immediately stood up, wiping dust from his hands. Let's go. I have strong arms. I can carry 2 bags at once, and we'll be back quickly. Old Zhou took a thick insulated bag from the storage room, an old one from an abandoned supermarket, with a thermal layer inside to keep things cold. He also packed a few ice packs frozen from the fridge for the frozen meat. Keep it from melting on the way. Wrap it tight, and put a canvas cover over it for extra insulation. The two headed out along the small road to the south. As they got closer to the cold storage, the cold wind grew stronger, making their faces feel cool, more like early autumn than summer. After about 25 minutes, they saw a white cold storage building. The paint on the walls was mostly peeled off, revealing gray cement underneath. At the entrance, there was a rusty metal sign with the words, Limin Cold Storage, but only Limin was still readable, the rest covered in rust. The door of the cold storage was slightly open and cold air was coming out, like white mist floating out. Be careful of zombies. Lin Wanji clenched her iron rod and slowly approached the door. When she reached the entrance, she saw a zombie dressed in a blue winter coat, lying on the ground. The zipper of the coat was unzipped, revealing an old sweater underneath. The zombie's skin was purple from the cold, looking like it was covered with a thin layer of ice. It was holding a torn frozen meat package, with the meat inside already frozen into ice. Its movements were much slower than normal zombies. It took several seconds to lift its hand, clearly frozen stiff by the cold. I'll handle it. Zhao Lei circled behind the zombie, moving quietly like a cat. While the zombie was unresponsive, he gripped his iron rod and struck at the back of the head. Thump. The zombie twitched and then collapsed to the ground, no longer moving. The package it was holding fell to the floor with a loud rustling sound. Entering the cold storage, a blast of cold air hit them, several degrees lower than outside. Lin Wanji couldn't help but shiver and quickly buttoned up her coat. The storage was spacious, with shelves neatly arranged, stacked with vacuum-wrapped frozen meat and vegetables. A thin layer of frost covered the plastic wrap, indicating it hadn't melted. Lin Wanji walked to a shelf, picked up a bag of frozen pork belly, and checked the production date. 1 month before the apocalypse. The shelf life is 12 months, so it's still good, no spoilage. She also found several bags of frozen ribs and lean meat, all sealed tightly without leaks. On the lower shelves, there were frozen cabbage and radishes, still green and not blackened. This should be enough for us through the winter. Zhao Lei took 2 bags of frozen pork belly and put them into a thermal bag. Take more, supplies are limited in winter. Save what we have. The two of them carried 5 bags of frozen pork belly, 3 bags of lean meat, 2 bags of ribs, 3 bags of cabbage, and 2 bags of radishes. The thermal bag was packed full, covered with a canvas bag, and slung over their shoulders as they headed back. The frozen meat was very heavy. They took turns carrying it, worried about straining their shoulders. In the evening, everyone gathered in the newly upgraded dining hall. A table was filled with dishes made from freshly picked watermelons and recently acquired frozen meat. Su Qing made watermelon juice, strained to remove seeds, added 2 spoons of rock sugar, and served in a clear glass bowl with a faint pink hue. Watermelon salad mixed with yogurt and sprinkled with chopped mint, refreshing and light. The stir-fried pork with melon peel uses fresh pork. The green skin of the melon peel is scraped off, then cut into strips and stir-fried until crispy and tender. A little minced garlic is added, making it very fragrant and mouth-watering. There is also boiled cabbage and radish cooked with frozen pork belly. The meat is soft and tender, and the cabbage and radish soak up the flavorful meat juices, making each bite very tasty. The new dining table just fits 7 people. Lele sits on a folding chair, holding a teddy bear, with a small bowl of watermelon juice in front of her. She uses a small spoon to feed the teddy bear, saying, "Teddy, the watermelon juice at the new restaurant is so sweet.
Try some."
Then she takes a sip herself, squinting her eyes happily. It's sweeter than yesterday. The new restaurant is so spacious. Teddy has a seat too, no more squeezing. Zhao Lei picks up chopsticks, grabs a piece of stir-fried pork with melon peel, chews happily, and sighs contentedly. The restaurant upgrade was so worth it. We used to squeeze to eat, now we can sit comfortably. The dishes are arranged nicely, no more stacking plates like before. Old Joe also takes a piece of stewed radish, which is soaked with meat juices and soft, saying, "The frozen meat is cooked perfectly, not dry at all." The melon peel is delicious, crisp and tender, more fragrant than the meat, and nothing is wasted. Su Qing smiles as she refills everyone's watermelon juice. From now on, we can make more dishes here. If new guests come, there will be enough seats, no need to stand. After dinner, Lin Wanji sits by the new dining table updating her points book. The warm yellow pendant light shines on the paper, making the handwriting clear. Lele leans over to look, pointing at the number 610 in the points book, whispering, "Sister Wanji, can I exchange my points for watermelon candies? I want to make watermelon candies for Teddy, so he can enjoy sweet treats every day." Lin Wanji pats her head and smiles. "Once we earn a few more points, we can find a piece of candy wrapper in the ruins and make watermelon candies for Teddy. Is that okay?" Lele immediately nods happily and hugs her teddy bear as she goes to look at the canned goods on the shelf. The records in the points book are clear. Points pool, 2,495, initial balance, 9, restaurant upgrade cost, 600, reward, 80, cold storage supplies, 50 frozen meat, 30 frozen vegetables, equals 2,495, 9,680 is equal to 3,166, 101 Su Qing, restaurant staff daily wage 350. Extra services, making watermelon feast, stewing frozen meat, handling melon peel, deducted 100, total 350. 100 is equal to 450, minus rent 636, 53 by 12. Remaining balance, 3,450 minus 636 is equal to minus 3,206, an increase of 186 from yesterday, due to extra effort in food processing and preparing meals in the new space, which added to deductions. 102 Xiaolei, moving watermelons 40, removing partition wall 30, handling cold storage issues 15. Total 85, minus rent 540, 45 by 12. Remaining balance, minus 6,282, 85 minus 540 is equal to minus 6,737, an increase of 455 from yesterday, as physical effort was high and future supplies from the grain and oil shop can quickly balance this. 103. Chunemo, assembling new dining table 30, installing storage rack 25, fixing restaurant chandelier 15, total 70. Minus rent 504, 42 by 12. Remaining balance, minus 6,306, 70 minus 504 is equal to minus 6,740, an increase of 434 from yesterday, as future repairs to grain and oil shop equipment can provide extra deductions. 104 Shaolin, organizing restaurant supplies 25, moving frozen vegetables 20, cleaning new dining table 15, total 60. Minus rent 324, 27 by 12. Remaining balance, minus 3,512, 60 minus 324 is equal to minus 3,776, an increase of 264 from yesterday, due to helping upgrade the public space and categorizing supplies, which increased deductions. 105 Laozhou, picking watermelons 40, guiding pickled melon peel 25, preparing insulation bags 5, total 70, minus rent 300, 25 by 12. Remaining balance, minus 3,395, 70 minus 300 is equal to minus 3,625, an increase of 230 from yesterday, as extra insulation bags were prepared, slightly adjusting deductions. 201 backup bedroom, not occupied, rent 34 points/hour, not included in tenant balance for now, to be calculated. After occupancy based on actual stay. Lele, drawing watermelon marks 15, helping with pickled melon peel 10, labeling supplies 5, reward 25, total 610 points. The restaurant upgrade was so worth it. Not only is it spacious and practical, but we also earned many points. In the future, upgrading other equipment will also earn points, Lin Wanji closed her points book, pointing to the frozen meat in the insulation bag. Tomorrow, we'll divide the frozen meat into portions, put them in the fridge sorted by type, and label the expiration date. In winter, we can take them out any time to eat. No need to rely on canned food. The remaining watermelon peels can be pickled again tomorrow to make salted vegetables, perfect to eat with porridge. Old Joe took a sip of watermelon juice and nodded, saying, "Tomorrow, I'll clean the chicken coop and ferment the chicken manure in a bucket. In a few days, I'll use it to fertilize the remaining tomato vines. The frozen cabbage and radishes should be stored separately to prevent mixing flavors. When eating, defrost them half a day in advance so they cook more tenderly and without ice chunks." Zhao Lei agreed, saying, "Tomorrow, I'll go to the grain and oil shop. I'll carry a few more bags of rice. Since we eat flour every day, it's time to change the taste. I'll also find a bucket of cooking oil. Stir-frying will taste better, and we won't have to eat only boiled food." The sunset slowly sank behind the courtyard wall, turning the window of the dining room a warm golden color. The chandelier above the new dining table was lit, casting a soft glow on the shelves where cans and sweet sauces reflected gentle light. The watermelon shade in the yard had been taken down, and freshly washed watermelon rinds were drying in the sun. The mother hen in the chicken coop was quietly resting, occasionally making soft clucking sounds. The indicator light on the freezer was on in the idle area, where frozen meat and vegetables lay quietly, waiting for winter to be cooked into warm meals. Lin Wanji leaned against the door of the dining room. The evening breeze carried the sweet scent of watermelon and the aroma of food, gentle like a mother's touch. Tao Tao's voice softly echoed in her mind. "Host, after the restaurant upgrade, the public function index of the apartment increased to 250%. I just scanned and found an abandoned grain and oil shop 2 kilometers to the east. Inside, there are a 5 kilograms bag of rice, not damp, and a barrel of cooking oil, soybean oil, with 8 months of shelf life. Tomorrow I'll go check it out. We can stock up on staple foods and oil for winter, so we won't have to eat only flour-based bread and buns." Lin Wanji smiled and responded silently. "Great. After feeding the chickens and dividing the frozen meat tomorrow, I'll go to the grain and oil shop. Let everyone enjoy white rice and delicious stir-fried dishes with cooking oil. Our Taoyuan days will become more prosperous and feel more like home." Lila carried her teddy bear and walked over, tugging at Lin Wanji's sleeve. "Sister Wanji, tomorrow at the grain and oil shop, can you find a small spoon? Little bear wants to eat rice, but its little paws can't hold a big spoon." Lin Wanji crouched down and patted her head. "Okay, let's find one together. We'll find the smallest spoon for Little Bear so it can enjoy rice properly." The evening breeze continued to, passing through the new windows of the dining room, the empty watermelon shade in the yard, and reaching the blinds of room 201. This once lonely small building is gradually becoming the warmest and most lively harbor in the end times, thanks to the new restaurant's spaciousness, the watermelon harvest, and the storage of frozen meat. Here, there is joy from the harvest, plenty of space, hot meals, children's laughter, little bears, watermelon feast, and endless hope for the future. As the grain and oil shop calls, new stories quietly unfold in the gentle night, waiting for the aroma of white rice, the richness of cooking oil, and the arrival of more friends. In the morning, sunlight just crosses the wall of Building A, like a warm orange blanket gently wrapping the new windows of the restaurant. Inside, Su Qing squats beside the storage shelf, organizing frozen meat. Yesterday, she moved the frozen pork belly from the cold storage. It's already packed in bags labeled, "Frozen pork belly, used before February 2025. The frozen cabbage and radish are wrapped tightly with plastic wrap and placed on the bottom shelf of the fridge." She picks up a bag of lean meat, her fingertips brushing the package. Having only frozen meat isn't enough. "I need rice to go with it." Yesterday, Peach said there's a grain and oil shop to the east. "Today, I'll bring back rice and oil so we can make new dishes." Lele runs over with a pink cloth bag, holding a small bear doll clutching a mini rice scoop. She found it yesterday, and a piece of watermelon candy, made from leftover watermelon juice last night. She tiptoes to the storage shelf, looking at the frozen meat. Mom, can we find rice at the grain and oil shop today? I want to eat rice porridge, and I want to give a bowl to Little Bear too. Lin Wanji is helping defrost the fridge. Hearing this, she feels a stir in her heart. Since the restaurant expanded, everyone's food needs have grown. Before, they only had steamed buns, bread, and simple stir-fried dishes. Now, with frozen meat, watermelon rind, and the rice they're about to find, their menu can become more diverse. She takes out the exchange device, her finger just touching the screen when a light blue task window pops up with a slight vibration. Main task: optimize public meals, upgrade restaurant menu. Task requirements. 1. Upgrade the restaurant menu from Level 1, basic home cooking, to Level 2, varied staple foods, meat and vegetables pairing special side dishes, adding 5 core dishes. 2. Create an ingredient pairing chart, indicating the amount and storage method for each dish. 3. Create a printed menu to be posted on the restaurant wall, including dish pictures and hand-drawn decorations by Lele. Task rewards. 1,800 points. One-time addition to the points pool, usable for future equipment upgrades or material exchanges. 2. Level 2 menu set times 1 includes 10 standard recipes, ingredient shopping list, and nutrition guide. 3. Kitchen spice set, soy sauce, dark soy sauce, star anise, cinnamon, etc., suitable for new dishes. Task cost, 72 points, deducted directly from the points pool, low cost with high benefits, prioritizing food variety. Future changes. The restaurant can offer complete meal sets of staple food, meat dish, vegetable dish, soup to meet different nutritional needs, supporting both temporary hosting and daily meal rotation. Task description. Upgrading the menu can improve team satisfaction with food and speed up health recovery, strengthening the sense of belonging in Taoyuan and laying a good foundation for welcoming new members with better meals. There's an upgrade task. The restaurant menu can be upgraded to Level 2. Lin Wanji held up the exchange device, with the points pool, 3166, clearly visible on the screen. It only costs 72 points to upgrade, and we get 1,800 points as a reward. Plus, a spice set. Soon we can enjoy fried rice and braised pork, no more just eating steamed buns with pickles. Everyone gathered around happily. Su Qing immediately put down the frozen meat. I'll work on new dishes. With rice and oil, I can make braised rice and tomato egg fried rice. The frozen cabbage can be used for tofu soup, and I can pickle some salted vegetables with watermelon rind. Just enough for a full table of dishes. Old Joe nodded. I remember my hometown's way. Stewing frozen meat with rice makes a nourishing porridge. Drinking a bowl in winter keeps you warm and helps Lele get nutrients. The division of work was quickly decided. Zhao Lei, Chen Mo, and Lin Wanji went to the East Grain and Oil shop. Zhao Lei carried rice and oil. Strong can carry 2 bags at once. Chen Mo checked the quality of the grains and oil to see if the rice was damp or the oil spoiled, and Lin Wanji looked for spices, soy sauce, star anise, etc. for new dishes. Su Qing, Old Joe, and Lele stayed at the apartment. Su Qing organized the existing ingredients: frozen meat, watermelon rind, canned food. Old Joe guided Lele in pickling salted watermelon rind and looked after the chickens. After the grain and oil were brought back, everyone would work together to develop new dishes and create the printed menu. Before leaving, Su Qing packed some dry food for everyone: tomato candies wrapped in oil paper, leftover from yesterday, pickled quail eggs, and 2 bottles of mint water with rock sugar. She put them into a canvas bag. She helped Lele tuck the mini bear-shaped rice scoop into the bag. When you go to the grain and oil shop, don't touch the rice. Damp rice can mold and make you sick. When you see the seasonings, remember to point them out to Mom. We need them to make braised pork. Lele nodded and hugged the bag tighter. Got it. Only look for shiny rice. Don't touch the moldy ones. When I see the small bottles seasonings, I'll call Sister Wenji to help Mom make braised pork. The 3 of them set out along the small path to the east. The wild grass by the roadside was covered with morning dew, so it was wet when stepped on. A faint rice smell drifted in the breeze, coming from the grain and oil shop, growing stronger, mixing with the rich scent of cooking oil. After about 20 minutes, they saw a gray brick house with a wooden sign hanging at the door that read, Minley Grain and Oil Shop. The words on the sign were faded but still readable. The windows were open, revealing stacks of large rice bags inside, and nearby shelves holding barrels of cooking oil. Watch out for zombies. Lin Wanji gripped her iron rod tightly and slowly approached the door. Just as she reached the steps, she saw a zombie wearing a gray apron lying on the ground. The apron had the words, "Minli Grain and Oil," printed on it. The zombie was holding an empty oil barrel, which still had some oil stains on the rim. Its movements were slow, and its skin was wrinkled like tree bark, with no strength to lift its hand. Zhao Lei circled behind the zombie and struck it on the back of the head with his stick. The zombie fell with a thud and didn't move again. Inside the grain and oil shop, a strong smell of rice hit them. The shelves were neatly stacked with 5 kilograms vacuum-packed rice bags. Chun Mo picked up one and squeezed it. Full grains, not damp or clumped. These were made 2 months before the end of the world. They have a shelf life of 12 months, so they're still good. He also found a barrel of soybean oil on the bottom shelf. The barrel was intact, and the label said, non-GMO, 18-month shelf life. The oil is still good, enough for us to use for half a year. Lin Wanji looked on a corner shelf for seasonings. There were soy sauce, dark soy sauce, star anise, cinnamon, and a few bags of dried chili, all sealed tightly. Found the seasonings. We can use them for braised pork and fried rice. We won't have to only use salt for cooking anymore. She also found some white sugar and rock sugar, quickly putting them into her bag. Lele can make watermelon sugar, and we can add sugar to porridge. When carrying supplies, Zhao Lei once lifted 2 bags of rice, a total of 10 kilograms. His shoulders sank slightly, but he walked steadily. Rice is heavy, so handle it gently. Don't tear the vacuum packaging, or it will get damp and taste bad. Chen Mo carried a barrel of oil, with the opening facing up, worried it might spill. The oil barrel needs to be steady. Spilling would be a shame, and it could cause slipping. At noon, the 3 of them returned to the apartment with 6 bags of rice, 30 kilograms, 4 barrels of soybean oil, 20 liters, and a set of seasonings. As soon as they entered the yard, they saw Lele helping old Zhou pickle watermelon rind. She wore small gloves, cut away the green skin into strips, sprinkled salt into a ceramic basin, and worked carefully. Jia Nian, you're back. Can we make porridge with rice? Little Bear is waiting to drink it with a new spoon.
Yes.
Let's make it now. Su Qing immediately took the rice, washed it thoroughly, put it into a clay pot with water, added some frozen meat, and simmered slowly on low heat. Frozen meat with rice porridge needs to cook for 40 minutes so it thickens and the meat becomes tender. Old Zhou helped cut frozen cabbage, preparing to make tofu soup. Frozen cabbage needs to be blanched to remove coldness, then it will taste fresh when cooked. In the afternoon, everyone worked together to develop new dishes and create paper menus. Braised pork with rice. Su Qing cut frozen pork belly into pieces, blanched it in boiling water to remove blood, then fried it in soybean oil to release fat. She added soy sauce, dark soy sauce, star anise, and cinnamon, and simmered for an hour until the meat was tender and the sauce thick. It smelled especially good poured over rice. Tomato and egg fried rice. Using leftover rice from yesterday, she added diced tomatoes, scrambled eggs, and a little salt. Stir-fried quickly in soybean oil until the rice grains were separate and the dish was sweet and sour. Frozen cabbage and tofu soup. Blanched frozen cabbage, chopped it, and cooked it with soft tofu from a canned tofu factory. A little sesame oil was added for a fresh, light flavor. Watermelon rind with pickled vegetables. Lele marinated the watermelon rind, mixed with vinegar, soy sauce, and minced garlic. It was crispy, tender, and appetizing, perfect with porridge. Rock sugar rice porridge. Half of the frozen meat porridge in the clay pot was taken out, added rock sugar, and simmered for 10 minutes. It was sweet and served as a dessert for Lele. While making the paper menus, Su Qing was responsible for writing the recipes neatly on cardboard with a ballpoint pen. Chun Mo drew simple pictures of the dishes, like braised pork and fried rice. Lele was the busiest, decorating the edges of the menus with colored pens, drawing small watermelons, bears, rice grains, and adding little smiley faces next to each dish. That way, everyone will see the menu and know the food is delicious, Finally, Zhao Lei put the recipe on the wall of the dining room, right above the new dining table, so he could see it when he looked up while eating. In the evening, all the new dishes were ready. A full table of food was set on the new dining table: shiny braised pork that looked tempting, fragrant fried rice, steaming tofu soup, crispy and tender pickles, and glowing sweet porridge. Everyone sat together. Lele sat on a folding chair and used a tiny spoon to serve some sweet porridge to Little Bear. Little Bear, try the rice porridge. Use the new spoon. Is it tasty? Then she took a sip herself, squinting happily. It's better than bread. I want to drink rice porridge every day from now on. Zhao took a piece of braised pork, chewed it, and sighed happily. With rice and oil, plus the new recipe, our meals are getting more delicious. We don't have to eat compressed biscuits anymore. It's 100 times better than when we were at the base. Old Joe took a sip of tofu soup and nodded. The frozen cabbage with tofu is very tasty. Drinking this in winter keeps you warm and helps your stomach. The pickles are also good, crisp and tender, perfect with porridge. After dinner, Lin Wanji sat at the new dining table updating her points book. The warm yellow pendant light shone on the paper, making the writing clear. Lele leaned over to look and pointed at the 1800 reward in the points book, whispering, Sister Wanji, can these points make a new outfit for Little Bear? Using pink fabric, like Mom's skirt, Lin Wanji patted her head.
Yes.
When we find some pink fabric, I'll make a new outfit for Little Bear. Okay, the records in the points book were clear. Points pool, 3,166 original balance, 72, recipe upgrade cost, 1,800 reward 90, supplies from the grain and oil shop, 50 rice 30 oil 10 seasonings, equals 3,166. 72 is equal to 3,094. 1,800 is equal to 4,894. 90 is equal to 4,984. 101 Su Qing. Restaurant staff daily wage 350. Extra service. Developing new dishes, writing recipes. Deducted 150. Total 350. 150 is equal to 500. Minus rent 636. 53 by 12. Balance minus 3,206. 500 minus 636 is equal to minus 3,342, an increase of 136 from yesterday, due to the physical effort from developing recipes and making new dishes, with extra deductions. 102 Zhao Lei, moving rice 40, moving oil 30, handling zombies at the grain and oil shop 15, total 85, minus rent 540, 45 by 12. Remaining balance, minus 7,192, after adding 85 and subtracting 540. This is 455 more than yesterday, due to high physical effort. Future resource gathering can quickly offset this. 103 Chinemo, sorting grain and oil quality 30, drawing simple recipes 25, organizing seasonings 15, total 70. After deducting rent of 504, 42 by 12, the balance is minus 7,174, which is 434 more than yesterday. Future equipment repairs may provide additional deductions. 104 Shaolin, washing rice 25, cutting frozen cabbage 20, pasting recipe decorations 15, total 60. After deducting rent of 324, 27 by 12, the balance is minus 4,040, 264 more than yesterday, thanks to assistance with diet optimization tasks. 105 Old Zhou, guiding pickled vegetables 40, making tofu soup 25, total 65. After deducting rent of 300, 25 by 12, the balance is minus 3,860, 235 more than yesterday. Future storage management can help replenish supplies. 201 Spare bedroom, not occupied, rent 34 points/hour, not included in tenant balance. Lele, pickling watermelon rind 15, decorating recipes 10, earned 25 points, total 645 points. The recipe upgrades are so worth it. Not only can we enjoy new dishes, but we also earn many points. Now we have confidence to upgrade kitchen equipment and find more supplies. Lin Wanji closed her points book and pointed to the recipe wall. Tomorrow, We'll sort and store rice and oil. Rice in the shade of room 201, oil in the kitchen cabinet. Also, add a plastic cover to the recipes to prevent moisture so they last longer. Old Joe took a sip of sweet porridge and nodded. Tomorrow, add some new feed to the chicken coop so the hens lay more eggs. We can make tomato scrambled eggs. Freeze meat in order of use, eating the closest to expiration first, no waste. Oh, and the leftover watermelon rind can be pickled again for winter porridge. Zhao Lei agreed. If free tomorrow, go check out the spice shop Peach mentioned. Find some Sichuan pepper and bay leaves for tastier braised pork. Also, look for an old clay pot for better flavor when stewing meat. No need to always use an iron pot. The sunset sank behind the courtyard wall, casting a warm golden glow on the restaurant window. The recipe wall was especially bright under the light, and Lele's little smiling face drawing looked playful. The refrigerator's indicator light is on, and inside, frozen meat, vegetables, and tofu cans rest quietly. The kitchen pot still has some sweet porridge, with a faint rice aroma. Next to the chicken coop in the yard, the mother hen has settled down, occasionally making soft, cluck sounds. Lin Wanji leans against the doorway of the dining room. The evening breeze carries the scent of braised pork and rice, gentle like a mother's touch. Tuo Tuo's voice softly echoes in her mind. Host, after upgrading the recipe, the apartment's food index has increased to 300%. I scanned 1.5 kilometers south and found an abandoned spice shop with Sichuan pepper, bay leaves, cumin, and a few bottles of cooking wine. We can check it out tomorrow to add flavor to new dishes and help marinate meat to reduce gamey smell. Lin Wanji smiles inwardly and responds, Okay, after feeding the chickens and organizing the grains and oils tomorrow, I'll go to the spice shop. To make everyone's braised pork more fragrant, marinate meat better, and make Tuo Tuo's days in Peach Blossom Valley more lively and homely, Lele walks over holding a teddy bear, tugging at Lin Wanji's sleeve. Sister Wanji, can we find a small bottle at the spice shop tomorrow? To put soy sauce in for the little bear. Its braised pork needs dipping sauce to taste better. Lin Wanji kneels down and pats her head. Sure, let's find one together. We'll find the smallest soy sauce bottle for the little bear, so its braised pork can be dipped in full of flavor. The evening breeze continues to, passing through the new window of the dining room, sweeping over the menu on the wall, and reaching the blinds in room 201. This once lonely small building is gradually transforming into the warmest, most lively harbor in the apocalypse, full of diverse flavors, ample supplies, hot meals, children's laughter, the braised pork feast, with the little bear, and endless hope for the future. As the spice shop calls, new stories quietly unfold in the gentle night, waiting for richer aromas, more diverse dishes, and more friends to arrive. Morning sunlight just spills over the wall of Building A, like a warm veil gently wrapping the kitchen window. Su Qing stands in front of the upgraded stove, holding a newly opened bottle of soy sauce, ready to season the braised pork this morning. Yesterday, she brought back soybean oil from the grain and oil shop, shining golden, while the frozen pork belly in the pot sizzles and releases aroma that fills the entire apartment. It would be nice if we had bay leaves and Sichuan pepper. She gently turned the meat with a spatula, her fingertips brushing the fine lines at the corner of her eye. Adding these to the stew would make the aroma twice as strong and help remove the fishy smell. Lele ran over carrying a pink cloth bag, inside which a small teddy bear toy held a tiny soy sauce bottle, found yesterday, and she clutched a small cookie shaped like braised meat, leftover dough from last night. She sniffed at the stove and said, Mom, the meat smells so good today. Sister Wanji said she's going to the spice shop today and she might find bay leaves. Little Bear also wants to smell what bay leaves smell like. Su Qing smiled and patted Lele's head. Just as she was about to speak, she accidentally twisted her waist. Her old bed was the original wooden bed in room 101, with a slight dent in the middle. The mattress was so thin it was like paper. She worked early and late every day making 3 meals, so she never slept well, and her back was getting more and more sore. It would be nice if the bed was more comfortable, she said, rubbing her lower back with a tired voice. I don't sleep well every night, and I wake up stiff. I don't have the energy to cook breakfast. Lin Wanji was helping to cut frozen cabbage when she heard this and felt a change in her heart. Su Qing, as the main cook in the restaurant, handled all the meals for everyone but never upgraded her bed. Now that the menu had improved, her living conditions should also get better. She took out the exchange device, and just as her finger touched the screen, a light blue task window popped up with a slight vibration. Side quest. Upgrade core members' living conditions, room 101. Quest requirements. 1. Upgrade the wooden bed in room 101 from level 1 to level 3 multifunctional solid wood bed, including a 10 cm anti-mite mattress, side storage drawers, and a silent bed frame. 2. Organize the room's storage area, move the dining utensils and condiments to the bed's bottom drawer. 3. Install a small bedside lamp to meet Su Qing's needs for nighttime meal preparation notes. Quest rewards. 1. 400 points. One-time addition to the points pool. 2. Level 3 solid wood bed set ×1. Imported pine bed frame, high elastic mattress, 2 storage drawers of 40 L each. 3. 1 LED bedside lamp, rechargeable, lasts 8 hours, warm light and eye-friendly. Task cost, 700 points, deducted directly from the points pool, non-divisible. Future change. The rent for room 101 increases from 53 points/hour to 59 points/hour, due to the matching of level 3 bed features with Su Qing's core contribution. Meeting the level 4 apartment operation standards. Task description. Level 3 bedding can improve Su Qing's sleep quality by 60%. The storage drawer optimizes kitchen supplies, and the bedside lamp makes it easier to record recipes at night, supporting future food innovations. There's an upgrade task. Sister Su Qing, the bed in room 101 can be upgraded to level 3. Lin Wanji holds the exchange device with a number, points pool, 4984, clearly visible on the screen. Upgrading costs 700 points, rewards 400, net cost 300, and also includes a storage drawer and a small desk lamp. After upgrading, you'll sleep better, avoid back pain, and have more energy to cook new dishes. Su Qing's eyes brighten, almost dropping her spatula. Upgrade. Must upgrade. Last night I tossed and turned and didn't sleep enough. Today I lack strength to chop vegetables. Upgrading the bed means I can get up earlier tomorrow to make breakfast for everyone. Chen Mo, who just finished changing water in the chicken coop, hears this and walks over with a toolbox. I'll install the bed. The level 3 bed has a storage drawer, so I need to level the ground first, or the drawer won't open smoothly. The mattress is heavy, so Zhao Lei and I will lift it together to ensure it's stable. He crouches at the door of room 101, gesturing. The bed frame needs to be fixed against the wall. Leave enough space for the drawer to open, and the bedside lamp should be on the right side for Sister Su Qing to easily take notes. The team quickly divides tasks. Zhao Lei, Chen Mo, and Su Qing stay in the apartment. Zhao Lei removes the old bed and carries the new bed parts. Chen Mo assembles the bed frame and installs the storage drawer. Su Qing organizes the supplies, sorting spare utensils and seasonings. Lin Wanji, Lao Zhou, and Lele go to the southern spice shop. Lao Zhou guides on selecting good quality spices, dry and mold-free. Lin Wanji looks for bay leaves, Sichuan pepper, cooking wine. Lele helps pass tools and picks up small spice packets that fall. Once both groups finish their tasks, they will use the new spices to make an upgraded braised pork dish. Before leaving, Su Qing packs some dry food for everyone. Braised pork biscuits wrapped in oil paper, steamed buns with sweet sauce, and 2 bottles of mint-flavored cooled water, all placed in a canvas bag. She helps Lele tuck the mini soy sauce bottle into the side pocket of the bag. Don't touch the spices from the spice shop randomly. Those that are damp or moldy can't be used. Seeing the small package of bay leaves, I remember to leave one for Mom. It makes the meat smell so good when cooking. Lele nodded and hugged the cloth bag tighter. Got it. Only pick dry bay leaves, and don't let Little Bear touch the moldy ones. I'll bring them home to cook for Mom. The 3 of them set out along the small road to the south. The wild grass by the roadside was covered with morning dew, wet when stepped on, and carried a faint spicy smell, coming from the spice shop, mixed with the fresh scent of cooking wine, growing stronger as they walked. After about 25 minutes, Lele suddenly pointed to a small shop ahead. Sister Wanji, that place has a wooden sign that says Spice Shop. Is it the spice store? They looked in the direction she pointed. Sure enough, there was a small red brick shop in the distance. An old, faded wooden sign hung outside, with the words, Honest Spice Shop, still faintly visible. The windows were open and shelves inside were filled with bags of spices, some labeled bay leaves and Sichuan pepper. Outside, a few empty cooking wine bottles were piled up, with torn labels still attached. Watch out for zombies. Old Joe gripped his iron rod and slowly approached. At the shop entrance, a zombie dressed in gray work clothes was lying down, clutching a torn spice bag. The Sichuan pepper inside was spilled all over the ground. The zombie moved slowly, its skin wrinkled like tree bark, with no strength to lift its hand. Lin Wanji circled behind the zombie and struck the back of its head with a stick. The zombie, thud, fell to the ground and didn't move anymore. Inside the shop, a strong spicy smell hit them. The shelves were neatly arranged with spices. Lin Wanji picked up a bag of bay leaves, feeling it was dry and crisp, with no mold spots. This is good. Just a few slices in the stew, and the smell will fill the yard. She also found a bottle of cooking wine on the bottom shelf, undamaged, with a label that read, Brewed cooking wine, shelf life 2 years. The cooking wine is still good. It's perfect for marinating meat or stews to remove the fishy smell. Old Joe showed Lele how to tell good Sichuan pepper from bad. See, the bright red, full grains are fragrant. The blackened ones are old and tasteless. Lele squatted nearby, carefully picking up some clean Sichuan pepper from the ground and putting them into Little Bear's mini soy sauce bottle. This is for Mom's stew. Little Bear also wants to smell if it's fragrant. While packing supplies, Lin Wanji sorted the spices into her canvas bag by type. 3 bags each of bay leaves, Sichuan pepper, and cumin, and 4 bottles of cooking wine. Old Joe carefully picked up the scattered small spice bags and stored them safely. These small packages are convenient. Use one at a time, no waste. At noon, the 3 of them returned to the apartment carrying 6 bags of spices, 2 bay leaves, 2 Sichuan peppercorns, 2 cumin, and 4 bottles of cooking wine. As soon as they entered the yard, they saw that the new bed in room 101 was already set up. A light brown solid wood bed frame stood firmly against the wall, with smooth open drawers on both sides, neatly filled with Suching's spare dishes and small bottles of condiments. The 10 centimeters thick anti-mite mattress was laid flat, and the small LED bedside lamp was glowing warmly, casting a cozy light on the recipe notebook nearby. Try out the new bed, Zhao Lei said with a smile, patting the mattress. Chan Mo and I adjusted the height of the bed frame so it's just right for you, so you don't have to bend down to get in bed. The drawers can hold a lot, so dishes won't have to pile up on the table anymore. Suching walked over, sat on the mattress, which was soft but not sagging, and her back no longer ached. She opened the drawer and saw her dishes arranged neatly inside. Her eyes welled up a little. It's so comfortable. I can sleep peacefully now, and I'll have more energy to cook breakfast. Quick, use the new spices to stew some meat. Old Joe handed over the bay leaves. Add 2 slices, then pour in some cooking wine to remove the fishy smell and enhance the aroma. Suching immediately went to the kitchen, added 2 bay leaves, a spoonful of Sichuan peppercorns, and a little cooking wine into the stew pot, then covered it and simmered for 10 minutes. When she lifted the lid, a rich aroma filled the entire apartment. Meat that was bright red, oily but not greasy, more tempting than yesterday's. By evening, the upgraded braised pork, cumin stir-fried meat, using the newly found cumin, and pickled radish marinated in cooking wine, to remove the fishy smell, were all laid out on the new dining table. Everyone sat together. Lele scooped a piece of braised pork with a small spoon, first feeding it to Little Bear. Little Bear, the meat with bay leaves smells so good.
Try it.
Then he took a bite himself, eyes squinting happily. It's even better than yesterday. Mom's meat is the most delicious. Zhao picked up a piece of cumin stir-fried meat, chewed happily, and sighed contentedly. With the new spices, the flavor of the meat is completely different. Suqing's bed is comfortable, and her cooking skills are even better. Old Zhou took a sip of porridge and nodded. The pickled radish marinated in cooking wine is also tasty, crisp, tender, and not fishy. It's perfect with porridge. In the future, we can also use cooking wine for fish to remove the fishy smell better then. After dinner, Lin Wanji sat at the new dining table updating her points record. The warm yellow pendant light shone on the paper, making the handwriting clear. Points pool, 4,984 initial balance, 700 cost for upgrading bed 101, 400 reward, 50 spice shop supplies, 30 spices, 20 cooking wine, equals 4,984, 350 is equal to 4,734, 101 Suqing. Restaurant staff daily wage 350, extra services, testing new dishes, cleaning dishes, deducted 180. Total 350 180 is equal to 530, minus rent 708, 59 by 12, new rent, balance minus 3,342 530 minus 708 is equal to minus 3,520, an increase of 142 from yesterday due to extra costs. For new dish development and supplies, 102 Xiaolei, dismantling old bed 30, installing new bed 40, zombie handling 10, total 80, minus rent 540, 45 by 12, balance minus 7,192 80 minus 540 is equal to minus 7,652, an increase of 460 from yesterday, due to high physical exertion, which can be compensated with future supplies. 103 Chinemo, installing bed frame 35, installing storage drawer 25, fixing desk lamp 10, total 70, minus rent 504, 42 by 12, balance minus 7,174 70 minus 504 is equal to minus 7,608, an increase of 434 from yesterday as future. Equipment repairs can be more deducted. 104 Shaolin, delivering bed parts 25, washing spice bottles 20, chopping radishes 15, total 60, minus rent 324, 27 by 12, balance minus 4,040 60 minus 324 is equal to minus 4,304, an increase of 264 from yesterday, due to assistance with upgrade tasks for deductions. 105 Lao Zhou, identifying spice quality 40, guiding pickled radish 25, total 65, minus rent 300, 25 by 12, balance minus 3,860 65 minus 300 is equal to minus 4,095, an increase of 235 from yesterday. Future storage management can help recover. 201 spare bedroom, not occupied, rent 34 points/hour, not included in tenant balance. Lele, picking peppercorns 15, delivering spice packets 10, reward 25, total 680 points. Although upgrading bed 101 cost 300 points, Suqing can sleep well and has more inspiration for new dishes. It was worth it. Lin Wanji put away her points notebook and pointed to the spice jars in the kitchen. Tomorrow, I'll divide the spices into bottles, label them, and put them in the storage drawer of room 101 for easy use. I'll also add a bed curtain to the new bed so Sister Suqing can sleep more peacefully. Old Zhou took a sip of plain water and nodded. Tomorrow, we'll add some fresh feed to the chicken coop so the hens lay more eggs. We can make tea eggs with the new spices. Keep the spices in a cool, dry place to prevent mold and keep the flavor. Also, the leftover cooking wine bottles can be used as vases for wildflowers in the yard. Pretty and not wasteful. Zhao Lei agreed. Tomorrow, I'll check out the baking shop Peach mentioned. We can find flour and butter, and add cumin or bay leaves when baking bread. That will smell great. Also, get a rolling pin so Sister Suqing can make pancakes more easily. The setting sun sank behind the courtyard wall, turning the window of room 101 a warm gold. Inside the new bed's drawer, tableware and spices shimmered faintly. The small bedside lamp was on, shining on a recipe notebook. In the kitchen, a clay pot still had some braised pork, with a light aroma of spices. Near the chicken coop, the hens had quieted down, occasionally making soft cluck sounds. Lin Wanji leaned against the dining room door, feeling the evening breeze carrying the scent of braised pork and rice. Peach's voice softly echoed in her mind. Host, after upgrading room 101, the core members' living index increased to 280%. I scanned a disused bakery 2 kilometers east. There's high-gluten flour, butter, yeast, and baking molds. Tomorrow, we can check it out and make flavorful bread with spices to diversify our main foods. Lin Wanji smiled and replied, Great. After feeding the chickens and organizing the spices tomorrow, I'll go to the bakery. We'll make cumin bread and bay leaf bread. Life in Peach Blossom Valley will get better and more like home. Lele carried her teddy bear and came over, tugging at Lin Wanji's sleeve. Sister Wanji, can we find a small mold at the bakery tomorrow? To make little bread for the teddy bear, just as fragrant as braised pork, Lin Wanji crouched down and patted her head. Sure. Let's find the smallest mold so the teddy bear can have its own tiny bread too. The evening breeze continued to, passing through the new windows of the dining room, the new bed in room 101, and reaching the blinds of room 201. This once lonely small building is gradually becoming the warmest and most lively harbor in the end times, thanks to the warmth of the new bed, the spicy aroma, and the laughter of friends. Here, there is a cozy home, a variety of delicious foods, hot meals, children's laughter, little bears, spice bread dream, and endless hope for the future. As the bakery calls, new stories quietly unfold in the gentle night. In the early morning, sunlight just crossed the wall of Building A, like a golden veil gently covering the window of room 101. Su Qing had just finished washing up and was standing with a frown beside the squat toilet, an old fixture in the apartment, with 2 cracks on the ceramic surface. Every flush caused water to leak everywhere, and without a deodorizer, it often smelled bad in the heat. Yesterday, she almost slipped while cleaning. If only the squat toilet could be fixed, she mumbled, wiping water from the floor with a cloth, still feeling the warmth from the new bed last night. Leakage causes bad smells, makes cleaning hard, and it's easy to get sick. I don't even want to think about breakfast. Lele ran over with her pink cloth bag, holding a small bear plush and a mini bread mold. She mentioned it yesterday, clutching a piece of cumin cookie, left over from last night. She tiptoed to Su Qing and looked at the squat toilet. Mom, it's so wet on the ground. Did it cry? Can Sister Wanji make it better? Little bear doesn't want to smell bad anymore. Lin Wanji was helping move the new spice jars when she paused at her words. As a core member, after upgrading the bed, basic living facilities should also be improved. A leaking toilet not only affects comfort, but also poses safety risks. She took out her exchange device, and as her finger touched the screen, a faint blue task box appeared with a slight vibration. Side quest. Upgrade core member living facilities, room 101. Requirements. 1. Upgrade the damaged level 1 squat toilet in room 101 to a level 2 odor-proof and water-saving toilet, including ceramic leak-proof layer, U-shaped deodorizing pipe, foot-operated flush valve. 2. Install a bathroom storage shelf, multi-layered for cleaning supplies and spare tissue. 3. Lay anti-slip tiles, covering a 1 area around the toilet to prevent falls. Rewards. 1. 400 points, one-time addition to the points pool. 2. Level 2 squat toilet set times 1. Thickened ceramic toilet deodorizing accessories foot flush valve.
3.
Bathroom cleaning kit 1 set. Non-slip mat, special cleaner, absorbent mop. Task cost 900 points, deducted directly from the points pool, non-divisible. Future change. Room 101 rent increases from 59 points/hour to 63 points/hour due to improved basic facilities, matching Su Qing's core contribution, meeting level 4 apartment and operational standards. Task description. Upgrading the squat toilet to level 2 solves leaks and odors. Non-slip tiles reduce safety risks. Storage shelves. Improve organization and overall enhance Su Qing's living comfort and convenience. There's an upgrade task. Sister Su Qing, room 101 squat toilet can be upgraded to level 2. Lin Wanji holds the exchange device, with the points pool, 4734, clearly visible on the screen. Upgrade costs 900 points, rewards 400, net cost 500, and includes a cleaning kit. No more leaks or odors, cleaning will be easier. Suching's eyes light up, almost dropping her cloth. Yes. Must upgrade. Yesterday I spent half an hour wiping water stains and almost fell. Upgrading the toilet means more time to try new recipes. Chunamo, just finished adding feed to the chicken coop, walks over with a toolbox containing a water pipe wrench, sealant, and level. I'll install the squat toilet. First, remove the old one, then level the floor. The odor-proof bend pipe must be installed correctly to prevent leaks. The foot pedal valve goes on the right side for easy use. He gestures at the bathroom door. The storage shelf will be on the opposite wall, 1.5 meters high, so you don't have to bend down to reach things. The non-slip tiles should be slightly tilted so water flows into the toilet instead of pooling on the floor. The division of work is quickly decided. Zhao Lei, Chenmo, and Suching stay at the apartment. Zhao Lei removes the old toilet and carries the new parts. Ceramic is heavy, so 2 people lift. Chenmo assembles the toilet, installs the odor-proof bend pipe and foot pedal valve. Suching organizes bathroom supplies, categorizing cleaning items. Lin Wanji, Lao Zhou, and Lele go to the bakery on the east side. Lao Zhou helps identify good flour, choosing high-gluten flour without lumps. Lin Wanji finds butter, yeast, and baking molds. Lele assists by passing tools and picking up small dropped flour packages. Once both teams finish, they will use the new ingredients to make cumin and bay leaf bread. Before leaving, Suching packs snacks for everyone. Cumin cookies wrapped in oil paper, sweetened steamed buns, and 2 bottles of mint-flavored cooled water, all placed in a canvas bag. She helped Lele put the mini bear mold into the side pocket of the cloth bag. Don't touch the flour at the bakery randomly. If it's damp and clumpy, it can't be used. When you see small packs of butter, remember to leave a piece for Mom. It makes the bread softer. Lele nodded and hugged the cloth bag tighter. I know. Only pick dry flour. Don't let the little bear touch the clumpy stuff. When we get back, we'll make fragrant bread. The 3 of them set out along the small road to the east. The wild grass by the roadside was covered with morning dew, so it was wet when stepped on. A faint smell of wheat floated in the breeze, coming from the bakery, mixed with the scent of butter and milk, growing stronger. After about 30 minutes, Lele suddenly pointed at a small shop ahead. Sister Wanji, that place with the wooden sign that says Wheat Aroma Bakery, is that the bakery? They looked in the direction she pointed. In the distance, there was indeed a small off-white shop. An old wooden sign hung at the door, with the words, Wheat Aroma Bakery, still visible. The windows were open, and shelves inside were filled with bags of flour. Next to a glass display case, there were butter and yeast powder. Outside, a few empty baking molds, round and bear-shaped, were stacked. Lele's eyes lit up immediately. Watch out for zombies. Old Joe clenched his iron rod and slowly approached. At the shop entrance, a zombie dressed in a white baking uniform was lying down, holding a torn bag of flour. The flour had spilled all over the ground. The zombie moved slowly, with skin wrinkled like tree bark and no strength to lift its hand. Lin Wanji circled behind the zombie and struck it on the back of the head with a stick. The zombie thud fell to the ground and didn't move anymore. Inside the shop, a strong wheat smell hit them. The shelves were neatly stocked with high-gluten flour, all in 2 kilograms vacuum packs. Chinamo, who came later to help move toilet parts and happened to catch up, picked up a bag and squeezed it. The grains were loose and not clumpy. Produced 1 month before the end of the world, with a 6-month shelf life. Still good to eat. He also found some butter in the glass display case, well packaged and not melted. The butter isn't bad. Add a little to the bread, and it will be soft and fragrant. Lin Wanji looked on a corner shelf for yeast powder. All small packs, each 5g, just enough for 1 use. The yeast isn't expired. It makes the dough rise quickly and more evenly than old dough. She also found a few bear-shaped baking molds and quickly put them into her bag. This one's for Lele, to make bear-shaped bread. She'll love it. Lele crouched next to the molds, carefully picked up a small bear mold, and pressed it against her cheek. Bears also have little houses now, In the future, when making bread, little bears can live inside. While packing supplies, Zhao Lei, who hurried over after fixing the squat toilet frame, carried 4 bags of flour, a total of 8 kilograms, at once. His shoulders sank slightly, but he walked steadily. Handle the flour gently, don't tear the vacuum packaging, or it will get damp and affect the dough. Old Zhou separated the butter and yeast powder by type. Butter should be kept in a cool place, not exposed to the sun. Yeast powder should be stored in sealed bags to prevent moisture. At noon, everyone returned to the apartment with 8 bags of high-gluten flour, 16 kilograms, 4 blocks of butter, 1 kilogram, 10 bags of yeast powder, and 5 baking molds. As they entered the yard, they saw that bathroom 101 had been completely renovated. The new squat toilet was bright white and smooth, with no cracks. The U-shaped odor trap was hidden underground, and the foot pedal flushed smoothly without leaks. On the nearby shelf, cleaning supplies were neatly arranged. The non-slip tiles were laid flat, and a light gray anti-slip mat was placed on top. Su Qing was testing the flush with the foot pedal, water flowing precisely into the toilet, and the floor was dry and clean, with no water spots. "This is so useful," Su Qing smiled as she pressed the foot pedal. "No more water stains, no bad smell. Cleaning the bathroom will save half an hour in the future." Chenemo also stuck labels on the shelf. "Cleaner, tissues, mop," with playful, crooked handwriting showing a childlike charm. "Quick, make bread." Old Zhou handed over the flour. "Add 2 spoons of cumin and a few bay leaves to make cumin and bay leaf bread. It will smell great." Su Qing immediately went to the kitchen, poured the high-gluten flour into a bowl, added a bag of yeast powder, a little sugar and salt, then put in melted butter, and kneaded the dough with warm water. Lele helped place the dough into the Little Bear mold, gently pressing it flat. Little Bear bread should be round and cute, just like a little bear. In the afternoon, the bread was baked in a makeshift oven, a converted metal bucket. Half an hour later, when the oven was opened, a rich aroma of wheat, cumin, and bay leaves filled the entire apartment. The bread was golden yellow, with clear little bear-shaped eyes and nose. Taking a bite, it was crispy outside and soft inside, with a faint cumin flavor, and tasted especially delicious. In the evening, cumin and bay leaf bread, butter buns, and vegetable salad were laid out on the new dining table. Everyone sat together. Lele held a little bear-shaped bread and first fed it to a stuffed bear doll in her arms. "Little bear, this is your little house bread. Is it tasty?" Then she took a small bite, squinting her eyes happily. "Smells even better than cookies. Mom's bread is the best." Zhao Lei took a big bite of bread, chewed happily, and sighed contentedly. "With high-gluten flour and butter, the bread is so much better." Sister Su Qing's baking skills are 100 times better than the compressed rations at the base. Old Zhou sipped his porridge and nodded. The cumin and bay leaves are just right, neither too salty nor too bland. It's perfect with porridge. Later, we can make sweet bread with sugar and butter as snacks for Lele. After dinner, Lin Wanji sat at the new dining table updating her points book. The warm yellow pendant light shone on the paper, making the writing clear. Lele leaned over to look, pointing at the 400 reward in the points book, whispering, "Wanji sister, can these points be used to make a bread-themed outfit for the little bear? Using flour, it would smell nice." Lin Wanji patted her head. "Once we find some cloth, we can make a little bear a shirt with a bread pattern." "Would that be good?" The records in the points book were clear. Points pool, 4,734, original balance, 900, cost for upgrading the toilet, 400, reward, 60, baking supplies, 30 flour, 20 butter, 10 yeast, equals 4,734, 900, 400, 60 equals 4,294. 101 Su Qing, restaurant staff daily wage 350 plus extra services, making cumin bread, cleaning the bathroom, deducted 200, total 350. 200 is equal to 550, minus rent 756, 63 by 12, new rent, balance. 35, 2,550 minus 756 is equal to minus 3,726, an increase of 156 from yesterday, due to new dish. Development and facility cleaning. 102 Xiaolei. Dismantling old toilet 35 moving flour 40 handling zombie at the bakery 10. Total 85. Minus rent 540. 45 by 12. Balance 76 52 85 minus 540 is equal to minus 8,107, an increase of 455 from yesterday. Due to heavy physical work, future resource gathering can compensate. 103 Chinmo. Installing new toilet 40, installing odorproof pipe 25, repairing oven 10. Total 75. Minus rent 504. 42 by 12. Balance 760875 minus 504 is equal to minus 8,037, an increase of 434 from yesterday. Future repairs can be more deductible. 104 Shaolin. Replacing toilet parts 25, baking molds 20, salad mixing 15, total 60. Minus rent 324, 27 by 12. Remaining balance minus 4,304. 60 minus 324 is equal to minus 4,568, an increase of 264 from yesterday due to task upgrade deductions. 105 Lao Zhou. Checking flour quality 40, guiding dough kneading 25, total 65. Minus rent 300, 25 by 12. Remaining balance minus 4,095. 65 minus 300 is equal to minus 4,330, an increase of 235 from yesterday. Future flour storage can be compensated. 201 Spare bedroom, not occupied, rent 34 points/hour, not included in tenant balance for now. Lele. Picking up molds 15, helping knead dough 10, reward 25, total 715 points. Although upgrading the toilet in room 101 cost 500 points, Su Qing lives comfortably and can focus more on developing new dishes. It was worth it. Lin Wanji closed her points book and pointed to the flour bag in the kitchen. Tomorrow, pack the flour into bags and store them in the cool place of room 201. Butter needs to go into the fridge so it doesn't melt. Also, label the baking molds for easier use next time. Lao Zhou took a sip of plain boiled water and nodded. Tomorrow, add some new feed to the chicken coop so the hens lay more eggs. We can make egg pancakes with the new flour. Yeast powder should be sealed well, one bag at a time, to avoid waste. Oh, the leftover flour bags can be used for storage, perfect for holding miscellaneous items. Zhao Lei agreed. Tomorrow, go see the dairy shop Peach mentioned. Find milk and cheese. Adding cheese to bread makes it tastier. Also, find an egg. It will make beating butter easier for Sister Su Qing. No need to knead by hand all the time. As the sunset sank behind the courtyard wall, the window of room 101 was bathed in warm golden light. The new squat toilet in the bathroom was lit up, and the cleaning supplies on the shelf shimmered faintly. In the kitchen oven, a few pieces of bread remained, with a light wheat aroma. Near the chicken coop in the yard, the hens had settled down, occasionally making soft, goo-goo sounds. The indicator light on the fridge was on, and the butter and yeast inside rested quietly, waiting for the next batch of bread. Lin Wanji leaned against the door of the dining room as the evening breeze carried the scent of bread and cumin. Peach's voice softly echoed in her mind. Host, after the upgrade of the toilet in room 101, the core member's living index has increased to 320%. Scanning reveals an abandoned dairy shop 2.5 kilometers to the south. Inside, there are boxed milk, cheese sticks, and light cream. Tomorrow, I plan to visit and see if I can find some to add filling to bread and make milk pudding for Lele. Lin Wanji smiles inwardly and responds, Great. After feeding the chickens and tidying up the flour, I will go to the dairy shop. Everyone can enjoy cheese bread and milk pudding. Life in Taoyuan will become more lively and feel more like home. Lele walks over holding a small teddy bear, tugging at Lin Wanji's sleeve. Sister Wanji, can we find a small milk carton at the dairy shop tomorrow? To give to the teddy bear. It needs milk after eating bread to feel full. Lin Wanji kneels down and pats her head. Okay, let's look together. We'll find the smallest milk carton so the teddy bear can also enjoy sweet milk. The evening breeze continues to, passing through the new windows of the dining room, the new toilet in room 101, and the shutters of room 201. This once lonely small building is gradually becoming the warmest and most lively haven in the wasteland, comfortably lived in, full of delicious food, hot meals, children's laughter, the bread and milk feast of the teddy bear, and endless hope for the future. As the dairy shop calls, new stories quietly unfold in the gentle night. Morning sunlight just spills over the wall of Building A, like a warm glaze gently wrapping around the bathroom door of room 101. Su Qing has just finished breakfast, holding a towel and standing at the bathroom entrance, her brow furrowed again. The old shower is a basic model from the first generation, with a leaky spray head. Hot water runs out in just a couple of minutes, and last night she felt cold halfway through washing. This morning, she sneezed when she got up. If only the shower could stay hot and not leak, she mutters, rubbing her nose, still feeling a bit cold. After cooking 3 meals a day covered in oil and smoke, it's hard to take a proper shower. I feel sticky and tired. Lele runs over with a pink cloth bag, holding a teddy bear and a mini milk carton, an empty one found yesterday, clutching a piece of cheese biscuit, left over from last night. She leans towards Su Qing, looking up at the bathroom door. Mom, are you cold? Is the shower being lazy again and not hot? Can Sister Wenji make it warm? The teddy bear also wants to take a warm bath, play with warm water. Lin Wenji was helping pack the freshly baked bread into a bamboo basket when she heard the news and stopped her steps. As the core member of the restaurant, Su Qing works busy from morning till night every day. After upgrading the bed and squat toilet, the basic shower facilities should also be improved. She took out the exchange device, and as her fingertips touched the cool screen, a light blue task window popped up with a slight vibration. Side mission: improve living quality for core members. Room 101. Mission requirements. 1. Upgrade the leaking level 1 shower in room 101 to a level 2 constant temperature leak-proof shower, including stainless steel thermostat valve, high-pressure leak-proof shower head, thickened water pipes. 2. Install a layered storage rack in the bathroom for toiletries and laundry to prevent moisture. 3. Lay a non-slip mat in the bathroom, covering 1.2 of the shower area, with water barriers at the edges to prevent water seepage. Mission rewards: 1 for 100 points, one-time addition to the points pool. 2. Level 2 shower set ×1, thermostat component leak-proof parts special cleaning brush. 3. Cozy bathroom set, absorbent shower curtain, 2 pure cotton towels, 1 lavender soap. Mission cost: 800 points, deducted directly from the points pool, non-divisible. Subsequent change: the rent for room 101 increases from 63 points/hour to 68 points/hour due to improved cleaning facilities, matching Su Qing's high-intensity work and relaxation needs. In line with the Level 4 apartment operation standards. Mission explanation: the Level 2 shower can provide water at 38 degrees Celsius with constant temperature. Leak-proof design reduces water waste. Storage rack and non-slip mat enhance safety, helping Su Qing quickly recover her energy. There's an upgrade task. Sister Su Qing, room 101 shower can be upgraded to level 2. Lin Wanji held up the exchange device. The number, 4294, in the points pool was especially clear on the screen. It costs 800 points to upgrade, rewards 400 points, net cost 400 points, and also includes a shower curtain and towels. In the future, I can take a constant temperature shower, no leaks, no slipping, feeling great after washing. Su Qing's eyes lit up, and she clenched her towel tightly. Upgrade. It must be upgraded. Last night, I was shivering while washing, and today I had no strength to knead the dough for bread. If I upgrade the shower, I'll be full of energy to make breakfast for everyone tomorrow. Chinamo just finished changing the warm water in the chicken coop. Hearing this, he carried over a toolbox, containing pliers, sealant, a level, and the anti-slip mat left over from fixing the squat toilet yesterday. I'll install the shower. First, I need to remove the old shower head and water pipes. The thermostatic valve should be installed 1.5 meters away from the shower head, so the water temperature stays steady. The shower head height should be 1.8 meters. Sister Su Qing finds it more comfortable. He squatted at the bathroom door and pointed. The storage shelf will be on the opposite wall of the shower. The lower part for toiletries, the upper part for clean clothes. The water barrier must be pressed tightly to the floor to prevent water from leaking outside. The tasks were quickly divided. Zhao Lei, Chen Mo, and Suqing stayed at the apartment. Zhao Lei would remove the old shower parts and carry the new thermostatic valve. It's heavy metal, so 2 people will lift it. Chen Mo would assemble the shower, adjust the thermostatic valve and shower head. Suqing would organize bathroom supplies, sorting soap and towels. Lin Wanji, Lao Zhou, and Lei went south to the fresh and pure dairy shop. Lao Zhou would help identify good dairy products, checking if milk is clumpy, cheese for mold. Lin Wanji looked for boxed milk, block cheese, and cream, while Lei helped pass tools and pick up small packages of cheese. Once both groups finished their tasks, they would cook a sweet milk dish with the new ingredients. Before leaving, Suqing packed snacks for everyone. Cheese biscuits wrapped in oil paper, steamed buns with sweet jam, and 2 bottles of warm milk with honey, heated from leftover milk yesterday, all placed in a canvas bag. She helped Lei tuck the mini milk box for the little bear into the side pocket of the bag. Don't touch the milk from the dairy shop if it's swollen or damaged. And remember, if you see small packaged cheese, leave a piece for Mom to make milk pudding. Lei nodded, clutching the bag tighter, her cheeks pressed against the plush toy.
Got it.
Only pick the milk that isn't swollen. Don't give the little bear bad cheese. And when we get back, I'll make sweet milk pudding for Mom. The 3 set off along the small road to the south. The roadside wild grass was dew-covered, wet underfoot, and carried a faint milky scent, coming from the dairy shop, mixed with the sweet smell of cream, growing stronger. After about 35 minutes, Lei suddenly pointed at a small shop with a glass door ahead. Sister Wanji, that house with the milk bottle drawing, could that be the dairy shop? They looked in the direction she pointed. Sure enough, there was a small shop with a transparent glass door in the distance. A wooden sign reading, "Fresh and Pure Dairy Shop," hung at the entrance. The paint was peeling slightly, but still bright. Inside the display window, neatly arranged boxed milk could be seen, and on the shelves, faint packages of cheese and cream were visible. At the entrance, there was a cartoon milk bucket model tilted to the side. Lei saw it and ran over, touching the bucket. "Little bear also wants such a big milk bucket. Watch out for zombies." Old Joe clenched his iron rod and quickly followed. Behind the glass door of the small shop, a zombie dressed in a white clerk uniform was lying down, holding an empty cheese box. Its nails had some dried cheese under them, and it moved slower than a normal zombie, probably because it had stayed near the cold storage for a long time before. Its joints were a bit stiff. Lin Wanji circled to the side of the glass door, gently pushed it open, and while the zombie didn't react, she struck it on the back of the head with a stick. The zombie thudded to the ground and didn't move anymore. Inside the shop, a cool milk scent hit the nose. The small freezer in the corner was still faintly working, keeping the temperature around 5 degrees Celsius. Lin Wanji went to the freezer, opened the door, and saw the boxed milk neatly arranged. She picked up a box, shook it, no clumping sound, and checked the production date. Produced 2 months before the end of the world, with a shelf life of 6 months. The box isn't swollen, so it's still drinkable. She also found a block of cheese under the freezer, well packaged and mold-free. The cheese isn't bad. You can put a slice in bread, so tasty. Old Joe went to the shelf, picked up a bottle of light cream, and checked the seal. You need to choose bottles with no bulging caps. If it's spoiled, it will turn sour when used for baking. Lei squatted next to the freezer, carefully picked up a mini milk box, and put it into the little bear's cloth bag. This is for little bear's breakfast milk. Drinking it will give him energy. While collecting supplies, Zhao Lei, who arrived after the shower frame was set up, carried 4 boxes of milk, a total of 2 liters, his arm muscles tight. Handle the milk gently. Don't bump the boxes, or they'll burst. Otherwise, it's wasted. The remaining milk in the freezer can stay a bit longer. When we get back, we'll put it in the apartment's fridge. Old Joe put the cheese and light cream into an insulated bag. Wrap it tightly in the bag, so it doesn't melt. If the cream melts, we can't make cakes. At noon, everyone returned to the apartment with 12 boxes of milk, 6 liters, 6 pieces of cheese, 300 grams, and 4 bottles of light cream, 1 liter. As they entered the yard, they saw that bathroom 101 had been completely renovated. A silver thermostatic shower head was mounted on the wall, and the water pipes were neatly fixed with clips. The bathroom door was covered with a light gray non-slip mat, and the water barrier was tightly attached. On the storage shelf, lavender-scented soap showed a faint purple hue, and the pure cotton towels were folded neatly. The water-absorbing shower curtain with small floral prints fluttered gently in the breeze. "Try the thermostatic control quickly." Chinemo smiled as he turned on the shower valve. The water temperature gauge showed 38 degrees Celsius, and the water flowed evenly, without any leaks. "I adjusted it 3 times to make sure the water isn't too hot or cold, so you can enjoy a comfortable shower even in winter." Su Qing walked over, tested the water temperature with her hand, and found it just right and warm. The water splashed on her hand without dripping onto the floor. Her eyes felt a little warm. "This is so comfortable. I never want to take a cold shower again. Afterward, I feel so relaxed. Quick, make some delicious food with the new milk." Old Joe handed over the milk. "Cook the milk gently over low heat, add 2 spoons of sugar, and sprinkle some cheese crumbs. It smells so good it can fill the yard." Su Qing immediately went to the kitchen, poured the milk into a clay pot, added sugar and cheese, and cooked it slowly over low heat, stirring constantly to prevent burning. Lele helped by pouring whipped cream into a small bowl, preparing to make mini cream cakes. She used a small spoon to spread the cream on yesterday's bread, like giving it a cozy blanket. In the evening, the table in the dining room was filled with delicious milk-based dishes, soft cheese and milk pudding so tender it wobbled, toasted bread slices with nuts, baked potatoes with cheese, made with the new cheese, and warm boxed milk steaming gently. Everyone sat together. Lele held a small spoon and first fed a spoonful of the milk pudding to the little bear. "Little bear, the pudding is so sweet. Try it. Mom made it the best." Then she took a sip herself, with a little milk on her lips, looking like a tiny kitten. "It's even sweeter than apple pudding. I want to drink it every day." Xiaolei picked up a piece of toasted bread with cream and took a big bite. The sweet aroma of cream mixed with the wheat flavor of the bread. He sighed happily. "With milk and cheese, our meals are starting to feel more proper." Sister Su Qing's skills are even better after her hot shower. Old Joe took a sip of warm milk and nodded. "Milk pudding is nourishing. Drinking a bowl in winter keeps you warm all over." The baked potatoes with cheese are also delicious. The potatoes are soft, the cheese is stretchy, and it's 10 times tastier than plain boiled potatoes. After dinner, Lin Wanji sat at the new dining table updating her points book. The warm yellow pendant light shone on the paper, making the writing clear. Lele leaned over to look and pointed at the reward marked 400 in the points book. She whispered, "Sister Wanji, can these points buy a milk-scented soap for Little Bear? So it can smell nice too." Lin Wanji patted her head. "Once we find a milk-scented soap, I'll give it to Little Bear so it can become a fragrant little bear." The record on the point sheet is clear. Points pool, 4,294 initial balance, 800 shower upgrade cost for room 101, 400 reward, 70 supplies from dairy shop, 40 milk, 20 cheese, 10 cream, equals 4,294. 470 is equal to 3,964. Room 101, Su Qing, restaurant staff daily wage 350, extra services, making dairy desserts, cleaning bathroom, deducted 220, total 350. 220 is equal to 570, minus rent 816, 68 by 12, new. Rent, balance minus 3,726, 570 minus 816 is equal to minus 3,972, an increase of 162 from yesterday due to new food development and facility cleaning. Room 102, Xiaolei, dismantling old shower 30, moving milk 40, handling zombie at dairy shop 10, total 80. Minus rent 540, 45 by 12, balance minus 8,107, 80 minus 540 is equal to minus 8,567, an increase of 460 from yesterday due to high physical effort. Future resource gathering can compensate. Room 103, Chinemo. Installing constant temperature shower 40, adjusting water temperature 25, ceiling. Water barrier 10, total 75. minus rent 504, 42 by 12, balance minus 8,037.75 minus 504 is equal to minus 8,466, an increase of 434 from yesterday. Future repairs can deduct more. Room 104, Shaolin. Delivering shower parts 25, washing milk bottles 20, cutting potatoes 15, total 60. Minus rent 324, 27 by 12s, balance minus 4,568.60 minus 324 is equal to minus 4,832, an increase of 264 from yesterday due to assistance with upgrade tasks. Room 105, Old Joe. Identifying dairy product quality 40, guiding cooking milk pudding 25, total 65, minus rent 300, 25 by 12. Balance minus 4,330.65 minus 300 is equal to minus 4,565, an increase of 235 from yesterday. Future storage management can compensate. Spare bedroom, not occupied, rent 34 points/hour, not included in tenant balance for now. Lele. Collecting mini milk bottles 15, helping with cream 10, reward 25, total 755 points. Although upgrading the 101 shower cost 400 points, Su Qing can now enjoy a comfortable bath, quickly regain her energy, and research more delicious milk-flavored foods. It was totally worth it. Lin Wenji put away her points notebook and pointed to the fridge in the kitchen. Tomorrow, pack the milk and cheese into small boxes and label their expiration dates. Use the fresh cream soon to make cream cakes for Lele as snacks. Also, wash the shower curtain regularly to keep it smelling nice. Old Joe took a sip of warm milk and nodded. Tomorrow, add some new feed to the chicken coop so the hens lay more eggs. We can make steamed milk eggs with the milk and eggs more tender. Eat the dairy products before they expire, starting with the ones closest to the date to avoid waste. Oh, and the leftover milk cartons can be used as small flower pots to grow mint, which will help keep the bathroom smelling fresh. Zhao Lei agreed. Tomorrow, we'll check out the breakfast shop Peach mentioned. Find some sandwich bread and ham slices to make breakfast with the milk, so we don't always eat steamed buns. Also, get a whisk. It's easier for Sister Su Qing to whip the cream instead of stirring with a spoon all the time. As the sunset sank behind the courtyard wall, the bathroom window of 101 was bathed in warm gold. The constant temperature shower was on with a small light, and the towels on the shelf smelled faintly of fragrance. In the kitchen, a bit of milk pudding remained in the clay pot, filling the air with a sweet, milky aroma. Near the chicken coop in the yard, the hens had quieted down, occasionally making soft, goo-goo sounds. The indicator light on the fridge was on, and inside, the milk, cheese, and cream rested quietly, waiting to become delicious treats next time. Lin Wenji leaned against the door of the dining room as the evening breeze carried the sweet smell of milk and the aroma of bread. Peach's voice softly echoed in her mind. Host, after the 101 shower upgrade, the happiness index of core members increased by 350%. I scanned 1.8 kilometers east and found an abandoned breakfast shop with ready-to-eat sandwiches, ham slices, and breakfast sausages. Tomorrow, we can check it out to add more variety to breakfast, so everyone doesn't have to eat steamed buns and bread every day. Lin Wenji smiled inwardly and responded, Great. After feeding the chickens and organizing the dairy products tomorrow, I'll go to the breakfast shop. Let everyone enjoy milk with sandwiches. More variety in breakfast will make the days in Peach Blossom Valley even more lively and homely. Lele, holding a teddy bear, came over and tugged at Lin Wenji's sleeve. Sister Wenji, tomorrow at the breakfast shop can we find a small sandwich? For the little bear's breakfast. After drinking milk, it needs a sandwich to feel full. Lin Wenji crouched down and patted her head. Okay, let's find one together. We'll find the smallest sandwich for the little bear so it can have a hearty breakfast too. Evening breeze continued to, passing through the new windows of the restaurant, the new shower in room 101, and the blinds in room 201. This once lonely small building was gradually becoming the warmest and most lively harbor in the end times. Here, life was comfortable, food was diverse, meals were hot, Children's laughter filled the air, and Little Bear's milk-scented breakfast dream was alive. There was endless hope for the future. As the breakfast shop called, new stories quietly began to unfold in the gentle night. Morning sunlight just crossed the wall of Building A, like a golden veil gently wrapping around the kitchen window of room 102. Zhao Lei, just finished his night shift, stood at the kitchen door holding a half-cold bun, his brows furrowed tightly. The old kitchen only had a simple coal stove and broken ceramic basins. To warm last night's leftover milk, he had to wait until the stove was hot, but by then, the bun was already cold. The seasonings were piled on the ground, and finding salt took a long time. Last night, he almost spilled half a bag of pepper while cooking noodles. If only the kitchen had an oven and a place for seasonings, he muttered, biting into the cold bun, chewing hard. It's hard to get a hot drink after night shift, and during the day, I'm too tired to move supplies. Lele ran over with her pink cloth bag, holding a mini sandwich model made from cardboard last night and clutching a hot cheese biscuit, freshly baked this morning. She looked up at Zhao Lei with her small face. Uncle Zhao Lei, eating cold buns will give you a stomach ache. Isn't the kitchen a bit slow? Can Sister Dawn make it faster? Little Bear also wants warm milk, pretending to drink warm milk. Lin Wanji was helping to take out milk from the fridge when she paused at her words. Zhao Lei was a key team member, always carrying supplies and working night shifts. The original room 102 only had basic living facilities, and the kitchen, as a necessary feature, definitely needed an upgrade. She took out the exchange device. When her fingertips touched the cool screen, a light blue task window appeared with a slight vibration. Side quest. Core member living function upgrade, room 102. Quest requirements. 1. Upgrade the basic kitchen in room 102 from level 1 to level 3, including a small electric oven, stainless steel work table, and multi-layer spice rack. 2. Install a wall-mounted kitchen storage rack for utensils and tableware to save counter space. 3. Install non-slip kitchen tiles covering 1.5 square meters of the work area with water barriers at the edges to prevent oil stains. Task rewards. 1 400 points, one-time addition to the points pool. 2. 1 level 3 kitchen set, includes an electric oven, stainless steel accessories, and a kitchen cleaning kit. 3. 1 kitchen convenience set, 2 heat-resistant gloves, 3 silicone kitchen tools, 6 sealed spice jars. Task cost, 500 points, deducted directly from the points pool, non-divisible. Future change. The rent for room 102 increases from 45 points/hour to 49 points/hour due to improved kitchen functions meeting Zhao Lei's high-intensity work and dietary needs, aligning with the apartment's level 4 operation standards. Task description. A level 3 kitchen allows quick meal heating and simple cooking. The electric oven can heat canned food and rebake bread. The storage rack is optimized for better organization, helping Zhao Lei quickly regain energy. There's an upgrade task. Zhao Lei, the kitchen in room 102 can be upgraded to level 3. Lin Wanji holds the exchange device, with the points pool, 3,964 clearly visible on the screen. It costs 500 points to upgrade, rewards 400 points, net cost 100 points, and includes an electric oven and spice jars. Soon, heating milk or toasting bread will only take 10 minutes and no more digging through the spice rack. Zhao Lei's eyes light up, forgetting about the cold steamed bun in his hand. Upgrade. Must upgrade. Last night, I waited half an hour for warm milk. Upgrading the kitchen is worth it. After night shifts, I can have hot drinks, and during the day, I'll have more energy moving supplies. Chun Mo, who just finished refilling the chicken coop, walks over with a toolbox containing screwdrivers, a level, insulating tape, and the leftover anti-slip tiles from yesterday's shower repair. I'll install the kitchen. The electric oven needs a dedicated socket, away from the coal stove to prevent high temperatures. The work table should be near the window for good light. The spice rack should be arranged by frequency of use, with salt and sugar on the top shelf. He crouches at the kitchen entrance and gestures. Wall-mounted racks go above the work table, so you can reach the utensils easily. Water barriers should be close to the tiles, or oil stains will be hard to clean. The team quickly divides tasks. Zhao Lei, Chen Mo, and Xiao Lin stay in the apartment. Zhao Lei removes the old kitchen components and carries the new oven parts, both heavy, so they lift together. Chen Mo assembles the oven, installs the work table and storage rack. Xiao Lin organizes kitchen supplies, puts spices into new jars and labels them. Lin Wanji, Lao Zhou, and Lele went to the east side to the morning light breakfast shop. Lao Zhou helped identify the quality of the breakfast, checking if the sandwich packaging was torn and if the ham bag was swollen. Lin Wanji looked for ready-to-eat sandwiches, ham slices, and breakfast sausages. Lele helped pass tools and pick up small fallen breakfast packages. After completing their tasks, they used the new kitchen and supplies to make a warm breakfast together. Before leaving, Suqing packed some dry food for everyone. Cheese biscuits wrapped in oil paper, hot steamed buns, and 2 bottles of warm milk with honey, all placed in a canvas bag. She helped Lele put the mini sandwich model of the bear into the side pocket of the bag. Don't touch the sandwiches at the breakfast shop unless they are in good packaging. If you see small packages of breakfast sausages, remember to leave one for Uncle Zhao. He works night shifts and might be hungry. Lele nodded, holding the bag tighter and pressing his cheek against the plush toy. Got it. Only take the packaged sandwiches, don't give the broken ones to the little bear, and bring hot milk back for Uncle Zhao. The 3 set off along the small road to the east. The wild grass by the roadside was covered with dew, wet under their feet, and a faint wheat scent drifted in the breeze, coming from the breakfast shop, mixed with the salty smell of ham, growing stronger. After about 30 minutes, Lele suddenly pointed ahead at an orange sign. Sister Wanji, that house with the sandwich picture, could that be the breakfast shop? They looked in the direction he pointed. In the distance, there was indeed a small orange shop, with a plastic sign reading, "Morning Light Breakfast," hanging outside. Though a bit faded, it was very noticeable. The display window showed neatly packed sandwiches, and shelves were stacked with ham slices and breakfast sausages. Outside the door, a cartoon breakfast cart model was leaning. Lele ran over immediately, touching the sandwich pattern on the cart. Little Bear also wants a big breakfast cart like this. Watch out for zombies. Lao Zhou clenched his iron rod and quickly caught up. At the shop entrance, a zombie dressed in an orange staff uniform was lying down, holding an empty breakfast sausage package. Its nails were stained with bits of meat, and it moved slower than a normal zombie, probably because it was weak from staying up late preparing food before the end of the world. Lin Wanji circled behind the zombie, took advantage of its lack of response, and struck it on the back of the head with a stick. The zombie thudded to the ground and never moved again. Inside the shop, a strong smell of breakfast greeted them. The sandwiches in the fridge still had a slight chill. Lin Wanji approached, picked up a box of ham and egg sandwiches, and checked the packaging date. Produced 1 month before the end of the world. Shelf life is 30 days. It's still sealed and good to eat. She also found vacuum-packed ham slices and breakfast sausages on the shelf. The packaging was intact and not puffed up. Ham slices are good for sandwiches, and breakfast sausages taste better when grilled. Old Zhou went to Lele, picked up a breakfast sausage, and squeezed the package. Lele, look, this package isn't puffed or torn, so it's good. If it's soft and squishy, it means it's leaked and can't be eaten. Lele crouched beside the shelf, carefully took a mini breakfast sausage, and put it into the little bear's cloth bag. This is a night shift snack for Little Bear. It works the night shift, role-playing, and might get hungry. While packing supplies, Zhao Lei, who arrived after the kitchen frame was set up, carried 4 boxes of sandwiches, a total of 8 pieces, his arm muscles tight. Handle the sandwiches gently, don't squish the packaging. Put the refrigerated ones in the insulated bag first, then quickly store them in the apartment's fridge, so they last longer. Old Zhou sorted the ham slices and breakfast sausages by type. Ham slices go on the top shelf, breakfast sausages on the bottom, so it's easier to find. At noon, everyone returned to the apartment with 12 boxes of sandwiches, 24 pieces, 8 bags of ham slices, about 400 g, and 10 breakfast sausages. As they entered the yard, they saw that Kitchen 102 was completely renovated. A small silver toaster oven sat by the window, plugged into a dedicated socket with the indicator light on. The stainless steel work table was shining, with silicone kitchen tools on top. A multi-layer spice rack held labeled sealed spice jars marked salt, sugar, and pepper. Wall-mounted racks held frying pans and spatulas. The non-slip tiles were laid smoothly, with water barriers tightly attached. "Try the oven now." Chinamo smiled as he put milk into the oven and set it to heating mode. "It'll be hot in 10 minutes. Much faster than a coal stove." Zhao Lei approached, stared at the milk inside the oven, and soon smelled the milk aroma. He opened the oven door and the milk was warm and just right. So convenient. After a night shift, no need to wait for the coal stove, just heat the milk and enjoy the sandwich. "Quick, make some hot breakfast with the new oven." Old Zhou handed over the sandwiches. "Reheat them for 2 minutes. The crust will be crispy, and the ham inside will be warm, way better than cold, 10 times tastier." Su Qing immediately helped put the sandwiches into the oven. After reheating, the outer crust was golden and crispy, and biting into it was crunchy. Lele helped place the breakfast sausages on a small baking tray, and Zhao Lei used a silicone spatula to turn them over, sizzling and releasing a fragrant aroma that filled the yard. At dusk, breakfast made in the new kitchen was laid out on the new dining table: toasted ham and egg sandwiches, breakfast sausages, hot milk, cheese biscuits, and a vegetable salad prepared by Su Qing. The table was full. Everyone sat together. Zhao Lei picked up a sandwich, took a big bite, and enjoyed the salty ham mixed with the soft eggs. He sighed happily. "With a new kitchen, we don't have to eat cold breakfast anymore. After a night shift, I can have a hot meal, and during the day, I can move supplies with more energy." Lele held a small fork, picked up a piece of grilled sausage, and fed it to Little Bear. "Little Bear, the sausage smells so good. Try it. Uncle Zhao Lei's cooking is the best." Then she took a bite herself, squinting happily. "It tastes better than boiled sausage. Can we eat grilled sausage every day?" After eating, Lin Wanji sat at the new table updating her points book. The warm yellow pendant light shone on the paper, making the writing clear. Lele leaned over to look and pointed at the 400 reward in the points book. She whispered, "Wanji, can these points buy a small oven for Little Bear? It also wants to make sausages." Lin Wanji patted her head. "Once we find a mini oven model, we'll give it to Little Bear to play with so it can make sausages too." The record in the points book was clear. Points pool, 3,964, original balance, 500, cost to upgrade kitchen, 400, reward, 80, breakfast shop supplies, sandwiches 40, ham slices 25, breakfast sausages 15, equals 3,964, 180 is equal to 3,944, 101 Su Qing. Restaurant staff daily wage 350, extra services, retoasting sandwiches, making salads, deducted 150, total 350, 150 is equal to 500, minus rent 816, 68 by 12, new rent, balance, 3972, 500 minus 816 is equal to minus 4,288, an increase of 164 from yesterday due to extra deductions for breakfast making and supplies. 102 Zhao Lei, kitchen upgrade, dismantling old kitchen 30, moving sandwiches 40, handling zombie at breakfast shop 10, total 80, minus rent 588, 49 by 12, new rent, balance, 856780 minus 588 is equal to minus 9,075, an increase of 460 from yesterday, due to high physical exertion, which can be compensated with future supplies. 103 Chinmo, installing electric oven 40, installing work table 25, labeling seasonings 10, total 75, minus rent 504, 42 by 12. Remaining balance, minus 8,466.75. 504 is equal to minus 8,895, an increase of 434 from yesterday. Future equipment repairs can be deducted more. Xiaolin from room 104, delivered kitchen parts 25, seasoning jars 20, chopped salad 15, total 60, minus rent 324, 27 by 12, remaining balance. Minus 4,832.60 minus 324 is equal to minus 5,096, an increase of 264 from yesterday. Due to assistance with upgrade tasks for deductions, Lao Zhou from room 105 checked breakfast quality 40 guided sausage roasting 25, total 65, minus rent 300, 25 by 12, remaining balance. Minus 4,565.65 to 300 equals 4,800, an increase of 235 from yesterday. Future breakfast storage can be compensated. Spare bedroom, not occupied, rent 34 points/hour, not included in tenant balance. Lele. Picked breakfast sausage 15, helped label 10, earned 25 points, total 795 points. Although upgrading the kitchen in room 102 cost 100 points, Zhao Lei can now enjoy hot meals, recover energy quickly, and help with heating supplies. Very worth it. Lin Wanji closed her points book, pointed to the new kitchen in room 102, and said, "Tomorrow, sort the sandwiches by expiry date. Eat the soonest ones first. Keep seasoning jars tightly closed to prevent moisture. Clean the oven after use to avoid grease buildup." Lao Zhou took a sip of warm milk and nodded, saying, "Tomorrow, add some new feed to the chicken coop, so the hens lay more eggs. We can use the new oven to make egg tarts with light cream. They'll be sweeter. Keep breakfast sausages refrigerated. Don't leave them at room temperature. They spoil easily. Also, leftover breakfast packaging can be used as storage bags for small parts." Zhao Lei agreed. "Tomorrow, I'll check out the spice shop Peach mentioned. Find some chili powder and cumin powder. Sprinkling them on the sausages makes them more flavorful. Also, find a small frying pan. Cooking eggs in the new kitchen tastes better than boiling them." As the sunset sank behind the courtyard wall, the kitchen window in room 102 was bathed in warm golden light. The electric oven inside the kitchen was glowing softly, and the spice jars on the rack reflected a gentle glow. On the dining table, some roasted sausages remained, with a faint aroma of meat. Near the chicken coop in the yard, the hens had settled down, occasionally making soft cluck sounds. The indicator light on the refrigerator was on, with sandwiches, ham, and breakfast sausages quietly waiting to be turned into hot breakfast again. Lin Wanji leaned against the door of the dining room, the evening breeze carrying the scent of roasted sausages and the sweetness of milk. Peachy's voice softly echoed in her mind. "Host, after the kitchen upgrade at 102, the convenience index for core members has increased by 380%. I scanned a deserted spice shop 2 kilometers to the south. It has chili powder, cumin, white sesame seeds, and bottled sesame oil. Tomorrow, I will check it out. It can add flavor to grilled sausages and sandwiches, and also be used for cold dishes." Lin Wanji smiled inwardly and replied, "Great. After feeding the chickens and tidying up breakfast supplies tomorrow, I'll go to the spice shop. We'll make the sausages spicier and the sandwiches more fragrant. Life in Peach Blossom Valley will become more lively and feel more like home." Lele, holding a small teddy bear, came over and tugged at Lin Wanji's sleeve. "Sister Wanji, can we find a small chili powder jar at the spice shop tomorrow? To sprinkle on the teddy bear's grilled sausage. It wants to taste spicy too." Lin Wanji crouched down and patted her head. "Sure, let's look together. We'll find the smallest chili jar so the teddy bear sausage is just right." The evening breeze continued to, passing through the new windows of the dining room, the new kitchen at 102, and the shutters of 201. This once lonely small building was gradually becoming the warmest, most lively harbor in the wasteland, where life was convenient, food was diverse, meals were hot, children's laughter filled the air, and the teddy bear's spicy sausage dream was alive. There was endless hope for the future. As the spice shop called out, new stories quietly began to unfold in the gentle night. Morning sunlight just spilled over the wall of Building A, like a soft veil wrapping gently around the corner of the kitchen in room 103. Chen Mo had just fixed the adjustable rod for the blinds at 201, holding a half-cold piece of bread. He squatted beside the old stove filled with tools, only a rusty small coal stove, with wrenches and screwdrivers on the counter. To reheat the mushroom chicken soup left from last night, he first had to move the tools. The coal stove needed 20 minutes to heat up, and by then, the bread would be too hard to bite. If only the kitchen could be divided into separate areas for tools and ingredients, he muttered, biting into the hard bread, feeling his cheeks ache. It's so hard to enjoy hot food after fixing things, and working on equipment during the day leaves me exhausted. Lele ran over with a pink cloth bag, clutching a tiny chili jar found yesterday, holding her teddy bear and a warm mushroom biscuit she just baked this morning. She leaned close to Chinemo, looking up at the busy countertop. Uncle Chinemo, your tools and soup bowls are all crowded together. Is the kitchen too small? Can Sister Wanji make it bigger? Little Bear also wants to help arrange the tools, playing with a small wrench. Lin Wanji was helping pack the freshly baked bread into a bamboo basket. When she heard this, she paused. Chun Mo is the main repair person in the team, fixing equipment and installing furniture every day. Before Room 103 had only basic living facilities, and the kitchen was both a workspace and a tool storage area, with no place to heat food. It really needed an upgrade. She took out the exchange device. Just as her fingertips touched the cool screen, a light blue task window popped up with a slight vibration. Side mission. Upgrade core members' functional space, Room 103. Mission requirements. 1. Upgrade the basic Level 1 open kitchen in Room 103 to a Level 3 multi-zone kitchen, including a small electric oven, tool and ingredient zones with a work table, multi-layer tool racks, and ingredient storage shelves.
2.
Install a wall-mounted spice cabinet, sealed design to prevent oil and tool stains. 3. Lay anti-slip, oil-resistant tiles in the kitchen, covering 1.8 of the work area, with double water barriers at the edges, dividing tool and ingredient zones. Mission rewards. 1. 400 points, one time added to the points pool. 2. Level 3 kitchen set ×1, including an electric oven, stainless steel partition countertop, and 3 tool storage boxes. 3. Kitchen convenience set, 2 oil-resistant aprons, 3 high-temperature silicone mats, 6 sealed ingredient jars. Mission cost, 730 points, deducted directly from the points pool, cannot be split. Future changes. The rent for Room 103 increases from 42 points/hour to 49 points/hour, because the upgraded kitchen with tool and ingredient zones matches Chunmo's dual needs for repairs and quick meals, meeting the apartment's Level 4 operation standards. Mission explanation. A Level 3 kitchen allows quick meal heating and tool organization. The electric oven can heat soups and rebake bread. The zoning prevents oil and tool stains from contaminating ingredients, helping Chun Mo recover his energy efficiently. There's an upgrade task. Chun Mo, Room 103's kitchen can be upgraded to Level 3. Lin Wanji held up the exchange device, and the screen clearly showed points pool 3944. The numbers were very clear. Upgrade costs 730 points, rewards 400, net cost 330. Plus, it comes with a partition counter and a toolbox. From now on, tools go in the toolbox, ingredients go in the storage, and hot soup is ready in 10 minutes. Chinmo's eyes lit up, and the hard bread in his hand dropped to the ground.
Yes.
I must upgrade. Last night, I fixed the electrical box and wanted to drink hot soup, but moving tools took 10 minutes. Now, after upgrading the kitchen, I can drink hot soup immediately after fixing things. I'll have more energy during the day for installing equipment. Zhao Lei had just changed the water in the chicken coop. Hearing this, he carried over a toolbox, filled with a drill, level, sealant, and leftover anti-slip tiles from yesterday's kitchen repair. I'll help you install the counter. The partition counter needs a 10 centimeters gap, with a 5 centimeters high water barrier in the middle to prevent oil from seeping into the ingredient area. The electric oven will be placed near the kitchen window, away from the tool rack to avoid bumps. He squatted at the kitchen door and pointed. The tool rack goes on the left wall, with hooks for different tools. The ingredient shelf goes on the right, with dry goods on the top and canned foods below, so everything's clear. The team quickly divided tasks. Zhao Lei, Chen Mo, and Xiao Lin stayed at the apartment. Zhao Lei dismantled the old stove and carried the new partition counter, both heavy stainless steel, so they carried it together. Chun Mo assembled the electric oven, installed the tool rack and ingredient shelf. Xiao Lin organized supplies, put tools into storage boxes, stored ingredients in sealed jars, and labeled everything. Lin Wanji, Lao Zhou, and Lele went to the southern, fresh and fragrant dry goods store. Lao Zhou helped identify good quality dry goods, checking if the mushroom caps were intact and the wood ear mushrooms rehydrated well. Lin Wanji looked for dried shiitake mushrooms, dried wood ear mushrooms, and dried bean curd sticks. Lele helped pass tools and picked up small dropped packages of dried goods. Once both groups finished their tasks, they would cook fresh hot dishes using the new kitchen and ingredients. Before leaving, Su Qing packed some dry food for everyone. Mushroom biscuits wrapped in oil paper, warm steamed buns, and 2 bottles of warm milk with honey, all placed in a canvas bag. She helped Lele tuck a mini chili powder jar into the side pocket of the bag. Don't touch the dried mushrooms from the store. They might be moldy. If you see small packages of dried bean curd sticks, remember to leave one for Uncle Chinemo. He's tired from fixing things, and stewing dried bean curd gives him strength. Lele nodded, holding the bag tighter, pressing her cheeks against the plush toy. Got it. Only pick the mushrooms without mold, and don't let Little Bear touch the spoiled ones. When we get back, I'll make hot soup for Uncle Chinemo. The 3 of them set off along the small road to the south. The wild grass by the roadside is covered with morning dew, making it wet to step on. A faint mushroom smell drifts in the breeze, coming from the dried goods shop, mixed with the bean aroma of dried bean curd sticks, growing stronger. After walking about 35 minutes, Lele suddenly points at a brown sign ahead. Sister Wanji, that house with the mushroom drawing, is it the dried goods shop? Everyone looks in the direction she points. Sure enough, there's a small brown shop in the distance. A wooden sign, hanging outside, reads fresh, fragrant dried goods. The paint is peeling, but it still feels lively. Inside the display window, neatly arranged bags of dried goods can be seen, mushrooms, wood ear fungi, and bundles of dried bean curd sticks. At the entrance, there are a few empty bamboo baskets with dried goods only printed on them. Lele runs over, touches the mushroom pattern on a basket, and says, Little Bear also wants a big basket like this to hold dried goods. Watch out for zombies. Old Zhou grips his iron rod tightly and quickly follows. At the shop entrance, a zombie wearing a gray apron is lying down, holding a torn mushroom bag. Its nails are stained with bits of dried fungi. It moves slower than normal zombies, probably because it spent a long time bending over to organize dried goods before, so it can't straighten up. Lin Wanji sneaks behind the zombie, and while it's not paying attention, she strikes it on the back of the head with her stick. The zombie thuds to the ground and doesn't move anymore. Inside the shop, a strong smell of dried goods hits you. Shelves are filled with neatly arranged dried shiitake mushrooms, with thick caps and no mold spots. Lin Wanji picks up a bag, smells it, and detects a natural mushroom aroma, produced 2 months before the end of the world, with a shelf life of 12 months. The seal is intact, so it's still good to eat. She also finds dried wood ear fungi and bean curd sticks on the lower shelves. After soaking, the wood ear can expand to 5 times its original size, and the bean curd sticks are golden yellow without black spots. Wood ear stir-fried with meat smells great, and the bean curd sticks make chicken soup taste fresh. Perfect for giving Chun Mo some energy. Old Joe walks over to Lele, picks up a dried mushroom, and points at its gills. Lele, look, this mushroom's gills are neat and not blackened. That's a good mushroom. If the gills are sticky or slimy, it's moldy and not safe to eat. Lele crouches by the shelves, carefully picks a small mushroom, and puts it into Little Bear's cloth bag. This is for Little Bear's little umbrella, so it can also smell the mushroom aroma. While packing supplies, Zhao Lei, who arrived after the kitchen frame was set up, carries 4 bags of mushrooms, a total of 2 kilograms at once. His arm muscles are tense. Dried goods should be handled gently. Don't tear the sealed bags. Moisture will cause mold. Dried bean curd sticks should be packed separately so they don't get crushed. They stay whole when cooked. Old Zhou carefully sorted the wood ear mushrooms and dried bean curd strips into a bamboo basket. The mushrooms on the top layer, the bean curd on the bottom, to keep them separate for easy soaking. At noon, everyone returned to the apartment carrying 8 bags of dried shiitake mushrooms, totaling 4 kilograms, 6 bags of dried wood ear mushrooms, 1 2 kilograms, and 4 bundles of dried bean curd strips, 800 g. As they entered the yard, they saw that Kitchen 103 had been completely renovated. On the left wall, a metal tool rack held wrenches and screwdrivers neatly arranged by size, with 3 storage boxes below labeled electric tools, carpentry tools, and repair parts. The right wall had a multi-layer food shelf with sealed jars filled with shiitake mushrooms and wood ear mushrooms, all labeled clearly. The electric oven by the window was on standby. In the center, a stainless steel work table was divided into sections. The left side had a silicone mat for tools, the right side was spotless for ingredients, and a 5-centimeter high water barrier clearly separated the areas. The anti-slip tiles on the floor were even and clean, with tight-fitting water barriers at the edges, free of any oil or tool stains. Try the hot soup. Chun Mo happily poured last night's mushroom chicken soup into a stainless steel bowl, placed it in the oven, and set it to heating mode. It used to take 20 minutes with the coal stove, now just 10 minutes. Soon, the oven beeped, and he opened the door. The aroma of chicken soup filled the kitchen, and the temperature was just right for eating. So convenient. After fixing things, I don't have to wait for the coal stove anymore. I can enjoy hot soup immediately. Use the new ingredients to make fresh dishes. Old Zhou handed over the soaked shiitake mushrooms. For mushroom chicken, marinate the chicken for 10 minutes first, then stir-fry it in the new small pot. The mushroom aroma will fill the yard. Su Qing immediately helped prepare the chicken, while Chun Mo used the new countertop to cut the shiitake mushrooms skillfully. Lele helped pour the soaked wood ear mushrooms into a bowl, and she didn't forget to give a piece of mushroom to the little bear. Little bear, you help wash the vegetables too, and let's make some tasty dishes together. In the evening, the fresh dishes made in the new kitchen were laid out on the new dining table: tender mushroom chicken, crispy wood ear stir-fry with meat, and soft bean curd strips stewed with chicken in a rich broth. There were also warm steamed buns and milk, making a full table. Everyone sat together. Chun Mo took a piece of mushroom chicken, chewed the tender meat, and sighed happily. With the new kitchen, we can not only enjoy hot soup but also make fresh dishes. After fixing everything, eating this makes me feel energized. Lele held a small spoon, scooped some chicken soup, and first fed it to the little bear. Little bear, the chicken soup is so fresh. You should try this. Uncle Chun Mo made the most delicious one. Then he took a sip himself, with a little oil on his lips, looking like a small kitten. He said, "This soup is even tastier than before. How about we drink chicken soup every day from now on?" After dinner, Lin Wanji sat at the new dining table updating her points book. The warm yellow lamp shone on the paper, making the writing clear. Lele came over to look and pointed at the 400 reward in the points book. She whispered, "Sister Wanji, can these points buy a small pot for Little Bear? It also wants to help make chicken soup." Lin Wanji patted her head and said, "Once we find a mini small pot model, we'll give it to Little Bear to play with so it can also make chicken soup. The records in the points book are clear. Points pool, 3,944, original balance, 730, cost for upgrading the kitchen, 400, reward, 90, supplies from the dry goods store, 40 mushrooms, 30 wood ear, 20 dried tofu, equals 3,944, 330.90 is equal to 3,704, 101 Su Qing, restaurant staff daily wage 350, extra services, making fresh dishes, handling chicken. Deducted 180, total 350, 180 is equal to 530, minus rent 816, 68 by 12, new rent, balance, 4288, 530 minus 816 is equal to minus 4,574, an increase of 166 from yesterday, due to extra deductions for fresh dishes and supplies. 102 Xiaolei, dismantling old stove 30, moving dried goods 40, handling zombie and dry goods store 10, total 80, minus rent 588, 49 by 12, balance, 9075, 80 minus 588 is equal to minus 9,583, an increase of 460 from yesterday, due to high physical exertion. Future supplies can compensate. 103 Chinemo, kitchen upgrade. Installing electric oven 40 organizing tools 25 cooking fragrant mushroom chicken 10, total 75, minus rent 588, 49 by 12, balance 88.95 75 minus 588 is equal to minus 9,408, an increase of 434 from yesterday. Future equipment repairs can deduct more. 104 Shaolin. Delivering kitchen parts 25 washing dried goods 20 chopping mushrooms 15, total 60. Minus rent 324, 27 by 12, balance 5096 60 minus 324 is equal to minus 5,360, an increase of 264 from yesterday, due to assistance in upgrade tasks. Old Joe checked the quality of dried goods, earned 40 points. Guided on making chicken soup, earned 25 points, total 65 points. Deducted rent of 300 points, 25 by 12. Remaining balance, minus 4,865 minus 300 is equal to minus 5,035 points, an increase of 235 points from yesterday. Future storage of dried goods can help make up the difference. The spare bedroom, not occupied rent is 34 points per hour, not included in the tenant's balance. Lele picked 15 points worth of dried mushrooms, helped soak 10 points worth of wood ear mushrooms, earned 25 points, total 835 points. Although upgrading the kitchen in room 103 cost 330 points, Jinemo can keep tools and ingredients separate, enjoy fresh hot dishes, and help cook simple meals. It's really worth it. Lin Wenji put away her points book and pointed to the new kitchen in room 103. Tomorrow, classify dried goods by soaking needs. Soak mushrooms for 1 hour. Soak wood ear mushrooms for 2 hours. Make sure the tool storage box lid is tight to prevent dust. After using the oven, wipe the interior to avoid grease buildup. Old Joe took a sip of warm milk, nodded, and said, "Tomorrow, add some new feed to the chicken coop so the hens lay more eggs. We can make steamed eggs with dried mushrooms for a softer texture. Store dried goods in a cool, shaded place in room 201. Seal the bags tightly to prevent moisture. Also, the leftover packaging bags can be used as dust covers for tools, like fitting over wrenches to prevent rust." Chinemo agreed. "Tomorrow, I'll check out the frozen food shop Peach mentioned. Find some frozen chicken wings, ribs, and fish fillets. Use the new kitchen to cook mushroom chicken wings and wood ear ribs for more energy. Also, get a small clay pot. Cooking chicken soup in it makes the flavor richer than in an iron pot, and we won't need to always heat the soup in the oven." As the sunset sank behind the courtyard wall, the kitchen window in room 103 was bathed in warm golden light. The electric oven in the kitchen was on, with a small light glowing. Wrenches on the tool rack reflected a metallic shine. On the dining table, there was some leftover chicken with mushrooms, with a faint mushroom aroma. Near the chicken coop in the yard, the hens had settled down quietly, occasionally making soft, cluck sounds. The indicator light on the refrigerator was on, with dried goods and frozen meats quietly resting inside, waiting to be turned into delicious hot dishes next time. Lin Wenji leaned against the door of the dining room, feeling the evening breeze carrying the scent of mushrooms and the freshness of chicken soup. Peach's voice softly echoed in her mind. "Host, after the kitchen upgrade in room 103, the core member's living function index increased to 400%. I scanned 2.2 kilometers east and found an abandoned frozen food shop with frozen chicken wings, ribs, and fish fillets. Tomorrow, go check it out. It can add meat to fresh vegetables and stock up for winter." As the morning sun just touched the wall of Building A, it looked like a thin layer of gold wrapping around the new kitchen in room 103. Chinemo was wiping the countertop with a silicone pad. On the counter, there were soaked dried shiitake mushrooms and dried bamboo shoots. Last night, when he used the new oven to heat soup, he thought about cooking mushroom chicken wings with frozen chicken wings. But when he checked the fridge, there was only half a bag of frozen pork belly and no meat with bones. It would be great to find some frozen chicken wings or ribs, he thought, squeezing the mushrooms. The mushrooms were thick and juicy, almost like they could be squeezed for water. If I cook a pot of mushroom chicken wings in the new kitchen, it will boost everyone's energy and give us a change of taste. Eating pork belly all the time gets boring. Lele ran over with a pink cloth bag. Inside, she held her teddy bear and a tiny pot model, the one she mentioned yesterday. She also clutched a piece of mushroom chicken biscuit freshly baked this morning. She tiptoed to the fridge and looked at the empty frozen meat section. Uncle Chunimo, are the frozen meats hiding? Should we go to the frozen goods store we talked about yesterday to find them? Little Bear also wants to try mushroom chicken wings, playing with a chicken wing model. Lin Wanji was helping to pack dried goods into sealed jars when she heard the news. She was about to nod, but then looked at the door of room 202 on the second floor. The door had been locked since they moved in. The handle was rusty, and dust and cobwebs filled the frame. At first, she thought it was an abandoned storage room. But this morning, a scanning alert suddenly appeared, saying there was a residential signal that can be activated inside. She took out the exchange device. When her finger touched the cool screen, a light blue task box popped up with a noticeable shake, and a faint glow shimmered around the edges. Main task: expand living space. Unlock room 202. Task requirements. 1. Clear out abandoned items in room 202. Remove broken furniture. Sweep dust and cobwebs. 2. Activate basic functions. Install 1 level, 1 wooden bed, 1 simple storage rack, 1 waterproof curtain. 3. Safety check. Inspect electrical hazards, seal wall cracks. Task rewards. 1 level, 1 crystal core times 1, used to upgrade advanced equipment, like a level 3 oven or constant temperature water system, or exchange for rare supplies. 2. Basic room 202 setup pack times 1, pine bed frame, thin mattress, single-layer storage rack. 3. Safety inspection tools set times 1, circuit tester, wall repair paste, dust mask. Task cost: 350 points, deducted directly from the points pool, used for basic setup and cleaning supplies. Future changes. Room 202 will be used as a standard bedroom, with rent set at 42 points per hour, suitable for single occupancy. Basic setup complete. Lower than rooms 102 of 103, higher than room 201. Task description. Unlocking room 202 will further improve the apartment's reception capacity. The level 1 crystal core lays the foundation for future upgrades of high-level equipment, strengthening the long-term development potential of Taoyuan new task. Unlock room 202. And I get a level 1 crystal core too. Lin Wanji held up the exchange device. The number points pool, 3,704, shining clearly in the sunlight. It costs 350 points to unlock, and I get a crystal core that can upgrade equipment. More bedrooms in the future, and I can upgrade the oven to make the chicken wings even tastier. Chun Mo's eyes lit up, and the sealed jar almost slipped from his hands. Unlock. We must unlock it. The crystal core can upgrade the equipment, so we'll have better tools for repairs later. Multiple bedrooms are available so that new friends can also have a place to stay without crowding. Zhao Lei just finished feeding the chickens and heard the message. He carried over a toolbox containing a crowbar, broom, circuit tester, and the dust mask left over from yesterday's kitchen repair. I'll take apart the clutter. The door to room 202 is probably rusted shut, so I'll pry it open carefully with a crowbar to avoid damaging the frame. I'll check the electrical wiring to prevent short circuits when we turn on the power and risk damaging the new equipment. He squatted at the door of room 202, rustling the handle with his finger. First, spray some rust remover from the stockpile we found earlier. We'll wait a bit before trying to open the door. When cleaning, wear a mask. There's a lot of dust, so you don't choke, Lele. The team quickly divided tasks. Zhao Lei, Chen Mo, and Lin Wanji would unlock room 202. Zhao Lei pried open the door and dismantled damaged furniture. Chen Mo checked the wiring and repaired wall cracks. Lin Wanji cleaned dust and arranged basic furniture. Meanwhile, Old Zhou, Su Qing, and Lele went to the Xianfeng frozen goods store on the east side. Old Zhou would guide them in identifying quality frozen items, checking for damaged packaging or signs of defrosting. Su Qing looked for frozen chicken wings, ribs, and fish fillets, and Lele helped pass tools and pick up small frozen packages that fell. Once both groups finished their tasks, they would cook a meat dish using the new frozen goods and dried ingredients. Before leaving, Suqing packed some dry food for everyone. Mushroom cookies wrapped in oil paper, warm steamed buns, and 2 bottles of honeyed warm milk, all placed in a canvas bag. She helped Lele tuck a mini chicken wing model of the little bear into the side pocket of the bag. The frozen store is very cold, so wear a hat. When you see the small frozen chicken wings, remember to leave one for the little bear. When we get back, Uncle Chin and Mo can stew it together. Lele nodded, hugging the bag tighter, and put on a small pink hat, an old one Suqing found.
Got it.
Wearing a hat keeps me warm. I'll only pick the packages that aren't torn so I don't give the little bear bad food. The 3 set off along the small path on the east side. The wild grass by the roadside was covered with morning dew, damp to the touch, and a faint cold breeze blew. The closer they got to the frozen store, the colder it became. Lele couldn't help but hold the bag tighter, pressing the plush toy of the little bear's fur against her face. After about 40 minutes, Lele suddenly pointed at a white factory building ahead. Grandpa Zhou, that's the place with the fish drawing on it. Is that the frozen goods store? They looked in the direction she pointed. Sure enough, there was a white factory building in the distance, with a rusty iron sign reading Xianfeng Frozen Goods Store hanging at the entrance. The sign was old, but still recognizable. The cold storage door was slightly open, revealing neatly stacked frozen boxes inside. At the entrance, there was a cartoon frozen fish model leaning to the side. Lele saw it and ran over, touching the tail of the model. Little bear, look, such a big fish. Should we find some small fish? Watch out for zombies. Old Joe clenched his iron rod and quickly caught up. Behind the cold storage door, a zombie dressed in a blue winter coat was lying down, holding a torn frozen food bag. Half of the frozen meat inside had melted and stuck to its wrinkled hand. Its movements were much slower than a normal zombie, with joints frozen stiff and no strength to lift its hand. Suqing circled to the side of the zombie, took advantage of its lack of response, and struck it on the back of the head with a stick. The zombie fell with a thud and stopped moving. Inside the cold storage, a wave of cold air hit everyone. Lele couldn't help but shiver. Old Joe quickly took off his coat and wrapped it around her. The frozen goods on the shelves were neatly arranged. Suqing walked over, picked up a box of frozen chicken wings, and checked the packaging date. Produced 1 month before the end of the world, with a shelf life of 12 months. Not thawed, packaging intact, so it's safe to eat. She also found frozen ribs and fish fillets on the lower shelf. The ribs were evenly cut, and the fish fillets were covered in ice without turning black. The ribs will taste great with braised bamboo shoots, and the fish fillets are fresh when fried. Perfect for adding 2 more meat dishes. Old Joe then went to Lele's side, picked up a bag of mini frozen chicken wings for children, and said with a smile, "These little wings are just right for Lele and Little Bear. No need to cut them when cooking, 1 bite at a time." Lele's eyes lit up. Carefully, she put the small chicken wings into her cloth bag. Little Bear has chicken wings now. When it's cooked, I'll give it the first one. While packing supplies, Zhao Lei arrived after prying open room 202's door. He carried 4 boxes of frozen chicken wings, total 2 kilograms, on his shoulders, which slightly sank, but he walked steadily. Frozen goods need to be packed and moved quickly. Don't let them thaw. If they thaw, refreezing will make the meat tough. When we get back, put them in the fridge and lower the temperature so they last longer. Old Joe sorted the frozen ribs and fish fillets into insulated bags by type. Keep the ribs separate to avoid mixing flavors with the fish. The fish's strong smell can affect the ribs when frying. At noon, everyone returned to the apartment with 10 boxes of frozen chicken wings, total 5 kilograms, including 2 mini packs, 6 bags of frozen ribs, total 3 kilograms, and 4 bags of frozen fish fillets, total 2 kilograms. As they entered the yard, they saw that room 202 was already transformed. The broken old wardrobe had been taken away, the ground was swept clean, and a pinewood bed was placed in the corner. The bed was covered with a light brown thin mattress. Against the wall, there was a single-layer storage shelf with spare sheets and pillowcases on top. The door curtain was replaced with light blue waterproof fabric, which keeps out dust and allows air to flow. Chun Emo was using a circuit tester to check the socket. The screen showed circuit normal. He smiled and said, "The electricity is working. From now on, living here means having hot meals and lighting, and it's very safe." Lin Wanji held a semi-transparent crystal core. Under the sunlight, she could see faint blue light flowing inside, like a tiny piece of starry sky. Level 1 crystal core. Taotao said it can upgrade the oven to level 3 and exchange rare parts. Later, I can set the oven to different temperatures for crispy outside and tender inside chicken wings, even more delicious than now. She carefully placed the crystal core into a small cloth box and put it on the display shelf in the living room. Save it first. When I gather enough points, I will upgrade the oven and install a constant temperature water supply for 101. Sister Suching won't have to wait for hot water to wash ingredients. Quick, use the new frozen ingredients to make meat dishes. Suching poured frozen chicken wings into a basin and slowly thawed them with warm water. First, make mushroom chicken wings, then fry some frozen fish fillets. The ribs can be kept for tonight's stew with dried tofu, so everyone can enjoy enough. Chun Emo used a small pot in the new kitchen to stir-fry the mushrooms. When the oil was hot, the aroma filled the yard. Lele helped put mini chicken wings into a clay pot, drawing a small smiley face on the edge with her tiny hand. Little Bear's chicken wings are here. They'll be cooked to be fragrant. In the evening, the meat dishes were laid out on the new dining table. Mushroom chicken wings, tender chicken, fresh mushrooms, crispy fried fish fillets, crispy outside, tender inside, sprinkled with cumin, ribs stewed with dried tofu, ribs soft, tofu tender, along with warm steamed buns and milk, making a full table. Everyone sat together. Chun Emo took a piece of mushroom chicken wing, chewed the tender meat, and sighed happily. With the new frozen ingredients and room 202, our Taoyuan is feeling more like home. The crystal core can upgrade our equipment, so life will be even better in the future. Lele held a small spoon and scooped a piece of mini chicken wing. She first fed it to Little Bear. "Little Bear, these chicken wings smell so good. You should try them. Suching Mama makes the best." Then she took a bite herself, with a bit of sauce on her lips, looking like a little kitten. "They taste even better than cookies. Can we eat chicken wings every day from now on?" After dinner, Lin Wanji sat at the new dining table updating her points book. The warm yellow pendant light shone on the paper, making the writing clear. Lele leaned over to look and pointed at the level 1 crystal core record. She whispered, "Sister Wanji, can the crystal core make a necklace for Little Bear? It's shiny and pretty. It must look nice." Lin Wanji patted her head. "The crystal core is used to upgrade equipment. When we find pretty beads later, I will make a necklace for Little Bear, okay?" The record on the point sheet is clear. Points pool, 3,704 initial balance, 350, room 202 unlock cost, 90, frozen goods store supplies, chicken wings 40 ribs 30 fish pieces 20, equals 3,704, 350 90 is equal to 3,444. Task rewards, 1 level 1 crystal core. Not added to the points pool, can be used for equipment upgrades or item exchanges. 101 Su Ching, restaurant staff daily wage 350, extra services, cooking meat dishes, defrosting items, worth 200, total 350 200 is equal to 550, minus rent 816, 68 by 12, new, rent, remaining balance, 4574 550 minus 816 is equal to minus 4,840, an increase of 170 from yesterday, due to extra deductions for meat cooking and defrosting. 102 Xiaolei, breaking into door 30 moving frozen goods 40 handling zombie at frozen goods store 10, total 80, minus rent 588, 49 by 12, new rent. Remaining balance, 958380 minus 588 is equal to minus 10,091, an increase of 460 from yesterday. Due to high stamina consumption, future resource gathering can compensate. 103 Chinemo, room 202 unlocked circuit testing 40. Wall repair 25 socket fixing 10, total 75, minus rent 588, 49 by 12, new rent. remaining balance. 940875 minus 588 is equal to minus 9,921, an increase of 434 from yesterday. Future equipment repairs can deduct more. 104 Shaolin. Dust cleaning 25 furniture arranging 20 freezing items washing 15, total 60. Minus rent 324, 27 by 12, remaining balance. 5360 minus 324 is equal to minus 5,624, an increase of 264 from yesterday, due to assistance with unlocking tasks. 105 Laozhou. Defining frozen goods quality 40 fish frying. Guidance 25, total 65, minus rent 300, 25 by 12, remaining balance. 503565 minus 300 is equal to minus 5,270, an increase of 235 from yesterday. Future storage management can compensate. Room 202, newly unlocked bedroom rent 42 points/hour, not yet included in tenant balance. To be calculated after occupancy. Backup bedroom, not occupied rent 34 points/hour. Lele. Picked up mini chicken wings for 15, helped set the table for 10, earned 25 points, total 870 points. Although unlocking room 202 cost 350 points, gaining an extra bedroom and a crystal core was very worth it. Lin Wanji closed her points notebook and pointed to the crystal core box in the living room. Tomorrow, I'll sort the frozen foods by expiration date. Eat the soonest ones first. We'll add a small lamp in room 202 for easier living at night. Keep the crystal core for now. When we upgrade the equipment next time, we can use it to exchange parts. Old Joe took a sip of warm milk and nodded. Tomorrow, we'll add some new feed to the chicken coop, so the hens lay more eggs. We can use the new frozen foods to make egg-fried fish. It's more tender. Frozen foods should be divided into bags for thawing. Don't thaw too much at once, as leftovers can affect taste. Oh, and we should install a small curtain on the window in room 202 to block the light when someone is sleeping. Chinemo agreed. Tomorrow, I'll check out the parts store Peach mentioned for some oven upgrade parts. With the crystal core, I can exchange for them. Also, let's find a small frying pan. It's more convenient for frying fish fillets without constantly flipping. The sunset sank behind the courtyard wall, turning the window of room 202 a warm golden color. The small lamp in the room was on, casting a soft yellow glow on the mattress. The crystal core box in the living room emitted a faint light, like a tiny sun. In the kitchen, some mushroom chicken wings remained in the clay pot, with a light aroma of meat. Near the chicken coop in the yard, the hens had settled down, occasionally making soft, goo-goo sounds. The indicator light on the refrigerator was on, and the frozen foods and dried goods inside lay quietly, waiting to be turned into delicious dishes next time. Lin Wanji leaned against the door of the dining room, feeling the evening breeze carrying the scent of chicken wings and the sweetness of milk. Peach's voice softly echoed in her mind. Host, after unlocking room 202, the apartment reception index increased to 220%. Level 1 crystal cores can be exchanged for a Level 3 oven upgrade package or a constant temperature water supply component. I scanned a device parts store 2.5 kilometers south. It has oven parts and water pipe fittings. Tomorrow, I'll check it out to prepare for upgrading high-level equipment. Lin Wanji smiled inwardly and responded. Great. After feeding the chickens and sorting the frozen foods tomorrow, I'll go to the parts store. Use the crystal core to exchange oven parts so everyone can enjoy crispy, tender roasted chicken wings. The days in Taoyuan will become more prosperous and feel more like home. Lele, holding a teddy bear, came over and tugged at Lin Wanji's sleeve. Wanji sister, can you find a small oven button at the parts store tomorrow? Give Little Bear's little oven a button. It also wants to bake chicken wings. Lin Wanji squatted down and patted her head. Okay, let's find one together. We'll find the smallest button for Little Bear so it can also bake delicious chicken wings. The evening breeze continued to, passing through the new window of the dining room, sweeping over the desk lamp in room 202, and heading toward the new kitchen in room 103. This once lonely small building was gradually becoming the warmest and most lively haven in the wasteland. Thanks to the unlocking of the new room, hope from the crystal core, and the laughter of friends. It offered space to grow, chances to improve, warm meals, children's laughter, little bears, baking wing dream, and endless hope for the future. As the part shop called out, new stories quietly unfolded in the gentle night. Morning sunlight just crossed the wall of Building A like a warm glaze, flowing through the dining room window and gently wrapping around the open points record on the table. Lin Wanji's fingertips brushed over the dense negative balances on the paper, her finger pad rubbing against the red marks -10091 and -9921. She frowned slightly. Last week, she wanted to install a constant temperature water supply in room 101, but it would cost 800 points, which was blocked by debt taking up space in the points pool. Now, even the basic parts for upgrading the oven to level 3 had to be carefully calculated. We must find high-value supplies. She pushed the points record toward the center of the table. The morning light flickered over the black numbers, points pool, 3444, like scattering tiny gold pieces. The Precision Mechanical Parts store in the South and Women's Supermarket were scanned early this morning by Tao Tao. They have unopened bearing boxes and canned meat within the expiration date. These are valuable resources, which can help us pay off debts and save enough for oven upgrade parts. Chinemo was cleaning the new kitchen's electric oven with a beige cloth. The cloth had a faint brown stain from yesterday's mushroom chicken wing baking. He looked up when he heard the voice, pausing his work, and his gaze fell on the bearing cover on the side of the oven. It was a temporary fix with old parts, making a squeaking sound when turned, causing uneven heat during baking, and the edges often got slightly burnt. Ugh, we understand our mechanical parts well. We can tell which model fits which device instantly. He put down the cloth and pointed to the oven bearing cover. The 6203 bearing model we couldn't find in the ruins before might be available at the parts store. It can be used to replace worn-out parts and help settle debts. Plus, we won't hear the squeaking sound when roasting chicken wings anymore. Zhao Lei also put down his plastic chicken feed scoop, which still had a few yellow grains on the bottom, high-protein feed he left for the hens. He wiped his hands on his apron, revealing faint muscle lines under his light shirt. Let's team up. I have strong arms. A box of parts weighs 20 pounds, and I can carry 2 boxes at once. The canned goods at the supermarket are heavy, but we can carry them faster together than alone. We should gather more valuable supplies, pay off our debts, and then we won't need to count points every day to upgrade our equipment. Lele ran over carrying a pink cloth bag, clutching a small teddy bear toy and a mini oven button, made from metal scraps she found yesterday at the parts store, shaped by Chen Mo. She held a shiny, star-shaped cookie she baked this morning with a star mold, sprinkled with black sesame seeds to look like screws. Uncles Zhao Lei and Chen Mo, I want to go too. I can watch the metal detector for you and pick up small parts, she said eagerly, holding up the cookie. Look, I baked part cookies. Little Bear wants to help carry things too. He says he wants to find new parts for the oven. Su Qing was at the kitchen counter, preparing dry food. A meat bun wrapped in oil paper was steaming gently, filled with leftover frozen pork belly from yesterday, juicy with each bite. She smiled and put the bun into a canvas bag, wrapping it with 2 layers of insulation cloth. You can take Lele along. Let her wait somewhere safe away from zombies, she said. She also packed 2 bags of marinated quail eggs, 6 in each, seasoned with new spices, salty and flavorful. You guys are using a lot of energy-gathering supplies. Eat when you're hungry, not just when you find a place to rest. It saves time and prevents low blood sugar. She also packed a small pink thermos with warm milk, decorated with a little bunny. Lele, this is for you. Drink it when it gets cold, so your stomach doesn't get cold. Old Zhou took out a silver metal detector from the back of the storage room, found during the cleanup of the ruins under Building A. The device had some scratches and a small on the screen edge, but it still worked fine when turned on. He crouched down and carefully showed Lele how to use it. Look, when you press this button, if the light turns red, there's metal underneath. If it turns green, there's no metal. If it beeps quickly, the metal is big. If it beeps slowly, it's small pieces. You help watch the light and find the parts to give to the uncles, okay? Lele nodded, clutching the handle of the detector tightly. as if holding a treasure. The team quickly divided tasks. Zhao Lei, Chen Mo, Shaolin, and Lei formed the supply team. Zhao Lei carried heavy items and handled zombies along the way. He brought a shiny, solid iron rod. Chen Mo checked the value of supplies and operated the metal detector, also carrying a parts manual to verify models. Shaolin sorted and packed supplies, bringing 5 empty cloth bags labeled metal parts, canned food, seasonings, dried goods, and others. Lei helped with detection and picking up small metal pieces, wearing a small cloth pouch around her waist to hold her treasures. Lin Wanji, Su Qing, and old Zhou stayed at the apartment. Lin Wanji organized supplies, updated points records, and printed the old scoring rules to stick on the wall for easy reference. Su Qing prepared dinner, planning to make pan-fried fish with the frozen fish she found and a pork rib and bean curd soup. Old Zhou looked after the chickens and dried goods storage and also installed a small curtain on the window of room 202, made from an old bedsheet in light blue, giving a warm feeling. The supply team set out along a small path to the south. Zhao Lei led at the front, the metal detector beeping softly, like singing a tune. The roadside grass was covered with dew, wet when stepped on, and his pant legs quickly got damp. A faint smell of machine oil mixed with the metallic scent of canned food from the supermarket. As they moved closer, the smell grew stronger, like wrapped in an industrial coat. Lei occasionally stopped, squatting by the roadside to pick a small purple wildflower to clip onto her teddy bear's ear or to pick a smooth little stone, saying she wanted to use it as decorations for room 202. After about 25 minutes, Lei suddenly stopped, and her detector beeped rapidly, with the red light flashing nonstop. Uncle Zhao Lei. The light turned red. It's beeping so fast. There must be big metal ahead. Is it the part shop? Everyone looked in the direction she pointed. Far in the ruins, there was indeed a gray factory building, with most of the gray paint peeling off, revealing red bricks inside. There is a rusty metal sign hanging at the entrance with the words Precision Machinery Part Shop, except for the missing horizontal line in the character Gong. The rest are still recognizable. In the yard, several sealed boxes of parts are stacked, covered with blue plastic sheets. When the wind blows, a corner lifts, revealing the word bearing printed on the boxes. Not far away is Huimin Supermarket, with half of the glass door broken. The remaining glass is dusty, but the shelves inside are still standing, and the round shapes of canned goods can be faintly seen. Be careful of zombies. Lei, stand behind me. Don't get too close. Zhao Lei clenched a solid steel rod, which felt heavy. He slowly approached the shop's entrance. When he was about 3 meters away, he saw a zombie dressed in blue work clothes lying on the ground. The shirt had the words Precision Parts printed in white, faded from washing. The zombie held a silver gear, with some oil on its teeth. Its skin was wrinkled like oil-soaked bark, moving slowly like a rusty robot, too weak to lift its hand, only occasionally twitching a finger as if trying to grab the parts on the ground. Zhao Lei circled behind the zombie, walking softly like a cat, afraid of startling it. When the zombie didn't react, he quickly gripped the steel rod and struck the back of its head with a hard thump. The zombie twitched and then collapsed to the ground, motionless. The gear rolled to Lei's feet. She hurriedly squatted down, carefully picked up the gear, and wiped the dust off with her sleeve. Uncle Chen Mo, this gear is shiny. Can it be used for the oven? Little Bear said it looks like a little sun, but I think it can fix the oven. I'll give it to you first. Entering the parts shop, a strong smell of oil hit the nose, mixed with a cold scent of metal, making it several degrees cooler than outside. The shelves were neatly organized, with boxes sorted by model. Chen Mo squatted down, opened a box labeled 6203, revealing bearings coated with rust-preventive oil, shiny and new, with no rust at all. This is it. Chen Mo's eyes lit up. He picked up a bearing, weighed it in his hand, and said, "This model fits the motor of a level 3 oven perfectly. I looked in 3 ruins, but couldn't find one. One can be exchanged for 20 points. There are 20 bearings in this box, so that's 400 points. He also found gear sets and a bag of screws on the bottom shelf. The gear set is made of copper, with a faint yellow color. There are 5 gears in one set. This gear set is more valuable. One set can earn 30 points. Finding 5 sets gives 150 points. It can also be used for repairing other devices in the future. Shaolin immediately took out a cloth bag labeled metal parts and sorted the bearings and gear sets inside. He also took out a marker pen from his pocket and wrote on the bag, 6203 bearings times 20 and copper gear sets times 5. This way, when we count points later, it's clear at a glance. No need to count again, saving time. Lele followed the red light of the metal detector and picked up small metal fragments from the corner of the shelf. Some were tiny screws, others small washers. She put the fragments into a small cloth pouch at her waist and occasionally showed one to Chinamo. Uncle Chinamo, is this small washer useful? If not, I'll give it to Little Bear as a toy. If it is, I'll keep it for you. After leaving the parts shop, everyone went to Huiman's supermarket. The shelves were neatly arranged, though some were slightly tilted, but the canned goods on them were still good. Zhao Lei went to the snack section, picked up a can of luncheon meat, and checked the production date on the back. Made 1 month before the end of the world. Shelf life is 3 years. No bulging or deformation. It's safe to eat. He grabbed 4 cans at once and put them into a cloth bag labeled canned goods. This luncheon meat with potatoes smells great. It can also be used for sandwiches. Our previous cans are almost gone, so this is a good replacement. Chinamo found some rare seasonings in the spice section, bottled black pepper, packaged rosemary, and a few bottles of soy sauce. He picked up a bottle of black pepper and checked the expiration date. 8 months left. Unopened. 1 bottle is worth 15 points. The rosemary was vacuum-packed, and 1 bag could be exchanged for 10 points. Perfect for making new dishes for Su Qing. We were missing this when we baked chicken wings before. It felt like it lacked some flavor. Lele was crouched under the snack shelf, and her detector beeped with a green light. She was about to stand up, but saw some mini fruit cans hidden underneath. They were strawberry-flavored, with cartoon strawberries printed on the cans. Uncle Zhao Lei, I see the little cans. But I can't reach them. Lele tiptoed, stretched her small hand under the shelf, but couldn't reach. Zhao Lei walked over, bent down, and helped her take out the cans. There were 6 cans, all without bulges. This is for Lele and Little Bear as snacks. 1 can earns 5 points, so 6 cans total 30 points. This is your contribution. Lele happily put the cans into her cloth bag and even gave Little Bear one. Little Bear, this one is for you. When we get home, Mom Su Qing will help you open it. You can try the strawberry-flavored can too. At noon, the supply team returned fully loaded, 4 boxes of 6,203 bearings, 80 pieces, 1,600 points, 5 sets of copper gear assemblies, 150 points, 10 bags of stainless steel screws, 100 points, 20 cans of luncheon meat, 400 points, 6 mini strawberry cans, 30 points. For bottles of black pepper, 60 points, 3 bags of rosemary, 30 points, and some metal scraps that Lele collected, enough for 50 points. The total points reached 2420. Zhao Lei carried 2 boxes of bearings, his shoulders slightly lowered but walking steadily. Chinemo carried the gear sets and seasonings. Shaolin held the cans. Lele jumped happily behind, clutching a small gasket. As they entered the yard, Lin Wanji came forward, holding a calculator and a points notebook with a paper showing the points calculation sheet. How many good things did you find? Lin Wanji asked eagerly. Chun Mo handed over the supply list, pointing to the bearing item worth 1,600 points. We found bearings compatible with the oven. Not only can we pay off the debt, but we can also save points for upgrade parts. 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhao Lei wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. The canned food from the supermarket is enough for half a month, and we have plenty of points. Now everyone's debt can be reduced significantly, and we won't have to worry about points for future upgrades. Su Qing heard the noise and came out of the kitchen, holding a spatula with some tomato juice on it. Wash your hands quickly and come to eat. I made a tomato stew with the luncheon meat I just found, and I sprinkled some rosemary. You'll love it. Su Qing smiled and led everyone to the dining room. As they entered the kitchen, a strong aroma filled the air. The tomato stew in the clay pot was steaming hot, with soft, cooked tomatoes, small chunks of luncheon meat coated in tomato juice, sprinkled with green rosemary, looking very appetizing. Nearby, another small clay pot simmered with pork ribs and dried tofu, the ribs tender and falling apart, the tofu soaking up the flavorful broth. Everyone sat around the new dining table. Su Qing served each person a bowl of canned tomato stew, and she gave Lele a small half bowl, intentionally using less rosemary. Lele, this smells a bit strong. Try a bite first. If it's too much, I'll make you a bowl of soup. Lele scooped a spoonful of stew, blew on it, and then ate it. Not too strong. It's delicious. Smells better than yesterday's chicken wings. Little bear, you should try some too. She placed her plush bear on her lap, scooped a little with a small spoon, and pretended to feed it to the bear. After dinner, Lin Wanji put her points book and calculator on the table and started counting points. We follow the old rules. Material points are based on contribution. Moving heavy supplies earns more points, and technical tasks also earn more. Daily tasks are counted separately, and finally, we deduct rent, she said while pressing buttons on the calculator. The points pool originally had 3,444 points. We added 2,420 from new supplies, so now there are 5,864 points. She first calculated Zhao Lei's points. Zhao Lei, you moved 4 boxes of bearings, 20 cans of luncheon meat, and handled 1 zombie. Material contribution points are 400 bearings, 200 cans, 50 zombie, equals 650. Daily tasks include feeding chickens and tidying the yard, which gives 30 points. Total points earned are 680. After deducting rent of 588 points, 49 by 12, your balance changed from minus 10,091 to minus 10,091. 680 minus 588 is equal to minus 9,999. That's 92 points more than yesterday. Zhao Lei nodded and looked at his points book. Good. If I find supplies 2 more times, I can pay off the debt to below minus 9,800. Then I can save more points to help upgrade the apartment. Next, Lin Wanji calculated Chenmo's points. Chenmo, you identified bearings and gear sets, operated the detector, and sorted supplies. Your contribution points are 500 identification, 150 detector, 100 sorting, equals 750. Daily tasks include repairing tools and checking circuits, which give 50 points. Total points earned are 800. After deducting rent of 588 points, your balance changed from minus 9,921 to minus 9,921. 800 minus 588 is equal to minus 9,709. That's 212 points more than before. Chenmo smiled and patted Zhao Lei's shoulder. I'm paying off my debt quickly. In the future, I can help find more technical supplies. Let's work together to settle everything soon. Then it was Xiaolin's turn. Xiaolin, you pack supplies, move seasonings, and pick up cans. Your contribution points are 200 for packing, 100 for seasonings, and 50 for picking cans, totaling 350. Daily tasks are washing parts and cleaning shelves, earning 25 points. Your total points earned are 375. After deducting rent of 324, 27 by 12, your balance changed from minus 5,624 to minus 5,573, adding 51 points back. Xiaolin picked up a pen and drew a small check mark next to his name in the points book. Take it slow. I can make up for it eventually. I'll help pack more in the future to earn more points. Finally, it was Lele's turn. Lele, you help with detection and pick up parts. Your contribution points are 50 for picking parts and 30 for detection, totaling 80. Daily tasks are feeding the little bear and setting the table, earning 35 points. Your total points earned are 115. Your accumulated points went from 870 to 985. Lele happily jumped up. I'm almost at 1,000 points. Sister Wanji, can I exchange for a new dress for the little bear? Lin Wanji patted her head. Yes. Once you save up 1,000 points, We'll go to the ruins to find a piece of pink fabric and make a new dress for the little bear. Lin Wanji placed the updated points book on the table. The red negative numbers were much lighter than before. This time, the supplies we found are worth 2,420 points. We've recovered 355 points of debt. If we find 2 more times, we might balance the accounts. Then we can upgrade to a level 3 oven and install a constant temperature water supply. Chinemo picked up a bearing labeled 6203 and turned it in his hand. This bearing is just right to fix the oven. Next time, when we find enough heating tubes and activate the first level crystal core, we can bake chicken wings that are crispy outside and tender inside. It will be twice as fast as the current oven and heat evenly. No more burn edges. Old Joe then came into the yard, holding a freshly picked egg. The eggshell was light brown and still warm. Today, the hen laid another egg. Tonight, I'll make egg custard for everyone, seasoned with the new soy sauce I found. It will be delicious. He also showed everyone the curtain in room 202. I made a curtain from an old bedsheet. It's light blue. At night, when someone stays here, it can block the light and help us sleep better. In the evening, the sunset painted the apartment windows with a warm golden color. Room 202's small desk lamp is on. The bed has new sheets, and the light blue curtains sway gently. The metal parts box in the living room is neatly arranged, with bearings and gear sets shining silver. In the kitchen, the leftover tomato stew in the clay pot is steaming, filling the apartment with a delicious smell. The refrigerator's indicator light is on, and the new canned goods and frozen items are quietly waiting to be turned into warm meals. Near the chicken coop in the yard, the mother hen has settled down, occasionally making soft, cluck sounds. Lin Wanji leans against the balcony door. The evening breeze carries the scent of food and a faint smell of machine oil, gentle like a mother's touch. Tao Tao's voice softly echoes in her mind. Host, after finding the supplies this time, the apartment's points pool is full. The debt has decreased by 355 points. I scanned a disused appliance, warehouse 3 kilometers east. Inside, there are heating tubes for level 3 ovens, parts for thermostatic water tanks, and an unopened thermometer. We can check it tomorrow to gather upgrade materials for a level 3 oven and thermostatic water supply. Lin Wanji takes out her phone, notes down the location of the appliance warehouse, and draws a small oven icon nearby. Great! Tomorrow Zhao Lei and Chinemo will go again to gather the upgrade materials. We want to upgrade the oven quickly so everyone can enjoy crispy, tender roasted chicken wings. Then we'll install thermostatic water in room 101, so Sister Su Qing won't have to wait for hot water when washing ingredients. Lele runs over holding a teddy bear, tugging at Lin Wanji's sleeve. Wanji Jiejie, can we find a small heating tube at the warehouse tomorrow? To put in Little Bear's little oven. It also wants to roast chicken wings and bake cookies for everyone. Lin Wanji kneels down, pats her head, and smiles. Okay, let's look together. We'll find the smallest heating tube for Little Bear so it can also bake delicious chicken wings and cookies. The evening breeze continues to, passing over the dining room's points book, the metal shine of the parts box, and the lights in room 202. This once lonely small building is gradually becoming a safe harbor in the apocalypse, thanks to abundant supplies, reduced debt, hopeful upgrades, warm meals, children's laughter, Little Bear's roast wing dream, and a firm hope for the future. As the appliance warehouse calls, new stories quietly unfold in the gentle night. Early morning sunlight just touched the wall of Building A like a thin gold veil, gently wrapping around the metal parts boxes in the living room. Lin Wanji's fingers brushed over the packaging of the 6203 model bearings, and her brow finally relaxed a little. After earning 355 points yesterday, her points pool reached 5864, but she still needed a heating pipe for the upgraded oven to reach level 3, and the constant temperature water tank's core parts were missing. Today, I must gather all the upgrade materials. She drew the location of the home appliance warehouse marked by Tao Tao on a piece of paper. The morning light flickered over the words need, level 3 oven heating pipe, constant temperature water tank parts. Next to the warehouse, there was a family-run grain and oil shop, where Tao Tao said they had dry wuchang rice and pressed peanut oil, both high-value essentials needed for points. This could help everyone reduce their debts significantly, hopefully allowing someone to settle their accounts first. Chun Mo was crouched in kitchen 103, adjusting the oven motor. He held an old heating pipe, which had oxidized and turned black. I'm going to the appliance warehouse. The level 3 oven needs a 304 stainless steel heating pipe. I recognize the model from the repair manual. I also need to find the pressure valve for the water tank, or Sister Su Qing will have to wait for hot water when washing ingredients. He placed the old heating pipe on the table. The bearing I found yesterday matches the motor perfectly. With the new heating pipe, I won't have to flip the chicken wings to prevent burning anymore. Zhao Lei had just finished installing the new fence around the chicken coop, the pine wood still faintly smelling of wood. He clapped the sawdust off his hands, his muscles clearly defined in the morning light. I'll team up with you. The parts box in the appliance warehouse is heavy. I can carry 2 boxes at once. The rice in the grain shop is 5 kilograms per bag. If we carry quickly, we can move more hard goods today and cut the debt in half. Lele ran over, carrying a pink cloth bag, clutching a small bear doll holding a mini heating pipe model made from metal wire bent by Chen Mo yesterday, wrapped with a red string as wire. She held a freshly baked butter cookie made with new butter and took a bite, full of milky aroma. Uncle Zhao Lei, Uncle Chen Mo, I want to go too. I can help find small parts and even look at the metal detector, she said eagerly, holding up the cookie in front of Chen Mo. Her little face was full of hope. The little bear said it wants to install a real heating pipe in its little oven. Can we find it today? Su Qing was standing at the kitchen counter, preparing dry food. The meat floss rice balls wrapped in oil paper were still hot, made from yesterday's leftover lunch meat and rice, with some crispy cucumber inside. She smiled as she placed the rice balls into a canvas bag, wrapping it with 2 layers of thermal bags. You can take Lele with you. Let her wait at the warehouse door. Don't go deep into the shelves, there might be dust. She then added 2 bags of braised dried tofu, seasoned with star anise, salty and chewy. You guys are busy finding parts, so eat when you're hungry. Don't wait until everything is ready to rest, or you might get low blood sugar and feel weak when moving things. She also packed a small enamel cup for Lele, filled with millet porridge with rock sugar. Lele, this porridge is warm. Drink it when you're hungry. Don't fight with the uncles for the rice balls. Old Zhou took out a multimeter and a wrench from the storage room. Bring these. The parts in the appliance warehouse might still have power. Use the multimeter to check so you don't short-circuit and burn something. The wrench can help remove the parts boxes fixed on the shelves, saving effort from tearing them apart by hand. He also taught Lele how to identify heating tubes. The shiny silver ones without rust are good. If they turn black, don't take them. They might leak electricity, understand? Lele nodded, clutching a miniature model of a heating tube tightly, as if it were a treasure. The team quickly divided tasks. Zhao Lei, Chen Mo, Xiao Lin, and Lele formed the upgrading supplies team. Zhao Lei was responsible for carrying heavy parts boxes and dealing with zombies along the way. He brought a solid iron rod with a non-slip handle. Chen Mo was in charge of identifying parts models and testing their usability with a multimeter, holding a parameter sheet of the upgrade equipment. Xiao Lin sorted and packed supplies, bringing 6 empty cloth bags labeled oven parts, temperature control components, rice, cooking oil, tools, and others. Lele helped with detection and picking up small parts, replacing her cloth pouch with a waterproof one to hold the little bear parts she found. Lin Wanji, Su Qing, and Old Zhou stayed in the apartment. Lin Wanji organized the existing supplies, updated the points ledger, and copied everyone's debt details onto paper for easy accounting. Su Qing prepared dinner, planning to make egg fried rice with a new rice and fry frozen fish fillets in peanut oil. Old Zhou looked after the chickens and dried goods storage and also installed a simple shelf in room 202 to hold spare sheets and pillowcases. The upgrading supplies team set out along the eastern path. Zhao Lei led the way, holding a metal detector that beeped softly, as if responding to the morning light. The wild grass by the roadside is covered with morning dew, and stepping on it makes everything wet. My pant legs quickly get soaked with water droplets. A faint metallic cold smell mixes with a rice aroma drifting from the grain and oil shop. As I walk closer, the smell grows stronger, like a coat wrapped in the breath of life. Lele occasionally stops, squatting by the roadside to pick a small yellow wildflower to clip onto Little Bear's ear, or to pick a smooth round stone, saying she wants to use it as a decorative ball for room 202's shelf. After about 30 minutes of walking, Lele suddenly stops. Her detector beeps rapidly with a beep beep, and the red light flashes nonstop.
Unklichen Montag.
The light is red. It's beeping so fast. There must be big parts ahead. Is it the home appliance warehouse? Everyone looks in the direction she points. In the middle of the ruins in the distance, there is indeed a blue factory building. An iron sign hanging at the entrance reads, Honest Home Appliance Parts Warehouse. Although rusty, the words, Home Appliance Parts, are very clear. In the yard, a few sealed boxes of parts are stacked, covered tightly with blue plastic sheets. Not far away is the Emin Grain and Oil Shop, with a faded poster of Wuchang rice on the glass door, and inside, rice bags are piled up like small mountains. Be careful of zombies. Lele, stand behind me and don't move forward. Jale grips his iron rod tightly and slowly approaches the warehouse door. A zombie dressed in gray work clothes is lying on top of a box of parts, clutching a copper valve. Its skin is wrinkled like dried bark, and its movements are slow, struggling even to lift its hand, probably from long-term handling of parts before, causing joint damage. Jale circles behind the zombie, moving as quietly as a cat. When it doesn't notice, he quickly raises his iron rod and strikes at the back of the head. With a muffled bang, the zombie falls down, and the copper valve rolls to Lele's feet. She quickly squats down, wiping the dust off with her sleeve. Uncle Chunimo, this valve is shiny. Is it for the thermostatic water tank? Little Bear said it looks like a small trumpet. Inside the warehouse, a strong metallic smell hits you, much cooler than outside. The shelves are neatly organized, with boxes of parts sorted by device type. Chun-Mo squats down and opens a box labeled Level 3 Oven Heating Tube. Inside, the heating tubes shine with a silvery color made of 304 stainless steel, with smooth, scratch-free walls. This is it. He picked up a heating tube and checked the parameters on a sheet. Length 20 centimeters, power 800 W, just right for our oven. One can be exchanged for 50 points. There are 12 in this box, totaling 600 points. He also found a temperature control water tank component on the bottom shelf, which includes a pressure valve, sealing ring, and water pipe connector, all made of copper. This part is more valuable. One set can be exchanged for 200 points. 3 sets make 600 points. Installing it in room 101, Sister Suching can use hot water anytime. Shaolin immediately took out a cloth bag labeled oven parts and temperature control components, sorting the heating tubes and parts inside. He also took out a marker pen from his pocket and wrote on the bag, 304 heating tube times 12 and temperature control components times 3. This way, when we count points later, we won't need to check the model numbers again, saving time. Lele followed the red light from the metal detector, picking small parts from the corner of the shelf. Tiny sealing rings, small screws, and a mini pressure valve. She put the parts into a waterproof cloth pouch and occasionally showed one to Chinimo. Uncle Chinimo, is this mini pressure valve useful? If not, I'll install it in Little Bear's mini oven. If it is, I'll save it for you. After leaving the home appliance warehouse, everyone went to Emin Grain and Oil store. The rice bags were stacked neatly, though some had a bit of dust, but all were sealed well. Zhao Lei went to the rice pile, picked up a bag of Wuchang rice, and weighed it. It felt heavy and firm, indicating it wasn't damp. Produced 3 months before the end of the world, with an 18-month shelf life.
No leaks.
One bag is 5 kilograms and can be exchanged for 30 points. I can carry 2 bags at once. He picked up 2 bags of rice and put them into a cloth bag labeled rice. Our flour is almost gone, so this is a good exchange. Cooking rice and porridge will be easier. Chinamo found a barrel of pressed peanut oil. The barrel was made of dark glass to block light. The label said, non-GMO, 12-month shelf life. This peanut oil smells good. It's tastier for cooking than soybean oil. A 5L barrel can be exchanged for 50 points. 4 barrels total 200 points. Sister Suching will definitely like this for new dishes. Lele was lying next to a pile of rice. Her detector beeped, showing a green light. She was about to stand up when she saw a tiny rice bag hidden under the pile. It was a 250g bag of wuchang rice with a cute bear picture on it. Uncle Xiaolei, I see a small rice bag. But I can't reach it. Xiaolei came over, bent down, and helped her take out the rice bag. There were 4 bags in total, all sealed tightly. This is for Lele and Little Bear as mini food. 1 bag gives 5 points, so 4 bags are 20 points. That's your reward. Lele happily put the mini rice bags into her cloth bag and even gave one to Little Bear. Here, Little Bear. When we go home, Suching Mom will help you cook mini rice so you can taste wuchang rice too. At noon, the supply team returned fully loaded, 12 heating pipes, 600 points, 3 sets of temperature-controlled water tanks, 600 points, 8 bags of wuchang rice, 240 points, 4 barrels of peanut oil, 200 points, for mini rice bags, 20 points, 20 small sealing rings, 40 points, and 10 copper screws, 30 points. The total points were 1730. Zhao Lei carried 2 large rice bags and a box of heating pipes, his shoulders slightly lowered, but walking steadily. Chun Mo carried the temperature control units and peanut oil. Shaolin held the remaining rice bags. Lele jumped happily behind, clutching the mini pressure valve. As they entered the yard, Lin Wanji came over, holding the points ledger and a calculator. She had a drawing showing each person's debt. How's it going? Did you gather all the materials for the upgrade? Lin Wanji asked eagerly. Chun Mo handed over the supply list, pointing to the 600 points heating pipe. We not only got the oven and water supply materials but also found rice and peanut oil. We can pay off some debts, and everyone can share different main foods in the future. Zhao Lei wiped sweat from his forehead and smiled. This time, the points are even higher than yesterday. We can reduce at least 2 people's debts to below minus 9,500. Maybe Shaolin can settle his account first. Su Qing heard the noise and came out of the kitchen, holding a spatula with some egg mixture on it. Wash your hands quickly and come to eat. I made egg fried rice with yesterday's luncheon meat and the new rice, and I also fried some frozen fish pieces. You'll love it. Su Qing smiled and led everyone to the dining room. Walking into the kitchen, a strong and pleasant smell fills the air. The fried rice in the wok is steaming, with clear grains coated in golden egg and added crunchy cucumber pieces and luncheon meat. Next to it, a plate of fried fish fillets is crispy outside and tender inside, sprinkled with black pepper, making it look very appetizing. In a small clay pot, millet porridge is thick and sticky, with a light rice aroma floating around. Everyone sits around the new dining table. Su Qing serves each person a bowl of fried rice, giving Lele a small half bowl with a little less black pepper. Lele, this fried rice is a bit salty. Try a bite first. If it's too salty, I'll get you a bowl of porridge, she says. Lele scoops a spoonful, blows on it, then puts it in her mouth. Not salty. Delicious. Better than bread. Little Bear, you try too. She places her plush toy bear on her lap, scoops some rice with a small spoon, and pretends to feed it to the bear. After eating, Lin Wanji places the points record book and calculator on the table and begins calculating points. We follow the previous rules. Material points are based on contribution. Moving heavy supplies earns more points, and technical tasks also earn more. Daily tasks are counted separately, and rent is deducted at the end, she explains while using the calculator. The points pool originally had 5,864 points. After adding the 1,730 points from new finds, it now has 7,594 points. She first calculates Zhao Lei's points. Zhao Lei, you moved 12 heating pipes, 8 bags of rice for barrels of cooking oil, and handled 1 zombie. Material contribution points are 300 heating pipes, 240 rice, 200 oil, 50 zombie, equals 790. Daily tasks included building chicken coop fences and feeding chickens, earning 40 points. Total points earned are 830. After deducting rent of 588 points, 49 by 12, your balance changed from minus 9,999 to minus 9,999, 830 minus 588 is equal to minus 9,757. That's 242 points recovered from yesterday. Xiaolei looks at the points record book and smiles. Not bad. If I find more, I can pay off the debt to below minus 9,500, getting closer to breaking even. Next, she calculates Chunmo's points. Chunmo, you identified heating pipes and temperature control components using a multimeter and sorted supplies. Your material contribution points are 600 identifying heating pipes, 600 temperature control components, 100 testing, equals 1,300. Daily tasks include debugging the oven motor and checking circuits, earning 60 points. Total points earned, 1,360. After deducting rent of 588, the remaining balance changed from minus 9,709 to minus 9,709. 1,360 minus 588 is equal to minus 8,937. We recovered 772 points. Chunmo was surprised and picked up the ledger, pointing at the number, -8937. That many? If I find it again, I can reduce my debt to below minus 8,500. Maybe by the end of the month, I can settle it. Next was Xiaolin's turn. Xiaolin, you packed all the supplies, moved small accessories, and picked mini rice bags. The contribution points are 300 packing, 100 small accessories, 20 mini rice bags, equals 420. Daily tasks include washing accessories and cleaning shelves, which give 30 points. Total points earned, 450. After deducting rent of 324, 27 by 12, the balance changed from minus 5,573 to minus 5,573. 450 minus 324 is equal to minus 5,447. We recovered 126 points. Xiaolin picked up a pen and drew a smiley face next to his name on the points ledger. Almost there. If I find it 2 more times, I can reduce my debt to below minus 5,000. Then I can save more points to help upgrade the equipment. Finally, Leilei's turn. Leilei, you help with detection, picked small accessories, and found mini rice bags. The contribution points are 50, detection, 40, small accessories, 20, mini rice bags, equals 110. Daily tasks include feeding the little bear and setting the table, which give 40 points. Total points earned, 150. My total points went from 985 to 985. 150 is equal to 1,135. Leilei happily jumped up. I have over 1,000 points now. Sister Wanji, can you make a new dress for the little bear? Lin Wanji patted her head. Yes. Tomorrow, we'll go to the ruins to find a pink cloth and make the prettiest dress for the little bear. Lin Wanji placed the updated points ledger on the table. The red negative number was much lighter than yesterday. This time, the supplies we found are worth 1,730 points. Everyone's debts were mostly recovered, totaling 1,140 points. Chunmo's debt decreased by over 700 points. If we find it 2 more times, Chunmo might settle his account first. Then we can safely upgrade the oven and the constant temperature water supply. Chunmo picked up a 304 heating tube, turned it in his hand. This heating tube can be installed tomorrow. After installation, we can roast crispy and tender chicken wings and bake bread. It will be twice as fast as the current oven and heat evenly. He also picked up a set of temperature control components. This part can be installed in room 101 tomorrow. Sister Suching won't have to wait for hot water when washing ingredients, and in winter, she can use warm water anytime. Old Zhou walked in from a yard, holding 2 freshly collected eggs. The eggshells were light brown and still warm. Today, the mother hen laid 2 eggs. Tonight, I'll make egg custard for everyone, seasoned with the new peanut oil. It will be very fragrant. He also showed everyone a simple shelf he made from leftover pinewood sticks. I made this shelf to hold a lot of sheets and blankets, so it will be easier to accommodate guests in the future. In the evening, the sunset painted the apartment windows a warm golden color. The small bedside lamp in room 202 was on, with fresh sheets on the bed. The simple shelf held neatly folded blankets. The toolbox and rice bag in the living room were arranged tidily, with the heating pipe and temperature control components shining silver. In the kitchen, the remaining fried rice in the wok was steaming, filling the apartment with a delicious aroma. The refrigerator's indicator light was on, and the new peanut oil and frozen foods sat quietly, ready to be turned into warm meals. Near the chicken coop in the yard, the mother hen had settled down, occasionally making soft cluck sounds. Lin Wanji leaned against the balcony door, feeling the evening breeze carrying the scent of fried rice and rice aroma, gentle like a mother's touch. Tuo Tuo's voice softly echoed in her mind. Host, after this resource collection, the apartment's points pool is full. The debt has decreased by 1,140 points. I detected an abandoned spice shop 2 kilometers south, with cinnamon, bay leaves, dried chili peppers, and a bottle of cooking wine inside. Tomorrow I'll check it out. It can add flavor to new dishes and help marinate meat to remove the gamey smell. Lin Wanji took out her phone, noted the spice shop's location, and drew a small chili icon nearby.
Great.
Tomorrow, Zhao Lei and Xiao Lin will go to the spice shop. Chun Mo will stay behind to install the oven and temperature control components. We want everyone to use the new equipment as soon as possible and enjoy tastier meals. Lele ran over holding a teddy bear, tugging at Lin Wanji's sleeve. Sister Wanji, when you install the oven tomorrow, can you let Little Bear see? It wants to watch its little oven and the big oven become even more awesome together. Lin Wanji crouched down, patted her head, and smiled. Sure, let Little Bear sit nearby. We'll install new heating tubes in the big oven to make it even more powerful. The evening breeze continued to, passing over the restaurant's point ledger, the metallic shine of the toolbox, and the lights in room 202. This once lonely small building is gradually becoming the safest harbor in the end times, thanks to abundant supplies, reduced debts, and friends' hopes. Here, debts are decreasing, confidence is growing, warm meals are prepared, children's laughter fills the air, and Little Bear dreams of baking. There is also a bright outlook for the future. As the spice shop calls, new stories quietly unfold in the gentle night. Morning sunlight just touches the wall of Building A like a warm amber, gently wrapping around the stove in the kitchen. Lin Wanji's finger traces the red number, -8937, on the debt record, and she smiles. After paying back 1140 points yesterday, Chenmo's debt is now less than 900, and Zhao Lei is close to -9,500. If we find some high-value supplies, maybe someone will clear their debt this week. She marks the locations of the fresh and fragrant spice shop and the winter frozen goods store on a piece of paper. The morning light dances over the words needed: cinnamon/bay, leaves/frozen chicken wings/frozen ribs. The spices are essential for Su Qing's new dishes, and the frozen goods can be stored until winter, both valuable for earning points and helping everyone reduce their debts. Su Qing is trying out a new dish at the counter. The ribs simmering with dried tofu give off a light aroma, but she feels it lacks depth. If only I had cinnamon and bay leaves, the flavor would double with a little addition. The cooking wine is almost gone. It's essential for removing the fishy smell from the marinated meat. Without it, the dish won't turn out right. She tastes a spoonful of soup, frowning slightly. The peanut oil I found yesterday smells good, but without spices, even the best ingredients can't bring out the flavor. Chun Mo has just installed half of the new heating pipe in the oven, holding a wrench. Hearing Su Qing, he stops and says, "I'll go to the spice shop. I remember the spices from fixing equipment before. Cinnamon should have thick bark, and bay leaves need to smell spicy and fresh, no moldy ones. Those are worth less. I can also tell good frozen meat from bad, unthawed, and intact packaging means better quality. No waste of points." He puts the wrench into the toolbox. "Since I still have some time before finishing the heating pipe, I'll go get the supplies first. Tonight, I can cook with the new spices." Zhao Lei just changed the water in the chicken coop. The metal kettle in his hand still steams slightly. "I'll team up with you. The spice box at the shop is heavy. I can carry 2 boxes at once. The meat boxes at the frozen food store are heavier." We too are quickly lifting them, trying to move more. Today, Chun Mo will settle the bill first. He patted his arm muscles, full of energy. Lele carried a pink cloth bag and ran over with a thud 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 sound. Inside the bag was a small bear plush toy holding a tiny cinnamon model, carved from tree bark and dyed brown. She held a freshly baked cumin bread, tested with a new heating pipe, crispy outside and tender inside. Uncle Chinimo, Uncle Xiaolei, I want to go too. I can watch the metal detector for you and pick small packets of seasonings, she said, holding the bread up to Su Qing, her face full of hope. Mommy Su Qing, I found a little cinnamon. Will you stew a mini meat for the little bear? Old Zhou took out a spice identification manual and a thermal bag from the storage room. Bring this. For cinnamon, check if there's oil on the cross-section. More oil means more aroma. The frozen items should be wrapped tightly in the thermal bag. Don't let them melt. If they melt and freeze again, the meat will be tough. He also taught Lele how to recognize bay leaves. Good leaves have undamaged edges and dark green color. Yellowed ones are no good. They lose their scent, understand? Lele nodded, clutching the mini cinnamon model tightly, as if it were a treasure. The division of work was quickly decided. Xiaolei, Chinmo, Old Zhou, and Lele formed the winter storage team. Xiaolei was responsible for heavy lifting and handling zombies along the way. He brought a non-slip iron stick. Chun Mo checked the quality of seasonings and frozen goods, carrying a spice manual. Old Zhou sorted and categorized the supplies, placing the good items separately. Lele assisted with detection and picking small spices or mini frozen items, switching her waterproof cloth pouch for a thermal one, specifically for her. Little Bear supplies. Lin Wanji, Su Qing, and Xiao Lin stayed in the apartment. Lin Wanji continued to set up the oven and update the points ledger. Su Qing prepared dinner, waiting to stew meat with new seasonings. Xiao Lin organized yesterday's grains and oils, placing them on the storage shelf in room 202 according to expiration dates. The winter storage team set out along the southern path. Zhao Lei led at the front, the metal detector in his hand beeping softly, as if responding to the wild grass by the roadside. A faint spicy scent mixed with the cold air from the frozen food store, growing stronger as they approached. Lele couldn't help but hold her bag tighter, the plush bear's fur pressed against her face warm. She paused now and then, squatting by the roadside to pick a small purple wildflower, pinning it behind the bear's ear, or picking a smooth pebble to decorate the storage shelf in room 202. After walking for about 25 minutes, Lele suddenly stopped. Her detector beeped rapidly, and the red light kept flashing.
Umklechen Montag.
The light is red. There must be spices ahead. Is it a spice shop? Everyone looked in the direction she pointed. In the middle of the ruins, there was indeed a small dark brown shop. A wooden sign hanging outside read, Fresh Fragrant Spice Shop. Although the paint was peeling, the words, fresh fragrant, were still clear. Inside the display window, neatly arranged spice jars could be seen, some labeled cinnamon and bay leaves. Nearby was a frozen food store with a white building, where sealed boxes of frozen meat were stacked outside, with labels like chicken wings and ribs faintly visible. Be careful of zombies. Lele, stand behind me. Zhao Lei clenched his iron rod and slowly approached the spice shop. A zombie wearing a gray apron was lying on top of a spice box, clutching a torn cinnamon bag. Its skin was wrinkled like dried bark, moving slowly enough that even raising its hand was difficult. It probably had lost its sense of smell after long exposure to spices and didn't react to nearby people. Zhao Lei circled behind the zombie quietly, like a cat. When it was still, he struck at the back of the head with the iron rod. With a muffled bang, the zombie fell over with a thud, and the cinnamon spilled everywhere. Lele quickly squatted down, picked up a whole piece, and wiped off the dust. Uncle Chun Mo, this cinnamon has oil spots. Is it good? Little Bear said it smells really nice. Inside the spice shop, a strong spicy aroma hit them, much warmer than outside. The shelves were neatly organized with spices sorted by type. Chun Mo squatted down, picked up a packet of cinnamon, and ran his finger over the cut surface. The oil spots were clearly visible. This is it. Thick skin and lots of oil. One piece can stew 3 pots of meat. One bag gives 20 points. There are 30 bags in this box. That's 600 points. He also found vacuum-packed bay leaves, dried chili peppers, and bottles of oyster sauce and soy sauce. A pack of bay leaves costs 15 points, dried chili peppers 10 points, a bottle of oyster sauce 25 points, and soy sauce 20 points. We found 20 packs of bay leaves, 15 packs of chili, 8 bottles of oyster sauce, and 10 bottles of soy sauce. That's a lot of points. Old Joe helped pick out the spoiled spices and threw them away. The good ones were packed into cloth bags. We only take the good ones. Wasting points isn't just a problem, it can also ruin the taste of the dishes. If Su Qing uses spoiled spices for her stew, it would be a shame. Lele followed Old Joe's actions and picked small packages of spices from the corner of the shelf, mini cinnamon, mini bay leaves, and small bottles of cooking wine. She put these into a thermal cloth bag and occasionally showed one to Uncle Chinemo, saying, "Uncle Chinemo, is this mini cooking wine useful?" Little Bear also wants to use it to marinate meat. After leaving the spice shop, everyone went to the frozen goods store for winter storage. The freezer door was slightly open and cold air drifted out. Lele couldn't help but shiver, so Old Joe quickly took off his coat and wrapped it around her. The frozen meat shelves were neatly arranged. Zhao Lei walked over, picked up a box of frozen chicken wings, and looked at the defrosting label on the packaging, never frozen before. Produced 1 month before the end of the world, with a shelf life of 12 months. Each box weighs 10 jin and can be exchanged for 50 points. I can carry 2 boxes at once. He lifted 2 boxes of frozen chicken wings and put them into a thermal bag. No fresh meat in winter, only these frozen goods. Stocking up now will last until next spring. Chinemo stopped at the frozen rib section, picked up a box of frozen ribs, and examined it. Rib stew with corn smells great. 1 box weighs 8 jin and can be exchanged for 45 points. 12 boxes would be 540 points. There are also frozen fish fillets. 1 box weighs 6 jin and can be exchanged for 35 points. 8 boxes total 280 points. Perfect for Su Qing to fry fish fillets. Lele was crouched under the frozen goods shelf. Her detector beeped, showing a green light. She was about to stand up when she saw a tiny frozen meat box hidden underneath. 100 grams of frozen chicken wings with a cartoon bear pattern on the box. Uncle Zhao Lei, I see the little chicken wings. I can't reach it. Zhao Lei came over, bent down, and helped her take out the box. There were 6 boxes in total, all unfrozen. This is for Lele and Little Bear to have as mini winter storage meat. 1 box can be exchanged for 5 points. 6 boxes total 30 points. Your contribution. Lele happily put the mini frozen meat box into her bag and even hugged one for Little Bear. Little Bear, this is for you. We'll eat mini chicken wings together in winter. At noon, the winter supplies team returned fully loaded. 30 packs of cinnamon, 600 points, 20 packs of bay leaves, 300 points, 15 packs of dried chili peppers, 150 points, 8 bottles of oyster sauce, 200 points, 10 bottles of soy sauce, 200 points, 12 boxes of frozen chicken wings, 600 points, 12 boxes of frozen ribs, 540 points, 8 boxes of frozen fish fillets, 280 points, and 6 boxes of mini frozen chicken wings, 30 points. The total points reached 2,900. Zhao Lei carried 2 boxes of frozen chicken wings and 1 box of cinnamon, his shoulders slightly lowered but walking steadily. Chinemo carried the oyster sauce and soy sauce. Zhouge held the frozen ribs, and Lele happily jumped along behind, clutching the mini cinnamon. As soon as they entered the yard, Lin Wanji came forward, holding the points ledger and a calculator. The new heating element for the oven was already installed, and the standby light was on. How much good stuff did you find? Lin Wanji asked eagerly. Chun Mo handed over the shopping list, pointing to the cinnamon item worth 600 points. Not only did we gather the seasonings Su Qing wanted, but we also stocked enough frozen food to last through the winter. The points are even higher than yesterday. Chun Mo's account should be about half paid off. Zhao Lei wiped sweat from his forehead and smiled. This time, Chun Mo's debt could drop below minus 8,000 points, and Zhao Lei is close to minus 9,000. We're getting closer to clearing the account. Su Qing heard the voices and ran out of the kitchen, holding a stew pot. Her eyes were full of hope. Hurry up and give me the cinnamon and bay leaves. I'm going to stew ribs now, and tonight we'll have dishes made with the new seasonings. She took the cinnamon from Chinemo, broke off a small piece, and put it into the stew pot. Instantly, a rich, spicy aroma filled the yard. Lele sniffed and sneezed happily. It smells so good. Much better than yesterday's soup. Little bear, do you smell it? When everyone sat around the new dining table, the cinnamon ribs in the pot were ready. The ribs were tender and falling off the bone, and the dried bean curd soaked up the fragrant broth. A sprinkle of green scallions decorated the top. On a nearby plate, Su Qing had also made crispy fish using the frozen fish fillets she found. It was crispy outside and tender inside, dipped in soy sauce, making everyone drool. The small porridge in the tiny pot was thick and sticky, with a faint rice aroma. After eating, Lin Wanji placed the points ledger and calculator on the table and began to tally the points. The points pool originally had 7,594 points. After adding the newly found 2,900 points, it now has 10,494, she said happily while pressing the calculator. First, she calculated Chinmo's points. Chinemo, you identified all the spices and frozen foods and guided the sorting. Your contribution is 600 points for cinnamon identification, 300 for bay leaves and chili, 200 for oyster sauce and soy sauce, 600 for frozen chicken wings, and 540 for frozen ribs, totaling 2,240 points. Your daily tasks include installing heating pipes and checking circuits, which give 50 points. Total points earned are 2,290. After deducting rent of 588 points, 49 by 12, your balance changed from minus 8,937 to minus 8,937. 2,290 minus 588 is equal to minus 7,235. That's 1,702 points recovered from yesterday. Chinemo picked up the points ledger, his finger repeatedly tracing the -7, 235 number, his eyes shining like stars. So many? If I find a few more, my debt will drop below 6,000, and I can settle the account by the end of the month. Next, he calculated Zhao Lei's points. Zhao Lei, you moved 30 bags of cinnamon, 12 boxes of frozen chicken wings, 12 boxes of frozen ribs, and handled one zombie. Your contribution is 600 points for cinnamon, 600 for frozen chicken wings, 540 for frozen ribs, and 50 for the zombie, totaling 1,790 points. Your daily tasks include feeding the chickens and changing the warm water, which gives 30 points. Total points earned are 1,820. After deducting rent of 588 points, your balance changed from minus 9,757 to minus 9,757. 1,820 minus 588 is equal to minus 8,525. You recovered 1,232 points. Zhao Lei patted Chinemo on the shoulder and said with a smile, "You're close to settling your account." "I'm not far behind. Just a couple more fines and I'll catch up." Then Old Joe spoke. "Old Joe, you sorted spices, categorized frozen foods, and took care of Lele. Your contribution is 300 points for sorting spices, 280 for frozen fish, and 50 for caring for Lele, totaling 630 points. Your daily tasks include looking after the chickens and drying goods, which give 40 points. Total points earned are 670. After deducting rent of 300 points, 25 by 12, your balance changed from minus 5,270 to minus 5,270. 670 minus 300 is equal to minus 4,900. You recovered 370 points. Old Joe nodded, looked at the ledger, and said, "Almost there. If I find a batch of dried goods, my debt will decrease quite a bit." Finally, Lele said, "Lele, you helped detect and pick mini spices and frozen items and handed things to Lao Zhou. Your contribution points are 50, detection, 30, mini frozen chicken wings, 20, handing things, equals 100. Your daily tasks are feeding the little bear and setting the table, which earns 35 points. Total points earned today are 135, so your total points go from 1135 to 1135. 135 is equal to 1,270. Lele happily jumped up, hugging her little bear plush and spinning around. I have over 1,200 points now. Sister Wanji, tomorrow I can make a new dress for the little bear, right? Lin Wanji patted her head.
Yes.
Tomorrow, we'll go to the ruins to find a pink cloth and make the prettiest dress for the little bear. Lin Wanji placed the updated points ledger on the table. The red negative number was much lighter than yesterday. This time, the materials we found are worth 2,900 points. Everyone's debts total 3,334 points, and Chen Mo is close to minus 7,000. If we find more, maybe someone will settle their account first. Chen Mo walked to the oven, pressed the start button. The new heating element glowed with a warm yellow light. Tomorrow, we can bake chicken wings with the new oven. With the cinnamon and bay leaves we found today, the smell will fill the yard. Su Qing was tidying up the kitchen, holding the new oyster sauce. Tomorrow, we'll stir-fry some greens with oyster sauce and marinate the meat with soy sauce. Let everyone taste the new flavors. In the evening, the sunset painted the apartment windows with a warm golden hue. The small desk lamp in room 202 was on, and the shelves were neatly arranged with grains, oils, and frozen items. The oven in the living room was on standby, with the new heating tube glowing softly. In the kitchen, the remaining cinnamon ribs in the clay pot were steaming, filling the apartment with a fragrant aroma. Near the chicken coop in the yard, the hens had settled down, occasionally making soft, cluck sounds. Lin Wanji leaned against the balcony door. The evening breeze carried the spicy scent of cinnamon and the aroma of ribs, gentle like a mother's touch. Tao Tao's voice softly echoed in her mind. Host, after this batch of supplies, the apartment's points pool is well stocked, and the debt has decreased by 34 points. I scanned and found an abandoned baking supplies store 2.5 kilometers to the east, with high-gluten flour, butter, and chocolate inside. Tomorrow we should check it out. We can make desserts for everyone and earn a lot of points. Lin Wanji took out her phone, noted down the location of the bakery, and drew a small cake icon nearby. Great, tomorrow Zhao Lei and Xiaolin will go to the bakery. Chen Mo will stay behind to bake new chicken wings. Hopefully, everyone can enjoy some dessert tomorrow. Lele ran over holding her teddy bear, tugging at Lin Wanji's sleeve. Sister Wanji, when you bake the chicken wings tomorrow, can you let the teddy bear have a taste too? It smelled the cinnamon today, and must want to eat. Lin Wanji crouched down, patted her head, and smiled. Sure, let the teddy bear sit next to the oven. I'll feed it the first bite of chicken wing. The evening breeze continued to, passing over the restaurant's ledger, the warm glow of the oven, and into room 202. This once lonely small building was gradually becoming a safe harbor in the end times, filled with supplies, reduced debts, cheerful friends, warm meals, children's laughter, the teddy bears, spiced chicken wing dream, and a firm hope for the future. As the bakery called out, new stories quietly unfolded in the gentle night. Early morning sunlight just touched the wall of Building A, like a layer of warm sugar frosting gently wrapping around the new blinds of room 201. Lin Wanji was kneeling at the door, cleaning the floor, her fingertips brushing the anti-slip mat laid yesterday. Suddenly, she heard a faint knocking outside the yard. Is anyone there? I'm a wanderer. Can I stay for one night? The voice was a little hoarse, with a slight cough. She stood up and opened the yard gate. Outside stood a girl in a blue jacket, carrying an old canvas bag, clutching a rusty bread knife, her hair a bit messy, but her eyes bright. My name is Fong Xiao. I used to work at a bakery in the West. The supplies there ran out, and I walked for 3 days to get here. Can I stay? I can make bread and repair ovens. No pay, just work to pay rent. Lele ran over carrying a pink cloth bag, inside which was her teddy bear holding a mini cinnamon stick, looking up at Fong Xiao with a small face. Sister Xiao, can you make bread? Like Uncle Chen Mo baked yesterday, crispy outside and tender inside? Teddy also wants to eat. Su Qing heard the voices, coming out of the kitchen with a pot of millet porridge she had just cooked. The aroma filled the yard. "Come in quickly. Have a hot bowl of porridge to warm up. Room 201 has been cleaned, with a new bed and storage shelves. It's very comfortable to stay." She handed porridge to Feng Xiao and said, "From now on, we are family. No need to be polite. Just work to pay rent. The apartment has a point system. More work earns more points, which can be saved up to exchange for supplies." Lin Wanji took out the exchange device and checked the information for room 201.
201 is a spare bedroom.
The rent is 34 points per hour. It has its own electrical box and shutters. The new mattress has just been replaced. If you stay, you can get everything ready today. We also need someone who can bake bread, so breakfast will be more varied. Feng Xiao took the porridge, his eyes a little teary. He took a sip, feeling warmth spread in his stomach. "Thank you all. I will work hard. Tomorrow, I'll help fix the oven and bake bread. I won't slack off." The tasks were quickly assigned. Lin Wanji, Su Qing, and Feng Xiao would stay in the apartment. Lin Wanji would help Feng Xiao organize room 201, putting on new sheets and setting up storage shelves. Su Qing would teach Feng Xiao about the point system and prepare supplies and dry food. Feng Xiao would help clean the yard and feed the chickens. Zhao Lei, Chen Emo, Xiao Lin, and Lei Lei formed the baking supplies team. Zhao Lei would handle heavy lifting and zombie handling. Chen Emo would check the quality of baking ingredients, making sure they weren't damp or expired. Xiao Lin would sort and pack, and Lei Lei would assist with detection and gather small ingredient packs. Once both teams finished their tasks, they would make desserts with the new ingredients to welcome Feng Xiao. Before leaving, Su Qing was busy at the kitchen counter. The cinnamon ribs wrapped in oil paper were steaming, and marinated tofu was neatly arranged in a small bamboo basket. She packed these along with 2 bottles of mint water with rock sugar into a canvas bag. Once the chocolate melts, it can't be used. Be careful to keep it out of the light when you move it. When you see small packs of butter, remember to leave too. Feng Xiao and I will try new bread recipes tomorrow. Lei Lei came over, and Su Qing helped her put a mini bear-shaped bread mold into the side pocket of the bag. She accidentally brushed some cinnamon crumbs from the doll's plush fur with her fingertips. The baking supplies team set off along the eastern path. Zhao Lei led the way, with his metal detector making soft beeping sounds. A faint smell of wheat and chocolate filled the air as they walked closer. The scent grew stronger. Lei Lei stopped now and then, picking a wildflower from the roadside to pin on the bear's ear, or collecting a smooth little stone to give Feng Xiao as a welcome gift. After about 30 minutes, Lei Lei suddenly stopped. Her detector was beeping rapidly, with flashing red lights. "Uncle Chinemo, the lights are red. There must be a big bag of flour ahead. Is it a bakery?" Everyone looked in the direction she pointed. Sure enough, in the middle of the ruins, there was a small beige building. A wooden sign hanging at the door read, "Sweet Honey Bakery." Although the paint was peeling, the words, "bakery," were still clear. Inside the display window, neatly stacked flour bags could be seen, and in the glass cabinet nearby, there were packages of butter and chocolate. Outside the door, a cartoon bread model tilted to one side. Lei Lei ran over immediately, touching the whipped cream on top of the model. "Little bear, look. Such a big bread. Should we find a small bread too? Be careful of the zombies." "Lei Lei, stand behind me." Zhao Lei clenched his iron rod and slowly approached the bakery door. A zombie dressed in a white baker's uniform was lying on top of a box of ingredients, clutching a torn flour bag, with flour spilled all over the ground. Its skin was wrinkled like dried dough, moving slowly and struggling even to lift its hand. Zhao Lei circled behind the zombie, walking quietly like a cat. When it didn't notice, he quickly swung his iron rod and struck at the back of the head, thud. The zombie collapsed with a loud crash, and the flour bag rolled to Lei Lei's feet. She quickly crouched down, tying the bag's opening tightly with her small hands. "Uncle Chinemo, this flour isn't damp. Can we make bread?" Little Bear also wants to help knead the dough. Entering the bakery, a strong, sweet smell hit them, much warmer than outside. The shelves were neatly arranged with baking ingredients, sorted by type. Chun and Mo squatted down, picked up a bag of high-gluten flour, and squeezed it. The grains were loose and free of lumps, produced 2 months before the end of the world, with a shelf life of 6 months. It's dry, and 1 bag weighs 5 kilograms. It can be exchanged for 40 points. There are 10 bags in this box. That's 400 points. He also found vacuum-packed butter, block-shaped chocolate, and small bags of yeast powder on the lower shelves. A 200g block of butter can be exchanged for 15 points, so 20 blocks are 300 points. A 100g chocolate bar can be exchanged for 20 points, so 15 bars are 300 points. A 5g bag of yeast powder can be exchanged for 5 points, so 30 bags are 150 points. Perfect for making bread. Shaolin immediately took out cloth bags labeled flour, butter, and chocolate and sorted the ingredients into them. He also pulled out a marker from his pocket and wrote on the bags, high-gluten flour times 10, butter times 20, chocolate times 15. This way, when we go to exchange points later, we won't need to count the items again, saving time. Lele followed Shaolin's actions, picking small packets of yeast and mini chocolate bars from the corner of the shelf. He put them into a waterproof pouch at his waist and occasionally showed one to Uncle Chinemo, asking, "Uncle Chinemo, can we use this mini chocolate to make small cakes for Sister Fengxiao?" Little Bear also wants to try. When leaving the bakery store, Xiaolei carried 2 boxes of high-gluten flour. Chinemo held butter and chocolate. Shaolin carried the yeast powder, and Lele happily jumped along behind, clutching a mini chocolate bar. At noon, the baking supplies team returned fully loaded, 10 bags of high-gluten flour, 400 points, 20 pieces of butter, 300 points, 15 pieces of chocolate, 300 points, 30 bags of yeast powder, 150 points, 10 boxes of mini cake mix, 100 points, and 5 bags of coconut flakes, 50 points. The total points reached 1,300. As soon as they entered the yard, they saw that room 201 had been tidied up. The new sheets were spread smoothly, the light blue pillowcases looked clean, and on the shelves were Feng Zhao's canvas bag and bread knife. Feng Zhao was helping Su Qing feed the chickens, skillfully swinging the feed scoop, and the hens clucked happily, coming close and feeling very friendly. "We're back. We found a lot of baking ingredients, and tonight we can make chocolate cake." Zhao Lei placed the flour box at the kitchen door, his voice full of joy. Feng Zhao came over, her eyes bright when she saw the ingredients piled on the ground. "These flours and butter are good quality. Tomorrow I'll make chocolate bread and coconut cookies for everyone. They'll be delicious." Su Qing also came over, picked up a piece of butter, sniffed it, and smiled. "This butter smells great. Adding it to the dough tomorrow will make the bread softer than before." At dinner, Su Qing made chocolate custard with the newly found chocolate. The custard was rich, sweet but not greasy. Feng Zhao helped bake a simple flour cake, sprinkled with coconut flakes, which was fragrant and soft. Everyone sat around the new dining table. Feng Zhao held a hot piece of the flour cake, took a bite, and her eyes welled up with tears. "It's been a long time since I've had something this delicious. Thank you all for taking me in. I'll work hard and make more tasty food for everyone in the future." Su Qing added a spoonful of custard for her, saying, "Let's study new recipes together. With these ingredients, our breakfast can be different every day." After dinner, Lin Wanji placed the points ledger and calculator on the table and started calculating points. The points pool originally had 10,494 points. With the new 1,300 points, we now have 11,794 points. She spoke while pressing the calculator, her voice full of happiness. First, she calculated Chinmo's points. "Chinmo, you identified all baking ingredients and helped with packing. Your contribution points are 400 flour, 300 butter, 300 chocolate, 150 yeast, equals 1,150. Your daily tasks are checking circuits and repairing tools, worth 50 points. Total points earned are 1,200. After deducting rent of 588, 49 by 12, your balance changed from minus 7,235 to minus 7,235. 1,200 minus 588 is equal to minus 6,623. That's 612 points more than yesterday. Chinemo picked up the points record book, his finger passing over the -6623 number, and a smile appeared on his face. If I find 2 more times, I can reduce my debt to below -5,000. By the end of the month, I'll be able to settle everything. Next, he calculated Zhao Lei's points. Zhao Lei, you moved 10 bags of flour, 20 blocks of butter, and handled 1 zombie. Your contribution points are 400 flour, 300 butter, 50 zombie, equals 750. Your daily tasks are feeding chickens and tidying the yard, worth 30 points. Total points earned are 780. After deducting rent of 588, your balance changed from -8,525 to -8,525. 780 minus 588 is equal to -8,333. You've recovered 192 points. Zhao Lei patted Chinemo on the shoulder. You're close to settling your account. I'm not far behind. Next time, let's find some high-value supplies and clear our debts together. Then, Su Qing spoke. Sister Su Qing, you helped organize room 201, explained the scoring rules to Feng Xiao, prepared supplies for the food team, and made chocolate custard and dinner. Extra services deducted 180 points. Your daily wage is 350. Total points earned are 350. 180 is equal to 530. After deducting rent of 816.68 by 12, your balance changed from -4,840, yesterday's balance, to -4,840. 530 minus 816 is equal to -5,126. That's 126 points more than yesterday. Su Qing looked at the record book, smiled at Feng Xiao, and said, in the future, let's make bread together. Save more points, and we can exchange some nuts for filling to make the bread more nutritious. Feng Xiao nodded. Tomorrow I'll fix the oven. We'll try a new recipe, make more bread, so it can be both dry food and help us earn points. Kobayashi's calculation. Kobayashi, you packed all the ingredients, moved the yeast powder and coconut flakes. The contribution points are 150, yeast powder, 50, coconut flakes, 100, premixed flour, equals 300. Daily tasks include washing ingredient bags and cleaning shelves, earning 30 points. Total points earned are 330. After deducting rent of 324.27 by 12, the balance changes from -5,447 to -5,447. 330 minus 324 is equal to -5,441. We recovered 6 points because this time the work was mainly moving items, with Kobayashi assisting, so the points are slightly fewer. Kobayashi smiled and nodded. It's okay. Next time, I will carry more things to help repay the debt faster. Finally, Leilei's turn. Leilei, you helped detect and pick up mini ingredient packs. Your contribution points are 50, yeast powder, 30, mini chocolates, equals 80. Daily tasks include feeding the little bear and setting the table, earning 35 points. Total points earned are 115. Your total points increased from 1270 to 1385. Leilei happily jumped up, hugging Feng Zhao's arm. Sister Xiao, I have over 1,300 points now. Can I exchange them for a new dress for the little bear? And can you make mini chocolate cakes for us? Feng Xiao patted her head and smiled. Of course. I'll make them for you and the little bear tomorrow, so you can enjoy them. Lin Wanji placed the updated points ledger on the table. The red negative number was much lighter than yesterday. This time, we found baking ingredients worth 1,300 points. Everyone's debts were repaid by a total of 810. Chinemo is getting closer to balancing the accounts. With Feng Xiao helping to make bread, our breakfasts will be more diverse. Feng Xiao looked at the points ledger and said seriously, tomorrow, I'll make extra bread. We can keep some as dry food to bring when we look for supplies next time. I can also fix the oven and make the temperature more accurate, so the bread will be crispier. Sister Su Qing, let's try adding some coconut flakes to the dough tomorrow. It should taste better. Su Qing nodded, already planning the ingredients for tomorrow. In the evening, the sunset painted the apartment windows in warm gold. The small desk lamp in room 201 was on. Feng Zhao's canvas bag sat quietly on the storage shelf. The baking ingredients in the living room were neatly stacked, with flour bags and butter blocks showing a cozy life. In the kitchen, the remaining chocolate custard was steaming, filling the apartment with a sweet aroma. Next to the chicken coop in the yard, the hen has quieted down, occasionally making soft, cluck sounds. Lin Wanji leans against the balcony door. The evening breeze carries the sweet scent of chocolate and the aroma of bread, gentle like a mother's touch. Tao Tao's voice softly echoes in her mind. Host, after the new tenant Fong Xiao moves in, the apartment team functions better. I scanned and found an abandoned nut shop 3 kilometers south, which has walnuts, almonds, and cashews, high-value supplies. They can be used as fillings for bread. Let's check it out tomorrow to help reduce everyone's debts. Lin Wanji takes out her phone, notes down the nut shop's location, and draws a small walnut icon nearby. Great. Tomorrow, Zhao Lei, Chen Mo, and Fong Xiao will go together. Fong Xiao can tell if the nuts are fresh, which will help her get familiar with the area. We want Chen Mo to settle his debts quickly. Sister Su Qing, let's save some flour for tomorrow so we can make nut bread once they bring back the nuts. Su Qing smiles and replies, no problem. I'll send the dough early tomorrow morning. When the nuts come back, we can add them right away. Lele, holding a teddy bear, pulls Fong Xiao's hand and runs over. Big Sister Xiao, can we go to the nut shop tomorrow? Let's find a little walnut and make walnut bread for the teddy bear so it can taste the nutty flavor. Fong Xiao kneels down, pats Lele's head and smiles. Sure. Let's find the best walnuts and make the tastiest walnut bread for the teddy bear. The evening breeze continues to, passing over the restaurant's points ledger, the desk lamp at 201, and the baking ingredients in the kitchen. This once lonely small building is slowly transforming into the warmest home in the apocalypse, filled with decreasing debts, abundant sweet supplies, hot meals, children's laughter, new friends' hopes, and a bright outlook for the future. As the nut shop calls, new stories quietly unfold in the gentle night. Morning sunlight first touches the wall of Building A, like a warm amber glow spilling through the restaurant's window frames, gently wrapping around the rolled edges of the Level 2 recipe book. Su Qing's fingertips glide over the words, chocolate steamed milk, on the recipe, and her finger brushes past Lele's small watermelon doodle, drawn last night by Fong Xiao. The coconut pastry she made was fragrant and sweet, but after the third bite, it felt a bit less chewy. When simmering pork ribs, she wanted to add tomatoes for extra flavor. She searched the storage shelf but only found an empty bottle of tomato sauce, with some dark red residue at the bottom. It would be nice to add some nutty snacks and hot soup, she thought as she threw the empty bottle into the bamboo recycling basket, the glass clinking crisply. Right now, we only have baked goods and basic stews. It's cold outside, so everyone just drinks warm soup without much variety. Our points are accumulating slowly, and Fong Xiao's bread-making skills aren't fully used. Fong Xiao was kneading bread dough at the counter. The white flour on her nose looked like tiny snowflakes. The dough was smooth and shiny in her hands, kneaded with even pressure, showing her experience from the bakery. I used to make walnut bread at the factory, she said, lifting her head and rubbing her nose with the back of her hand, leaving a white mark in the flour. I toasted and crushed the walnuts, mixed them into the dough, and when it baked, the aroma could be smelled from 3 streets away. I also made creamy pumpkin soup. In winter, a bowl warms you from throat to toes. But I lack fresh pumpkins and light cream. The pumpkins I found before went bad. Lin Wanji had just replaced window curtains in room 201 with new light blue ones, made from leftover fabric from an abandoned home textile shop, with a small floral pattern. She took out a silver exchange device, her fingertips touching the cool screen. A light blue task window popped up with a slight vibration. The screen showed, points pool, 11,794, clearly in the morning light, also reflecting Su Qing's sleeve stained with tomato juice. Main task, upgrade public dining, restaurant menu to level 3. Task requirements. 1. Add 5 special dishes, including nutty bread, tomato stew with beef, creamy pumpkin soup, coconut cashew cookies, 5-spice marinated eggs. 2. Create a fall, winter menu, list ingredients and heating times, e.g., Creamy pumpkin soup. 500 g pumpkin puree, 200 milliliters light cream, heat for 8 minutes. 3. Make a level 3 menu display board. Use cardboard as base, with Lele's hand-drawn illustrations, dividing into main dishes, soups, and snacks with colorful labels. Task rewards. 1 600 points, awarded once to the points pool. 2. Level 3 menu package times 1, including new recipe cards waterproof sealed, shopping list prioritized, seasonal eating guide, drink more soup in fall, winter to prevent colds. 3. Added equipment in the kitchen times 2, small blender for pumpkin puree in light blue with child safety lock, and deepened stainless steel braising pot for eggs and meats. Task cost, 313 points, deducted directly from the points pool. Low cost with high benefit, suitable for fall and winter diets, saving 87 points compared to upgrading to level 2. Future changes. The restaurant can offer a variety of meals including seasonal hot soup, nut snacks, braised dishes, increasing the team's cold resistance by 30%, achieving 90% satisfaction, and improving points exchange efficiency by 20%. E.g. Previously 1 point for 10g flour, now 12g. Task description. The level 3 menu supports winter supplies. The blender can make pumpkin puree and soy milk. The braising pot can prepare large batches of braised dishes, laying a good foundation for serving more members later, and can also be used to make children's food for Lele. There's an upgrade task. The restaurant menu can be raised to level 3. Lin Wanji held up the exchange device, her voice full of excitement. Su Qing and Fong Xiao immediately gathered around, and Lele tiptoed to look at the screen. Her teddy bears had blocked the words, braised dish special pot, so she quickly hugged the toy close. Only 313 points needed, with a reward of 600, plus a blender and braising pot. Lin Wanji pointed at the equipment icons on the screen. Now Fong Xiao can make nut bread without cracking walnuts by hand, Su Qing can make pumpkin puree for braised beef, and Zhou doesn't have to worry about overflowing pots when braising eggs. Yes. It must be upgraded. Su Qing immediately put down the empty bottle and traced her finger over the recipe card icon. Just yesterday, Tao Tao found a nut shop in the south. Today, everyone is out gathering supplies. Not only can we get ingredients for the new menu, but we can also help settle debts. Chunmo's debt is almost minus 6,500. Once we find some high-quality goods, it'll go down even more. Fong Xiao also excitedly wiped the flour off her hands and took out a crumpled little notebook, the one used for recording recipes at the bread factory. I know how to tell if nuts are fresh. Walnuts should have hard shells and no holes. If they shake without making noise, the kernels are full. Almonds should be evenly sized. Yellowish ones are old and won't waste points. For light cream, check the packaging, no bulges or leaks, only good ones. We must use it for pumpkin soup, or it won't taste good. The team quickly divided tasks. Everyone split into 2 groups, each equipped with tools and supplies. The nut supply team, Zhao Lei, Chenemo, Fong Xiao, Lele Zhao Lei carried heavy objects and handled zombies along the way. He specially wore durable work pants and tied a solid iron rod to his back with a rope. Cha Nemo was responsible for checking the quality of nuts, operating a metal detector, and he put a nut identification manual into his shirt pocket, with a nut diagram he had drawn earlier inside. Fong Xiao guided the sorting, bringing a fine sieve to remove empty shells and moldy nuts. Lele assisted with detection and collecting mini nut packs, hanging a small cloth pouch at her waist made from an old curtain string, sewn unevenly but very sturdy. Inside, she placed a tiny walnut model made from brown clay, with small holes to mimic the walnut's texture. The spice supply team, Lin Wanji, Su Qing, Old Zhou, Xiao Lin Wanji looked for ketchup and light cream, carrying a thermal bag with an ice pack inside to keep the cream from melting. Su Qing checked the expiration dates of spices, holding a small flashlight to see the labels on the lower shelves. Old Zhou packed and sorted, using an old bamboo basket lined with oil paper, dividing the spices into 3 areas: soup spices, braised spices, and baking spices. Xiao Lin washed and collected used sauce bottles, bringing along Su Qing's homemade dish soap made from soap nuts and baking soda, which is gentle on the hands and effective at cleaning. The two teams agreed to meet at the nut shop entrance at noon and return together to avoid more zombies in the evening. Before leaving, Su Qing was busy in the kitchen. She folded oil paper into triangles, wrapping each coconut pastry tightly and drawing small nut patterns on top for easy recognition. The marinated tofu was stored in a small ceramic jar with a tight lid to prevent leaks. The millet porridge was in a thermos with a picture of a small rabbit, painted with a marker by Lele earlier. Bring 2 more bags of small pastries for the nut team. Su Qing handed the dry food to Zhao Lei. You carry heavy things and get tired. Eat when you're hungry. Don't wait until rest time, or you might get low blood sugar. She also gave Lele a piece of strawberry candy, placing it in the side pocket of her small cloth pouch. When you're tired of finding nuts, eat a piece of candy. Don't compete with the uncles for carrying things. Fang Xiao helped Lele adjust the position of her teddy bear so it could see the outside scenery. Little Bear also helps watch the nuts. When it sees a small walnut, it tells Lele if it's good or not. The two teams set out along the small path to the south, the air carrying a faint nutty smell mixed with the aroma of sauce from a distant spice shop. As they got closer, the scent grew stronger, like a warm sugar coating enveloping everything. The nut group led the way. Zhao Lei's metal detector beeped softly, clear but not loud. The wild grass by the roadside barely reached their ankles, and the morning dew soaked Lele's pants. She was walking a bit slowly, so Zhao Lei simply carried her to a nearby stone, letting her step on it while he followed behind, holding her steady. Uncle Chunemo, is it because the beep is fast that there are big bags of nuts? Lele occasionally pressed her ear close to the detector, her face full of curiosity. Little Bear said it smelled like walnuts, just like the smell of cookies we baked last time. After about 40 minutes of walking, Fang Xiao suddenly stopped and squinted into the distance. She pointed with her finger inside her pocket. That's the sign for Xianfeng Nut Shop. I remember it well. There's a small notch on the left side of the iron sign. Someone scraped it with a truck before. Everyone looked in the direction she pointed. A small gray brick building was hidden behind some withered trees. An old, rusty iron sign hung at the door, with the words Xianfeng Nuts faded but still readable. Inside the yard, a few sealed boxes of nuts were stacked, and a blue plastic sheet fluttered in the wind, puffed up like a soaring bird. At the door, a zombie dressed in brown work clothes was lying down. The shirt had Xianfeng printed on it, but it was so washed out it was hard to read. The zombie held a torn bag of nuts, spilled all over the ground. Its movements were slow, like a rusty robot, unable to lift its head. Lele, stay on the stone behind me. Don't come down. Zhao Lei helped Lele onto a flat stone, then tightly gripped the iron rod on his back. He slowly circled around behind the zombie. First, he crouched down to observe. Seeing no reaction, he stood up quietly, gripping the rod tightly. He aimed at the back of the zombie's head and struck hard. With a muffled bang, that was just right, enough to knock the zombie down without splattering blood or spilling too many nuts on the ground. The zombie plopped to the ground, dropping the torn bag, and stopped moving altogether. Fang Xiao hurried over, squatted down, and picked up a walnut. She gently shook it near her ear but heard no sound. She smiled and handed it to Lele. Listen, if it's silent, it's a good walnut. Quiet like Little Bear sleeping. The nut inside must be full and fresh. She also showed Lele how to tell if a walnut was good. See, this shell has no holes, and it feels rough. That means it's fresh. If there are tiny holes, it's been eaten by bugs, and the nut inside might be spoiled. Lele imitated Fang Xiao, holding a walnut to her ear and shaking it gently. Carefully, she put into her small cloth bag. Little Bear, I'll give this to you as a pillow, soft and comfy. Walking into the nut shop, a strong smell of nuts hit the air, much warmer than outside, with a hint of roasted aroma, probably from before the end of the world. The shelves were neatly arranged with boxes of nuts, some labeled walnuts and almonds. Chinemo used a metal detector and slowly walked along the shelves. When the detector reached the bottom layer, the beeping sped up, and the red light kept flashing. There are hidden nuts here. Fang Xiao quickly crouched down and moved aside the clutter at the bottom. There were a few bags of almonds, vacuum-sealed and intact, with no leaks. She picked up a bag and checked the production date. 2 months before the end of the world, with an 8-month shelf life. Still good to eat, she squeezed the bag, feeling the evenly packed almonds, no clumping. One bag of almonds weighs 500 g and can be exchanged for 35 points. There are 8 bags here, so 280 points. Chinamo also found a few bags of cashews in the corner of the shelf, labeled salt roasted flavor. He opened one and tasted it, moderately salty and fragrant, not damp. These cashews are worth more than walnuts. One bag can be exchanged for 45 points. 6 bags would be 270 points. Lele was lying on the ground and found some mini nut packs at the bottom of the shelf. Each pack was 100 g, with flavors like walnut and almond. She excitedly held one up. Sister Fong Xiao, these small packs. Perfect for little bear. One pack can be exchanged for 5 points. I found 10 packs, so 50 points. Fong Xiao helped her put the mini nut packs into a small cloth bag and tied the strap tightly. Don't drop them. When we get back, we can make mini nut bread for little bear. Meanwhile, the spice group also made a find at the condiment shop. The glass door was broken in half, and the shelves inside were a bit crooked, but still standing. Lin Wanji, wearing old gloves she found in the ruins, carefully opened the fridge. Frost had formed on the surface, and cold air hit her face. She shivered but kept searching carefully, found some fresh cream. She picked up a bottle, checked the packaging, no bulges or leaks. The production date was 1 month before the end of the world, with a 6-month shelf life. A 200 milliliters bottle can be exchanged for 25 points. There are 8 bottles here, so 200 points. She quickly placed the cream into a thermal bag with ice packs, worried it might melt. Sister Su Qing, we need to refrigerate this cream quickly, or it will spoil. Su Qing looked for ketchup on the spice rack. She picked up a bottle, held it up to the sunlight, and checked it. The bottom had no sediment, the label was clear, and the production date was easy to read. This ketchup is thick, no water added. Just 2 spoons when cooking beef stew. One 300 g bottle is worth 20 points. If I find 10 bottles, that's 200 points. She also found a few bottles of oyster sauce, which she hadn't seen before. This oyster sauce makes dishes more flavorful. Just a little in braised eggs, and the aroma doubles. Old Zhou was searching for braising spice packs on the bottom shelf. He found several bags of 5-spice braising mix, all in good condition. The package said, 1 pack can braise 20 eggs. This is perfect for the new recipe for braised eggs. 1 pack is worth 15 points. If I find 5 packs, that's 75 points. Shaolin was nearby, washing recycled sauce bottles with the dish soap Su Qing made. She cleaned the bottles thoroughly and dried them. These bottles can hold new spices. Putting labels on them will make it easier to find what we need. At noon, the 2 groups met at the nut shop entrance. The supplies were piled high like a small mountain. 10 bags of walnuts, 400 points, 8 bags of almonds, 280 points, 6 bags of cashews, 270 points, 10 packs of mini nuts, 50 points, 8 bottles of light cream, 200 points, 10 bottles of ketchup, 200 points, and 5 packs of braising spices, 75 points. The total points reached 1475. Zhao Lei carried 2 boxes of walnuts. The boxes were heavy, and his shoulders sank slightly. Fong Xiao quickly went over to help support the side of the box. Walk slowly, don't drop it. Walnuts breaking would be bad. Su Qing carried a thermal bag with light cream inside and told Lin Wanji, tomorrow, we'll make pumpkin puree. Let Lele try pressing the blender button. She'll love it. Lele held a small teddy bear toy, and her little pouch was full of mini nut packs. She took one out now and then, saying to the teddy, we're going home to make bread. Sister Xiao will teach you how to knead the dough. As they entered the yard, they saw the new kitchen equipment had arrived. A small light blue blender was on the counter. It still smelled new, with a plastic scent. Next to it was a deep stainless steel braising pot, shining brightly and reflecting their images. Fong Xiao put down the bag of almonds and hurried to the counter. She touched the blender's buttons. This has a safety lock. Even Lele can use it without worrying about pinching her fingers. That's great. Su Qing picked up the braising pot and looked at the bottom. This pot is deep enough to cook 20 eggs without overflowing. Old Joe won't need to watch the eggs closely anymore. Everyone didn't have time to rest and started preparing new dishes. Feng Xiao took some flour from the shelf, poured it into a bowl, added warm water, and kneaded it into a smooth dough. Then she sprinkled toasted walnut pieces on top and kneaded evenly. Lele came over, eyes shining. Sister Xiao, I want to knead too. Feng Xiao smiled and gave her a small piece of dough, along with some crushed walnuts. Make a tiny nut bread for Little Bear. Lele happily took the dough, pinching and shaping it carefully, even if it was a bit crooked. Meanwhile, Su Qing was working on the pumpkin. She peeled and cut the pumpkin into pieces, steamed them until soft, then poured the pumpkin into a blender, added 2 spoons of sugar and some light cream, and pressed start. The blender hummed as it turned, blending the pumpkin and cream into a sweet, fragrant puree that filled the yard. The hens in the coop gathered at the kitchen door, clucking as if they wanted to taste it too. Old Joe was adding water to the braising pot, putting in a 5-spice braising packet, and then carefully placing clean eggs into the boiling water. The pot bubbled and simmered, filling the yard with the aroma of spices and eggs. Lele often ran to the kitchen door, tiptoeing to peek into the pot. Grandpa Joe, are the eggs ready? I want to save one for Little Bear. Old Joe smiled. Just 10 more minutes. When they're done, I'll save the biggest one for you. At dinner, a table was filled with new dishes from the Level 3 menu. The nut bread was crispy outside and soft inside, full of walnut flavor and a bit chewy. The tomato braised beef was tender, falling off the bone with each bite, and the tomato sauce made the soup sweet and sour, perfect with rice. The creamy pumpkin soup was thick and smooth, warming the stomach and making everyone feel comfortable. The coconut cashew cookies, dusted with powdered sugar, had a sweet coconut flavor mixed with the aroma of cashews, sweet but not greasy. The 5-spice braised eggs were flavorful, with firm whites and yolks soaked in the rich sauce. Lele held her Little Bear doll and fed it a small piece of nut bread. Little Bear, is it tasty? Sister Xiao helped me make it, and it has walnuts inside. Then she took a bite herself, her mouth dusted with flour, looking like a tiny kitten. Zhao Lei took a big bite of the nut bread and sighed happily. This one has more chew and a strong walnut flavor. From now on, breakfast will be this. It gives me energy to carry supplies. Chinamo took a sip of creamy pumpkin soup and nodded. This soup warms the stomach. In winter, drinking this means you don't need to wear heavy clothes, so it's easier to move around. Feng Xiao watched everyone enjoy their food with a big smile in her eyes. Su Qing served her a bowl of pumpkin soup. In the future, let's try new dishes often. Keep earning points, and your leftover points can be used to get things you like. After the meal, Lin Wanji placed the point ledger and calculator on the table. The warm yellow light shone on the paper, making the writing clear. She first updated the points pool. Original points pool 11,794, minus 313 points for upgrading recipes, plus 600 points as a reward, plus 1,475 points for new supplies. Now, the points pool is 11,794 to 313,600. 1,475 is equal to 13,556. Then she started calculating for each person. Everyone gathered around to watch. Lele leaned on the table, with her small head very close. Chinamo, identify nut quality, 400 points. Use metal detector to find nuts, 150 points. Daily repair tools, 50 points. Guide Feng Xiao to use new equipment, 100 points. Forgotten earlier, Feng Xiao reminded him. Total points earned, 400, 150, 50, 100 is equal to 700. Deduct rent 588, 49 by 12. The balance changed from minus 6,623 to minus 6,623. 700 minus 588 is equal to minus 6,511, recovering 112 points from yesterday. Chun Emo looked at the ledger and smiled. Find 2 more supplies, and we can bring the total below minus 6,000. We're getting closer to breaking even. Zhao Lei, carrying boxes of walnuts and almonds for 100 points, handling zombies 50 points, daily feeding chickens and fixing fences 30 points. Total points earned, 4005030 equals 480. Deduct rent 588. The balance changed from minus 8,333 to minus 8,333. 480 minus 588 is equal to minus 8,441, recovering 108 points. Zhao Lei patted Chunmo's shoulder. You're close to breaking even. I'm not far behind. Next time, I'll carry more frozen meat to help cover the debt. Su Qing bought light cream and ketchup, 300 points, cooked a new dish, 200 points, daily meal prep, 350 points, taught Feng Xiao the points rules, 50 points. Total points earned, 300,200,350 is equal to 900. Deducted rent of 816 points, 68 by 12. The balance changed from minus 5,126 to minus 5,126. 900 minus 816 is equal to minus 5,042. Recovered 84 points. Earlier, the points for teaching Feng Xiao were underestimated. Lin Wanji remembered this. Su Qing smiled and said, in the future, I will teach Feng Xiao more new dishes, so she can earn more points. Feng Xiao recognized nut freshness, 300 points, made nut bread, 200 points, cleaned the yard and organized supplies, 50 points. Total points earned, 300,200,50 equals 550. Deducted rent of 408 points, 34 by 12. The balance went from 0 to 0. 550 minus 408 is equal to 142. She was excited. I can save points to get some flour, and later I can make more bread for everyone. Shaolin, pack supplies, 250 points. Wash sauce bottles, 50 points. Clean the marinade pot and blender, 30 points. Total points earned, 250,5030 equals 330. Deducted rent of 324 points, 27 by 12. The balance changed from minus 5,441 to minus 5,441. 330 minus 324 is equal to minus 5,435. Recovered 6 points. Shaolin smiled and said, next time, I will carry more supplies to help reduce the debt. Old Zhou sorted nuts, 200 points. Made 5-spice marinated eggs, 150 points, looked after the chickens and dried goods, 40 points. Total points earned, 200,150 for 0 equals 390. Deducted rent of 300 points, 25 by 12. The balance went from minus 4,900 to minus 4,900. 390 minus 300 is equal to minus 4,810. Recovered 90 points. Old Zhou looked at the balance and said, if I find more dried goods, I can bring the debt below minus 4,500. That's good. Lele helped find nuts, 80 points. Picked up mini nut packs, 50 points. Arranged tableware and helped knead dough, 35 points. Total points earned, 80 50 35 is equal to 165. Her total points increased from 1385 to 1385. 165 is equal to 1,550. Lele pointed to her points excitedly and said, Sister Wanji, can I exchange for the new bear dress now? Just a little more, and I'll have enough. Lin Wanji patted her head and said, just need 450 more points, then you can exchange it. Next time we gather supplies, help pick small parts, and you'll earn enough quickly. Lin Wanji pushed the account book to the middle of the table. The red negative numbers looked lighter than before, less harsh. This time, everyone found supplies, earning back a total of 350 points. Chun Mo is close to minus 6,000, and Feng Xiao has some extra points saved. That means next time, we'll be more confident when gathering supplies. The points needed for new recipes are also increased by 20%, so earning points will be faster. Feng Xiao looked at her remaining points and then at the tomato stew beef recipe. She said, tomorrow I'll make some nut bread as dry food. We'll go to the meat processing factory that Peach mentioned to find some frozen beef. It's easier to make tomato stew beef, and we can stock up frozen beef for winter. We can exchange more points to pay off everyone's debts. Su Qing nodded and said, the blender can still make soy milk. Tomorrow, I'll find some soybeans. Adding soy milk to breakfast is more nutritious, and Lele also loves drinking it. In the evening, the sunset painted the apartment windows with a warm golden hue, and the shadows in the yard stretched long. The blender in the kitchen still had its standby light on, its light blue body looking nice under the glow. The braising pot was cleaned and placed on the stove, with water still in the bottom. Feng Xiao in room 201 was organizing nut bags, separating walnuts, almonds, and cashews on the shelves, with labels on each. Near the chicken coop in the yard, the hens had quieted down, occasionally making soft, cluck sounds as if napping. In the fridge, the newly bought light cream and tomato sauce were neatly arranged, waiting to be turned into delicious new dishes next time. Lin Wanji leaned against the balcony door. The evening breeze carried the scent of nuts and the sweetness of cream, gentle like a mother's touch. Peach's voice softly echoed in her mind. Host, after activating the level 3 recipe, the apartment's food index has risen to 450%. Scanning to the east, 4 kilometers away, there is an abandoned meat processing plant. Inside, there is frozen beef, frozen lamb, and vacuum-packed chicken. All valuable supplies. Tomorrow, I will go check it out. It could add meat ingredients to our new recipes and help us stock up for winter, so everyone can repay their debts faster. Sounds good, Lin Wanji replied happily in her mind. Tomorrow, everyone will go out again to find frozen meat for recipes. We aim to reduce Chunmo's debt and settle accounts sooner. Lele ran over holding a teddy bear, grabbing Feng Zhao's hand. The mini nut pack in her small pouch made a rustling sound. Sister Xiao, tomorrow we go to the meat factory. Can we find some small beef pieces? To make mini tomato beef stew for the teddy bear, so it can taste the meaty flavor too. Feng Xiao crouched down, patted Lele's head, and smiled. Sure. Let's find the smallest beef pieces to make the tastiest mini beef stew, so it can enjoy the new dish too. The evening breeze continued to, passing over the menu display on the restaurant wall. The drawings of small nuts and tiny bowls Lele made looked especially cute. It also drifted through the new kitchen equipment. The blender's light was still on, as if waiting for tomorrow's use. It touched room 201, where faint sounds of Feng Xiao organizing supplies could be heard. This once lonely small building was gradually becoming the liveliest and warmest home in the post-apocalyptic world, full of delicious food, winter supplies, laughter among friends, children's hopes, and confidence in the future. As the meat processing plant called out, new stories quietly unfolded in the gentle night. Morning sunlight first touched the wall of Building A, like a warm sugar glaze gently covering the crowded old dining table inside. Su Qing carried freshly made soy milk, walking through the crowd. Her elbow accidentally brushed Zhao Lei's arm. Since Feng Xiao moved in, 7 people squeezed around the original 4-person table. The dishes had to be stacked, and Feng Zhao's nut bread had no place to set, so it was temporarily placed on the kitchen counter. She wanted to prepare more breakfast, but the side cabinet was too small, with dishes piled high. Even grabbing a spoon required carefulness. It would be great if the dining room were bigger. Su Qing placed her soy milk bowl on the table corner, nearly knocking over Lin Wanji's porridge bowl. Eating here is so crowded now, and the prep table isn't enough. Feng Zhao's bread dough has to be kneaded on the floor, which is very inconvenient. Feng Xiaozheng was kneeling at the kitchen door, kneading dough. Some flour stuck to his knees. He looked up when he heard the voice, still holding the steaming dough in his hands. The bakery's restaurant used to have a special work table and storage shelves. If we could find some solid wood dining tables and cabinets, we could store dishes and add a few more chairs. Then everyone wouldn't have to squeeze together to eat. If we had a stainless steel serving table, I could knead 2 bowls of dough at once when making bread, doubling my efficiency. Lin Wanji had just helped Lele place a small bear toy on the windowsill. As she turned around, she was almost bumped into the sideboard. The dishes on it clattered loudly. She quickly steadied herself. She took out a silver exchange device. When her fingertips touched the cool screen, a light blue task window popped up with a slight vibration. The screen showed Points Pool, 13,556, clearly shining in the morning light, with a shadow of stacked dishes on the table reflected on it. Main task: upgrade public space, restaurant area to level 3. Task requirements: 1. Expand dining area, remove the wall between the original restaurant and storage room, adding 8 of usable space. 2. Add basic facilities: 2 solid wood dining tables, 8 stainless steel chairs, 3 layered storage racks, 1 deep-in serving table. 3. Optimize functional zones. Divide into dining, serving, and storage areas marked with colorful floor stickers. Task rewards: 1. 600 points, one-time addition to the points pool. 2. Level 3 restaurant package ×1, including non-slip mats for tables, dish storage boxes, dust covers for serving tables. 3. Space optimization tools ×1 set, measuring tape, level, floor sticker scissors for future space adjustments. Task cost: 97 points, deducted directly from the points pool. Low cost but high benefit, suitable for multiple users, saving 213 points compared to upgrading to level 2. Future changes: the restaurant can seat 12 people at once. Serving efficiency increases by 50%. Storage space increases by 200L, accommodating new members, and the efficiency of public area point exchanges also improves by 15%. Task description: Level 3 restaurant solves the 3 major issues of crowded dining, difficult serving, messy storage. The new facilities can also keep hot dishes warm during winter, laying a foundation for future group activities. There's an upgrade task. The restaurant area can be raised to level 3. Lin Wanji held up the exchange device, her voice full of excitement. The people sitting around the table drinking porridge immediately gathered around. Lele tiptoed, and the ears of the teddy bear toy brushed against the screen of the exchange device. Just 97 points to get 600 rewards, plus a storage rack and a meal prep station. Lin Wanji pointed at the schematic diagram on the screen. After removing the wall, Fong Xiao will have space to knead dough for baking, Su Qing won't have to squeeze during meal prep, and everyone can sit comfortably while eating. Upgrade. It must be upgraded. Su Qing immediately put down her soy milk bowl and pointed at the meal prep station on the diagram. Yesterday, Tao Tao found a furniture store and a frozen food shop in the south. Today, everyone went out to look. We can find a dining table and chairs, stock up on frozen meat, improve our restaurant facilities, and help settle everyone's debts. Chunmo's debt is now minus 6,511. Once we find some high-quality items, we can push it below minus 6,000. Fong Xiao also excitedly wiped the flour off his hands and took out a small notebook, used previously for bread recipes, now for recording supplies. I know how to tell good quality solid wood furniture. The dining table should have clear grain and no cracks. The chairs need sturdy joints. The frozen meat should be unthawed, perfect for making tomato beef stew, and we can stockpile it for winter. The team quickly divided into 2 groups, each equipped with tools and supplies. Furniture Supply Group. Zhao Lei, Chunmo, Fong Xiao. Lele Zhao Lei carried a solid wood dining table and chairs, wearing thickened work pants with fleece lining. He tied a rope over his shoulder for easy carrying. Chun Mo checked the quality of the furniture by examining the moisture content and structural stability, carrying a small hammer to tap and verify if the wood was genuine solid wood. Fong Xiao guided the selection of tableware, choosing stainless steel items without chips and resistant to high temperatures, using a magnet to verify if they were real stainless steel. Lele assisted with detection, using a metal detector to find small hidden parts behind furniture. She wore a small cloth pouch at her waist, filled with tiny clay models of dining tables with small holes to mimic wood grain. Frozen Food Supply Group. Lin Wanji, Su Qing, Old Zhou, Xiao Lin. Lin Wanji looked for frozen beef and lamb, carrying a thick insulated bag with 2 ice packs inside to prevent the meat from thawing. Su Qing checked the expiration dates on frozen products by inspecting packaging for damage or thaw marks, carrying a small flashlight to see the production date at the bottom of the frozen food boxes. Old Zhou was responsible for packing and sorting the items into bags labeled beef, lamb, and chicken, using an old bamboo basket lined with insulation cotton. Kobayashi cleaned and recycled the frozen food boxes for easy portioning of small frozen meat pieces. He brought along a bottle of dish soap made by Su Qing, which is gentle on hands and effective at removing grease. The two groups agreed to meet at the furniture store entrance at 1 p.m. for a joint return, to avoid the risk of freezing damage in the evening. Before leaving, Suching was busy in the kitchen. The nut bread wrapped in oil paper was still steaming. Each loaf had 3 small cuts, which Feng Xiao taught her were breathable patterns. The marinated tofu was stored in a new ceramic jar with a tight lid to prevent leaks. The millet porridge was in a double-layer thermos, decorated with a cute drawing of a small dining table by Lele. Suching handed Zhao Lei 2 bags of bread, saying, "Bring extra bread for the furniture team. You'll be tired from carrying the table, so eat when you're hungry. Don't wait until rest time, or you might get low blood sugar." She also put a piece of orange candy in Lele's small cloth pouch's side pocket, saying, "Eat a piece of candy if you get tired from looking for furniture. Don't compete with the uncles to carry small parts." Feng Xiao helped Lele adjust the position of her teddy bear so it could see the furniture outside. The teddy bear is also helping to watch the dining table. If it sees a nice solid wood table, it will tell Lele whether it's good or not. The two groups set off along the small path to the south. A faint smell of wood floated in the breeze, mixed with the cool air from the frozen food shop in the distance. As they got closer, the scent grew stronger, like warm wood shavings wrapped around them. The furniture team led the way. Zhao Lei's metal detector beeped softly, clear but not loud. The wild grass by the roadside was only ankle-high, and the morning dew made Lele's pants wet. She found it a bit hard to walk, so Chen Nemo carried her to a piece of wood by the road, letting her step on it while he followed behind to support her. "Uncle Chinemo, does the beeping mean there's a big dining table nearby?" Lele occasionally pressed her ear to the detector, her face full of curiosity. The teddy bear said it smells like wood, like the dough Feng Xiao's sister needed. After about 40 minutes, Feng Xiao suddenly stopped and squinted into the distance, pointing with her finger in her pocket. "That's the sign for the solid wood furniture store. I remember it clearly. The wooden sign says 100 years solid wood, and there's a small drawer carved on it." Everyone looked in the direction she pointed. Behind a few withered trees, a small gray brick building was hidden. At the entrance, a faded wooden sign hung, with the words "Solid Wood Furniture Store" painted on it. Although the paint was peeling, it was still recognizable. In the yard, several solid wood dining tables were stacked, covered with blue plastic sheets blown up by the wind, looking like a soaring bird. At the entrance, a zombie dressed in brown work clothes was lying down. The shirt had the words "Solid Wood" printed on it, but it was faded from washing. The zombie was holding a broken wooden plane, with wood shavings scattered all around. Its movements were slow, like a rusty robot, and it couldn't even lift its head. "Lele, stay on the wooden plank behind me. Don't come down." Zhao Lei helped Lele onto a flat piece of solid wood. Then he clenched the iron rod on his back and slowly moved behind the zombie. He first crouched down to observe, saw that the zombie didn't react, then stood up gently, gripping the iron rod tightly. He aimed at the back of the zombie's head and struck hard. Thump, with just the right force, enough to avoid splattering blood or scattering too many wood shavings. The zombie thud fell to the ground, dropping the wooden plane from its hand, and stopped moving. Feng Xiao quickly ran over, crouched down, and touched the nearby solid wood dining table. Her fingertips traced the surface pattern. "Look, this pattern is clear. It's real oak wood. When struck, it makes a deep, solid sound. It's not veneered. One piece can be exchanged for 150 points. There are 2 here, so that's 300 points." She also showed Lele how to tell the difference. You tap with a small hammer. Real wood sounds loud, while veneered wood sounds dull, like a little bear tapping a toy. Lele imitated Feng Xiao, tapping the table with a small hammer, then carefully put it into a small cloth bag. "Little bear, this table sounds nice when tapped. Can we take it home and use it for meals?" Entering a furniture store, a strong smell of wood filled the air, much warmer than outside, with a hint of waxy oil, probably from furniture maintenance before the end of the world. The shelves displayed neatly arranged stainless steel tableware, some with labels reading Food Grade 304. Chen Mo turned on a metal detector and slowly walked along the shelves. When the detector reached the bottom layer, The beeping sped up, and the red light flashed nonstop. There are hidden dining chairs here. Feng Xiao quickly crouched down and moved aside the clutter at the bottom. There were 4 stainless steel chairs, sturdy legs without rust. She picked up one and checked the label. Food grade 304 material, can support 200 gene. One chair can be exchanged for 80 points. There are 8 chairs here, so that's 640 points. Chen Mo also found a layered storage rack in the corner of the shelf, made of solid wood and in good condition. This storage rack can hold tableware and dried goods. Each layer can hold 10 bowls. One rack can be exchanged for 100 points. Finding 3 racks means 300 points. Lele was lying on the ground and found several sets of utensils under the shelf. They were mini stainless steel bowls and spoons, each decorated with a bear pattern. Sister Feng Xiao, this small bowl, perfect for little bear. One set is worth 10 points. I found 5 sets, so that's 50 points. Feng Xiao helped her put the mini utensils into a small cloth bag and tied the strap tightly. Don't drop them. When we go back, little bear can use the new bowls to eat. Meanwhile, the frozen food team also made a find at the frozen food store. The freezer door was slightly open and cold air was coming out. Lin Wanji, wearing old gloves she found in the ruins, carefully opened the freezer. Inside, a thin layer of frost covered the shelves and cold air hit her face. She shivered but kept searching carefully. Found the frozen beef. She picked up a box. The packaging looked fine, with no bulges or leaks. The production date was 1 month before the end of the world, and the shelf life was 12 months. A box weighs 2 kilograms and is worth 80 points. There are 10 boxes here, so that's 800 points. She quickly packed the frozen beef into an insulated bag, worried it might melt. Sister Suqing, this beef is perfect for making tomato stew with beef. It will last us half a month. Sister Suqing was looking for frozen lamb on the frozen food shelf. She picked up a box, held it up to the sunlight, and examined it. The meat was bright red with no blood spots, and the production date was clear. This lamb stew with radish smells great. One box weighs 1.5 kilograms and is worth 60 points. I found 8 boxes, so that's 480 points. She also found several boxes of frozen chicken, specifically skinless chicken thighs. This is perfect for making pan-fried chicken. Each box weighs 1 kilogram and is worth 50 points. I found 6 boxes, so that's 300 points. Old Joe was searching at the bottom of the shelf and found some boxes of frozen fish fillets. The packaging was intact, with deep-sea cod, boneless, printed on it. This is perfect for Lele's baby food. Each box weighs 500 grams and is worth 40 points. I found 5 boxes, so that's 200 points. Shaolin was nearby, washing the recovered frozen boxes with the dish soap Suqing had made. She cleaned the boxes thoroughly and dried them. These boxes can be used to store small pieces of frozen meat, with labels attached. When eating, we won't need to defrost the whole box, which is more convenient. At 1 p.m., 2 groups met at the furniture store entrance. The supplies were stacked like a small mountain. 2 solid wood dining tables, 300 points, 8 stainless steel dining chairs, 640 points, 3 wooden storage shelves, 300 points, 5 sets of mini tableware, 50 points, 10 boxes of frozen beef, 800 points, 8 boxes of frozen lamb, 480 points, 6 boxes of frozen chicken, 300 points, and 5 boxes of frozen cod, 200 points. The total points reached 2,970. Zhao Lei carried a solid wood dining table. The table was a bit heavy, making his shoulders sink slightly. Feng Xiao quickly went over to help steady the side of the table. Take it slow, don't drop it. If it gets damaged, it won't be usable. Su Qing carried a thermal bag with frozen beef inside and told Lin Wanji, tomorrow, we'll cook tomato stew with beef on the new dining table. Let's give everyone a taste of something fresh. Lele held a small teddy bear toy, and her small pouch was filled with mini tableware. She occasionally took out one piece and said to the teddy bear, "We're going home to eat on the new table, and here's your little bowl." As soon as they entered the yard, they saw that the restaurant upgrade was already finished. The original partition wall was removed, making the new 8 square meter space look much larger. 2 solid wood dining tables were placed side by side, covered with light blue non-slip mats. 8 stainless steel chairs were neatly arranged around the tables. 3 wooden storage shelves leaned against the wall, with empty compartments waiting for tableware. The deepened stainless steel prep table was shining brightly, reflecting the surroundings. Feng Xiao put down the chair he was holding and went straight to the prep table. He touched the surface and said, "This table is wide enough. I can knead 2 bowls of dough at once." No more kneeling on the ground. Su Qing moved to the storage shelves, pointing out how to organize the tableware. This shelf can hold bowls, that one can hold plates, and the top shelf is for dried goods. It's easy to find everything at a glance. Before they could catch their breath, they started organizing the new supplies. Feng Xiao placed the stainless steel tableware into the storage shelves, sorting them into bowls, plates, and spoons. Su Qing put the frozen beef into the refrigerator, dividing it into bags. Lele helped arrange the new chairs and placed the mini tableware in front of the teddy bear toy. "Teddy, this is your bowl. From now on, we'll eat on the new table together." At dinner, everyone sat around the new solid wood dining table. The dishes no longer had to be stacked. The tomato stew with beef was tender and falling off the bone with each bite. The pan-fried chicken was crispy outside and tender inside, sprinkled with black pepper. The steamed cod was fresh and delicate, and Lele ate happily, with sauce all over her mouth. Feng Xiao used the new dining table to make nut bread, placing it in the center of the dining room. The aroma filled the entire space. "The new restaurant is so comfortable." Zhao Lei leaned back in his chair, satisfied. "It used to be crowded, but now I can stretch my legs and enjoy my meal. It feels great." Chen Mo took a sip of lamb soup and nodded. "This soup warms the stomach. With the new restaurant in winter, we don't have to worry about feeling cold while eating." After the meal, Lin Wanji placed the points ledger and calculator on the new table. The warm yellow light shone on the paper, making the writing clear. She first updated the points pool. Original points pool 13,556, minus 97 points for the restaurant upgrade, plus 600 points as a reward, plus 2,970 points for new supplies. Now, the points pool is 13,556 to 97,600, 2,970 is equal to 17,029. Then she started calculating for each person. Everyone gathered around to watch. Lele leaned over the table, his small head very close. Chen Mo, assessing furniture quality, 300 points, using a metal detector to find chairs, 200 points, daily repair tools, 50 points, assisting with wall demolition, 100 points. Total points earned, 300, 200, 50, 100 is equal to 650. Deduct rent of 588. The balance changed from minus 6,511 to minus 6,511. 650 minus 588 is equal to minus 6,449, recovering 62 points from yesterday. Chan Mo looked at the ledger and smiled. "If we find 2 more supplies, we can bring the total below minus 6,000. We're getting closer to breaking even." Zhao Lei, moving the solid wood dining table and chairs, 600 points, handling zombies, 50 points, feeding chickens and repairing fences, 30 points, assisting with wall demolition, 150 points. Total points earned, 600, 50, 30, 150 is equal to 830. Deduct rent of 588. The balance changed from minus 8,441 to minus 8,441. 830 minus 588 is equal to minus 8,199, recovering 242 points. Zhao Lei patted Chen Mo on the shoulder. "I recovered more this time. Next time, let's find some tough supplies and work together to break even." Su Qing found frozen beef and lamb, 600 points, cooked new dishes, 200 points, daily meal prep, 350 points, organized new tableware, 50 points. Total points earned, 600,200,000, 350 is equal to 1,200. After paying rent of 816 points, 68 by 12. The balance changed from minus 5,042 to minus 5,042. 1,200 minus 816 is equal to minus 4,658. She also earned 384 points back. Su Qing smiled and said, "The new meal prep station is so useful. I can make new dishes faster and earn more points." Feng Xiao identified furniture and tableware quality, 400 points. Organized the new dining area, 150 points. Baked nut bread, 100 points. Total points earned, 400,150,100 is equal to 650. After paying rent of 408 points, 34 by 12. The balance went from 142 to 142. 650 minus 408 is equal to 384. Her balance increased again. She brightened her eyes and said, "I can save points to get some flour, so I can make more bread for everyone." Shaolin packed supplies, 300 points. Washed frozen containers, 80 points. Cleaned the new dining table and chairs, 50 points. Total points earned, 300,8050 equals 430. After paying rent of 324 points, 27 by 12. The balance changed from minus 5,435 to minus 5,435. 430 minus 324 is equal to minus 5,329. He also earned 106 points back. Shaolin smiled and said, "The new dining area is so clean. I'll wipe it more often to keep it shiny." Old Joe sorted frozen goods, 300 points. Categorized and packed, 150 points. Looked after the chickens and dried herbs, 40 points. Total points earned, 300,150 for 0 equals 490. After paying rent of 300 points, 25 by 12, the balance went from minus 4,810 to minus 4,810. 490 minus 300 is equal to minus 4,620. He also earned 190 points back. Old Joe looked at his balance and said, "If I find more frozen goods, I can bring my balance below minus 4,500. That's good." Lele helped find furniture, 60 points. Picked up mini tableware, 50 points. Arranged new dining chairs and utensils, 40 points. Total points earned, 150. Her total points went from 1,550 to 1,700. Lele pointed at her points excitedly and said, "Sister Wanji, I'm almost there to exchange for the new bear dress. Just 300 more points to go." Lin Wanji patted her head and said, "Almost there. Next time we gather supplies, help pick more small parts. You'll reach the goal soon." Lin Wanji pushed the ledger to the middle of the table. The red negative number was lighter than before, looking less harsh. She said, "This time, everyone found supplies worth 974 points. Zhao Lei's debt is close to minus 8,000. Chen Mo's is near minus 6,000. Feng Zhao's remaining points can exchange for many supplies. We'll be more confident when gathering supplies next time." The points exchange rate for the new restaurant has increased by 15%, so earning points will be faster. Feng Xiao looked at the new storage shelves in the restaurant and then at the menu item, lamb stew with radish. He said, "Tomorrow, I'll use the new prep table to bake bread as dry food. We'll go to the vegetable shop Peach mentioned to find some radishes and potatoes. They can be used for stew and vegetable pancakes. We can earn more points to pay off everyone's debts." Su Qing nodded and said, "The new prep table can hold more ingredients. Tomorrow, I'll prepare more breakfast so everyone can eat well before we go gather supplies." In the evening, the sunset painted the apartment windows with warm gold, and the shadows in the yard stretched long. The new dining table in the restaurant was covered with a light blue non-slip mat, with leftover nut bread on top. 3 wooden shelves held neatly arranged tableware. In the kitchen fridge, newly found frozen meat was neatly stacked, waiting to become delicious new dishes. Near the chicken coop in the yard, the mother hen had quieted down, occasionally making soft, cluck sounds as if napping. Feng Xiao in room 201 was tidying the new tableware, placing mini utensils next to the teddy bear doll. Lin Wanji leaned against the door of the restaurant. The evening breeze carried the scent of beef and the sweetness of bread, gentle like a mother's touch. Peach's voice softly echoed in her mind. Host, after activating the Level 3 restaurant, the apartment's public space index increased to 500%. Scanning to the east, 3 kilometers away, there is an abandoned vegetable shop. Inside, there are carrots, potatoes, and cabbages, winter vegetables that store well. Tomorrow, I will go see if I can get some ingredients to add to the new dishes, which will help everyone repay their debts faster. Sounds good, Lin Wanji replied happily in her mind. Tomorrow, everyone will continue searching for vegetables to improve the menu, aiming to reduce Chen Mo's debt to below -6,000, so we can settle accounts sooner. Lei ran over holding a teddy bear, grabbing Fang Zhao's hand. The mini utensils in her small pouch clattered as she said, Sister Xiao, tomorrow let's go to the vegetable shop. Can we find a small carrot? I want to make mini carrot soup for the teddy bear to try something new. Fang Xiao crouched down, patted Lei's head, and smiled. Yes, let's find the smallest carrot and make the tastiest mini carrot soup so the teddy bear can enjoy the new dish too. The evening breeze continued to, passing over the new dining table in the restaurant, the new prep station in the kitchen, and the window of room 201. This once lonely small building was gradually becoming the warmest, liveliest home in the post-apocalyptic world, spacious, stocked with winter supplies, filled with friends' laughter, children's hopes, and confidence in the future. As the vegetable shop called out, new stories quietly unfolded in the gentle night.